You are listening to Supreme Magus by Legion 20, Chapter 3401, Brewing the Storm Part 2. Vladian's charming smile and handsome features would have made any woman disregard the long fangs he had in place of canines. Thanks, Solus giggled. As for your second question, Lith, I asked Mother to bring you to Nightingale for the same reason I didn't call you directly. Secrecy. Vladian turned to face Lith again. Our allegiance is public knowledge among the undead ever since you helped me to free the eclipsed lands from Thrud and Zedros. Anyone who wants to keep an eye on you would plant spies in Lightkeep. No one would suspect Ilthan instead. Are you sure? Solus asked. I mean, she has hit on Lith in the past and she participated in both missions. How is she different from you? Oh, please, she's a flirt. To keep an eye on all those she hit on, it would take you a massive army. Vladian snorted. Hey, I resent that, Ilthan said in outrage. Also, in both cases, I was the one who answered Lith's call. The firstborn vampire continued, pretending not to have heard her. Ilthan, instead, joined us only because Mother asked her, just like the other firstborns. There's a big difference. Secrecy from who and who could have the resources to plant agents inside your court, Vladian. Lith pressed on, even though he had already filled most of the blanks on his own. Who do you think? The vampire sat down with a defeated look on his face. Your mad brother, the dead king, has reared his ugly head again. Meln is back. Lith would have liked to be surprised, but he was just disgusted from being forced to speak that name again. Are you telling me he never left Garland after attacking me in Zeska? I said your mad brother, not your suicidal brother, Vladian replied. I wish you were right. I would have already found and killed him. Between my brethren in the eclipsed lands, the undead courts, Mother and Dawn, we've scoured Garland, and I can tell you for sure Meln is not here. What about Verendi? Solus asked. It's close to Garland and torn apart by wars. It's the ideal breeding ground for a new undead faction. It would, if not for Mother's influence and the Master, S. Vladian shook his head. With the Guardian of Life defeated, no one dares oppose him. The Master made his hate for Meln clear, and without the interference of the local Guardians, he doesn't hesitate to massacre anyone who so much as sympathizes for the dead king's cause. Your brother is still in Giera. There are no undead there, and as long as he keeps himself away from the few remaining settlements, he could hide for centuries. Then what reason do you have to take so many precautions? Lith asked. Because even though Meln failed to kill you in Zeska, the attack gave him the perfect stage to show off his newfound powers and immunity to Mother's self-destruction spell. Vladian replied. A few days ago, the Night Court in Author received a visit from someone who called himself the first of the new chosen of the dead king. Imagine their faces when a single ghoul managed to force dozens of undead elders to bend the knee. A single ghoul, but completely immune to darkness magic, and capable of using the most powerful bloodline abilities of Garland's guardians. To make matters even worse, the bastard shapeshifted into a combat form that made him even stronger. The first thing the elders tried was Mother's destruction spell. The prism is just a lessened version of Night's crystal, and its powers depend on it. They hoped to kill the intruder, and that maybe the spell would also affect Meln, but nothing happened. It should have worked, Baba Yaga nodded. It would have had no long-lasting effect on Night, but the spell was still supposed to shatter the prism and inflict her great pain. Did one chosen really manage to destroy an entire branch of the Night Court and slaughter its members? Solus was flabbergasted. Of course not, Ilthan scoffed. The guy got defeated and would have been captured and interrogated if his prism hadn't self-destructed the moment the elders subdued him. The problem is that he had the time to pass on Meln's message and demonstrate that for once his words aren't just hot air. What was the message? Lith asked. It was a very simple one, Vladian replied. Meln claimed that his return to Garland is nigh, that he no longer has weak points anyone can exploit and is close to achieving the deep violet core, unlocking the full power of his Verdalac bloodline. He said that he is willing to share his blessings with those who will prove to be his loyal followers. He asked the undead of Garland to join his cause in exchange for the same powers Meln bestowed upon the chosen. Let me guess they should prove their loyalty by attacking me, Lith said. Wrong, the firstborn vampire shook his head. Meln wants to keep you for himself. The bounty is on the magicless members of your family and the elders of the undead courts who betrayed the dead king, luring him into the ambush where Thrud captured him. The offer is one head for one prism. Those who succeed will become his chosen. Doesn't sound like a tempting offer to me, Solus shrugged. It actually is, Baba Yaga sighed. The power showcased by the messenger was incomplete, yet he held his ground against an entire branch of the Night Court. Imagine what he could have done were Meln already at the Violet, or if he had mastered Dusk's abilities. Everyone now knows that Meln is strong enough to kill Lith, possesses Davros equipment, a mage tower, and the powers of 2 horsemen. He has already defied me and survived. My spell doesn't affect him anymore. He sounds like a leader worth following, especially because in the final part of the message, Meln said that both the undead courts and the eclipsed lands have only until his return to pick a side. Right now, he lacks followers, resources, and trustworthy allies, but if he ascends into a divine beast, he'll have no need for them. He'll just take what he wants since he has already proven that the undead courts can barely stop one of his lackeys. Meln promised that after he kills Lith, it will be the turn of everyone who didn't bend the knee to him, that he and his chosen will destroy the kingdom of the undead first, and then the humans. It's a smart move, Lith pondered. Meln has merely sacrificed a pawn to sow discord and fear. If someone takes his offer, the undead will be caught in a civil war, and his faction will provide him with the information and resources he needs when he comes back to Garland. Even in the unlikely case no one takes the bait, the undead now look at each other with suspicion. Every incident that happens from now on will be blamed on his followers and grow his reputation even if he doesn't have anything to do with it. Meln is letting the storm brew so that when he actually strikes, the ensuing panic will create the opening he needs to decapitate the enemy leaders and force the survivors into submission. Chapter 3402, Imperfect Beings, Part 1. My thoughts exactly, Vladian nodded. That's why I needed to warn you, Lith. No one should be dumb enough to take up Meln's offer and attack your family, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Also, I wanted to give you the time to prepare for your brother's return. Thanks, Vladian, but I've never stopped preparing for that or reinforcing the defensive measures that protect my family, Lith replied. Meln's scheme adds a few more variables but no unknown factors. Except for one, the firstborn vampire replied. The Chosen had 5 flames floating above his head in a makeshift crown, one more than Meln had during his attack. Space. Giera Continent, Arutha region, inside a hidden underground cave. Meln Narchet screamed in agony as he tried, and failed for the umpteenth time to fuse the shards of Dusk's red crystal with Night's black one. He learned something new with every attempt, but that didn't make the ongoing process any less painful. He was bleeding from his eyes and ears non-stop, his hands and knees dipped in a pool of his own blood. Only 4 flames burned above his head, the same he produced during his attack in Zeska. Our plan was a resounding success. Night severed her connection with his body not to be bothered by the pain. Those idiots bought your crap like it was gold. The fake 5th flame was a stroke of genius. The Night Court has no awakened, and amid the chaos of the battle, no one discovered it was just colored fire. The only questions I have are why did you put a bounty on your family, and why right now? Couldn't we have waited until we had reached the next evolutionary step? Night devoted her full willpower and focused to putting her latest theory for merging the crystals into practice, dumping all the side effects and consequences of her failures on Orpal. I don't want my family to die, he replied. I want them to cry and beg for my forgiveness when they realize they kicked out the wrong son all those years ago. I want them to suffer for as long as I did and regret what they did to me. The bounty is just to weed out the idiots from my future army and keep Leech on his toes. He has no right to enjoy his life while I suffer like a dog. I want him to look over his shoulder day and night for my assassins. I want him to spend his days in worry, spreading his resources thin and wasting them before I take the first real strike. I want him to be as miserable as I am. It makes sense. Night tried a new combination that made Orpal bend his back in pain so much that his spine snapped. As for the timing of the messenger, I know that until you are done, I can't work on my bloodline abilities or mana core, Orpal said as soon as the burning agony plaguing his mind eased enough to allow him to think again. But I've already reached the bright blue. You mean we've reached the bright blue? Night hadn't missed how unlike it happened for her sister and Lith. She was growing farther instead of closer to her host. Of course, we've reached the bright blue, Orpal lied through his clenched teeth. As I was saying, I sent the messenger now to set a goal for us. Despite all your mistakes, the fusion between the crystals is slowly progressing. Once we are done, we'll turn our lie into reality and Leech's life into a living nightmare. Space. After studying the footage of the attack on Arthur's Night Court, Lith asked Baba Yaga to bring him back home. She opened a warp gate to her tower, Bloodhaven, and Vladian followed them. Once upon the mana geyser, Solus conjured Starforge, and Tower warped the firstborn vampire to Lightkeep, leaving no trace or record he had ever left his dominion. I must say this is one of those few moments I'm glad you are an only child, Solus, Menadian said. I can't help but wonder what would have happened after my death. I had the means to build only one tower, and the thought your brother might have killed you for my inheritance chills me to my bones. My brother, Solus asked in confusion. Your father and I wanted to have at least a boy and a girl, Rifa sighed. Or at least that was the plan. We would have loved another girl just the same and could have always tried again once you two were older. We sorely underestimated how busy I was with my work and how much care raising a baby requires. I was too dumb and stubborn, so we ended up delaying our second child until... Menadian failed to find the strength to continue. You know. Your regrets are well-founded, Rifa, but your worries are not. Baba Yaga shook her head. It's not a matter of how many children you have, but how you raise them. Even then, there's nothing you can do if someone as crazy as Meln or Night is born. It's not on you, it's just dumb fate. What's on me is not recognizing my daughter's madness before it was too late, and not putting her down like the rabid dog she is. Not to be judgmental, Malishka, but I never understood how you could tolerate Night's existence for so long, Solus said. Why didn't you take action sooner? Your question makes sense, Solus, but only to someone like you who only knows Night's current incarnation and has a narrow perspective, the mother replied. At this point, you might as well ask me why I created the undead. After all, they prey on the living and have no qualms about abusing their talents to achieve their goals, correct? Correct, Solus nodded, receiving a fierce glare in return. Wrong, all living beings prey on other living beings and have no qualms about abusing their talents to achieve their goals. Do humans not kill plants for food or warmth, animals for food, and other humans for the pettiest of reasons? Do plants not feed upon everything else just to spread and multiply? Whenever you enter a forest, Solus, there are thousands of wars taking place right under your nose. You don't notice them only because they are silent and very slow, but they are still there. I will spare you the wolf and deer speech because that's something every parent teaches their kids, Baba Yaga said, and Lith and Solus nodded. Creating the undead wasn't cruel. It was an act of love. It was me giving fellow miserable creatures a way out of their fate and a second chance at life. Undead do bad things because they are powerful, and they are powerful because otherwise their second life would be no different from the first. I give my children a chance, Solus. I give them the means to do what they want with their lives, just like any other parent does. Whether they feed without killing or go on a feeding spree, it's their choice. If they add to their world like Vladian does, or take from it like every petty criminal on Magur does, it's always their choice. Chapter 3403, Imperfect Beings, Part 2. Undeath makes people equal. It allows a pipsqueak like Ilthin who weighs 65 kilograms, 143 pounds, soaking wet to fight against dozens of tons heavy divine beasts. It gives talent and power to those who were born poor and helpless. If you don't see it or agree with me, I don't care. Baba Yaga took a few furious strides forward until she was alone. Despite her age, wisdom, and power, she hated it when someone put her life work into question, especially if it came from someone she considered a friend. It took the mother a few deep breaths and a little introspection to calm down and walk back to Solus' side. As for your question about Night, you deserve an answer, Solus, and so does Lith. She turned to look him in the eyes. I want you to understand me, even if you might end up considering me a monster. I want you to know there's a reason I do what I do. You owe me no explanation. Lith shook his head. Believe me, I know all too well that things are rarely black and white. Sometimes life gets so gray that everything is a blur, and when you finally meet someone really good, her light blinds you. He held Solus' shoulder, making Rifa brim with motherly pride. On top of that, I don't think you are a monster. Were you one, the Guardians wouldn't have taken you as their apprentice. Rifa and Silverwing wouldn't be your friends. I mean, Elfin Menadian knew who you were and what you did, and she considered you her best friend. That remark made Solus feel guilty for doubting Baba Yaga. You've saved my friends more than once, Lith continued. You've helped me and Solus every time you could. If you are a monster, then welcome to the club. Thanks, the mother giggled. But still, allow me to explain. You know that I created my horsemen after I failed to find a solution for the unintended flaws in my children's blood cores, correct? She asked, and Lith nodded for her to continue. My 3 horsemen are not just 3 living legacies. They are my flesh and blood no less than my firstborns. I infused each one of them with a fraction of my essence and power to better suit their task. They are my assistants, my apprentices, a spark of my genius that has grown into its own person. I made them dependent on a host because just like for the undead, I didn't want to create a master race. The weaknesses of my horsemen served not only to preserve the balance, but also to give them struggles and limits. They are living beings, and as such they needed to overcome challenges to grow, or they would have learned nothing, no matter how long they lived. Did my horsemen commit atrocities? As always in history, the answer depends on who you ask the question. Some consider my horsemen heroes, others monsters, and a few sages. Bluntly, yes, they did bad things, mostly dawn and night, but no more than a tyrant or an elder awakened would. In a world where people live up to 10,000 here, if not forever, and can extinguish countless lives with a single spell or a royal decree, my horsemen are just a drop in the ocean of blood that life is. Dusk, dawn, and night, all of them changed their behavior multiple times based on the nature of the host they inhabited. Sometimes they would be better, others they would get worse, but they would always learn something from their other half. Dusk is a pure researcher. He spilled much less blood than his sisters, and is the only one who never needed my help before that stupid war between the undead courts and the kingdom. Dawn is just more active and outgoing than him. Baba Yaga raised her hand to stop the objections she knew would be raised. I know you are about to remind me of the Razars and how you met her, but so what? I never claimed she and Dusk never spilled blood, but they always did it with purpose. I won't justify Dawn's actions, but I will ask you this. Back when you fought against her, would you have ever thought one day you would have fought side by side? That she and Dusk would have taught Solus how to defend herself from telepathic domination? That they would have joined you in your fight against Thrud to save the kingdom? Lith and Solus both shook their heads in reply. If my horsemen were just evil creatures, they would have done no such thing. Dawn wouldn't have put herself on the line to fight Windfell and the World Tree for you, Solus. Dusk wouldn't have nurtured an orphan into a young woman, he would have just enslaved her. My children, all of them, grow and learn from their mistakes. They are still imperfect beings, and I'm aware they sometimes cause a lot of damage. But that's only because the more powerful one is, the greater the consequences of their actions. Believe me or not, less than a century ago Night was no different. She was more reckless than her siblings, but that was just her personality. Night was still focused on the task I had assigned her, removing my children's weakness to the darkness element. Sure, she would sometimes get in trouble and force me to intervene to save her, but she would always make up for her blunders and follow my instructions. It's one of the reasons I never got angry with her when one of her crazy schemes brought entire undead bloodlines to extinction. Night didn't force them to follow her, it was their choice, and they knew the risks. Sooner or later, their overconfidence and greed would have caused their downfall. Night just accelerated the process. I considered her part of the natural selection of my children. The instrument to weed out those who in the long run would upset the balance by focusing more on immortality and power than on fixing what had turned them into undead in the first place. I'm not perfect. I can make mistakes like anyone else, and some of my children I should have never raised from the dead. Night took care of that for me and spared me the pain of raising my hand against my own blood. The problems with her started after the Master's hybrids forced me to put a restriction on her, but not when you think. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I've always wondered why you didn't put her down when Night chose Meln as her host. Lith nodded. Didn't that count as going against your directives and put you into danger? I mean, she knew you couldn't win against all the Monster Eldritch hybrids, and that if they caught wind of her intentions, you would have been involved in her mess. That wasn't the turning point in her madness. Baba Yaga shook her head. Back then, Meln was too weak to be a threat to anyone. I let her fuse with him because I thought that by spending time with someone crazier, darker, and pettier than her, Night would take a long look at herself in the mirror. Chapter 3404, The Message Part 1. I hoped that Night would despise what stared back at her in the mirror and look for a new, better path as it happened for Dawn after she merged with Akala, Baba Yaga said. I also believed that Night would either discard Meln or he would join her in enlightenment. After all, just by being with her, your mad brother finally got everything he wanted. Looks, power, and a second chance to prove to the world that had rejected him that he wasn't a monster. When I looked into his soul, I saw how twisted he was, but there was still something worth saving. I truly believed Night and Meln would have been repulsed by each other's creeping madness, and that it would have pushed them toward the path of healing. Sometimes, crooked things can get straightened out by leaning on each other. The mother was referring to Akala and Dawn, but Lith and Solus felt like she was talking about them. What happened instead is that they fueled each other's delusion. Meln enabled night and vice versa until they became powerful enough to kill your friends, going against my direct order. That was the moment I understood my mistake and tried to fix it. Night had gone from reckless to insane. She had no qualms about putting my life and countless innocents on the line just to fulfill her pride and ambition. I'm sorry for all the trouble I've caused you, Lith. Baba Yaga stopped in her tracks, emotions breaking through her voice again. I'm responsible for the pain and misery Night left in her wake no less than she is. I should have noticed her straying from her path sooner. I should have made her self-destruct spell public the moment I failed to track her down. My pride got in the way no less than my stupid motherly love for my daughter. I didn't release the spell immediately because I didn't want her to be captured, tortured, and experimented upon. I wanted to give her a clean death. I brought Night into this world and considered it my responsibility to take her out. I now understand how foolish I have been and can only ask for your forgiveness. For what is worth, losing Dusk was the harshest punishment I could receive. If I fail to rescue him, I'll lose 2 of my beloved children at the same time and spend the rest of my eternal life knowing it's only my fault if they are dead. I can't blame you for not killing Night more than I can blame my parents for not putting Meln down like the monster he is instead of disowning him. Lith sighed. After becoming a parent myself, I realized how deep the attachment to one's children is. I'll do my best to raise Valoran and Elijah, but if they ever grow up twisted like Meln, I don't know if I could just kill them like that. Just the thought of seeing those I love the most turn into what I hate the most terrifies me. Thanks, Lith. The mother cleared her throat, returning to her usual composed self. It's too soon to thank me just like it's too soon for me to forgive you. Lith cut the air with his hand. When I find Meln, because I will, I'm going to return him all the pain he has caused, and I expect you not to interfere. In the same way, if you find them first, I expect you to kill them on the spot. No talking, no bargaining, no more second chances. Violate these terms and forget forgiveness. Our enmity will end only when one of us dies. Fair enough, we have a deal. The mother offered Lith her hand, which he promptly shook. You have my word, just one question. If I'm the one who finds them first, are you sure you don't want me to hand them over to you? I'm sure, Lith replied. I'd rather let them have a painless death than take any chance they might escape again. Space. The next few days passed peacefully and uneventfully. While Lyria and Aaron enjoyed the company of their respective mothers, Solus and Lith resumed their magical research. During the morning, they would familiarize themselves with the bleed and the various pieces of the Menadian set, performing trial experiments while reforging their equipment. Rifa spent that time with Baba Yaga and Silverwing, learning modern magic and receiving her friends' help to convert her outdated spells into more efficient ones. In the afternoon, Lith would make up for the lost time with Camilla and the babies. Elijah and Valoran were now almost quiet. The bad experience of almost losing their father was slowly becoming a distant memory. As for Solus and Menadian, they had sworn not to repeat the mistakes of the past, so rather than work together on magic, all the time they took cooking lessons from Alina together with Aaron. I want to learn how to cook all your favorite dishes, Mom. This way, when you return from your trip with Big Brother, I can prepare them for you like you did mine as a welcome-back gift, he said. What a lovely thought, dear. Alina took his face between her hands and peppered it with kisses. Stop it, Mom, I'm not a kid anymore. I'm 7 years old already, he whined helplessly. You're right, you are my little man now, Alina said while combing his hair with her fingers. If the way she treats Lith is any indicator of your future, little man, things aren't going to get any better as you grow up. Menadian chuckled. What do you mean? Alina asked in sincere confusion. Nothing, Solus cleared her throat. Let's get back to work. Now that Alina had a grip on the source of Solus, focus issues, things took a turn for the better. Especially because even though she tended to be soft-spoken with Solus, Alina had no qualms about being harsh with Menadian when she wasted food. Solus soon realized she made the same mistakes as her mother, so whenever Alina scolded Menadian, Solus knew those words were also addressed to her. With patience, perseverance, and practice, she was finally becoming a decent cook. You are very pretty, Aunt Solus, just like your mom. You suck at cooking just as bad, though. Aaron puffed his chest out with pride after Alina complimented him for a dish well made. I guess some things run in the family. Oh, really? That and being outclassed by a 7-year-old boy who constantly rubbed it in Solus, and Menadian's faces sparked her competitive spirit. Learning is not a sprint but a marathon. We'll see who has the last laugh, Solus said. It won't be the one who has to eat that thing. Aaron pointed at the results of her effort with a mocking smile. That's for sure. You little. Menadian didn't know whether to be more enraged by Aaron's disrespect or humiliated because he was right. Rifa, Alina cut her short. He's just a child. As for you, Aaron, I'm ashamed of you, who taught you to be mean and condescending like that. Lyria, I mean no one. Aaron lowered his gaze. What do we say when we offend someone? Alina asked. Chapter 3405, The Message Part 2. I'm sorry, Auntie Solus, I'm sorry, Grandma Rifa, Aaron said. Apology accepted, Solus and Menadian said, yet they were inwardly fuming. Between Alina's lessons and their friendly competition with Aaron, they soon became capable of preparing a decent meal at a moment's notice. Nothing to write home about, but perfectly edible and sometimes even tasty enough to be served as part of the dinner. It was after one of such successful events that Lith summoned the female side of the family for help. Alina had already gone to bed, and he had moved the assembly to the tower not to be caught in the act. Thank you for coming. Lith gave a polite nod to Tista, Renaa, Solus, Camilla, Rifa, and Celia. The trip with my mother is around the corner, and I need your advice on a pressing matter that has to be resolved before our departure. How to deal with the return of that little shit of Meln? Celia asked. No, I have several contingency plans in place for that. Lith shook his head. The issue is how to tell my mother to stop embarrassing me in public without hurting her feelings. Lith Tiamat Verhen, Renaa stood up, her outrage clearly written on her face. How dare you say you're ashamed of Mom after everything she has done for us? I'm not ashamed of Mom, Renaa. Lith raised his hands with the palms out, gesturing for her to calm down. I'm ashamed by Mom, look with your own eyes. He projected a hologram of the incriminated scenes that took place every time Lith accompanied Alina to Lucia to buy groceries, meet their friends, or just take a walk. There were lots of hugging, kissing, and cleaning his mouth with a handkerchief whenever they ate something together. I can see your issue, Renaa nodded, but that's nothing to be worked up about. Mom does the same with Tista and me. Renaa, only a blind man wouldn't see the resemblance between you girls and our mother, Lith replied. You have no idea how many times people who had just settled in Lucia and tourists mistook us for newlyweds. And it was hilarious. Camilla laughed her ass off while Solus stifled her own with a hand. You should have seen his face, priceless. My point exactly, Lith grunted. I just want Mom to behave like she does at the royal court. She never goes overboard there whenever we are guests in a noble household. That's because in those circumstances, Mom is as stiff as a board and terrified of doing or saying something inappropriate, Tista pointed out. I mean, just look at how different her expression is. She conjured two different holograms of how Alina acted at court and in Lucia respectively. In the former, she had the relaxed attitude that Lith associated with someone undergoing their first job interview. In the latter, instead, Alina was beaming with joy and never stopped smiling. Okay, point taken, Lith sighed. But the issue still remains. We are going to tour the kingdom for days, and I want neither rumors about the Supreme Magus has a mistress, or the Supreme Magus is a giant baby to spread while I'm at it. I could have helped you years ago if you had asked me back then, Celia shrugged. If I go talking to Alina right now, she'll ask me why I didn't speak about it sooner. She may not believe me or even get offended at me. Alina is very protective of her relationship with her children, and might take my remark as a personal attack. As any of us would, Rifa shrugged. How would you react if someone accused you of loving your children too much? Depends on what weapon I have at hand, Celia pondered. Best case scenario, they go home with black eyes and a broken nose. My point exactly, Menadian said with a smile while caressing Solus' hair. By my mom, how can she see it in others and not in herself? Solus inwardly whined. I'm not a baby. Hence it's my turn to take one for the team. Menadian straightened invisible wrinkles on Solus' dress and swept her hair off her face. I'm the newcomer, so Alina will listen to me if I tell her that her behavior is inappropriate. Also, birds of feather flock together. Solus blushed in embarrassment, as the rest of the room had a hard time suppressing their laughter. Thanks, Rifa, Lith nodded. Please go easy on my mother. I will, she replied. Space. Excuse my bluntness, Alina, but don't you think your behavior with Lith in public is wildly inappropriate? Menadian said point-blank at the end of the following day's cooking lesson, after Aaron and Solus left. Excuse you? Alina felt outraged by the allegation and awkward just thinking it might be true. I know it's not my place to tell, and that maybe my mentality is outdated for 700 years, but this would have been unacceptable back in my day. Menadian conjured the same hologram Lith had showcased the previous night. Good gods, for a moment you gave a good scare, Alina said with a laugh of relief. Thank you for worrying about my reputation, but in today's age that's normal. It's just how a mother pampers her son a bit. I'm sure of it, Menadian conceded, but refused to drop the argument. But how many people know Lith is your son? I mean, look at this scene from their point of view. Don't worry, you are blowing this out of proportion. This is N. Alina's words died in her throat when Menadian snapped her fingers, switching Lith's hologram with Ryman's and keeping Alina's hologram acting the same way. Rifa, this is wildly inappropriate. I would never behave like that with a man who's not Roz. Just looking at it makes me feel like I'm cheating on my husband. I know, Menadian nodded. The fact is that anyone who doesn't know you two are mother and son reacts exactly like you do while looking at this hologram. Oh dear, Alina flushed as the projection continued. Oh dear, why did no one ever tell me anything? Because they got used to it, Rifa shrugged. Were Lucia still a small city where everyone knows everybody, no one would bat an eye. Now, however, it has grown a lot, and I've heard lots of weird rumors while I was in Lith's shadow. Oh dear, Alina hid her face behind her hands as she became beet red up to her ears. Why didn't you tell me sooner? As I said, I'm still getting adjusted to modern standards. Menadian lied through her teeth. I wouldn't have mentioned this to you if you weren't about to leave Lucia and travel through the kingdom. I mean, sooner or later all Lucians are bound to recognize you and Lith, but that's not going to happen in other cities. Thanks, Rifa, Alina cried in shame. I owe you one. Don't mention it. Menadian offered Alina a handkerchief and did her best to console her. After everything you've done for my daughter, I still owe 1 million to you. Space. Later that night. How did it go? Lith asked. Just perfect. Menadian gave him a thumbs up. She got the message. Chapter 3406, Erased from History, Part 1. I hope you went easy on her, Rifa. My mother is a gentle soul. Lith sat on his bed, sighing in relief. Of course I didn't. I had to hit her as hard as a sack of bricks, Menadian scoffed. What, why would you do that? Camilla was flabbergasted. Because there was no roundabout way to make Alina stop, Menadian replied. She needed the harsh truth delivered by a friendly voice. So not by you, Lith groaned. Very funny. The next time do it yourself, smartass, Menadian said. For what is worth, Alina thanked me after. She can't have taken it too bad. Space. In the following days, nothing changed in Alina day-to-day behavior, so Lith assumed that once again his paranoia had played tricks on him. When the day of the departure arrived, everyone assembled in front of the warp gate in the barn. Don't worry if you have forgot to pack something, Lith said. We're staying in cities with their own gates so we can come back here and farm me sideways. Is anything wrong, dear son? Alina had just walked through the door dressed like no one in the family had ever seen her before. She always wore demure clothes, but this time there was not a centimeter of skin exposed despite the heat of summer. She had a parasol to keep her hands busy and everyone else at length. Worst of all, her smile didn't extend to her eyes, which looked sad and dim. It was as if someone had taken her joy of life, shoved it inside a closed lantern, and left only a small opening for the light. Alina kept her distance from Lith, giving him plenty of personal space. I'm fine, Mom. The question is, are you? Lith used invigoration to give her a quick checkup, discovering she was as fit as a fiddle. I'm fine, thank you. You are so caring, son. Even her chuckle sounded fainter, almost muffled. No problem, Mom. Lith found himself covered in a cold sweat as he regretted ever raising the issue. Our first stop is the royal palace. Are you ready? One moment. Camilla shapeshifted her clothes into a beautiful day dress, and so did everyone else. Lena's dress was so ample and dull in color that a casual observer would have thought she had recently become a widow. Want to go together, Mom? Lith offered her his arm, knowing how awkward Alina felt whenever she was surrounded by nobles. Nonsense, son, she refused, clinging to Tisto instead and sending a chill down his spine. You have a wife. Kami should have the honor of standing by your side to avoid misunderstandings. Isn't that right, dear? Sure, Alina, Camilla repressed a gasp. It was the first time that Roz was absent, and Alina turned down the opportunity to be escorted by her son. Congratulations, I think you've broken your mother, Camilla said via mind link. I noticed, Lith replied. I need a solution now. How come you chose to start our vacation from the royal palace, Mom? Renat asked, trying to lift Alina's spirits. We've been there plenty of times. Indeed, but always for this ceremony or that. She nodded. I could never take a good look at the paintings or admire the various pieces of art. We were always in a rush not to keep those in line behind us waiting. Don't get me started about the throne room. It was always so packed that all I could see were gala dresses and hairdos. I couldn't miss the opportunity to have a tour of the palace now that the kingdom is at peace. Great thinking, Mom, Renan nodded. Thank you, dear. Elena lit up, looking like her old self until her eyes fell on Lith again. Let's go, son. Son, he swallowed her. Why does she call everyone dear, sweetie, and all that mushy stuff as usual while I only get a deadpan son? The next time be careful what you wish for, Lith. You might get it, Sola sighed. Lith had requested access to the public wings of the royal palace in advance, so the royal guards were ready for their arrival. Are you all right, Lady Verhen? Even Captain Eckler, who had never met Elena before, could tell there was something wrong at first glance. Yet all the IDs checked out. Lith's and Menadian's Magus robes were impossible to forge, and Tista was impossible to forget. Even the royal fortress armor picked no signs of illness, slave items, or blood cores that could explain the weird vibe the woman exuded. I'm fine, thank you for asking, Captain. Elena gave him a polite nod. Do you need a guide? It's strange they didn't assign you one. Eckler checked the log multiple times, but the result was always the same. Thanks, but it's not going to be necessary, Lith replied. I'll do the honors myself. Are you sure? The captain was flabbergasted. The castle is vast, and it contains countless masterpieces. It takes months to memorize the history contained in a single wing. I'm sure, Lith replied, confident in his abilities and most of all in Saluspedia. He had prepared for the visit, storing every book he could find about the areas of the royal palace accessible to the public inside his dimensional library. Then you can start from here, Eckler said. Just please step away from the warp gate. People come and go from the palace at every moment and no one is allowed to obstruct passage. Of course, Lith moved to the side and his group followed him. Then he started commenting on every piece of art, subject of a painting, and statue by combining the knowledge he drew from different tomes. Lith opted not to just state the year each piece was crafted and what it depicted. He also explained its historical meaning and added tidbits of information about either the author or the subject of the art. They were short, fun facts that made wise rulers sound silly, described the rare, cunning decisions of foolish nobles, or recounted obscure details of the turning point of a famous battle. Where the heck did Verhen learn all this stuff? The captain thought. I've been a royal guard for over a decade, yet it's my first time hearing most of what he is saying. Lith's stories were so interesting that many guests and valets stopped to listen to him, creating the small crowd that Eckler had tried to prevent. You truly have a way with words, dear. Elena brimmed with pride seeing so many people hanging on her son's every word, but she kept her distance from him. I can see why your classes as an academy professor are always filled to the brim. Thank you, Mom, but it's nothing much, Lith shrugged. You know I've always had an easy time learning and remembering any topic. As for my lessons, Solus and I are the only ones who truly understand void magic. That's why my classes are always full. It has nothing to do with my ability as a speaker. These people might beg to differ, Elena chuckled while pointing at the spectators. Only then did the noble visitors and servants realize they had been standing there in disregard of their duties and being late for their appointments. Chapter 3407, Erased from History Part 2. The crowd dispersed quickly, with people walking briskly to make up for the lost time and giving rushed apologies for eavesdropping. Once Lith was done, they moved to the corridor leading to the throne room and Eckler followed them. I'm sorry, but there's quite a few people in your group and no one is allowed to roam these corridors unsupervised, he said. Please, consider me your escort, not your warden. The visit went on undisturbed until they reached the throne room. The royals conducted most of their business inside their private quarters, using the throne room only for ceremonies and public events, so that day it was empty. Yet 4 royal guards stood on the 4 corners of the raised dais where the thrones stood, watching in silence at the guests. You can go anywhere you want, but on the dais, Captain Eckler said. Only the royals can climb those steps and touch the thrones. Anyone else would be immediately arrested and detained for insubordination to the crown. While Lith kept giving his family a tour of the place and recounted to them the highlights of Meron's achievements, he had 2 more spectators than he had anticipated. Do we have to be honored or offended that he didn't request an audience with us despite coming to the royal palace? Queen Silpha asked. You should be honored, King Meron grunted. Verhin has nothing to tell us. Requesting an audience while he plays tourist would be nothing more than a power play, a demonstration he can ask for our presence for feudal reasons, and we have to oblige. Why just me? Silpha chuckled. What about you? He's tearing me apart. Meron pointed at the hologram while Lith narrated one of the most embarrassing moments of his life as the crown prince. Where did he learn this stuff? I'm quite sure I had it redacted from the official records. And why are the guards laughing? More importantly, why are you? The king was beat reed as Lith described the dreaded stirrups accident that had preceded the battle for Belias. Because it's hilarious, Silpha replied. Did it really happen? Yes, and you'd better remember that I've killed for much less, woman. Meron snarled as Lith recounted another accident the king wished erased from history. Decades ago, at the crack of dawn, tired from an all-nighter of negotiations, the then-crowned prince and future king had entered the wrong tent and been caught taking a dump by a duchess and her entire retinue. Oh dear, Silpha laughed harder. I thought the first thing you had to learn in the great game of politics was to never let the opponent catch you with your pants down. That's not funny. Meron slammed his fist on the table as the royal fortress armors rattled due to their owners' desperate attempts to hold in their laughter. I became Prince Smelin for months, not to mention the wild rumors about my genitals those gossips spread. I know, Silpha had to sit down so as not to roll on the floor. He just got to that part. Meron went pale as he had to listen again about the conflicting claims. He was either endowed like a horse or a mouse. Jokes aside, do you think we should meet Lith? The queen asked while holding her belly and gasping for air. I mean, he and Menadian are here. It would be a nice gesture from us. Stop gasping for air, damn it. The king didn't know who, but someone had to die before sunset. That said, I think we shouldn't intrude. It's just an unofficial visit and we'd just ruin the mood. Unless. Kami Lith, I'd really like to visit the gardens of Seaful, Elena said. Is it a problem for you? She had never visited the inner park of the royal palace and was curious about it. Yet she knew it held bad memories for both Lith and Camilla. It was the place where Quilla had apparently been murdered in front of Lith's eyes and Camilla had been kidnapped. It's fine for me, Elena, Camilla replied, and Lith nodded. Damn it, I jinxed it, Meron sighed. You go, I'll wait here. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Silpha understood his desire to stay out of sight from a group of women who were probably still wondering about his privates. By the way, in case you need it, remember our bathroom is that way. Silpha, Meron roared, glad there was no one to listen. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it, she giggled before warping away. The gardens of Seaful were not only a place filled with the smell of finely cut grass, with flower beds, and trimmed bushes that adorned the cobblestone paths that went across the whole park as far as the eye could see. It was also a place of beauty, where every single tree, every single topiary figure had been placed so as to not hinder the sight of the visitors. It allowed them to admire with a single gaze several compositions at the same time, allowing the beautiful landscape of the gardens to always be greater than the sum of its parts. Statues and topiaries of the first queen were everywhere. She was either depicted with the first king or with their children. The women of the Verhin family awed and sighed at the testament to Valorin the First's love for Tyrus, wishing their men could make them subjects of such adoration. This place is so beautiful, how could anyone defile it with blood and murder? Elena asked. Are you sure you are all right, Kami? I have nothing to fear, Elena, but thank you. Under any other circumstance, the memory of her recent assault would have haunted the gardens like a vengeful spirit. Yet while holding Lith's hand, Camilla felt safe and protected. Even in the unlikely event someone could overpower both the defenses of the palace and her husband, the little life in her womb would protect her against any threat. You are correct, Lady Magus, Captain Eckler said. After what happened to you, the full set of elemental sealing arrays is now complemented by an energy dome. Nothing can come in or out of the gardens while there are people inside. He pointed at the small birds that tried to either enter or leave the area, but were stopped by an invisible barrier. I'd preferred not to know, Elena curled her lips. This place looks like a prison now. I understand your feelings, but after 2 attempts against loyal subjects of the kingdom took place in the same spot, it was clear that the garden's security issues couldn't be overlooked any longer. Queen Silpha walked through one of the side doors and joined the Verhins. Your Majesty. Lith and the others gave her a deep bow, while Eckler just rapped his fist against his breastplate in respect, not to lower his guard. Please stand up. I didn't mean to intrude, Silpha replied. I just wanted to reassure you the gardens are now as safe as the rest of the palace and express my regret for the recent security breach. It wasn't your fault, Your Highness, Camilla bowed again. I was reckless and almost paid the price. Nonsense, the Queen shook her head. Chapter 3409, Hidden from History, Part 2. Young, handsome, noble, and with those big brown eyes that sparkled like stars when he talked about his dream of building a kingdom for everyone. Lakra and I took interest in him, but sadly, he was already taken. Menadian shook her head in disappointment. Sadly, Tyrus echoed, her voice oozing mockery and sarcasm. Win some, lose some. Menadian shrugged, completely missing the Guardian's point. Moenadian? The dreamy way Rifa talked about the first king sounded like a betrayal to Solus. No matter if her father wasn't even born back then, Solus found it an insult to Thrane's memory. What? Menadian replied in confusion. Go back to the story and please skip useless details. Solus' voice was calm, but the fire in her eyes told Menadian that she was in trouble for some reason. As I was saying, Valoran had come to us to get his hands on some decent equipment for his most trusted generals, Menadian said. While he waited, he went on and on about what he would have done when the war was over and how everyone would have been better for it. With her usual bluntness, Lakra mocked Valoran, claiming he was delusional and that he would never win. Valoran took offense and dared Lakra to put her money where her mouth was. She of course accepted, and the bet was sealed. If Valoran won, Lakra would build the royal palace out of her own pocket. If Lakra won, Valoran would give her all the war funds he had left and serve as her apprentice for 100 years. You know the rest. What you may not know is that after the situation stabilized, Valoran built the 6 great academies, and that time he actually paid us. Also, by teaching Lakra's legacy and giving her the title of Magus, she earned more than she spent on the castle just with her book, The Basics of Magic. You know, I've never understood why Valoran chose this city as the capital, Elena asked. It doesn't hold a central position, it has no strategical relevance, and it has no abundance of food or magical resources. Good question. Menadian looked at Silpha, who in turn looked at Tyrus. Because this is where everything started, the Guardian replied. Valoran was born here over 1,000 years ago. His house stood right at the foot of this hill, surrounded by his family's fields. On this hill, I watched a young Valoran getting almost beaten to death by bandits to defend an old merchant he didn't even know. The old man managed to get away with his money and merchandise, but never bothered to send help to his savior, so I did. Here I healed Valoran's wounds, turned down his marriage proposal, taught him about awakening, turned down the second marriage proposal, and then taught him the basics of spirit and elemental magic. There were many other marriage proposals in between, but it would be too long to enumerate them all. Long story short, I expected Valoran to become your average awakened. Happy, self-centered, and obscenely rich. Instead, he never craved more power than he needed to keep his village safe. He accepted the role of village chief only because the other candidates were corrupt, and he never took more money than he considered fair for his work. Valoran never struck first. He simply annexed the territories of those he defeated, and only because he was appalled by the living conditions of their people. You can't imagine how surprised I was when small kings and petty lords attacked Valoran's fiefdom and lost. They felt threatened by his growing power or enticed by his alleged riches and invited disaster into their homes. Valoran was an incredible mage and warrior, but that wasn't the secret of his strength. Nor was the fact that he always took the weapons of his fallen enemies and used them to reinforce his army. His secret was his voice. When he talked, he made you feel as strong as he was, see within your reach goals that you had always considered impossible. When Valoran led his men into battle, a bunch of farmers, artisans, and merchants would turn into a frenzied horde of demons who fought harder than any slave or mercenary could. Once real soldiers and knights joined him after hearing about his reputation, victory wasn't just possible, it was inevitable. The rest is history. He conquered as far as my turf extends, proposed to me for the 52nd time, and I accepted. Then he came back home and erected our home in the place where we first met. Every woman in the room awed, sighing like a furnace, Camilla included. I'm right here, you know, Lith's grunt snapped her out of her reverie. When she turned to look at her husband, there was a disappointed look in his eyes, and the coldness in his voice could have frozen the entire royal palace many times over. I'm sorry, I swear I'm nothing like her. Camilla pointed at Menadian, throwing the ruler of the flames under the bus in the hope it would help. Hey, as I've already said, this happened hundreds of years before Thrane was even born, Rifa said, but Camilla ignored her and continued. I'm not infatuated with Valoran the First. I just find his story and gestures incredibly romantic. I see, Lith nodded, making her inwardly sigh in relief. So our story and everything I've done are not, duly noted. That's not what I meant. She gulped hard, following Lith's gaze moving from her to Tyrus and back before shaking his head. I could have told her that I would have done the same if she was like Tyrus, but that would be petty and pointlessly cruel, he thought. I want her to make up for her rudeness, not destroy my marriage. Thank the gods he didn't say something like, Valoran did it because Tyrus is worth it, you are not. I doubt I would have ever recovered from the blow, Camilla thought. Yet that's what I have just done by comparing him with Valoran. Gods, why am I so stupid? Thank the gods I'm single, Solus thought, noticing the panic on the faces of her companions. Dear, please don't tell your father about this story. Alina grabbed his hand. If he hears about it from you, it'd kill him. I know I've been stupid and I have to tell him myself. Don't worry, Mom. I know you didn't have bad intentions. There's no point in ruining your vacation. This can wait until we go back home. Lith replied with a warm smile that dispelled the cold of his previous attitude. Why only Mom? What about me? Renat asked. Mom is a pure soul, Lith snorted. As for you, I'm telling Senton as soon as we return to the hotel. I'm sure he'll love to hear how the mother of his children fawns over another man. In the ensuing chaos, Alina giggled softly while the queen thanked the gods for the absence of surveillance mirrors inside Valoran's exhibit. If I tell Meron, he might never forgive me, but if I don't, I'll feel guilty every time he does or says something nice for me. No matter what I do, I'm screwed, she thought. Chapter 3408, Hidden from History, Part 1. If my people aren't safe in the royal palace, it's only because its rulers failed. If there's something I can do for you, all you have to do is ask, Silpha said. About that, Menadian raised her hand. Once we are done with the gardens, we plan to visit the royals' exhibits. I would love to have access to Valoran's room. Some of my fondest memories are bound to those old paintings. I see, the queen was taken aback by the request. On the one hand, not even the current royals were allowed entry to the room belonging to the first king unless it was necessary. On the other hand, refusing the first ruler of the Flames' request would have been rude. On top of that, Menadian was alive back when Valoran ruled the kingdom. She was likely to have already seen most of the pieces stored in the exhibit and could conjure their holograms. I should probably ask the king first. There's no need for that, Silpha. A figure shrouded in blinding light appeared beside the queen. Valoran gave Rifa clearance to his room in his will. She has his and my permission. Seafel, seeing Tyrus standing right before the statue of the first queen, revealed her identity and filled Captain Eckler with awe. Glory to the kingdom! The proud soldier fell to his knees and offered his halberd to her, his gaze fixed on the ground. Tyrus' aura of power was as gentle as a spring breeze, but her beauty and majesty resonated with that of the gardens, making the captain of the royal guard feel unworthy of standing in her presence. Stand up, Captain. I'm not the queen anymore, and I'm undeserving of your loyalty. Tyrus placed her hand on his shoulder, and the royal fortress armor shone with power like a small sun. Nonetheless, I have to ask you to keep my existence a secret. Can you do it? I swear on my life. Eckler stood on attention, banging his fist on his heart and thumping the halberd's haft on the ground. He was supposed to ask the current queen for permission first, but Silpha overlooked the minor slight. Even centuries after Valoran's death, there were countless people who revered the figure of the first royal couple, and Silpha was among them. Your request is granted, Forge Magus, the queen said. Can I accompany them, Lady Tyrus? I don't see why not. Tyrus gave Silpha a dazzling smile that misted Eckler's eyes with tears of joy and steeled his resolve to serve his country to the bitter end. Alina and Renat took several family pictures inside the gardens. They even asked Tyrus to stand beside her statue and assume the same pose which shocked Eckler. Yet it was nothing compared to when the Guardian actually did it. The captain didn't know whether to be outraged by the familiarity with which the Verhans addressed the first queen or honored by witnessing such events. He was in such a daze that he was almost left behind when they returned inside the castle. I'm sorry, but you can't come inside. Tyrus stopped Eckler before she opened the door to Valoran's exhibit. I will guard the entrance then. He turned his back to the door and notified the rest of the palace security no one was allowed in the area. By the gods, Renat said when Silpha turned on the lights. Calling the room an exhibit was an understatement. It was actually a scaled-down version of the throne room. The corridor was shorter and the ceiling lower, with paintings and statues of the first king arranged close to each other to fit into the space. There was no empty spot beside the central corridor, and the walls were covered with paintings, yet the place was spacious enough not to feel cramped. "Grandma, this is you." Solus pointed at a large painting depicting Valoran, Menadian, and Silverwing stranding in the open. On the background, there was the hill where the royal palace was being built, and the small groups of houses surrounding it could be barely called a small city by modern standards. "Grandma," Menadian looked at Tyrus in confusion until she remembered that Silpha was with them and grunted. "Oh, right, Grandma." "There is no information available about this room," Lith replied to the silent stares addressed at him. "Rifa, Tyrus, if you please would do the honors." "Silly me," the Guardian chuckled. "This painting was realized to celebrate the end of the founding war. Thanks to solid peace treaties and plenty of troops stationed at the borders with the countless states that would later become part of the Blood Desert and Gorgon Empire, Valoran could finally shift his attention to building rather than destroying. He left Rifa and Lakra to deal with the castle while he took care of fixing the ruins of the border regions. Their people had known war longer than anyone else, and Valoran made their well-being his first priority. "Really, he didn't care about his own house?" Rena asked. "Even worse, this painting is all Lakra and I got for our work," Menadian grunted. "The cheapskate dared pay us an exposure. Can you believe that?" "To be fair, the long war must have strained Valoran's resources," Lith said. "Building a castle wouldn't have filled the granaries or brought prosperity to his people. Valoran had to focus on building roads and making the border regions feel important. If they rebelled, the war would have begun anew, and countless more people would have died." "That's exactly what Valoran said," Menadian sighed. "He built this castle right after the end of the war only to consolidate his power. Valoran knew that without the trappings of his status, his retainers would lose respect for him, and the citizens of the newborn Griffin Kingdom would question his authority. It's hard to consider your superior someone who lives in a house worse than yours and doesn't have two coins to rub together. Also, Valoran wanted the royal palace to be a beacon of hope for his people. He was a farmer-turned-warrior who had become a mage first, a conqueror later, and then a king. When he commissioned this castle to Lacha and me, Valoran asked us to not only make it a symbol of what he had achieved, but also of what anyone could." "I've never heard this story." Silpha didn't bother hiding how moved and surprised she was. "How did you know about it, Magus Verhin? I mean, that's exactly how your game of chess works. A pawn can become everything like Valoran." Everyone turned to Lith, even Solus, who Lith shot down with a glare since she was supposed to know better. "I didn't know either. As I told Mirim back when I gifted chess to her, that rule is just a metaphor for the rise to power." "He didn't know," Tyrus confirmed. "Nobody did but Valoran, me, Rifa, and Lakra." "If there was no payment involved, how did Valoran convince you to do it, Grandma?" Solus asked, causing another involuntary spasm in Menadian's left eye. "He didn't," she sighed. "It all happened because a bet Valoran made with Lakra back when we first met him. You should have seen him, Solus." Chapter 34:10, Not a Better One, Part 1. "Please don't tell Badia, I beg you," Tista said. "Who are these people?" Solus tried to defuse the situation by changing the topic. "Nice try," Tyrus chuckled. "You should have recognized them either from history books or the group picture." She pointed at a painting depicting King Valoran in the middle, a short man wearing mottled clothes to his left, a tall man wearing partial armor on his right, and Tessa the Titania and Firwil the Hydra on either side. "Are you telling me the tall guy is Juria Ernaz?" Solus was flabbergasted. "Yes," Tyrus had a hard time stifling a laugh. "The painter mistook her for a man due to her armor and tried to make her more manly for posterity." "Really?" Lith asked. "I've met her spirit. She was no stunner, but it was hard mistaking her for a guy." "That's because at the time of the painting she had her hair short and a fierce glare," Tyrus replied. "That plus her height made people often mistake her for a man. It's only after this painting that she grew her hair and learned how to soften her expression. Mostly because Agram laughed like a madman every time he saw it and never let her hear the end of it. And I mean literally. He had a copy of the painting in his house and mocked Juria about it until the day she died." "Even on her deathbed?" Lith asked, and Tyrus nodded. "That's incredibly mean toward a friend and a companion." "Help me," Camilla told Solus via a mind link. "Now Lith is distracted, but once the tour is over he'll still remember my blunder. Do you have any idea how I can make amends with him?" "The next time you apologize, don't try to justify or explain what you did," Solus replied. "It cheapens your words and makes them sound like bullshit. The more you stir it, the more it smells." "Juria and Agram were indeed companions, but never friends." Tyrus shook her head. They hated each other since the day they met, and it never changed. The best they could do was to learn how to respect each other begrudgingly. That sounds weird even to me, Lith pondered. I've befriended people who tried to kill me on our first encounter after we cleared the initial misunderstanding. That's the difference. There was never a misunderstanding between the two of them. A wave of Tyrus' hand brought forward 2 paintings depicting Juria and Ogram alone. By the gods, the women said in unison while staring at the latter, they are like water and oil. Under any other circumstance, they would have pointed out that Ogram was as beautiful as Juria was plain-looking, but after the Valoran debacle, they didn't want to give Lith more ammo. Ogram Jernov had been a short man, barely 1.5 meters 5 tall. Yet he had a lean and toned physique, ocean blue eyes, curly golden hair, and a smile that could power up the sun or melt the heart of any woman, depending where it was aimed at. All of that was framed by fair skin and symmetrical features. He looked feminine enough that it was hard to call him handsome, but his charms were undeniable. Juria Ernaz, instead, had been a very tall woman, 1.8 meters, 511, tall. She wore noble clothes in her painting, which accentuated her muscular arms, wide shoulders, and flat chest. She had long brown hair streaked blue all over that reached the small of her back, hazel eyes, and the suave smile of a disgruntled drill sergeant faced with a particularly disappointing cadet. Even with the effects of her late awakening, she was overall plain, and the kindest thing anyone could say about her was that she looked graceful. More than you can imagine, Tyrus sighed. Their mutual hatred had deep roots that not even Valoran's best efforts could eradicate. Ogram and Juria had a great relationship with everyone but each other. I can see it. Lith looked at Ogram, gritting his teeth and clenching his hands as though he could feel Ogram's rage through the sands of time. What do you mean? Camilla stepped forward, taking Lith's hand to calm him down. Isn't it obvious? He asked, obtaining many shaken heads in return. Ogram was born poor in a world that makes the current kingdom look like a utopia. Those looks and that frame must have been a curse to him, not a blessing. Indeed, Tyrus sighed ruefully. Ogram had a rough childhood and did everything he had to survive. Once he grew up, he became a thief first and then a cat burglar. He didn't become an assassin for the money. That came later when rumors of his wealth spread and a local crime boss tried to rob Ogram and have him killed. That was his last mistake. Once Ogram got a taste of blood, he discovered how good he was at killing. How stupid and weak everyone else was. With his last shred of humanity gone, Ogram started killing for money, and if you crossed him, for pleasure. His favorite tactic was to seduce a woman living in the house of his mark to get access and kill them. A mother, a wife, a sister, a servant, anyone would do. Ogram used to say that the quickest way to a person's heart was through the skirt of a woman. Tyrus let her words sink as everyone, but Lith looked at the painting with new and repulsed eyes. Back in the day, Juria looked at him just like you do now, Tyrus said. She came from a noble household. She was pampered, well-fed, and trained in the way of the knight and honor since the day she could walk. Juria's parents loved her, and she grew up following her passions. She even learned magic, mastering up to Tier 3 since Lakra had yet to spread her legacy. After Juria joined Valoran's party and she met Ogram, it was hatred at first sight. Juria considered everything that Ogram was, and did an insult to knighthood and the noble ideals that Valoran embodied. Ogram, in turn, considered Juria a spoiled brat who knew nothing of the real world and basked in her own ignorance only thanks to her parents' money. Long story short, Juria called him a bloodthirsty man-whore who had sold his soul for money, and Ogram called her a gold-spooned murderer with a sword for brains who wouldn't have survived a day in the slums. No matter how much we tried, nothing Valoran or I did and said changed how they viewed each other. By the end of the war, they stopped arguing and fighting in public, but only because they didn't want to ruin the celebrations for Valoran's victories. They loved him more than they hated each other. Even that love had limits, though. Juria and Ogram didn't attend the other's marriage, nor did they celebrate any non-shared achievement. On the day of Juria's funeral, Ogram traveled around the kingdom to weed out Valoran's enemies like any other day. He didn't disrespect her memory for Valoran's sake, but didn't honor her either. Good gods, everyone but Silpha was shocked by that story. Chapter 34:11, Not a Better One, Part 2. The royal family knew all about Valoran's companions, and preferred to keep the most controversial aspects of their lives under wraps, making them perfect heroes in the eyes of the kingdom's people. What about Firwal and Tessa? Solus asked while pointing at their respective paintings. What can you tell us about them? Agram and Juria are dead. Talking about them is just citing history facts. Tyrus furrowed her delicate brow in reproach. Firewall and Tessa are alive. Talking about them would be no different from gossiping behind their backs. If you are that curious, you should find them and ask them yourself. Point taken. I'm sorry, Tyrus. I didn't mean to be rude. Solus gave the guardian an apologetic nod that she accepted. Don't you mean your majesty, Lady Verhen? Silpha chided Solus. Don't be silly, Silpha, Tyrus chuckled. We see each other every other day at Lith's house. You can't expect people to bow to me or use honorifics all the time. We are all friends here. There's no need for etiquette. You are, Silpha was flabbergasted. I don't advertise it, but yes, your majesty, Lith replied. There are already too many people who hate and resent me without knowing I enjoy Lady Tyrus' companionship. Please, keep this a secret for my sake. I will, Magus Verhen, Silpha nodded. For everyone's sake, she inwardly added. The last thing I need is half the royal court raging for the blatant favoritism, and the other half pushing Lith on the throne the moment they discover Tyrus' identity as the first queen. Once they were done visiting Valoran's exhibit, and the tour resumed with Lith as the guide and Urkel as the guardian, the queen bid goodbye to the group. Elena went back to her detached and formal attitude, drawing another puzzled look from Lith. By the time they had finished exploring the public wings of the royal palace, it was already lunchtime. Lith's group went to eat at the Phoenix's Nest, one of the best restaurants in the capital and so exclusive that even a Magus needed a reservation. Their table was located in front of a panoramic window with a view into the inner garden of the establishment. It allowed the customers to dine while enjoying the songs of the many birds that inhabited the place and the smell of the freshly watered flowers. During the day, when most of the customers would be high officials of the kingdom instead of couples, the Phoenix's Nest used enchanted tables that kept the conversations that took place at each table from being overheard by their neighbors. I'd never thought history could be so funny. Thanks for the wonderful experience, dear. Between the hush spell around the table and her sitting away from Lith, Elena felt safe enough to return to her usual self. Don't mention it, Mom, Lith replied. Did you know Agram and Juria had such a complicated relationship, Rifa? I had no idea until today, Menadian replied. I mean, I knew they disliked each other, but that was it. I never prodded or cared enough to prod because I liked neither of them, and so did Lakra. Are you serious, Mom? Thanks to a hush spell of her own and Menadian shape-shifting into her Rona alias, Solus felt safe enough to speak freely. Very, Rifa nodded. Agram's charm was superficial. Once you got to spend enough time with him, you realized how dangerous and empty he was. Everything he did and said was coated in honey and dipped in venom. If you were careful, you could notice him sizing you up and looking for weaknesses he could exploit. He was a brilliant man, but his lack of morals made him impossible to admire. If not for Valoran, he had no conscience. It didn't surprise me one bit that Agram chose to die with him. Even in his madness, Agram knew that with his powers as an awakened, he was too dangerous and hard to kill. He couldn't afford the time to wait until he died of old age like Juria. Agram's final act of loyalty was removing the greatest threat to Valoran's legacy, himself. What about Juria? Lith asked. If she were anything like Floria, she would have been a great ally and friend. You are right, Rifa nodded. Too bad Juria was nothing like Floria. She was arrogant, self-righteous, and overall a pompous prick. Floria, too, was a noble, but she had empathy. She knew that not everyone had her same upbringing and tried to understand the unique circumstances of her companions. Instead of blaming and lecturing you for your flaws, Lith, she accepted you and showed you a better way, but she left the final choice yours to make. Juria would have treated you with contempt and called you a coward, claiming that you were no better than the people you beat up back at the academy. What? Lith's blood pressure spiked just at the idea. You heard me, Rifa nodded. I really thought Floria was the right one for you. If only that silly girl didn't break up with you, things might be different today. Mom, Solus went pale at those words, but it was nothing compared to Camilla's ghost-white face. How can you be so rude? Kami is right here. So what? Menadian shrugged. I'm only telling the truth. Also, don't talk as if you didn't cheer for Lith and Floria to become an item before you got your body back. Everyone at this table did, except for Camilla, of course. You did. Camilla turned around, noticing Elena choking on her food, Tista having an unquenchable thirst that made it impossible for her to answer, and Rena having a really bad fit of cough. Why shouldn't they? Menadian spoke with the same tact with which she molded cold steel. Floria was kind-hearted, a noble, and smitten with Lith. If she played her card right, she would have given Lith his first child with everyone's blessing. Are you always this unpleasant? Camilla's meal jumped up and down her throat due to the humbling experience. Yes, Menadian and Solus said in unison, one with a steel gaze and the other in exasperation. I say what I mean, and I mean what I say, kid. Why should I walk on eggshells around your feelings and waste 1,000 words when 10 are enough? There's a reason I lived most of my life as a recluse. I can't stand people who need me to coddle their ego. If you are a good person, I'll treat you as such, but if you are a prick and can't hold it in, I'll rub it in your face. Camilla was about to make a snarky comment about Baitra having a few valid reasons to resent Menadian, but deemed it a petty low blow and swallowed it down. What were you saying about Juria, Rifa? Alina said, rushing to change the topic. That in my and Lockra's opinion, she was a different flavor from Ogram, but not a better one. Menadian read the room and obliged. She was judgmental, arrogant, and expected everyone to follow her code of honor. To give you an idea, back when I first met her, Juria lectured me, calling me a selfish, insensitive peddler. Chapter 34:12, A Willing Prisoner, Part 1. I don't know about selfish, but Juria might have had a point about the insensitive part. Camilla swallowed down a morsel of roasted trickster, along with her own comment. Was it because of something you said, Rifa? Lith asked. You are not exactly Miss Congeniality. Yes, Menadian replied with a snort. I dared ask Valoran and his companions to compensate me for my services and the materials needed to craft their equipment. I beg your pardon? Everyone stopped eating, widening their eyes in surprise. You heard me. Menadian laughed wryly at the memory. According to her ladyship Juria Ernas, Lockra and I should have worked for free. After all, as awakened we were privileged and we had the duty to help the less fortunate. Valoran's was a noble cause, and she demanded us to support it with all the means at our disposal in the name of the greater good. Pompous asshole, Rifa's lips curled in disgust, and her voice oozed contempt. I take that back, Camilla thought. Juria was utterly insane, she actually said. Not insane, just inflexible to a fault. She truly believed in what she said and put her money where her mouth was, but that didn't make her more likable. Menadian shook her head. Either you loved or hated her, there was no middle ground. Then how come you guys ended up working for them? Rena asked. Valoran, Rifa answered as if it explained everything. He was fair and humble. He always paid us what we asked and never demanded more than we were willing to offer. On top of that, if he told Juria and Ogram to die, they would have ripped their hearts out with a smile on their faces. I'm sorry, but how is this possible? Tista had a hard time believing such a thing. I mean, after all the bad things you said about them. You don't understand, Tista. Menadian put her cutlery down to look Tista in the eyes. Those were different times. Justice, honor, and everything you take for granted today were just pipe dreams back then. For Ogram, Valoran was the son. He embodied everything good that Ogram knew he could never be. Valoran represented everything Ogram didn't want to be but was desperate to protect. When all you see is darkness, you seek the light. When all you know is cold, joyless survival, and finally find warmth and life, you do anything not to lose them. In a way, I felt the same for Thrain. Rifa sighed deeply, trying to remember the person she was before 700 years as a wandering soul twisted her into what she was today. As for Juria, Valoran was the living proof that her ideals weren't just hot air. He was a noble commander, a fair ruler, and an honest friend. He wasn't just another master Juria had to serve because duty bound. His orders resonated with what she believed in, and not once was she forced to stomp on her morals while in the line of duty. Juria was the one who believed in Valoran's dream the most, and if her life was the price to pay for it, she would have given it without a question. Wow, Lith said. Wow indeed, Menadian nodded. That's the kind of man he was, the kind of man I believe you might one day become if only you could tone down the cynicism and ramp up the forgiveness. After spending time with Lith as a person instead of a vengeful spirit, and witnessing the magic lessons in Jamble, Rifa's feelings about him had softened a bit. Thanks for the compliment, but no thanks, Lith replied. I could never do what Valoran did. He started with nothing and had no one but his companions until he was done building the kingdom. I started with little, but I treasure every bit of it. I have people who love me, and they deserve my loyalty and commitment 1,000 times more than a bunch of strangers. The former made me who I am today, while the latter didn't care whether I lived or died until I had something to offer them. I said less cynicism and more forgiveness, not that it would be easy. Menadian shrugged. Space. Much to Lith's surprise, after lunch Alina and the others just wanted to tour the city of Valoran. They visited its monuments and all the places of historical importance, including Traitors' Plaza. It was where all those who had committed treason against the kingdom were executed. Among them, the most famous was still Arthur, the Mad King. Tyrus had personally beheaded him in front of the people he had vowed to serve after exposing his betrayal and experiments on forbidden magic. It had marked the moment in the kingdom's history when its citizens had witnessed irrefutable proof that no one, not even the crown, was above the law. A red splash still marked where Arthur's head had rolled after being severed from its neck. Of course, Tyrus couldn't allow the Mad King's blood to be preserved for anyone to take. It would have meant the risk of providing the means to study the effects of the madness. She had cleansed the blood right after the execution and replaced it with red paint that was revarnished fresh every few months. "What a crowd," Lith grumbled. "Luckily, I put a hush spell on the stroller or Elijah and Valorin would be terrified." Traitors' Plaza was packed, but that was just how every main artery of the city of Valorin was. The capital bustled with people and activity for the most part of the day, and even until relatively late at night. The babies sat in their floating stroller, unimpressed by the flawless paved roads or the high-end clothes of most people their parents crossed. Worst of all was the maelstrom of scents assaulting their divine beasts' noses. Perfumes, colognes, sweat, and the aromas wafting from the various shops along the road mixed together in a sweet, revolting smell that could only be described like a hybrid between a bakery and a flower bed on steroids after a grueling workout. Elijah and Valorin disliked being there, but disliked even more being separated from their parents, so they could only chitter and bear with it. "What did you expect?" Elena said. "This is the capital after all. The good thing is that no one is batting an eye at your stroller. I wonder how used to magical goods these people are. We could have a bit of personal space if you let me wear my Magus robe," Lith said, moving with difficulty through the crowd and holding back the temptation to trample them over with his mass. "This is a vacation, son," she frowned. "If you don't keep your anonymity, I won't be able to keep you all for myself. You'd receive countless invitations, and right now you don't have a decent excuse to turn them down." "Fine, what's next?" Lith could only capitulate when faced with his mother's smile. They spent the rest of the afternoon visiting historical buildings like Firwall's Tower, the place of birth and main branch of the Mage Association that had been established by Firwall the Hydra at the same time as the royal castle. Chapter 3413, A Willing Prisoner, Part 2. Lith called Firwall and asked her to be their guide, but she firmly refused. "First, I'm not your lackey. Second, if I were to show my face there, I'd be pestered to death. Last but not least, I'm already busy. Maybe another time," she replied. After a light dinner at the king's table, another renowned restaurant recommended by the Urnas, Lith brought everyone to the opera house for the play Tale of the Five Heroes. It was one of the most popular theatrical works in the kingdom, recounting the lives of the four founding pillars before they met Valorin, and that of the first king before he allegedly met the love of his life, Seaful. It was divided into 5 acts, one dedicated to each member of Valorin's party, and all of them ending with their first encounter with him. Valorin's act, instead, focused on his early life as a farmer and then his rise to power. Of course, most of the sordid and unpleasant things Ogram had done were downplayed to an acceptable level that aroused compassion rather than disgust in the audience. In the same way, Juria Erna's character flaws were tuned down, making her a righteous knight instead of an overbearing self-righteous jerk. Firwall's and Tessa's lives, on the contrary, were mostly a work of fiction. Very few knew they were respectively a Hydra and a Titania, so all the parts about their youth as beautiful and talented human women came from the cover story Valorin had written for them in the royal archives. Their character was depicted correctly, but everything that might reveal their real nature had been removed. As for Valorin, in the play it was a lucky encounter that made him stumble into magic books, and he learned everything on his own thanks to his alleged peerless talent. Seaful appeared only at the end of his act, to make him fall in love and craft the legendary set as betrothal gift. If you doze off or Elena catches you staring in the void because you are working on your magic, you'll ruin the night for her. Try living in the moment. Camilla had gone all out dressing up, hoping to at least partly make up for her earlier blunder. "I know," Lith inwardly whined via the mind link. "Please keep an eye on me." 3 hours of my life I'll never get back, he secretly added. The entire female side of the Verhin family was sitting in a royal box of the opera house, the closest possible to the left side of the stage, while also giving an optimal view of the play. The babies, instead, were inside their Doomslayer crib in the corner of the royal box. They didn't understand the reason behind the ridiculous clothes, the strange place, and the weird lights, but thanks to the hush spell they heard no noise and smelled no scent. They were free to eat, sleep, and discuss without any strangers staring at them or disturbing them, which was a huge improvement from the afternoon. "Mom, is it normal for toddlers to talk that much?" Tista pointed her evening-gloved finger at the babies. "Not at all." Alina shook her head, making the red streaks covering her brown hair sparkle like rubies under the theater's magical lights. "Lith, do you understand what they are saying?" "No more than you do, Mom. Baby babble mixed with dragon tongue is beyond me," he shrugged. Royal boxes were magically insulated from noise and smell. Only the voices and sounds from the stage could bypass the spells. It allowed the noble spectators to comment the play without disturbing the rest of the audience and to discuss their private business during the break-in between acts. It was after Juria's act, as Lith's mind recovered from the sea of boredom, that he noticed something weird. "Mom, is this really your idea of vacation?" he asked. Of course, her beaming smile could have blinded the entire theater. "Why, is it so boring for you?" "No," he lied through his teeth. "I mean, visiting the royal palace, touring a city, watching a play are all things you can do on your own. Why didn't you travel the kingdom sooner?" "It's complicated. Do you want to eat something after the play? I heard that Ogram's knife has a great selection of beers." Alina sat straight as she tried to change the topic. "Don't change the topic, Mom. What's complicated about traveling?" Lith pressed forward. "Fine," she sighed, her shoulders slouching a bit. "I just didn't want to inconvenience you." "Inconvenience me?" Lith echoed in confusion. "Sweetie, our house is safe," Alina replied. "Thanks to all the arrays you placed, the magical beasts, and the units of the Queen's Corps, no one can harm me. Even if anyone is dumb enough to try, with the warp gate and the barn reinforcements are just one breath away. The same stands when I spend time in Lucia, in the desert, or when I visit Gianni. If I were to travel alone instead, I would still have the escort of the Queen's Corps, but that would mean reducing the number of people watching our family back home. Your enemies would have an easier time kidnapping your father while he travels for work, and the gods know if that's an experience he can afford to repeat without going crazy. Also, Renat, the children, and all the people in Lucia would be in danger. If I travel alone, our family would be exposed, and if someone puts their all into kidnapping or killing one of us, they could succeed. If anything were to happen to us, you would drop everything you were doing at that moment and run to our rescue. You couldn't study, hold your academy lectures, or spend time with your family. Your life is already hard and unpredictable, sweetie. I couldn't bear the thought of robbing you of your peace and happy moments just to indulge in my selfishness. When you are by my side, instead, I can do anything I want and go anywhere I want without endangering anyone." "What?" Lith remained speechless as Alina wrung her hands in awkwardness. Luckily for both of them, the lights went out and Tessa's act began, freeing them from the need to continue the conversation. "She lives as a willing prisoner in her house for me." Alina had made solid and rational points, but the final result was still a punch in the gut for Lith. "Mom worries about how her decisions might affect me before making them." Suddenly, he felt like a jerk. He realized how, by asking Menadian to talk with Alina about her public displays of affection, he had robbed Alina of one of the few things she allowed herself to enjoy and further limited her freedom. While I am sitting here like an idiot, thinking about how bored I am, she is happy to be with me. She had waited all this time to get out of Lucia and share these moments with me, and here I was complaining. I won't allow anyone to ruin this for her, not even me. Such thoughts stirred a great anger inside of him, an anger that grew even stronger as Lith thought about the bounty Orpal had placed over his magicless family members. Chapter 34:14, Thank You, Part 1. Trouble and Raptor were already standing guard outside the royal box in the form of armored knights, and now they had company. Eyes opened, and claws formed inside every shadow in the opera house, watching and listening for threats. The phenomenon spread all over the city of Valoran until only the royal palace was spared, and only because its powerful arrays stopped the creeping shadows. Space. After the end of the play, Lith took everyone for a walk to enjoy the capital by night, and then for a snack. The Verhin women with their elegant dresses and fine jewelry turned quite a few heads. Some even of 180 degrees when they belonged to criminals or petty thieves who had dared to look at them for too long or too hard. The army of demons was still there, invisible but ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Lith didn't miss how the moment they stepped out of the royal box his mother kept her distance from him. Whenever they were in public, even while eating, she would become quieter and her smile dimmer. When they returned to their hotel, Seafull's Haven, Lith entrusted the babies to Camilla and went to Alina's room to have a talk long overdue. Except for him and Camilla, everyone else had their own suite to enjoy a rare moment of privacy and solitude. "Mom, we need to talk," he sighed deeply. "Are you breaking up with me?" she asked with a chuckle. "It's not easy to find another mother as understanding as me, you know." "Disagree," Lith shook his head, surprising her quite a bit. "It's not hard, it's impossible." "Thank you," Alina hugged him and kissed his cheek. "What do you want to talk about?" "This," he pointed at her arms, "and this." He pinched her cheeks to keep her smile in place. "I know Riffa told you not to be clingy in public, and I can see how miserable you are ever since you've started following her advice." "You do how?" Alina was flabbergasted. "Because I asked her to and because I'm not blind," Lith replied, flabbergasting her more. "I take it back. Ignore everything Riffa said. Even better, forget about it. You can hug, kiss me, and cling to my arm as much as you want." "But Riffa, I mean, you have a point." Alina lowered her gaze. "It's embarrassing for an adult man to be treated like that. People might misunderstand our relationship." "Mom, I want you to know I'm proud of you. I have never been embarrassed of you, not once." Lith looked her straight into the eyes. "As for what the people think, that ship sailed a long time ago and sunk the moment I became famous. There are all sorts of wild rumors about me. There are people who believe I had Valorin II with Solus, while others that Sharjin is my son. And don't get me started with all those who are convinced I have inappropriate relationships with Tyrus, Falul, and every woman I appear with in public. That's both absurd and outrageous." Alina couldn't help but chuckle. "Where are you supposed to find time for your magical research while you sleep around so much? As if people would care about minor details like logic." Lith shrugged. "Bottom line, I don't care what they think, and neither should you. Please go back to your usual self. But if you sent Riffa to talk to me about the issue, it must annoy you." Alina let him go and took a step back. "It does," Lith admitted. "But not as much as not seeing you smile from the heart, or you keeping your distance from me like you are some sort of criminal. I love you, Mom, and making you happy makes me happy." He closed the distance, wrapping her in a hug and kissing her forehead. "Thank you, baby," Alina sniffled as she returned the embrace. "I promise I'll give Kami space to cling to you from time to time." "Thanks for your permission, Mom," Lith chuckled, and she joined him. They remained like that in silence for a while, long enough to make Lith wonder if after being separated all day his mother secretly needed him to recharge just like Solus. "Speaking of talks long overdue, there's something I've been ruminating for quite a long time, waiting for the right moment to bring it out," Alina said once she broke the embrace. "I'm listening," Lith nodded. "Please sit down." Alina pointed at a chair, and he complied. "I have a confession to make. The reason I've waited until now is because I don't need to speak with you but with the Void. Can you call him out for me?" At those words, Lith's mind had turned into a paranoid chaotic mess too frenzied to formulate a logical thought, as countless nightmare scenarios flashed in front of his eyes one after another. His mouth, mind, and body were frozen. All he could do was shapeshift into his abomination form. "Nice to meet you." Alina gave the Void a small bow before approaching him. "Isn't it funny? We've known each other for years, but we've never talked." She looked at his alien features, the weird flaming hair, and those eyes filled with the same rage and pain that her son usually masked so well. As Alina studied his upside-down membranous wings, she felt like she had taken a thick veil off her eyes and was now staring at an uncomfortable truth she had always avoided. "You know, Lith, when you told me you were a hybrid, I only had a rough understanding of what it meant. On top of that, I always focused on the dragon and phoenix parts since abominations are not public knowledge. After you introduced Zorath and Nika to me, however, I started researching about undead a bit. I didn't learn much. Necromancy is too complicated, and after asking around, I discovered not even abominations know exactly how they are born. The only point everyone is clear about is that abominations are undead, and to become one you must first die. It sounds silly saying it out loud, but I always ignored this premise, pretending it wasn't important. Until Strider decapitated you and you went on a rampage, acting like a different person." Alina averted her eyes, tormenting her hands while she looked for the right words. "That's when it struck me. You have an abomination side, you always have. It means that at some point you died and came back. I thought long and hard about how and when it might have happened. At first, I thought it might have been during your years at the academy, like during Bulker's attack. Then, however, I remembered that you and I already had our communication amulets back then. If that were the moment you gained your abomination side, I would have lost your contact rune, so it had to have happened before the amulet. The more I thought about it, the less it made sense. Sure, your father and I failed to give you the best childhood, but you have always been a healthy child. You never required a healer, so that's off the table too. Also, since a young age your magic protected you from the likes of melns, adults, and even magical beasts. Chapter 34:15, Thank You Part 2. The only exception was when you were too young to defend yourself, when your life was in the hands of fate and incompetent adults, like the day when you were born. Alina sniffled at the memory of that day. The room stank of shit, blood, and piss, but the only detail that was deeply engraved in her mind was the deafening silence that filled the room instead of the cries of a newborn life. Gods, how can something so simple go so wrong? She sobbed. Mom, I'm sorry. Lith tried to stand up and explain himself, but she grabbed the black slate that was his face and stopped him. Don't worry, that came out wrong, she said while caressing the features of Derek McCoy with her thumbs. What I was trying to say is that, I'm rambling, the when or how you gained your abomination side doesn't matter. All I wanted to say to the void from the beginning is just thank you. Alina leaned forward, touching his forehead with her own. Thank you for bringing my baby back home after that Zawu tried to kill him. Thank you for bringing my baby back to me after my stupid body killed him. Thank you for being my baby. Warm tears gently streaked down her cheeks onto the voids as Alina stroked his flaming hair without getting burned. Mom. Shush, child. Now she was the one holding him tight in an embrace and kissing his forehead. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. You are my baby and nothing can change that. Do you hear me? Nothing. Alina took a step back to look him straight in the eyes. Yes, Mom. Good. She restored the embrace, placing Lith's head on her bosom, as she had done countless times since he was an infant. The void returned the hug, understanding the meaning of Alina's words. The question he had asked himself hundreds of times finally had an answer. Space. The following day, Alina was back to her usual self. She didn't distance herself from Lith anymore. She called him endearing, embarrassing terms like he was still 5 years old, and stuck to him like a strangling vine to a tree. Thank the gods you fixed Mom, lil bro. Renaa sighed in relief as Alina's smile could once again power up a son. Seeing her act so quiet and formal was starting to creep me out real fast. Renaa, are you calling your mother creepy? Alina grunted. Did I stutter? Renaa tilted her head to the side. Mom, let's face it. You are clingy and overly affectionate, but we have all gotten so used to it that if you don't do it, we worry you might have been replaced by a skinwalker. A doppelganger? Tista corrected her. A skinwalker would take her appearance and memories. Doppelgangers instead can only mimic the physical form. How dare you talk to me like that? You two deserve a lesson. Alina squeezed them in a hug and peppered them with kisses, greatly embarrassing them in front of the hotel's staff. Mom, no mercy, I surrender. Tista whined, incapable of moving without the risk of hurting her mother. Gamma, Elijah said, feeling left out. Ganma, Valoran joined her plea. Of course, my cuties, come to Grandma. At those words, many people spat out their food and or drinks, questioning whether it was their eyes or ears playing tricks on them. Surin had no idea what was going on, but being the only one not getting hugs and kisses from Alina, she cried out in jealousy. I'm sorry, baby. Sometimes I forget you are the only one who doesn't know how to voice what you want. The baby girl clung to Alina and soon stopped crying, starting again as soon as someone came close to her. She's marking the territory, Mom, Lith said, prompting more spitting from the peanut gallery. You must pay Surin more attention, or when she grows up, she'll resent her siblings. Isn't it right, lil sis? The ensuing third wave of spitting forced many guests of the hotel to ask for another breakfast, and the staff to clean most of the floor and tables. As for Surin, she said nothing, but she sure looked disgruntled. Once they were done with breakfast, they checked out of Seaful's Haven and moved to the city of Vinia via the warp gate. Are you sure it's okay, sweetie? Alina asked. Don't worry, Mom, Lith replied. If being in a place I visited with Floria was an issue, how could I hold my lessons at the White Griffin Academy? Besides, Vinia is one of the most picturesque cities in the kingdom. You can't miss it. What about you, Kami? Alina said. I'm fine, she lied through her teeth. I'm not jealous because Lith brought his ex here on a date almost 10 years ago. She's not fine, right, baby? Alina turned to Lith. Not by a long shot, Mom, he shook his head. Maybe you should leave her your spot. Alina sighed and let go of Lith's arm, which Camilla promptly grabbed. Are you sure, Alina? We can go halfsies. You can take the left and I the right arm. It's fine, she lied through her teeth. He is your husband, you take priority. Thank you. Camilla pretended to believe Alina and clung to Lith, who gave her an amused smile. Not so cocky anymore, huh? He said via mind link. I've already apologized yesterday, and I'll do it again until you forgive me. I'm sorry for acting stupid and disregarding your feelings, she replied. I already did, Lith said in confusion. I was just pulling your leg, yet I must admit it's nice. Feeling desired. Those words hurt more than any scolding could. Am I really taking him for granted? Camilla thought. With the kids and all the crazy stuff that always happens, we don't have much time alone together, but Lith makes me feel appreciated when we hang out like this. Why can't I do the same? Wow, this place is amazing, Rifa said, snapping Camilla out of her worries. The lagoon city of Vinia had been built after Menadian's time, when water and earth magic had progressed enough to make small wonders not only possible, but also common. Vinia's uptown district was crescent-shaped and faced the sea, giving every noble mansion and high-end establishment a majestic setting and direct access to the cities. Waterways. Water separated the city blocks, forming canals that could be crossed either by boat or using one of the many stone bridges connecting the roads. Thanks to the mastery of mages and engineers of the kingdom, Vinia was a double-layered city. One at the ground level and the other at the water level. Big and small boats were moored along the main canals, hosting restaurants, shops, and even small art exhibits. The walls along the waterways had been painted and decorated. Over the centuries by itinerant artists, those the people of Vinia liked or that at least drew tourists, were carefully preserved. By using small arrays, the maintenance of the arrays was entrusted to the clerks of the local branch of the Mage Association or the students of the 6 great academies during their code of practice semesters. Chapter 34, 16 Ears and Eyes, Part 1. The decorations and frescoes that failed to grasp the hearts of the people of Vinca, or the money of tourists, were naturally eroded by the wind, salt water, and tides, leaving an empty canvas for better artists to fill. What are those colorful small boats? Menadian pointed at the busy canals. Gondolas, Solus replied. They are the only civilian vessels issued to travel the city's lower level. They are painted like that to make them visible during bad weather conditions and avoid accidents. The hook-shaped bow is used to hold a bell in case of fog and a lantern at night. Can we rent one, pretty please? Menadian said. Vinia's canals were well kept and clean all year round. The only smells that came from them were salt water and the scents of the local delicacies cooked on the spot. Not one, many, Solus replied. This way we can split up and tour the city as we like. Indeed, Lith nodded. First, let's go to our hotel. Thank you, dear, Alina said. For what? Lith was more than puzzled since he had yet to do anything. For the hotel, Alina replied. With a warp gate, we could easily go back home and save money. Instead, you booked rooms for all of us to allow us to immerse ourselves in the local traditions of the places we are visiting. Don't mention it, Mom. It's nothing. On the one hand, Lith was happy to be appreciated. On the other hand, he felt guilty because Alina's first observation was something he had actually considered. How much of a cheapskate am I for Mom to be aware of my innermost thoughts? How much of an ingrate I am for not realizing this until Alina said it. Camilla, instead, just felt guilty. They were both still riddled with doubts when they reached the Mermaid Reef, one of the best hotels in Vinia. The concierge would have thrown a confused look at the weird group of 6 women, 3 toddlers, and only 1 man, but professional pride kept him. When he heard they were the ones who had booked 4 top-floor suites, every objection he might have was cleared by the clink of the golden coins Lith paid up front. Thank you for your patronage and enjoy your stay. The concierge bowed deeply to every guest, even the babies. If you need anything, please just ask. The Mermaid Reef prides itself in offering only the best of services. Will do, thanks. Lith didn't know whether to be upset or happy that no one seemed to recognize him without the Magus robe. Where can we rent gondolas without wasting time haggling or being ripped off? Renting? The man sounded as horrified and offended as he intended to. As our penthouse guests, your rooms come with a personal gondola. Here's the keys to your suites. The man handed them 4 elaborate silver keys embossed with magic crystals. And this is the gondola token for each room. Then the concierge passed them 4 silver coins bearing on one side the engraving of a mermaid singing atop of a reef, her back arched as she lifted herself on her hands, and the engraving of a gondola on the other. Our private dock is on the 2nd underground floor. It's open 24/7, and there's always a valet at your service. You can ask him for anything, and he will help you to the best of the hotel's abilities. Thank you. Alina gave the concierge a polite nod. Can we see our rooms? I want to leave a few things behind and check if Surin needs to be fed or changed before we start touring Vinia. Of course, Lith nodded, giving everyone their key and token. What in the God's name have I just seen? The concierge let all of his emotions run wild on his face the moment he was alone. Judging by the hair, the babies clearly have different mothers, but they all resemble that guy. What kind of man can be so brazen to bring all his lovers together? And why do I feel I have already seen him somewhere? The answer to his questions came when he checked the hotel register, where the guests had signed the keys receipts. The concierge's eyes went wide, refusing to believe what he was reading. He took out his amulet, checking the pictures available on the web of the Supreme Magus and his family to make sure he hadn't gone mad. I see, the concierge nodded. Laram, cover the reception desk for me for a few minutes. I need a break. Only when he was certain that his absence would not affect the guests and the reputation of the Mermaid Reef did the concierge allow himself to faint. Space. Each suite of the Mermaid Reef was as big as a 4-room apartment, and the 4 Lith had taken occupied the entirety of the top floor of the hotel. They all had an ample bedroom with a king-sized bed, a living room, a dining room, and 2 bathrooms. The furniture was refined and gold inlaid, while both bedsheets and drapes were made of red silk embroidered with gold. The paintings decorating the room were of medium quality, all depicting marine-themed scenes. Of course, being on Magur, it meant mages fighting or interacting with mystical water creatures of all shapes and sizes. This place is amazing. You have to try the carpets, Tista. They're softer than a cloud. Renaa said while rubbing the sole of her naked foot against the wool. Once they were done imprinting and exploring their rooms, they went down to the hotel dock. Are you coming with us, Soulless? Tista asked while boarding the gondola of her choosing. No, thanks. I want to spend some time with my mother, she replied. Excellent idea. Alina stepped inside Lith's gondola with the valet's help. This is a mother-child bonding trip after all. What? The valet was young and lacked the concierge's cold blood, and even with her disguise as Rona Verhin, Menadian looked as young as Alina and could pass for soulless. Older sister at best. Problems? Lith grunted, not liking how the youth stared at his mother. No, please forgive my rudeness. The valet became beet red from embarrassment. Remember your weight, dear, Menadian said, ignoring the young man. Mom, my diet is none of your business. Soulless flushed just as red. I meant gravity magic, Menadian chuckled in reply. Oh, right. Soulless cleared her throat, inwardly cursing her paranoia while boarding the gondola. She took the row and left the dock at record speed to escape the valet's questioning. Look, I'm glad you are with us, Alina, Camilla lied. This is one of the most romantic cities I've ever seen, and I have to visit it with a 5th wheel, she thought. Me too, Alina nodded while strapping Surin's baby seat right beside Valorin's and Elijah's. This is also a vacation for the babies, and they have to stick together. The baby girl had big, innocent, uncomprehending eyes and no idea what she was looking at. The 2 hybrids, instead, sniffed the air like hunting dogs and followed the flying birds with their eyes. Lith had already left as well, whereas Tista and Renaa were still sitting, each waiting for the other to take the oar and start paddling. Chapter 34, 17 Ears and Eyes, Part 2. Why should I be the ferryman? We are both women, Tista grunted. Indeed, but I'm a delicate creature, whereas you are a war machine, Renaa countered. Also, would you rather row the boat yourself or sit there and bring along a stranger who'll stare and listen to us the entire time? Point taken, Tista sighed and grabbed the oar, begrudgingly but taken nonetheless. A flick of the paddle brought the gondola off the dock, and another out of the hotel and into the canal. What the fuck? The valet was shocked. Even with only 1 passenger, it takes strength and technique to fight the currents, yet those guys maneuver their gondolas like toy boats floating on a fountain. The Verhins spent the day touring the lower side of the city, visiting the shops, and admiring the different pieces of art from different periods that decorated both sides of the canals. They met up only to lunch together in a floating restaurant in the shopping district. Vinia's cuisine was rich of delicious fish and seafood-based dishes that the Verhins explored and shared. Alas, even though all hotels prided themselves on ensuring the privacy of their guests, the concierge's fainting left the register open to less discreet eyes, and the young valet had no qualms about running his mouth with anyone willing to listen to him. Before lunchtime, rumors of Lith's arrival spread like wildfire, reaching all kinds of ears. Space. Gods, I must come back here with Roz, Elena said, her eyes misted with emotion. Admiring the sunset from the bay is a mystical experience. The light reflects on the water, making it look on fire, and the city behind us is simply majestic. This day couldn't end any better. It actually could, Camilla inwardly grunted while keeping a smile on her face. This would be the perfect moment to share with my husband and maybe exchange a few tender words. I could also kiss Lith under this romantic light and show him how much I love him if not for my mother-in-law sitting right next to me. I couldn't have said any better, Elena, she actually said. I'm glad you like it, Lith smiled with satisfaction. I'm glad no one suffered from seasickness, but I think we should spend the rest of the evening on the land not to get sea legs during the night. Excellent idea, Elena nodded. Also, the chef was so kind to point us to his brother's restaurant. If he's as good as his brother says, you should like dinner more than lunch, baby. Vinia also had cultivated fields and animal farms, giving it a rich tradition of meat and wheat-based dishes as well. Its citizens loved the concept of two cities in one, so they served seafood only in the canals and meat only on land. Beaten to the punch again, Camilla sighed. What the heck happened yesterday? Elena has always been loving and caring with Lith, but today she's cranked it at 11. As Lith gently rowed back to the mermaid reef, moving through the waves as if it was the placid surface of a lake, his Tiamat eyes spotted a reflection coming from ashore. His pupils constricted to a vertical line, putting into focus a figure several hundreds of meters in the distance. It was a man standing above a bell tower who was following Lith's gondola with a spyglass. The man was good at his job, and if not for the setting sun's angle, Lith would have never noticed him. Lith made a couple of detours, claiming he wanted to buy souvenirs, and noticed it was no coincidence. The fucker is spying on me. The words of Menadian and Baba Yaga churned in his mind, painting different potential threats. They might be awakened who want Rifa's blade weapons or Meln's lackeys. Either way, I'll deal with them just the same. Follow but don't kill him, that's my job. Locrias took form underwater, and the pocket dimension released Trouble right beside him. Demons had a limited range, but golems had no such problem. Thanks to the spirit crystal embedded in Trouble's chest, the construct could fuel Locrias until it ran out of mana, no matter the distance. Yes, my liege. Locrias possessed the metal body and shapeshifted it into the inconspicuous form of a fish, swimming to the nearest empty service canal. Warping under the sea would have carried the water as well, alerting the prey. Warping above the water would have alerted Elena and ruined her vacation instead. Lith kept one eye on the sentinel, providing Locrias with the dimensional coordinates he needed to reach his mark with a single steps. The dimensional passage opened behind the man's back, and thanks to gravity magic, Trouble moved as light as the cat Locrias had transformed it into. What's wrong, baby? Elena asked. You suddenly have a serious look. It's nothing, Mom, Lith replied with a smile. I was just thinking that Vinia is truly a romantic city and I should go out on a date tonight. Space. What the fuck? Aeliner Avinka was very good at his job, and from almost a kilometer away, being spotted was supposed to be impossible. It was the reason when Verhin seemed to look right into the spyglass, Aeliner had felt a cold shiver running down his spine. He lowered the tube for a second, rubbing his eyes before resuming the surveillance. I knew it was all in my head, he sighed in relief. Verhin may be a monster, but there's no way he can notice me. Even if he did, there are hundreds of boats in the lagoon. He has no reason to suspect someone is watching him. Verhin was now looking around like a tourist and talking with his mother and wife. Aeliner took notes of everything he could understand by reading Lith's lips and left the bell tower only once his marks had gotten too close to the land to keep observing them. He carefully ripped the pages of his notebook off and folded them into slips of paper the size of a coin. Aeliner climbed down the stepladder and left the library from a secondary exit that opened on a small alley. A chore magic air spell silenced the squeaky hinges of the door as well as his shoes. It was one of the most useful tricks in Aeliner's line of work, allowing him to be noticeable only when he wanted. Law enforcers and criminals alike lowered their guard the moment they heard his creaking steps and noticed how clumsy Aeliner was. They assumed it was impossible to miss his presence and stopped looking out for him, relying on the warning signs he could. Stop at will. Aeliner emerged in a busy road, blending with the crowd of honest workers going back to their homes. On the way, he bumped into several people. Some were just normal accidents, while on a few occasions it was a pretext to pass the slip of papers to his contacts unnoticed. A man like Aeliner of Vinia had no master and worked only for the highest bidder. In Verhin's case, bidders. The arrival of the supreme Magus traveling incognito had triggered more red flags than a royal parade, and many powerful people feared to be the reason for Lith's presence. Chapter 34:18, Who I Am Part 1. Only information could reassure Vinca's corrupted upper echelons. There was no world-ending divine beast on their tail, and only one man who could give it to them. Aeliner was used to making his own prices, but never with so many people at once and all about the same mark. Like most people, he rarely looked up at the sky. Even if he did, trouble was no bigger than a seagull, and thanks to Locria's hologram, no different from a real one. The scavenger birds were ubiquitous in Vinia, and locals would only notice one if hit by its droppings. That's 4 exchanges already. Locria's used 6 of his 7 eyes to study the couriers from different angles, while keeping the 7th fixed on his target. After Aeliner was done with the deliveries, he walked into a pub just to exit from the service entrance. He used different establishments every time to alter his route and backtrack, making it impossible to follow him without being noticed. On his way home, he even escaped through the window of the bathrooms on the 2nd floor of an hotel, and jumped into the abandoned opposite building, whose locks he had picked in advance, and kept ready to be closed once he was inside. Alas, Locria's had no need to be smarter or faster than the professional informant. As long as trouble kept itself within the range of life vision, no matter what clothes Aeliner changed into or what detour he took, his energy signature was always the same. Space. Once he reached his small apartment, closed all the locks, and activated all the traps, Aeliner of Vinia could finally sigh in relief. Another job well done, even if I have to say it myself, he thought while looking at the squalor of the flophouse he called home. Just one more haul like this and I can finally retire. Despite his second-hand, worn-out clothes and humble abode, Aeliner was a very wealthy man. The kind of wealthy man who could have lived in a mansion surrounded by beautiful maids until the end of his days. Too bad that if he did that, he would be arrested before he could sit down in the luxurious armchair he always dreamed about. That kind of purchase triggered flags which in turn would start an investigation that would end with him wearing a pair of metal bracelets once he failed to explain how he had earned that kind of money. On top of that, even renting a mansion would have been a waste. Aeliner was one of the best in his field, but far from perfect. He had been made out and followed more than once, forcing him to a precipitous escape. Flophouses were easy to find, cheap, and he lost nothing whenever he was forced to move out. Everything he really cared about was stored inside his dimensional ring, where no one could steal it. One job, just one more, and I'll have enough to pay the money launderer and still have enough left to retire, Aeliner thought. Maybe I'll open a pub to keep earning a few coins. I like beer and gossip, so it's the perfect hobby for me. He checked under the bed, inside the wardrobe, and in the bathroom. There was no other place where an intruder could hide. Even though they were empty, once Aeliner finished the delicious hot meal he had bought and stored during the morning, he placed wax seals and sticks in the frame of every door before going to bed. This way, even if someone warped inside and opened any door, the noise would wake him up. Alianar double-checked everything one last time and fell asleep like an obscenely rich baby. He was having one of those sordid dreams typical of hormonal teenagers or adults who had avoided intimacy for a long time when a gentle hand shook him. "Wake up, we need to talk." The voice was calm and soothing, reminding Aeliner of his father. Except his father was dead, and Aeliner was supposed to be alone. Fear and years of training made Aeliner react before a thought could form in his mind, mudded by sleep. His hand slipped under the cushion while his foot struck the intruder right on the windpipe, crushing it. Great was his surprise when his hand only grasped air, and his foot broke into 3 points. "Are you looking for this?" Pain and his fear turning into terror that snapped Aelius fully awake. Verhin was sitting on the bed beside him, holding the orichalcum knife coated in Dumeri poison that was supposed to be under his pillow. "Dumeri poison," Lith said while licking the blade. "Excellent choice. It's transparent, colorless, odorless, and can kill a man in seconds at this concentration." It was an assassin's favorite since it could be slipped into food and drinks. Just a few drops entering an open mouth or wound would cause multiple organ failure even in the strongest, healthiest man. An awakened at the bright violet, however, wouldn't even notice it. Every organ, cell, and drop of blood in their bodies was filled to the brim with mana and weren't afraid to use it. The immune system attacked with extreme prejudice everything with the wrong or no energy signature, while the powerful acids of the stomach and the digestive system would break down into nutrients, even things that weren't supposed to be nutrients. Violet cores could easily digest small stones and dust, let alone something organic. If highly refined Dumeri poison ravaged a body akin to the assault of heavy cavalry, followed by squadrons of bowmen and infantry, Lith's metabolism responded to the attack with giant mechs and squadrons of soldiers wearing flying exosuits and armed with plasma rifles. In one word, a massacre. Nice blade. Lith studied it calmly. Refined orichalcum with a piercing main enchantment and secondary spells to support it. One stab, and even if you miss a vital organ, the poison would do the rest. Yet I don't think this would be of any help to you here. Watch. He plunged the knife into his open palm. A normal man would have felt like hitting a boulder, but the blow carried the strength of a divine beast. When the blade hit the palm and the kinetic energy was unable to advance, it turned inward and the knife exploded into countless poisonous shards. If not for a thin protective barrier Lith had placed around Aeliner, it would have been enough to kill him. Lith, however, had other plans. Stay back. Aeliner scurried off the bed and ran to a trapdoor on the floor. It was supposed to be triggered by his weight and bring him to the safety of the ground floor. Yet nothing happened. Lith remained still while Aeliner tried the door and the window, but neither budged. The desperate man tried to shatter the glass with an elbow strike, but ended up shattering his elbow. Spirit magic coated every surface of the room, making it as hard as Damascus steel. Did you know who I am before accepting the job to spy on me? Lith asked while the man cried in pain and held his injured arm and foot near his body. Chapter 34:19, Who I Am Part 2. Of course I know you, Aeliner answered to buy time and not anger his assailant. Everyone knows the supreme Magus Lith Verhin. No, you don't know me. Very few do. Lith chuckled, sending a chill down Aeliner's spine. You know my name and face like everyone else, but that's it. If you knew who I am and what I do, you would have never approached my mother in my presence. As Lith stood up, his shadow spread to the rest of the room as if he had turned into a black sun. The room disappeared, leaving Aeliner stranded in an endless void. There was only him, Lith, and countless white stars. Chittering stars that turned out to be eyes and teeth. The darkness was but a thin veil, and countless invisible hands prickled at it in the attempt to pass through. Aeliner felt their finger grasping at him, their claws scratching his skin. What do you want from me? He managed to ask as the shadows vanished as quickly as they had appeared. Lith wanted the man scared, not mad with terror. A good question, he nodded. I want what you sell, information. Now it's your turn to answer. Who hired you to spy on me? I want the names of your clients. I can't tell you that, Aeliner swallowed hard. They would kill me. You would be so lucky, Lith smiled. I've already shown you who I am. This is what I do, Breza. Aeliner watched Lith's finger trace the same rune all kids learned from a tender age. Yet instead of a gust of air to clean the dirt, several streams of lightning bolts emerged. They struck at Aeliner's feet, away from his vitals. The current moved up his body while avoiding the heart and the brain. An air cushion filled his screaming mouth, ensuring that he wouldn't bite off his tongue during the seizure. When Lith was done, the room was filled with the smell of ozone and cooked meat. The names, Lith repeated as Aeliner was still frozen in shock. He found his own smell delicious, and the realization nauseated him. Aeliner started heaving, emitting retching sounds when Lith said, No, I still have 5 elements, in Fyro. Another rune, another wave of blinding pain. Literal blinding pain. Aeliner shielded his eyes with his hands as the chore spell heated the vitreous humor within. At first it was like having needles stinging at his cornea, then everything went white with pain. 1 second later everything went black. A thick liquid ran down Aeliner's cheeks, and he thought they were tears that his body produced in the attempt to cool down his eyes. Until his eyelids became flabby under his fingers, because there was nothing stretching them anymore. Aeliner's eyes had burst like punctured yolk, and now streamed down on in his face like running eggs. Vinayr, Aeliner didn't see the rune, but he felt it. The pain stopped, and before he could realize what it truly meant, he was looking at Lith again. His eyes were back in place, and no wound remained on his body. 3 more elements. Lith's tone was still calm, like they were discussing the weather. After that, I can always start over. I'm a healer, Aeliner of Vinia. I know exactly how much pain I can inflict on you without killing you. I can push you to the brink of death and bring you back as many times as I want. The night is still young. Lith placed a clock in front of Aeliner. It was barely 1 in the morning. If I tell you everything, will you let me go? Aeliner clung to the dimensional ring on his finger. The small artifact held more than his money. It embodied his hopes and dreams for the future. Of course, Lith replied without a single crease altering the smile he had worn since his appearance. I'll keep you with me until we're done checking the list of your clients. After that, I will let you go. You have my word. Space. Lith's sudden arrival in Vinia had ruffled many feathers, and his attempts to keep his identity under wraps only contributed to making people more nervous. Very few, however, could afford Aelinor's services, and most of them were just nobles with repulsive vices, or a too intimate knowledge of the members of the local undead court. They feared Lith had been sent there to assist the local constable office with its investigations. He was infamous in the underworld as a ranger, and many constables of Vinia were sick and tired of their leads going cold at the wrong moment. No one, however, was more worried than Ashazi Gelt, shadow ruler and boss of Vinia's underworld. So far, so good, he thought while reading Aelinor's report and those he received from his sources inside the various departments of the city. There seems to be no ongoing investigation. Verhin didn't visit anyone, requested no documents, and no one from the constable office went to his hotel. Ashazi had no way to monitor the amulet's frequencies, but there were many things one could learn from a man's habits, purchases, and even his trash. Ashazi had sent his most loyal men to scour the vicinity of the Mermaid Reef, without having any direct contact with the staff. Ashazi was afraid that Lith might recognize them or be alerted by their presence. It was the reason he had ordered Aelinor to perform a long-distance surveillance and not engage Lith in any way. The fact that Camilla was a constable herself, and with an exemplary record at that, only made things worse. The crime lord needed to make sure it was really a family trip and not an undercover operation conducted by the married couple while keeping the local authorities in the dark. Running away is not an option, he thought. Not only has Verhin never missed a target, but it would be worse than death for me. The moment my so-called lieutenants smell weakness, they'll use my absence to take over my empire. The bastards know most of my safe houses since they helped me establish them. Once I lose my power and authority, the riches I always carry on myself will be useless. All it takes is a common thug with a knife to rob me of my life and treasures, and this filthy city is filled with them. Those ruffians would gladly bring my head and possessions to the new ruler of Vinia just to sit near the table and get the scraps of their master like a loyal dog. Ashazi had built his fortune on such a tactic, and knew all too well how it worked. It wasn't enough to escape to a different city. He should also give up on his lifestyle and become a nobody. He had made too many enemies over the years, and they would never pass up the opportunity for retribution if they found him. This is really good. Aelinor is worth every single gold coin. The more Ashazi read, the more relaxed he became. All early reports lead to the same direction. Verhin is not here. For me. Yet it's too early to let my guard down. Maybe he's just taking things slow, which means I have to act fast. Chapter 34:20 The Reply, Part 1. I need some dirt on Verhin's travel companions. Leverage. Anything that can pressure him into turning a blind eye to my business in case our paths meet. I can't touch him, but that doesn't make me helpless. Anything I can use against his family will work just fine as a deterrent to avoid conflict with Ashazi opened the door to his office, raising his eyes from the papers, just the time to check he wouldn't stumble onto anything. What he saw froze him on the spot. Someone was sitting on his chair, behind his desk. Someone with their back turned to him who was drinking his whiskey and smoking his cigars. Intruder, he yelled while activating the panic bracelet on his wrist. It triggered the arrays of the house and summoned his 14 elite guards. The veteran mage soldiers rushed in, forming a single line. Ashazi took a step back in horror at their sight and fell onto the ground. His 14 agonizing guards formed a single line on a massive metal feline's tail that impaled them like a kebab. The 14 men were still alive, screaming and bleeding all over Ashazi's carpet. Here you are, the chair turned around and Lith looked at the last name on his list. My name is Lith Verhin, Mr. Ashazi. At a snap of his fingers, a second metal colossus lifted Ashazi from the neck and slammed him against a wall so hard that the impact created a crater. Trouble coated his prey with a healing spell that healed his wounds the moment they formed, but the pain came in full. The golem had 6 elemental gemstones instead of eyes, and a 7th one pulsing like an emerald heart on its chest. Ashazi couldn't breathe or take his eyes off Trouble. The corpse of the Balor looked like a demon out of a nightmare, and from so up close, one of its claws was enough to kill him. A second finger snap and Raptor released the guard at the end of its tail. The golem then gutted the man and started to eat him alive. Constructs had no need for food, but Lith knew that one action was worth 1,000 words. We need to talk. Space. City of Valoran, Royal Palace, a few minutes later. What in the gods' names can Verhin possibly want at this hour? Meron was still up and working, or the call would have angered him much, much more. He could get a full night's sleep only so often, and disturbing him on such occasions was never wise. Unless there was an emergency, of course. Your Majesty? Lith gave Meron a polite nod the moment the king answered his amulet. The last time we talked you mentioned how you'd like to be notified before I commit a massacre, so here I am. What? Meron's confusion faded soon after Lith introduced Aelinor and Ashazi to him. The two men looked as fit as a fiddle, but with one of the best healers of the kingdom standing behind them, it didn't mean much. Meron could tell by the terror in their eyes that Lith had taken his time with them. Let me get this straight, Supreme Magus Verhin, the king sighed. Idiot number 1 followed you and your family because idiot number 2 wanted to keep you in check. Did I get it right? Yes, your Majesty, you have listened to their confessions and they are willing to testify under oath, Lith replied. With all due respect, Magus Verhin, with you standing in their same room, those two idiots would be willing to confess to being Arthun and Thrud Griffin if you asked them. Meron said, Still, I don't understand why you called me. You have the power to decree them outlaws. You don't need my permission to weed out two cretins. Ashazi and Aelinor shuddered at those words. Death and torture weren't the worst sentences the three great countries had to offer. The worst sentence for any sane person was to be declared an outlaw. Just like on Earth in ancient times, it meant to be cast out of the law, the shield that ensured the rights of the citizens and protected their lives. Without such protection, anyone could do anything to an outlaw, and no one would so much as bat an eye. Outlaws could be enslaved, tortured, or even used as sacrifices for forbidden magic. They weren't humans anymore and even less important than trash cans. Someone caught destroying a trash can would still be fined for damaging public property. Someone caught gutting an outlaw alive would receive no reprimand as long as they didn't do it in public, and only because it was considered akin to indecent exposure. These two aren't the problem, Your Majesty. Lith shook his head. Do I have to remind you of Meln's message? Of the threat he poses to my family? Of course not. Meron narrowed his eyes, understanding what Lith meant. The king had already put the kingdom on maximum alert, and the hunt for Lith's insane brother had resumed. The queen spared no effort in her search for Mirim Distar's killer, searching from the dirtiest slums to the shiniest noble manors for leads. Then you understand my need to reply to him in kind, Lith replied. These idiots just collect information, but there's no telling how it will be used in the future, as you have. Heard Ashazi wanted leverage. What better leverage than passing his knowledge on to my incontinent brother, so that I don't have the time to deal with the likes of Ashazi? I would never work with the Poop-Eye King, Ashazi cried in desperation. He's insane. He killed or betrayed everyone stupid enough to trust him. Hard to believe when you have already proved to be stupid enough to break the kingdom's laws and even challenge a Magus for profit. Meron silenced Ashazi with a wave of his hand. There's nothing the likes of you wouldn't do when truly desperate. Please continue, Magus Verhin. I don't plan to kill only Ashazi and those who asked for information, but all those involved, from the most insignificant lackey to the highest noble. Today, I plan to put a violent end to crime in Vinia, Lith said. I called you to give you the time to prepare a press release to explain today's events, and for the power vacuum that will ensue. If not controlled properly, the sudden disappearance of so many influential figures will create an opportunity for other criminal groups or the undead courts to expand their turfs. Power vacuum? Meron was as puzzled as Ashazi was terrified. How many people are we talking about? A few thousand. Lith's reply made the king's eyes widen in surprise. As I said, everyone involved. And how will you find and judge so many people at once? Meron asked. I don't need to find them. Lith pointed at many piles of folders and files neatly stacked. On the desk behind him. Ashazi here kept a clear record of every transaction he made and has collected dirt on his business partners for years. It's what people like him call insurance. I'm going to leave the files for your archons to check and verify my claims. Chapter 3421, The Reply, Part 2. The evidence will clear any doubt a member of the royal court may have, especially once verified on the other end, Lith said, and Meron nodded for him to continue. As for the judging them, he loved the euphemism. Are you aware of my Call of the Void bloodline ability, Your Majesty? You mean the one that eradicated the undead courts in Dirios and almost eclipsed the kingdom on the day your daughter was born? Of course. The king had also witnessed the Call of the Void in Verendi, but he preferred not to make any mention of that massacre or Tyrus warning. I'm going to use it again, Lith continued. Anything else would take too long and would endanger the civilians. Are you sure this is how you want to deal with the problem, Magus Verhin? Meron asked. Meln's message is clear. Join me and reap the benefits. My reply must be just as simple. Just sniff around my family and I will find you and I will kill you. A few thousand corpses in a single night should prove I'm serious, Lith said. What if it has the opposite effect? The king pondered. What if it brings people under the banner of the Pupai King just to escape your wrath? Unlikely, Lith shook his head. Even Ashazi knows what happened to Meln's former associates. Anyone with a brain will choose neutrality since I can't be bought and Meln can't be trusted. Those stupid enough to join him won't be a threat. I don't plan on driving anyone into a corner or making them so desperate that even Pupai looks alluring. I just ask to be left alone. Ashazi would still be alive if he had minded his own business. Ashazi was still alive and would have loved to point it out, but fear froze him like a lamb in front of a slaughterhouse. I see, Meron nodded, not even bothering to acknowledge the crime lord's existence. I need time to rally the troops and bring the constables to Vinca. The best way to avoid a power vacuum is to fill the void the moment it forms. Achieving capillary control of the information and the noble households will take a while. Excellent plan, Your Majesty, Lith replied. I can wait until sunrise. After that, the Call of the Void will be visible and cause more problems than it would solve. At night, people will think they have just blinked longer than usual. I'll contact you as soon as I'm done with the necessary preparations. As for those two, deal with them as you best see fit. Meron out. Lith turned to Ashazi, his smile never breaking. Please, I never intended to threaten your family, he begged. There's no need to kill me. Without my organization, I'm just dirt on your shoes. Indeed you are, Ekidu. One magic word was enough to turn Ashazi Gelt into a puddle of rotting flesh. He screamed in agony as his skin putrefied and his bones shattered. Then, his tongue swelled up and his throat sagged, turning his cries into a gurgle of blood and frothing saliva. When death came, it was a blessing. Lith kept Ashazi alive until the last moment. Even as a formless slime with no eyes or ears, Ashazi felt everything until there was nothing left that could hurt anymore. Aelinor wanted to scream, but he had no voice. He wanted to faint, but he was afraid never to wake up. You promised, Aelinor said amid sobs. You promised to let me go. I remember. Lith grabbed Aelinor by the throat and warped several kilometers high in the sky. As I promised, I'm letting you go. Aelinor screamed all the way down until the sidewalk stopped his fall and ended his life. Space. A couple of hours later, constables, soldiers, and mages flooded Vinia from all the available warp gates. King Meron used the royal override code to access the private gates and keep the people on Lith's list from escaping. In the name of the king, close your eyes now. A young female constable yelled while showing her badge to the clients of a tavern of ill reputation. The tavern was a front for the smuggling of drugs, gambling, and black market artifacts. Or what, missy? The barkeep was a huge man and an ex-soldier. The tavern was filled with clients, and the constable was alone. I'm in position. She ignored the not-so-veiled threat. Acknowledged, said a voice from the other end of her amulet. The tavern's clients were getting up from their seats when the constable crouched down on the floor, closing her eyes and covering her ears with her hands. What is she for? A woman with a scar on her left eye said with a laugh. Then the tavern went black. The fireplace still crackled, the smell of burning torches was still there, but the light was gone. What's happening? What is that? No one could see whose finger was pointing at what, yet the eyes and fangs lighting the dark were perfectly visible. Ancient words mixed with modern screams as the constable raised a prayer to the gods. Despite her efforts, she could still hear the tearing of flesh, the splash of blood, and the death throes. Things in the dark sniffed at her, whispered in her ears, and caressed her exposed skin, but never hurt her. It's over, the voice from the amulet said. You can open your eyes. The constable obeyed, discovering she was one of the few people still alive. Those who had ignored her warning were drenched in blood, their hair white from fear. They were sitting in a yellow-brown pool of their own making, sobbing like children. Some had their mouths open in a silent scream, their eyes glazed after losing consciousness. As for the rest, they were dead. The corpses had been pieced together after the kill and orderly arranged on the floor, ready for the pickup. Did this really happen all over Vinker at the same time? The female constable scanned her surroundings with her amulet, shaking her head in disbelief. Yes, the voice on the other side replied as the sound of multiple mugs shattering could be heard in the background. Space. The following day, the people all over the kingdom received Lith's message, but no one took it as seriously as the citizens of Vinka. Thousands of people had disappeared overnight, hundreds of soldiers had taken over streets, buildings, and noble households, yet no one had noticed anything. The citizens of Vinia had gone to sleep in one city and woken up in another filled with royal constables. The families of the deceased received no apology or compensation, just an explanation and proof of the crimes when they were already available. The investigations were still ongoing, and there was no telling what they might uncover. As the count of the bodies progressed and the reason for the night raid was revealed, many eyes turned toward the Mermaid Reef. Fear and curiosity were the dominant feelings, making every member of the hotel staff subject to endless flattery and bribery. Everyone wanted to know what the Verhins looked like, how they behaved, what they ate, their political opinion about current events, and so on and so far. Chapter 34-22 Dangerous Times, Part 1. Even simple gossip or small bits of information about the Verhins were in high demand, as long as the source was trustworthy. This put two members of the Mermaid Reef staff under the spotlight, the concierge and the valet of the dock. The former had too much professional pride and cared too much about the hotel's reputation to let anything slip aside from a few passing comments. The latter, instead, greatly enjoyed the fame and fortune that came with his position. People competed to offer him drinks and food after work hours. It made him proud, arrogant, and most of all it made him keep his cars open. Tista and Renat had just returned to the Mermaid Reef with their gondola, and were commenting on the events of the past days like they always did. Man, Vinia sure is a beautiful city, but sure it's full of idiots, Renat sighed. I'm glad we are leaving tomorrow. I'm sick and tired of Noble casually bumping into us while we tour the canals. Idiots, nice way to use an understatement. Tista scoffed as she handed the token to the valet. Aside from Kami, attacking Mom is the most brain-dead thing anyone can do. If someone so much as touches one of her hair, there is nothing Lith wouldn't do to get revenge. Why just Mom? What about us? Renat asked in indignance. Please, we can defend ourselves. I'm a divine beast and you can nag even me into oblivion, Tista replied. I don't nag, you ungrateful brat. See, nag, 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 Tista rolled her eyes. If I didn't know any better, I'd think you are a spinster. Young lady, you're in for such a spanking. Renat chased after her sister, who laughed all the way up to the restaurant floor. So Supreme Magus Verhin cares about his mother the most, the valet thought. This information should be worth a few coins if I play my cards well. Space. Grand Duchy of Essager, Vaster household at the same time. After a long and tiring day at the White Griffin Academy, Zogger Vaster was happy to enjoy a nice meal with his family. I must say, Zin, your cooking is always the best, he said. No offense to our chefs, but I have yet to find someone who can prepare a simple soup with such a rich taste. Please, Zogger, it's nothing much, she giggled. It actually wasn't. Zinnia spent hours practicing his favorite dishes and taking lessons from the chefs of the household. During the exam periods, Vaster spent little time at home, and she loved to make it special. Tastes like soup to me. Philia grumbled, having no interest in delicate flavors and preferring more spicy food. Don't be ungrateful, young lady, Vaster grunted. Your mother put a lot of effort into preparing this meal and spent part of her little free time cooking for us. Why grumble instead of appreciate each other's company? I'm sorry, Dad. Philia noticed the master's extended hand and she squeezed it. Thanks for the food, Mom. You're welcome, sweetie. Zinnia's heart melted seeing her daughter and husband be so close. Don't worry about the soup. I've also prepared your favorite roasted blinker, an entire bottle of hot sauce, and Uncle Lith sent us a lot of his fries. Gods, yes, Philia cheered loudly as if a bloody war had just ended. What about ice cream? I've prepared that myself, Zinnia replied. Thanks, Mom, you are the best. Philia wolfed down the soup to get to the roast as soon as possible. Dad, can I ask you a question? Frey raised his hand like he was still in the classroom. Of course you can, son, Zogger nodded. No need to raise your hand, though. This is your home, not another classroom. I had enough of those for today. Have mercy on your... Man, it's actually a question about school. Frey cleared his throat. If you are too tired, it can wait until the end of the exam session. Don't be silly. The master swept the air with his hand. I'm never too tired for you, son. Thanks, Dad. Frey smiled from ear to ear, and another corner of Zinya's heart melted with joy as the boy took a thick book out of his dimensional ring. It's about Krishna Manohar. At that name, Vaster's eyes lost a part of their luster and turned sad. I don't get him one bit. Frey failed to notice the change in his father's expression and continued. I mean, everyone else is clear-cut. Meron is a wise ruler, Uncle Marth is a genius, and Uncle Lith is a hero, but Manohar. Sometimes he is described as a genius, others a hero, and very often as a deranged individual who put the kingdom into danger or abandoned it in the moment of need. You knew Manohar, right? Modern history, huh? Vaster gave the book a cursory glance, avoiding to ask how it referred to him. Yes, son, I knew him very well. I was one of his academy professors. What version is the correct one? Was he more like Uncle Lith, a genius who loves the spotlight, or like you, a genius who prefers to keep a low profile? The master stared at the boy in surprise for a while. There was no flattery in Frey's eyes. He truly believed what he was saying. Vaster's voice came out cracked with emotion, forcing him to clear his throat. All of them are correct, son. Manohar was all of those things, a genius, a hero, a menace. Madman, he didn't love the spotlight, though. Manohar simply couldn't avoid it due to his incredible talent and horrible personality. People always ended up keeping their eyes on him, whether he and them wanted or not. Vaster glossed over Manohar's human experimentation, social blunders, and deranged logic since they were topics ill-suited for an audience so young. Was he strong? Frey asked, leaning toward the master. Very. Vaster nodded. Manohar was an incredible mage and warrior, but that wasn't the secret of his strength, nor was his ability to find in minutes the solution to problems that tormented his peers for years. His secret was his voice. When he talked to you with his demeaning voice and colorful insults, he made you feel as strong as he was. He made you think you really could just extend your arms, clench his throat, and snuff the life out of him with your bare hands. Zager! Zinya spat out her food when Vaster mimicked the gesture of strangling someone, and the kids laughed hard. What? He asked me what Manohar was like, and I answered. The master shrugged. Do you want me to lie to our children? Between the kids staring at her and the our children part, Zinya failed to speak and just shook her head. Tell us a few stories about him, Philia said. Sure, but only those age-appropriate. The rest you'll hear about when you grow up. As the master recounted anecdotes from when Manohar was his student, Philia and Frey laughed hysterically. They gained a deeper understanding of the late god of healing, and pitied everyone who had to work with or fight against him. Chapter 34, 23 Dangerous Times, Part 2. Even Tezka had a good laugh. Humans, he chuckled. Maybe they are not the strongest race, but for sure they are the most interesting. The food is delicious, Zin. The wolf-fox hybrid gnawed at his roasted blinkers with fries, filling himself with all the nutrients he might soon need. After dinner, the family moved to the inner garden of the household for more stories and a bowl of ice cream while enjoying the fresh breeze of the night after a hot day. Thanks for the food, Mom. Thanks for the stories, Dad. Thanks for everything, Uncle Tezka. The kids kissed their parents good night and went to bed. They are so cute, the Sun-Eater sighed while moving to Vaster's side. Aren't you going with them? Zinya asked in surprise. Tezka rarely left the children alone. There was always at least one tail keeping an eye on them, but he still had all 10 of them. Not tonight, the Wargeldrich hybrid shook his head. Zager and I have something to do. Space. Giera continent, several hundred kilometers into the mainland, on the path of the lost. City called Oros the bringer of unity at the same time. The sun was high on the other side of Magur, but the weather wasn't so hot. The worst of winter had already passed, but even with the sun approaching noon, the air was still quite chilly. Thanks for accompanying me, Xenagrosh, thought the Ogoreldrich hybrid said. The master failed to find safe passage through the transoceanic gates this time, and the hall is huge. With your dragon speed and omni pocket, however, we should be done with it before the sun rises on Garland. Don't mention it. The shadow dragon crossed dozens of kilometers with a single flap of her majestic wings. Father needs a constant flow of materials for his experiments. Also, if we are lucky, we could find a lost city and have the opportunity to put to the test our new equipment. She flexed her fingers, still feeling weird. After training most of her life with metal equipment, wearing a Yggdrasil wood armor was uncomfortable. Not only because of its material, but also because of how it affected her mental capacities, and especially her dragon eyes. Xenagrosh experienced frequent headaches just by looking at her surroundings, and took off the armor every time she could. "Talk for yourself," Upthought replied. "As a proud member of the Shorty team, I prefer taking on someone my own size." Upthought was no bigger than a human, smaller than one of Xenogrosh's fingers. "Yeah, right," the Shadow Dragon scoffed. "More like you love easy fights, one void howling and anything human-sized dies." "Oh, bite me," the Ogre Eldritch scoffed back. "With pleasure." Xenogrosh turned her head and opened her gigantic maw. Very funny, Upthought shapeshifted her arms into tendrils and muzzled the dragon. "Enough fooling around, there's our contact." Oros, the bringer of unity, had reached the Mana Geyser chosen as the meeting point early and checked the surroundings for spies or intruders. "Welcome to Giera, miladies." The Lost City waved his colossal hand as they approached. Oros was over 100 meters, 330 tall, making him easy to spot even from a great distance. "Anything worth reporting?" Xenogrosh asked while returning the greeting with a nod. "The usual," he shrugged. "Winter stopped all activities but our own. No one dared mess with me or disturb our minds." Having a Lost City patrolling the Master's territories was convenient for more than one reason. Oros acted as a distraction, a guard, and a storage facility. Mine materials couldn't be left lying around without the risk of someone picking up such an intense energy signature. The Bringer of Unity solved the problems by moving the goods inside his halls, cloaking them with his own aura. Lost cities were impossible to kill, and until Oros kept himself predictable and didn't cause trouble, the people of Giera returned him the favor. "Excellent." Upthought nodded as well while casting detection arrays just to be safe. "Any trace of chroniclers from a New World tree?" "None," the Colossus shook his massive head. "They have disappeared. Who would have thought that even the Yggdrasil might die? These are dangerous times, milady. Immortality protects no one. Lost cities, white cores, world trees, everyone dies." "You'd better remember that," Xenogrosh said. "We might not be guardians, but I have the guy who destroyed Argenter and many other of your siblings on my speed dial. Are we clear?" Crystal, Oros would have swallowed hard if he could. "No need for threats, milady. I would never betray the cause." He was being sincere. His indenture to the Master came with many perks. Oros was learning modern magic, receiving new hosts, and enjoying the protection of the organization. Whenever someone came too close to capture and seal him, the hybrids would act from the shadows and provide him the boost he needed to defeat his enemies. "Until it suits you, you mean?" Xenogrosh sneered, Upthought. "It's safe," she replied. "You can take out the goods, Oros." The Lost City waved his massive hand, and tons of magic crystals and metal appeared out of thin air. A sudden explosion scattered the treasures, sent the Eldritches flying, and threw Oros off balance just as quickly. "I can't believe my luck," a powerful voice half barked and half laughed. "I can get free materials, 2 specimens, and get my revenge on the old lizard all at once. Capturing you and raising my status is just the icing on the cake, Oros. Honestly, you are not worth my time, but since you're already here, there's no reason not to kill one more bird with the same stone." Roghar the Fenrir, the guardian of Mana, stood 50 meters, 166 at the withers as he played with the mountain of metal and crystals with his colossal paw. His wolf-like body was covered in pure silver fur that absorbed every speck of sunlight instead of reflecting. It also absorbed the surrounding world energy, feeding it to the guardian and strengthening his already matchless powers. Oros was the only one bigger than Roghar, twice as tall and many times heavier. The Lost City roared, charging at the Guardian with a fist imbued with countless spells and life maelstrom. Roghar scoffed, needing only one paw to block the strike and unleashing 6 cursed blasts that tore Oros to shreds from the waist up. It was his Guardian tier mirror magic. Spell Elemental Curse. "It's only fitting to defeat you wretches with your own favorite trick," the Guardian said with a literal wolfish smile on his snout. "To think it took you millennia just to master. Chaos and me a few years to master all cursed elements." "You mean like this?" Between her dragon eyes, her training with the other Eldritches, and the Yggdrasil bookworm armor, Xenogrosh learned Elemental Curse after seeing Itfri Omegeb novel C. Gujarati, Ushunya, Inus M. Once, the Shadow Dragon emitted 6 pillars, each of a different cursed element, and shot them at the Wolf Guardian. Roghar's lips curled up in a disgusted expression as he redirected his Elemental Curse to intercept Xenogrosh's. "I had almost forgotten about those obnoxious eyes of yours. Almost. Chaos clashed against chaos, decay against decay, and so on. Like father, like daughter, isn't that?" "Right, Zor." Chapter 34-24 Skull and Maw Part 1. Roghar used Xenogrosh's human name, and the moniker very few were allowed to use, enraging her further. Too bad you are pathetically weak compared to your father. The Guardian's mirror spell overpowered its lesser twin with ease. Roghar sent the Chaos and Zero Pillars against the Shadow Dragon, Corruption and Cinder at the Ogre, and Choke and Decay at the Lost City. All abominations were weak against the Darkness element, but dragons also suffered the cold greatly. The cursed fire and earth elements countered Abthot's living half just like the air and light elements did for Oros. The source of the immense might of the living legacy was his many hosts who were now dying in droves. Decay made them age into dust in the span of seconds, while Choke made it impossible for them to breathe. The Bringer of Unity could resurrect his inhabitant with time, but until that moment, he would lose their mana cores and bloodline abilities. Shit, Xenogrosh poured all of her mana into her spell, but she was no match for Roghar. Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you, the Fenrir said. I'm just going to capture you. If I can't have Verhin, you will suffice. I'll uncover the secrets of true resurrection even if I have to dissect you. She started to fly back, hurling a jet stream of primordial flames to weaken the Chaos and Zero before they hit her. The former atomized half her body from existence, the other half surviving only thanks to the troll core, generating enough light element to neutralize the attack. Yet that was what Zero was for. Grievously injured and reduced to a fraction of herself, the cold wave had an easy time freezing the Shadow Dragon on the spot and trapping her in an ice coffin. Like fishing in a barrel, Roghar smiled as he collected the remains of the Shadow Dragon and the Ogre. As for you. Oros was already done regenerating his physical form, but now he had to deal with all the cursed elements at once instead of just two. The Bringer of Unity focused his powers, spells, and the countless bloodline abilities from his hosts, putting them all against the Guardian's might. Oh, please, the Fenrir needed but a glance to recognize each and every spell and counter them to perfection. I'm the Guardian of Mana, remember. Less than a second later, Oros was reduced to a burning pile of rubble desperately trying to rebuild itself. Stop embarrassing yourself, this is over. Roghar used his elemental flow ability to weave dozens of arrays at once, forming a trap fueled by the same mana geyser that was supposed to empower the Lost City and the Eldritches. When I'm done with you two and capture your master, remind me to thank him, Zorith, he said while focusing on the central nodes that would make his creation unbreakable. If not for his brilliant research, I'd have no clue where to start mine. Also, it was mighty kind of him delivering you to me on a silver platter. You should have never come to Giera, not after what your father did to. A solid punch to the jaw cut Roghar short and sent him tumbling onto the ground. Why wait, the master said while Tezca's tails pummel at the Fenrir and his hands rescued his wounded companions. I'm already here. If you want to talk, let's talk. What, how? Roghar, Fenrir, and Zagran said in unison. The Fenrir was right there, while the Leviathan and the Garuda were thousands of kilometers away in their respective turfs. Yet they could see the sun shining bright in the sky just as well as Tezca standing 50 meters, 166, tall in his humanoid battle form. Suncater is the what, the Filgja replied with a wide grin. As for the how, I had a little help. Right beside the shadow umbrella of the Sun-Eater spell, the rest of the Divine Beast Eldritch's hybrids formed a dimensional array that redirected part of the sunlight that was supposed to move past Magur. The exit point of the array was immediately below the Sun-Eater spell, making the localized solar eclipse impossible to detect. A brilliant trick, but easy to neutralize once I put my mind to it. Roghar noticed and disposed of the array with but a thought, plunging the area in an unnatural night. I must say, I'm disappointed. Tezca the Sun-Eater may be strong, but he didn't even put a dent on the barbarian sparrow. I didn't expect the fabled master to be stupid enough to think a mere fox can beat a wolf, let alone that you were nothing but another small man who thinks he can play God. Bytra's cloaking devices made Vaster unrecognizable. Even from so up close, his mind, energy signature, and mana cores were sealed from the Guardian's probing. All Roghar could sense was that the master was a human male. Playing is for children, Mutt, and unlike you, I'm no child, Vaster replied. I'm a professional and I let my work speak for me, god of mana. The master removed the helm of his Dominator armor, revealing part of the human features of his decoy body. Only a part because the maw of Bytra covered the lower half of his face. Vaster removed it, fitting it inside the visor of a Yggdrasil helm before putting it on. Magur Almighty! the three guardians of Giera said in unison as they recognized the helm and watched Tezca wearing another identical to the master's. Magur has nothing to do with this, Mutt. This is the skull of Bitra, Vaster said as both his aura and Tezca's burst out with new power. I'm going to kill that fucker. Zorith was still shivering as Abthot helped the dragon recover thanks to her plant side. Then they both locked the maw in their own skull and wore them. The Fenrir charged at the Filgja with his jaws open, going straight for the neck. Tezca read the mana current inside and outside the guardian's body thanks to the skull and dodged in the nick of time. He delivered a right cross the side of Roghar's snout, followed by a left uppercut which in turn was accompanied by Tezca's 9 razor-sharp tails. Each one of them spun on itself at high speed and was aimed either at a vital organ or a nerve center. The Sun Eater needed just one tail to hit its mark in order to kill or incapacitate the guardian. Do you really expect this to work? I'm offended by this charade. The Fenrir snarled, blocking 3 of Tezca's tails with his own and catching another on the fly with his maw. 5 tails reached their target, but none managed to pierce through the thick fur of the wolf guardian. While all of Tezca's weight was still into the failed attack, Roghar bit off the captured tail and slashed with his frontal claws. It was merely a slap, but it sent the Filgja flying back for almost 200 meters, 656, and left deep marks on his armor. I'm not that idiotic sparrow. The Fenrir bared his fangs, twisting his snout in a contemptuous smile. I'm not going to play with you until you pull out your best cards one by one. I've seen what you are capable of doing already. Chapter 34-25 Skull and Maw Part 2. Tezca's failed attack revealed the presence of a Davros armor covering the Guardian's body. The silver fur covered the metal, and their almost identical color made the latter invisible unless the former was physically brushed aside. I may not have the sparrow regenerative abilities, but you'll soon discover that the means at my disposal are in no way inferior. Take out that toothpick you call sword, or I promise you'll regret it in the next 5 seconds. What about no? By the time Tezca had recovered his footing, his Sun Eater armor had already completed its repairs. The Filgja charged forward again, covering his advance with a barrage of Tier 5 Chaos spells, Void Hunger. 1, Roghar counted out loud without averting his eyes from Tezca. He didn't dodge the attack and activated his Mana Body Bloodline ability. 2, when the Filgja entered Roghar's range, the Guardian shapeshifted into a humanoid form as well. 3, he took the Void Hungers head-on while blocking Tezca's 9 tails with his arms and countering them with a solid frontal kick to the stomach. 4, while the Filgja was still flying from the hit, the Guardian bolted in front of him and started pummeled Tezca in midair to keep him from touching the ground. 5, Vaster ended the countdown by unleashing a new version of his anti-Guardian spell, Chaos Annihilation, that not only swapped the darkness element with chaos, but also the light element with decay. The Chaos Annihilation took Roghar by surprise and hit him square on the chest, sending him flying and allowing Tezca to recover his footing. What? The anti-Guardian spell didn't dissipate upon hitting the Fenrir, and kept piercing through his armor and fur until Roghar blasted it away with a spell of his own. Are you all right, Tezca? The Master ignored the Guardian and turned to his ally like they were alone. Never been better. The constant flow of energy from the Sun Eater spell had already healed the Filgja's wounds and repaired his armor. Didn't expect the bastard to be so cowardly that he would pull out his best equipment right off the bat. Me neither, but that's why we came here, to learn, Vaster said. Learn, Roghar echoed in outrage, making the ground quake and the sky rumble in response to his fury. You have the gall to challenge a Guardian just to perform one of your experiments. You dare think you'll get out of here alive? Yes to both your questions, the Master replied while Tezca circled the Fenrir at supersonic speed in search of an opening. We have already defeated Leza, but she was still recovering from Tyrus beating and easy prey. The spar with Salark gave us insight on our limits, but it was the fight against the World Tree that revealed our weaknesses. Now that we have increased our strength again, what's better to test it out than fighting against a lesser Guardian? A lesser Guardian? Roghar's rage exploded, and with it his Guardian tier spell whirled Maw. 12 pillars of elemental energy, each shaped like a fang and as big as a mountain, enveloped the area of the fight, slamming against each other multiple times like jaws munching at food. Oh shit! Tezca activated his Eldritch tier spell, Chaos Dimension, assuming control of space and gravity in its area of effect. By adjusting his weight and the curvature of space, the Filgja managed to split the world maw wide open and protect the master. At the same time, Tezca increased the Guardian's gravity by 1,000-fold and resumed his attack. Yes, a lesser Guardian, the master nodded, his helm's visor twisting into a mocking smile. Currently, we don't have the strength to face the Guardians of Garland or Zagran. That would have been suicidal. We needed someone strong enough to be a challenge, but not so much it would be impossible to beat him by cheating a bit. The Guardians of Verendi are too lacking, so our choice was between you and Feniger. While Vaster spoke, Tezca used the cover of Chaos Dimension to open and close countless dimensional corridors with each heartbeat. The entry points were near him, while the exit points surrounded the Fenrir. It gave Roghar no time to study them or predict where his attacks would appear were he to send them through the dimensional passageways. As their creator, however, Tezca had no such problem. He knew where every single warp point led and exploited his advantage viciously. Cinder Steps bolstered the kinetic energy of his punches and kicks by dozens of times, exceeding even a Guardian's physical strength. Decay Steps exploded right after a spell crossed them, blinding the Guardian's soul vision and making it impossible for him to react before the spells struck him. Corruption Steps imbued Tezca's tails with the cursed element, so that even after the King Wolf armor stopped them, the corruption would infiltrate the artifact and Roghar's body with its destructive energy. Zero Steps turned everything that passed through them into ice, making Tezca's spells fall to the ground. They wasted Roghar's focus and defenses since the Guardian reacted expecting them to hit, keeping him on his toes. The spells were dormant, but the moment the Zero faded, they would explode with their full strength. Zero Steps worked as both a diversion and a minefield. Choke Steps instead were laid as traps. Anything that entered them would come out in a different and mangled form after being twisted by the unstable dimensional energy. Tezca put their exit points near himself as bait, but the Fenrir didn't bite. Feniger is a recluse, and we had no way of luring him outside his lair without making too much fuss. Vaster continued. You instead are arrogant and predictable. After the beating Ligain gave you, I knew you couldn't resist the temptation to get even with him by experimenting on his precious daughter. You've made your interest in resurrection known, and Zorith is the one who's gotten the closest to it after Lith. I sent her here to lure you into a trap, and you fell for it. We'll soon see who between us is the hunter and who is the prey, little man. Roghar kept flying back to escape the onslaught, but even with mana body, the damage kept piling on. I must admit that this really is a brilliant plan, he thought. The human talks to distract me while Tezca focuses solely on attacking. On top of that, after that chaos annihilation, the mere presence of the human forces me to divert part of my focus on him. All he needs to do to be a threat is standing there and keeping me in the range of his spells. To make matters worse, mana body greatly increased Roghar's physical and magical resistance, but as long as it was active, the Guardian couldn't cast new spells. Tezca chased, the Fenrir Chaos Dimension followed its master, keeping the Guardian trapped. Turning mana body off while under such a heavy attack was a risk Roghar couldn't afford to take. It was the reason he recalled World Maw and enveloped himself with it. With Tezca's senses and the skull of Baitra blinded by the roaring mana flow of the spell, Roghar bought himself a precious moment of respite. Chapter 34, 26 Skull and Maw Part 3. Yet instead of using the World Maw spell to stall for time and further tilt the scales of the battle in the Filgja's favor, the Guardian focused his mind and the spell in a single point, compressing World Maw to the extreme. The Guardian Tear spell turned into a swirling, multicolored bolt of energy that engulfed Chaos Dimension. The pressure it exerted was so great that it bent the dimensional distortion, compromising its structural integrity. Cunning son of a bitch! Tezca could have withstood the blast by shrinking Chaos Dimension and condensing it around his body, but that would have meant leaving Vaster completely exposed. He was forced to choose between letting both of them be severely injured or saving himself and losing his ally. No matter what he did, Roghar would escape the entrapment and face a weakened enemy. It was the reason Tezca created a third option. He kept Chaos Dimension's size, but altered its structure, forming a dimensional passage in the straight line connecting him to the Master. Tezca took on and dispersed most of the World Maw and warped away only the section that would have actually hit him. From Roghar's perspective, his strategy was a resounding success. Only people observing the fight from a distance like Xenogrash and the other Giera Guardians realized its failure. If watched from above, the World Maw looked split right in the middle like a sea of multicolored flames, a warp steps hidden behind several layers of chaos. Dimension warped away a section of world, Maw without a single speck of energy reaching either Tezca or the Master. Roghar kept the spell active for several seconds, draining Tezca's focus and mana. The Fenrir was a guardian, and even with mana body still active, his wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his mana core endlessly drew upon the world energy. When Roghar dispelled the world Maw, his body was back to its peak condition, whereas the Suncator was a panting mess. Too bad you brought that human with you, Tezca the Suncator. The Fenrir sighed as he unleashed his Guardian Tier spirit spell, Searing Destruction. If you didn't have to protect that weakling, you might have forced me to take out my weapon like you did with Salark. The ending, however, would have been no different from your match with her. You would have just delayed the inevitable for a bit. The Fenrir emitted an emerald sphere from his forefinger that reached Chaos Dimension and tore it to shreds. Spirit magic used no world energy and was comprised solely of the caster's mana. Chaos Dimension had no effect on Searing Destruction, except for altering his gravity and curvature, but Roghar could correct both with his willpower, and infuse more mana in it by the second. As Scaring Destruction pierced through, Tezca and his spell were pushed back, digging a several meters deep furrow in the ground. I know that compared to Guardian I'm weak, Vaster replied while raising his Grimbark staff and conjuring the spells he had stored within. But so what? Compared to who I was just a few years back, I'm a demigod. Laugh at me all you want. You've reached the peak of your strength while I'm still exploring mine. A 7-pointed array resembling the Big Dipper appeared in front of him, releasing Silverwing's Annihilation. Unlike Vaster's version of the spell, the original was comprised of all 7 elements, including spirit magic. It was something that usually required 7 bright violet core awakened or 1 white core to conjure. Vaster's mana core was unable to produce so much power alone, and his black core couldn't produce both the light and the spirit elements. It would have been an impossible feat if not for Grimbark and the skull of Bytra. The Yggdrasil staff allowed him to accumulate and mix different energies, while the skull harmonized them in a single spell without rejection. The Yggdrasil wood couldn't store incomplete spells, but by storing powerful spells of each element, and then splitting them into their basic runes, Vaster could reassemble them into the Annihilation thanks to the skull. Order and chaos. Roghar was taken by surprise, and the darkness sealing array he had prepared was now completely useless. The Eldritch's greatest weak point was that chaos was still darkness magic. A single spell that any fourth-year student of one of the 6 great academies could learn took away the abomination's best weapon. The darkness-sealing array was supposed to neutralize Vaster's chaos annihilation and Tezca's chaos dimension at the same time. The human would waste his mana for nothing, and the Filgja would die, unable to react under the pressure of searing destruction. Silverwing's annihilation, instead, was comprised of pure mana split into its original components and unaffected by elemental sealing arrays. Even worse, it had the power to harm a guardian if not properly defended against. Roghar cursed at the Master and conjured a powerful spirit barrier. The annihilation failed to inflict harm but succeeded in its intent. With the guardian's focus split, Tezca managed to retreat near Vaster and escape the jaws of defeat. You wanted my sword, you mangy mutt? There it is. Endless Night came out of Tezca's omni pocket, its hilt fitting his palm like an extension of his being. With a single fluid movement, Tezca compressed Chaos Dimension around the blade and swung it in a diagonal slash, releasing his blade tier spell, Cosmic Devourer. What? How is this possible? Fennegar and Zagrin jumped up from their thrones while trying to solve the mystery with soul vision. Blade tier spells were powerful, but they also required a long time to be cast, whereas Tezca had conjured Cosmic Devourer instantly. The Maw of Bytra, Roghar cursed out loud, enlightening his peers. The bastard wasn't going easy on me. He was waiting for his blade tier spell to be weaved by the Maw while he cast powerful spells non-stop to cover its aura. All of this was just a setup. Why do you think we wear 2 helms? Vaster's tone remained that of a professor explaining difficult concepts to a puzzled student. It's to keep the Maw's spells invisible. It's also the reason I'm talking so much. The more you waste your energy listening to me, the more I can throw you off your game. What he said, Tezca said with a wolfish smile on his snout, and more. While defending from Silverwing's annihilation and fighting to keep his searing destruction from being split asunder by Cosmic Devourer, Roghar failed to notice a human-sized dimensional corridor that Tezca had left behind. The scale of the spells in play and the size of the combatants made such a small warp steps invisible to normal and mystical senses. Any fluctuation would have alerted Roghar, but the warp steps was fixed in both energy and position, blending in with the background. I hope you haven't forgotten about us, you bastard. Xenagrosh further raised the ante by hurling a jet of immortal flames the size of a skyscraper. Abthot was right by her side, draining the soil of its nutrients to feed the shadow dragon and ensure that producing such a volume of emerald fire would pose no threat to her. Still wounded life force. Chapter 34, 27 Skull and Maw Part 4. Abthot's monster half lacked powerful means of attack, but she could use it to grant any of her allies the same regenerative abilities of a plant folk, or, in the case of Xenagrosh's troll half, not to experience fatigue after instantly recovering from deadly wounds. I actually had forgotten about you too. Roghar inwardly cursed at himself and conjured his guardian weapon, the Maw. A massive spear appeared from his pocket dimension, filling the air with an influx of world energy on par with the mana geyser below his feet. Its head was made of Davros, while the haft was made from a single huge white crystal that was covered in Roghar's fur to give it a better grip and further amplify its power. The Maw had been purified by the origin flames of an elder dragon, its power cores permanently boosted by Zagran's life maelstrom, and crafted by Roghar himself. Roghar didn't have Salark's skill or technique, but thanks to his elemental flow bloodline ability, the enchantments of the artifact he crafted always reached their full potential. He spun the haft in his hands, blocking Cosmic Devourer, Silverwing's Annihilation, and the immortal flames at the same time. Every movement of the spear created ripples in the surrounding world energy and turned it into runes. The Maw channeled both elemental flow and body casting to weave spells and arrays as if it was part of Roghar's body. In the span of a split second, the Wolf Guardian had conjured an annihilation to counter Vaster's spell, a tornado to scatter the immortal flames, and a mana blade that matched Cosmic Devourer. On top of that, now that he had neutralized the incoming attacks, the Fenrir had started casting multiple spells to finish off all his enemies in one fell swoop. When the Skull of Baitra read the massive mana flow surrounding the Fenrir and reported the complex mix of offensive and defensive spells to Tezca, the Filgja sprung his trap. A bolt of chaos emerged from the Forgotten, small steps, carrying the Tier 5 chaos spell Shredding Wheel. Roghar gasped in horror and released the offensive spells he already had at the ready, but it was too late. 2 energy rings infused with Orom's break energy shattered his spirit barrier and struck at his armor. The Fenrir's spells managed to destroy the first ring, but the second had already neutralized the protective enchantments of the Wolf King armor and was now biting at the Guardian's flesh. Shredding Wheel only needed to erase a few runes to neutralize most enchantments of the Davros armor and turn it into a useless lump of metal. The break-infused ring then easily pierced through Roghar's flesh and injected its remaining strength straight into his life force. Even a small section of Roghar's essence being erased from existence weakened his body, lowered his intelligence, and crippled his bloodline abilities. The protective layers he had so masterfully erected were now beyond his means, and he failed to control them. The immortal flames, the annihilation, and Cosmic Devourer hit at the same time, combining their effects. The emerald flames ate at mana body, stripping the Guardian of the only powerful defense he had left. The annihilation pierced through Roghar's chest and vaporized a good part of his left lung, sealing his breathing technique. The Blade Tier spell opened a deep wound from the Fenrir's left hip to his right shoulder. If not for the Guardian's innate regenerative powers, the two halves would have fallen in opposite directions. You idiot, Fenrir cursed at the Fenrir while opening a dimensional passage straight into the Wolf Guardian's turf. Have you forgotten who Tezca is? There's a reason if for hundreds of years the Awakened believed the Filgjas to be summoners. Long ago, before the Guardians, dimensional magic didn't exist, and neither did storage amulets. When Tezca invented dimensional magic, he kept it a secret from everyone but the members of his clan. Seeing the Filgjas conjure objects out of thin air and summoning allies at a moment's notice made the Awakened community believe that summon magic was a thing. That somehow, Tezca and his clan could access parallel dimensions and move through realities freely. Of course, the Sun Eater had never denied such claims, nor explained the origin of his powers, making a fool out of the entire Magar longer than anyone was willing to admit or record in the pages of history. Only after listening to Fenrir's words, Did Roghar notice the several small dimensional openings that Tezca had left open under the cover of Chaos Dimension, and tracked them to their origin point? In the distance, Nandi the Minotaur conjured and accumulated world energy, feeding it to those who needed it through the small steps whenever they needed it. Right beside him stood Orm the Breaker. The Eldritch focused and accumulated his powers while concealing his presence to the best of his abilities. That's how the three Eldritches recovered so quickly despite my nigh-absolute control over the Mana Geyser. The Fenrir too cursed himself for not noticing it sooner. Still, this isn't over. Now that I know their trick and with Fennegar's help, we can wipe them out quickly. The Leviathan appeared at the edges of Chaos Dimension, so as not to be engulfed in whatever trap Tezca might have set for Roghar, and absorb the necessary energy to unleash Doomtide. Without world energy, Eldritches are nothing, he thought. All I have to worry about are the dragon's immortal flames and the man's spirit magic. Alas, upon his arrival, there was no world energy to draw upon. "Hello, father, did you miss me?" Hushar the Leviathan roared as he charged at Fennegar. His colossal serpentine body was wrapped around Nelia the Griffin like a living armor as they combined their bloodline abilities. Hushar released the world energy he had patiently accumulated until that moment into a powerful Doomtide. Yet instead of emitting it in the form of an energy dome, Hushar passed it onto Nelia. The Griffin used the life maelstrom stored in her body to beat the Doomtide into submission before amplifying and channeling it into her mouth. Then Nelia combined the Doomtide with her light Raider bloodline ability to conjure a Doom Blast. The energy was the same as the Doomtide, but focused in a single beam compressed by a hard light construct that spun at high speed, giving both of them great piercing power. The Doom Blast struck Fennegar at point-blank range, and carried enough destructive power to send the Guardian hurtling down to the ground with a bent Davros armor and a cracked skull. A single Doomtide or any single bloodline ability was nothing for a Guardian, but with both Hushar and Nelia infused with life maelstrom, the resulting highly compressed attack was much greater than the simple sum of its parts. To make matters worse, Fennegar was still recoiling and recovering from the impact with the Doom Blast when the second step of the ambush swooped down on him. Ikos the Garuda and Kigan, the Black Phoenix, had kept themselves at a great distance from the fight. They had waited for their moment high in the sky enough to escape the detection of the Guardians of Giera, but close enough to cover the distance with a single Chaos Steps. Chapter 34-28 United Front, Part 1. The area surrounding the fight was still devoid of world energy due to the Doom Blast, but placing the exit point nearby was enough. The two Divine Beasts Eldritches exploited gravity to bolster their already astounding speed and reach their target like a living missile. Bolts of silver lightning covered Ikos' whole body, while Kigan's was aflame due to his bloodline ability, Molting Essence. It turned the Black Phoenix into a living mass of origin flames and made him immune to physical attacks. The Garuda and the Black Phoenix were separated only by a few meters, the energy of one seeping into the other. The silver bolts of life maelstrom turned red, while the edges of the origin flames burned white, slowly merging into one. The life maelstrom and the origin flames fused, turning the Phoenix and the Garuda into a single mass of living plasma. Kigan's molting essence and Ikos' lightning body fused, and so did their bodies as they unleashed their combined bloodline ability, Voltic Essence. The resulting colossal energy bird rammed against the still-stunned Leviathan Guardian. Voltic Essence was pure energy that pierced through Fennegar's spirit barriers and phased through his body, damaging him inside as much as outside. After the first swoop, Kigan and Ikos turned around for a second attack in a split second. Their mastery of flight made them fast, life maelstrom made them faster, and not having a physical form made them ignore things like air resistance and friction. Voltic Essence ravaged the Leviathan 10 times in a single second, giving him no time to recover. The multiple skulls of Baitra formed a network that read the flows of world energy and mana in the area from multiple observation points. Together they processed the data and discarded the redundant information, lowering the strain on the single Eldritch's focus and mind. Thanks to the skull's precise readings, Ikos and Kigan could anticipate Fennegar's every attempt at dodging or retaliating, and counter them all without ever slowing down. Voltic Essence moved so fast that the only thing visible was a streak of lightning, and hit so hard that it left a trail of ozone and charred meat in its wake. Fennegar, Roghar coughed out a mouthful of blood, using the moss spear to fuel his spell and make up for his crippled body. You are going to pay for this, Zorith. I don't care about taking you alive anymore. I'm done playing. A burst of his will and a torrent of mana restored the searing destruction and sent it on a collision course with the Sun Eater. The spell was big enough to envelop the Filgja whole and erase him from existence. No matter how strong the other Eldritches were, Tezca was still the strongest of them, and without him, their battle formation was bound to capitulate. Too bad, I was just starting to have fun. The Sun Eater ignored his looming end and focused on controlling Cosmic Devourer. He diverted solely a sliver of his attention to conjure 2 more dimensional openings. Coming through! The first one formed right beside him, transporting the golden and silver figure of Theseus the Bastet-Menios hybrid. His colossal humanoid body glowed with the golden light of the Mana Body bloodline ability, and sparked with the silver lightning with which Nelia had infused him. Theseus charged straight at the searing destruction, leaving Tezca to deal with the Guardian. The Guardian tier spirit spell was much bigger than the Bastet, so, the moment before the impact, he released a deep breath and shrouded himself in a thick layer of primordial flames. Zorith had learned the secrets of origin flames from Voltak, and shared them with the rest of his companions, mentoring Kigan and Theseus in the same way the Father of Fire had done for her. The 3 bloodline abilities supported and strengthened each other, so when the Bastet and Searing Destruction met, the spirit spell stopped its advance for a second. Then, it resumed moving forward, no matter how hard Theseus struggled. Primordial flames ate at the Searing Destruction, reducing its strength, while Mana Body made the Bastet impervious to all forms of energy. Life Maelstrom strengthened his body and Mana Core tenfold, yet it wasn't enough. The Divine Beast Eldritch hybrid and the spell were apparently clashing, but in reality, it was a one-sided beatdown. Theseus' body was constantly vaporized by Searing Destruction and regenerated by his Menios half. After all, he was standing over the fertile ground of a Mana Geyser. It boosted both his halves and fueled his recovery abilities. Searing Destruction incinerated the equivalent of dozens of Divine Beast Eldritch hybrids in the span of a second, but Theseus healed just as fast. The pain fueled his fury, which in turn boosted his primordial flames. He leaned against the emerald sphere so as to keep his feet, the true source of his regenerative abilities, as far away from the walking death as possible. Fuck it, Theseus was buying time, and time was against the 2 Guardians. With no other option, Roghar detonated the Searing Destruction. The blast weakened the other attacks he was suffering and ripped the Menios to shreds. At the last moment, when he felt he couldn't hold out any longer, Theseus focused his 3 bloodline abilities on his small toe. The primordial flames, Life Maelstrom, and Mana Body formed a protective cocoon. Round a part of his body smaller than a man. A small part of his body which survived the onslaught and regenerated into a full Bastet before the dust could settle. You should have listened to your own warning, Feniger, Tezca said. I'm a summoner, remember? The second dimensional opening appeared near the struggling Leviathan, at the borders with the Mana Geyser where the world energy had already been replenished. A second shredding wheel, bigger and denser than the first, came out of the steps, and this time they both hit their mark. The 2 break-infused rings dug their way to the middle of Feniger's serpentine body and then spread like poison. His armor lost its enchantments, his bloodline abilities failed him, and the spells he kept at the ready faded as the mana that carried them broke down. Feniger was no fighter. And without his magic, he was just prey. Tired already, old man. Theseus produced countless vines infused with Mana Body that wrapped themselves around the 2 Guardians and restricted them. Prepare for Plan E. Vaster said, via a network of minuscule spirit fissures, he used to communicate with his Eldritches despite the distance. Acknowledged, the Eldritches replied as they warped to the Guardians and released. The means to capture them. Xenogrash in particular took a series of deep breaths to focus and recover from the abuse of immortal flames. Enough of this madness. Zagran the Garuda fell from the sky like a meteor. She hadn't stood idly, but finishing her preparations had taken her time. The mother of all Garudas knew that Orolm could attack more than twice with break, and didn't want to fall for an ambush like her conceited allies. She had first warped at a safe distance from the fight, and then covered the rest by flight while preparing her spells and studying everything with soul vision before making her. Opening move. Chapter 3429 United Front, Part 2. Zagran's mere impact with the ground generated a shockwave that sent the Eldritches flying away with only one exception. The Shadow Dragon plunged her talons in the ground, draining the world energy and digging meters-deep trenches as she slid back. As for Tezca, between the blade's spell, chaos dimension, and keeping the dimensional links with his allies at the ready, he had reached his limit. He failed to react in time but managed to recover with a somersault, landing on his feet and with endless night ready to block anything. The Garuda immediately sent bolts of silver lightning to her fallen comrades, making up for the powers they had lost after being hit by Orom's break. Then she pulled out her Guardian tier weapon, rending talons. A pair of silvery black combat gloves covered her hands. Her fingers now ended in long claws and retractile blades rested on the back of rending talons, crackling with energy. "If you want to fight, let's fight." A silvery pillar burst out of her body as a bolt of life maelstrom connected her with the rumbling sky. "I won't let you take these idiots, no matter if they deserve it." "We don't need your permission." Zorith charged forward while extending the claws of her new and improved Yggdrasil Skypiercer. "Plan E now," Vaster yelled as everyone assumed their battle position. "You stupid brat," Zagran grunted. "I am." Zorith's claws moved faster than the Garuda expected, and her punch hit with more strength than any non-Guardian could produce. It was just a fist, but its destructive power was on par with an annihilation. "You are finished." Zorith had forcefully merged her troll and black core, forming a perfect mana core. Decay and chaos perfectly balanced, instead of canceling each other, and generated a power that outclassed even Tezca's. Not bad, yet aside from the first strike, Zagran effortlessly blocked everything else. The Shadow Dragon was powerful for a non-Guardian, but the Garuda sparred with Salark on a regular basis. Zagran studied magic and martial arts every day since she had become a Guardian untold millennia ago. Zorith had recently switched from a blade to combat gloves, whereas Zagran used them from the day she had gained hands as an Emperor Beast. The gap in power, experience, and technique was too wide to overcome with just the advantage of surprise. A small, tiny dimensional opening appeared from Zorith's opposite side, and released Orom's strongest attack, Break Annihilation. Only an idiot would fall for this twice, and this is the third time already. Zagran conjured a dimensional opening that swallowed the annihilation, and shot it outside the range Orom could still control it with willpower. "If you can't stop an attack, there's no point trying. You move it where it can do no harm," she explained while blocking Zorith's chain of fists and spells with one hand while the other pummeled the Shadow Dragon into a pulp. If not for her unique power, she would have died after the first strike, and to make matters worse, her enhanced state would last for less than one more second. Once it ended, so would her life. Theseus went to the rescue and was dealt with by a single palm strike that bypassed his defenses and struck his abdomen. He was still wreathed in origin flames and infused with mana body, but it was useless. Zagran's hit was like a caress, dealing no damage on the outside because its full strength was released as a shockwave that spread from inside the bastard's body. Theseus crumbled apart like a sandcastle, leaving his equipment unscathed. Even his feet were ground to dust. If not for the skull of Baitra allowing him to read and counter the shockwave's exact wavelength with mana body and life maelstrom, he would have died just from that. "That was close, damn close." He shook his head in shock but resumed the attack without pausing. "Fine die." A palm strike hit Zorith and another the bastard, the mere movement producing a sonic boom and displacing air for kilometers. Yet the palm strikes hit only air. Wait, what? Only then did Zagran notice there was no one around aside from her and the two fallen Guardians. Even Oros, the bringer of unity, had left for long enough to leave no trace of his passage. Plan E stands for egress. The Master had spirit-warped everyone to safety, knowing he was the only one who couldn't be restrained with an air-sealing array. "The moment the Leviathan appeared, I knew you would too. I don't fight losing battles. I prefer a dishonorable escape to an honorable death since my power, unlike yours, can still grow. We'll meet again on my terms. Milady," the Master was the last one leaving, tipping his helm to the standing Garuda. "Why are you standing there like an idiot?" Roghar coughed out enough blood to form a pond. "You could have killed him. You could have ended this here and now." "Really, with whose help?" A flick of her finger on the Fenrir's forehead made him almost faint from the concussion. "You two are wrecks. Life Maelstrom is great, but it does no miracles. I didn't come here to kill the Eldritches, but to rescue you morons." "She's right." Fennegar writhed in pain, consuming the silver lightning and what was left of his mana to heal his maimed life force. "We had no chance the moment I fell into their trap. We are still alive because Zagran covered for us. Had she left our side, the Eldritches would have collected us like insects, and she would have fallen in whatever ambush they had prepared for her." The Sun Eater was in perfect condition, and I doubt the master used so few spells during the fight for no reason. He was saving his strength for this precise moment. Zagran is strong, but you've seen what those hybrids can do when two of them work together, Roghar. Imagine fighting 6 of them at a time, or worse, all of them. Why waste life maelstrom on us then? Roghar coughed more and followed Fennegar's example, focusing on healing his wounds. To give us a chance to fight back, you moron, the Leviathan snarled. Zagran can't be in 3 places at the same time. She gave us the means to protect ourselves in case the Eldritches somehow drove her away from us. I see, the wounds to Roghar's body were nothing compared to those to his pride. Thanks, Fennegar. Thanks, Zagran. If not for you, Giera would have only 2 guardians. No. Save your thanks for later, the Garuda growled. I saw how easily you disposed of Oros. Why didn't you do that sooner? 2 reasons. First, I was still recovering from the wounds the Guardians of Garland inflicted upon me, and second, I want the people of Giera to fix their mess. The lost cities are a plague, but they are also the reason the 4 races go along for the first time in Giera's history. Leaving the lost cities free slows down the rebuilding of society, but slow is not necessarily bad, just like fast isn't necessarily good. I'm giving our people the time to build strong foundations that will resist the erosion of peace. Chapter 34-30 Great Hall, Part 1. Crises unite people, but once they are resolved, petty issues are magnified until they tear everything apart. When our continent rises from its ashes, I want it to be a better Giera, not just the same old shit waiting to fall apart, Roghar said. Well, you are still an idiot, but a wiser idiot than I thought. Zagran nodded, puffing her chest out with pride. You've seen Icos, didn't you? That was my son. He kicked your ass like it was nothing, Fennegar. That's what you're proud of. The Leviathan was flabbergasted. What else should I be proud of? You, she scoffed. My lost son has grown into a fine Garuda. It's much more important than 2 lesser guardians, don't you agree? Please don't call us that, Roghar groaned. The master was goading me, and I fell for it like an idiot. If the other guardians know, they'll never let us hear the end of it, and that will become our nickname. I know, Zagran nodded. That's why I've already shared everything with Salark. Our Garland brethren need to be ready for what's to come, and you idiots need to be reminded of your failures. Stop messing with the children of others, Roghar, she scowled. Lith, Zoreth, Icos, and the rest are none of your business. Be better, or the next time I might turn my back on you. Space. Order and chaos. Our children have become terribly strong, Ligon said while rolling back the footage of the fight to watch it again from a different angle. Indeed, maybe even too powerful. Ilza, guardian of life and mother of all bastards, said. Still, I can't believe my Theseus is not only sane again, but that he also didn't hesitate to sacrifice himself to save someone else. Tyrus had established a mind link with her as well and healed Ilza from her affliction. The Griffin Guardian had neither forgiven nor forgotten the bastard for her interference, but with the organization on the rise, the Guardians of Garland needed all the help they could get. It still freaks me out seeing a Phoenix and a Garuda going along so well, Salark grumbled. What impresses me the most, however, is your daughter, Old Lizard. The old fox has always been strong, but Zoreth. For a brief moment, she exceeded even the most powerful, towerless white core I've ever faced. Had Zagran underestimated Zoreth or not worn her guardian equipment from the start, things could have gotten ugly. I agree, but only because Roghar and Fennegar were in dire need of protection. Tyrus shook her head. Were Zagran to take care solely of herself, there was little risk involved. The Eldritches have realized their limits by fighting the World Tree, whereas the Guardians of Giera have only gotten cocky with time. While the Eldritches prepared to face the Yggdrasil's trap, Roghar foolishly jumped into the Eldritch's trap. The World Tree is as strong as we are only inside his domain and surrounded by his arrays. Roghar had no such thing. He was unprepared, and the biggest reason he lost is because he didn't expect the Eldritches to have such good teamwork. As for Fennegar, I could write a book about the mistakes he made, and it would be a long one, she sighed. Let's be honest, we are used to fighting everything and everyone, Ligon said. Yet even the most powerful individuals on Magar pose little threat to a guardian. White cores don't help each other. Mages with towers hide and think solely about themselves. Eldritches do all of the above, at least until now. None of us has ever dealt with a group of powerful individuals who trusted and protected each other as the hybrids did. You trounced Tezca, young sparrow, but you were on your turf and one-on-one. What if Tezca and Orolm worked together and played it smart? What if they also brought the master along and his spirit magic? How would the fight have gone then? I believe I would have still won. Salark's face twisted in a displeased grimace. But I don't think it would have been easy, nor would I have come out unscathed. Of course, only if I didn't call my children or you guys for help. Of course, Tyrus nodded. But would you have put your children in danger like that, traded hundreds of their lives for an easy victory? No, Salark admitted. But I would have called you and Ligain for sure the moment I smelled Orolm. The guy has one trick, but it's a dangerous one, even for us Guardians. Space. Grand Duchy of Essager, vaster household at the same time. We did it. Orolm the Breaker popped the cork of vintage wine and poured it into glasses for everyone. I still had a couple of shots in me. If that damn snake hadn't intervened, I would be the first Guardian Slayer in Maugur's history. Except the mission was never about killing Roghar. Vaster accepted the glass of wine but still maintained a lecturing tone. Our objective was capturing, studying, and sampling him. What's more important, your pride or the mission? The mission, my liege. Orolm lowered his head and remembered how precarious his position in the organization was. I can't believe I was once the strongest eldritch on Maugur, and now those two surpass me. He looked at Xenagrosh and Tezca in envy. How did the mission go? Baitra joined them the moment Zorath's amulet became available again. By looking at your faces, I'd say it was a success, but I see no hogtide. Guardians? No, but we got the next best thing. Theseus smirked as his arms stretched into long vines. Each dropped a pile of fur, scales, flesh, and bottles of blood. Why 2 piles? They look the same to me, she asked. They are not, the Bastet shook his head. The left pile is the corrupted materials I collected after Orolm's break had hit the Guardians. The right pile instead is pure. The flesh, blood, and everything they dropped while their life forces were intact. I know you asked me to take only untainted materials, Master, but Guardian ingredients are still Guardian ingredients. You can use them to study how chaos affects Guardians and compare the results with their pure counterpart. Once you are done with the corrupted materials, Baitra can use them for her. Prototypes. Excellent thinking, Theseus. Vaster nodded. You've gone quite a haul while pretending to restrain those losers. Zorath, is everything all right? The Shadow Dragon had been panting since their escape, but it was normal due to the aftereffects of merging her life forces forcefully. Yet the Master had taken a long detour to avoid being tracked, and she was supposed to have partly recovered. Zorath looked even worse than when she was on Giera instead. Her face had gone pale first and was slowly turning green, something impossible for a Shadow Dragon. No, I feel like SH, a dry heave cut her short, quickly followed by puking her guts out. Pain shook the Shadow Dragon's body. Her head felt like someone had planted explosives all over her brain and was detonating them in a domino effect. Her ears seemed about to burst, and her eyes hurt so much that she saw white. Chapter 34-31 Great Hall, Part 2. Oh gods, I know what's happening, Vaster said. Strip Zorath. Shouldn't you offer me a drink, F? More vomiting cut the joke midway. First, Orolm already did that. That's one of my best wines and you are wasting it. Second, I'm sorry but I'm taken, miss, and so are you. As Zorath had her bookworm armor slip off her body, the Master covered her with a blanket. I said strip, silly girl. He took off her skull as well and the vomiting stopped immediately. What's happening to me? Zorath felt better by the second. Now her head hurt just as if someone was drilling it from either side and the metal points were meeting in the middle. The second part of our haul, Vaster replied. Information. Capturing a Guardian was a gamble whose odds of success plummeted the moment Roghar called for reinforcements. Yet just because we don't have him here, it doesn't mean we can't study him. It's the reason I entrusted Theseus with collecting biological samples and Zorath to fight as little as she could and keep her dragon eyes on the enemy. That's why she used no spell and limited herself to breathing origin flames. Ubthaught's eyes widened when the weird details of the fight finally made sense. Well, duh. Baitra helped Zorath to sit down. The skull is made of Yggdrasil wood that enhances the understanding, and the skull itself allows Zor to read the mana currents better than any awakened can. I assumed that by combining them with her dragon eyes, I might discover the secret behind the legendary eyes of Menadian. I even added a special recording device solely to her skull of Baitra. The Reiju removed what looked like a pair of small metal discs placed inside the helm at the level of the temples. I Forge-mastered it under Baitra's supervision, Vaster explained. It uses spirit magic to record the interactions between the Yggdrasil wood, the skull, and her dragon eyes, but enough babbling. Zorath needs our help. Come here, everyone, Tezca. Way ahead of you. The Suncator split into 10 different bodies, each with a single tail. This method greatly reduced his combat prowess but increased his mental prowess by tenfold. He could study, research, and think 10 times faster as if there were 10 Tezcas. The spirit tail was pathetically weak, but its brain was as good as the other 9. The Eldritches and Vaster wore their respective skulls, leaving only Zorath without. Then, Vaster used a mind link to connect them all and shared the knowledge stored in Xenogrosh's brain from the fight. The Guardian spells, the battle tactics, the arrays they used, how they manipulated their mana, and the surrounding world energy were all stored inside Zorath's mind, cramping it with endless information and causing her pain. Vaster split the data between the Eldritches based on their specializations and talents so that no one was overloaded. It allowed the Shadow Dragon to forget about everything that confused her or made no sense to her. Making no effort to understand or retain the acquired knowledge, her body naturally blurred part of her memories from the fight, like it would do with a long and absurd dream after waking up. With each bit of information Zorath could let go of, her head hurt less and less. The quasi-hive mind formed by the mind link alleviated her strain and made her relax. In the span of a few minutes, everyone had watched the parts of their respective share of knowledge enough times to commit it to memory down to the slightest detail. Tezca, with his 10 elemental masteries, took almost everything in by himself. "We definitely gained a lot," he said while his 10 bodies organized and stored the knowledge in separate compartments of his brains with the help of the Yggdrasil wood. "Yet this is not the moment to press forward. We are all tired and need to rest. We also need to examine what we've learned and arrange it in order of relevance to our goals. We need to focus on what's useful and prioritize it. The rest can be set aside for later." "Agreed," Vaster said. Where are you going?" "To bed." The Sun Eater merged his 10 bodies into one. "The kids aren't used to sleeping without me, and tomorrow is a school day." "Fine," Vaster sighed. He would have liked to hold a meeting and set the schedule for the following day, but working without Tezca was like not working at all. He was the oldest, wisest, and most knowledgeable among the members of the organization. To make matters worse, his value to the research increased tenfold once he split. "We'll discuss this tomorrow. Have some rest, especially you, Theseus and Zorath." "Thanks, Master." The Bastard's voice oozed sarcasm. "For your information, healing doesn't mean I don't feel pain. Today I died over 100 times and my body has been ground to dust twice. I'm still reeling from the shock." "I'm fine and dandy." Instead, Xenogrosh cleared the vomit from her chin. Her voice sounded even more annoyed as she needed Bytra's help to stand up. "Seriously, Dad, I'm like shit now, and Upthought too took quite a beating." "I know we are not that important, but you should care for us as well." "I do care for you," the Master said in outrage. "You have a funny way to show it," Upthought snarled. Vaster sighed deeper. "I'm sorry, it's just that we gained so much and learned a lot. We got much closer to our goal and enthusiasm blinded me. You are right. This waited for decades, it can wait until after school." His words were greeted with fake enthusiasm and lots of grumbling. After giving everyone a checkup to look less insensitive, the Master warped to his bedroom. "Well, how did it go?" Much to his surprise, the light was on and Zinnia was waiting for him. She was wearing a black lace nightgown and reading a book. Only the lower half of her body was covered under the bedsheets. "It went great, thanks. Why are you still awake? It's late and you should be sleeping." "Already?" "Because I was worried for you, silly." She walked out of the bed and to him for a hug and a sweet kiss. "And because I wanted to be the first to congratulate you for a job well done, whatever it was." "Thank you." Vaster returned the embrace, feeling his body tense up in shame for the secrets he kept from her and the desire to keep her safe from everything, even himself. "No, thank you, silly," Zinnia replied. In a cold, indifferent world where a blind woman was at the mercy of her own family, Vaster was the one who had given her light. Yet that paled in comparison with his choice to protect and restore the almost broken bond with her children. Many times had the Master put his life on the line to protect them for no reason but the kindness of his heart and the honor of his soul. He had taken Philia and Frey into his house and cared for them not because bound by blood but by choice. A choice he renewed every day just like Zinnia did hers. The choice to stand by his side. No matter what Magar might call Zagar Vaster, to her he would always be her hero. Chapter 34-32 Sumner Clan, Part 1. Meanwhile, just a few meters away, Tezca had just reached the children's bedroom. He had walked his way there without, warping to have the time to think and cover his inner turmoil as best as he could. "I don't want them to see me upset." This is the consequence of my actions, and I won't let it spill on them and burden them with my pain. The Sun Eater thought as his expression turned as cold and hard as steel. Did anything happen during my absence? He asked the 4 eldritches stationed at the 4 corners of the room. No, Lord. Gazul the Fleshmonger swallowed hard even though it was physically useless. Not even insects were allowed access. It's been a quiet night. Good, Tezca nodded. His snout was a stone mask and his voice deadpan, but everything about him sounded like a promise of pain. The guards were loyal followers of the master, but they were scared nonetheless. Every muscle fiber and blood vessel of the Sun Eater was as taut as a bowstring ready to release a dart, and the eldritches felt like a bullseye. Tezca was ready to pounce, and they were eager not to become his prey. He wasn't even paying attention to the eldritches. His physical and mystical senses were entirely focused on checking the structural integrity of the protective spells, and that no one had tampered with them. Yet the guards were scared. Tezca's mere heartbeat released a burst of energy, triggering not the abomination's endless hunger but their instinct to kneel. Every breath he took exerted immense pressure on the eldritches, suppressing their auras like they were regular humans. "Why are you still here?" Tezca asked after noticing the 4 guards were staring at him in a daze. "Dismissed." Apologies, his voice snapped the eldritches out of their fright and they rushed away. Only once he was certain to be alone did Tezca open the door and walk through it. Despite their age and no lack of space in the vaster household, Philia and Frey still shared the same bedroom. After being separated for years and being almost killed more times than any child should, they drew comfort from each other's presence. From that and Tezca's. A smile formed on his lupin snout as he noticed the blue fox plushie Frey held and the red one in Philia's arms. Tezca had sewn them himself from his own fur as stand-ins for when he was forced to stay away from the children. The stuffed foxes were the symbol of his promise, a promise he had come to fulfill. The Summoner clan. The Sun Eater lowered his gaze in shame. I haven't heard that name in millennia and hope never to hear it again. The part about Tezca creating dimensional magic was public knowledge, since he had no reason not to brag about it. The Summoner clan, instead, was an old legend that Tezca wished long lost. It was part of a secret that no one, not even Baba Yaga or the Guardians, knew. Tezca predated them all and had no will to share or disclose his past, not even with his current allies. Tezca was different from the rest of the Master's eldritches. He had never been an arrogant youth. He had never failed to awaken, nor had he rushed his mana core's development too much. He had been born a Filgja, not the first of his species, a long, long time ago. Tezca had self-awakened soon after his mother had finished weaning him and his father had started teaching magic to the litter. Tezca had then developed his masteries of the 6 elements and invented dimensional magic after becoming an adult emperor beast, around 70 years of age. The 7th tale had come later, after he had discovered the secret of the violet core, but that didn't matter. What mattered was that he had shared his discoveries with his clan. Tezca had taught them dimensional magic and developed for them training techniques that made it easier for every Filgja to master the elements. The first Tezca, the living one, was no different from the personality that had helped the mutated wargs back when Lith was still a ranger. That Tezca loved his people and cared for them. Under his guidance, the Summoner clan had grown in power and influence. With no guardians or divine beasts roaming Magar, they had been considered the dominant species for almost 3,000 years. Under Tezca's guidance, his clan had prospered and he had countless children, grandchildren, and grand-grandchildren. Yet not even the mighty and wise Tezca could defeat old age. He had long since reached the bright violet, and despite all of his efforts and those of his entire clan, no one had figured out the secret of the legendary white core or how to prolong a life without forbidden magic. Unlike the other members of the organization, Tezca had died of natural causes at the ripe age of 31-26 years. Yet his passing hadn't been peaceful or serene. Tezca loved his tribe too much, and was afraid that with him gone, their enemies would have not hesitated to attack the Filgja in order to put their hands on the secrets of dimensional magic. Tezca had let his pride and affection become an obsession that brought him back from the grave. He had returned with the best intentions and unleashed the most terrifying consequences. Blinded by his hunger and fury, Tezca had caused the fall of the Summoner clan that he was so desperate to prevent. The Filgjas had scattered to the 4 corners of Magar, sharing dimensional magic with their fellow emperor beasts in exchange for protection from the insane ghost chasing after them. As for Tezca, the moment he reeled in the hunger and regained his senses, the reality of what he had done hit him without mercy. The memories of the Filges he had killed, devoured, and slaughtered drove him insane. He needed someone to blame for what had happened, so he let madness take him so as not to shoulder the guilt for his actions. He had become the second Tezca, the abomination, the ruthless monster Lith had killed almost 4 years ago. It had taken Tezca a long, long time to snap out of his madness and be driven sane by the emptiness of his life. Yet countless millennia had to pass before he met the Master and joined him. The Sun-Eater split his body in two and walked to the children's beds, gently caressing their hair as they slept. "I'm doing this for you." His mouths moved in unison as he spoke, and his eyes once again betrayed him. "I'm doing this to give meaning to your deaths." To him, Philia and Frey didn't look like human children, but like the Filgja pups he had failed to protect from himself. Time couldn't fade his scars, and his pain was hidden but always present. "If I become strong enough, if this body of mine becomes truly alive, I can give back at least part of what I took away from you. I can share my new knowledge with our clan and have children again. I can restore the Summoner clan to its former glory." Chapter 34-33 Summoner Clan, Part 2. In time, all Filgjas will have 10 tails and be strong enough to prevent the atrocities of the past from repeating themselves. It won't erase my crimes or shame, but my legacy won't be one of slaughter and madness anymore. Tezca's bodies shapeshifted into small fox cubs that sneaked under the blankets and replaced the plushies in the children's arms. Even in their sleep, Frey and Philia felt the softer fur and the warmth of the Sun-Eater and held him tight to their chests. "No one shall hurt you again, no one." Space. Blood Desert, Salark's palace at the same time. A few days had passed since Lith had left with his mother and sisters. Aaron and Lyria came to the desert every day for the magical lessons, and even though they missed their mothers, they were happy children. Rena and Alina called at least 2 times a day, and Raz and Sentin were excellent fathers. In a way, Aaron and Lyria considered it an extension of their vacation, just without Lith and with a few extra chores. Salark was caring host and a loving grandmother, making sure they lacked nothing while under her care. The Phoenixes loved Aaron and Lyria, and the kids kept being at the top of their class. Yet there was something irking Aaron ever since he had returned home from the family trip with his big brother. "I'm already 7 years old and have a bright yellow core," he thought as he walked briskly toward Salark's office. "Auntie Solus was awakened at 6, and she was already stronger than me, while Lith self-awakened even earlier. Even though I can already use light mastery, compared to them I am nothing. I've received magic lessons since a young age, whereas Big Brother learned everything by himself. He didn't receive any help until he joined the academy, whereas I have him, Auntie Solus, Onyx, and the magic classes in the desert. It's time to swallow my pride and ask for a bit more help." The young man politely nodded at the silk curtain, producing a sound similar to hardwood. "Come in, sweetie." Aaron waited a few seconds after Salark answered to pull the curtain aside and enter the office. "What can I do for you?" She had finished the meeting with the other guardians for a while and was already swamped with paperwork. She barely raised her eyes from the swarm of documents flying around her mahogany desk. Some she signed, others she wrote, changed, or read before replying to them. Her feathers took care of the local administration of the single tribes, but the mother of all phoenixes dealt with the bureaucracy of the Blood Desert single-handedly. "I need your help to awaken, Grandma," Aaron said, making her blink multiple times in rapid succession and the papers freeze in midair. "If I wait until I reach the deep green, I might get hurt or worse." "I know and I'm sorry, but I can't help you." Salark could smell Aaron's fear and read it on his small, pale face. "I don't awaken my children, let alone those of others, and without the consent of their parents." "No, Grandma, you got it wrong. I don't need your help for that. Big Brother already explained the secret of awakening to me." "He did," the guardian furrowed her brows, finding such reckless behavior hard to believe from someone as careful as Lith. Better not to make assumptions. Aaron is terrible with words, she thought. Yes, Aaron nodded with pride, shattering the image of Lith Salark had in her head. "He told me that the secret is feeling your own mana, feeling the world energy, and merging them together to form a mana flow." "Oh, that," the guardian sighed in relief as she took back all the bad things she had just thought about. "Lith, but sweetie, that's no secret. That's something anyone in an awakened family knows. Awakening is a bit harder than that." It was no different than saying that all it takes to be a cardiothoracic surgeon is to crack someone's chest open, fix the problem, and close them up. Between doing and saying there was a gap bigger than most oceans. I know, Aaron replied. But since Auntie Solus is not here and I can't access the tower, you are the greatest source of world energy I know. I mean, you are the coolest and most powerful person on Garland, aren't you? Flattery will take you a long way, dear, Salark chuckled while caressing his head. What do you need from me, then? I'm listening. I would like to train in your office, if it doesn't bother you, Grandma, Aaron said while fiddling with his fingers. That's it, you want a corner of the room to practice magic near me? She asked, obtaining a nod in reply. Pick any spot you like, anywhere but in front or behind my desk. That's where my guests and I sit. I'm not stupid, Grandma, I know that. Aaron pouted, obtaining a double cheek pinch in apology. A real mage has no time to pout, young man. Get to work so I can go back to work. Salark waited for Aaron to sit cross-legged in a corner of the room before creating a powerful hush zone that would keep sounds, smells, and the flickering of lights out. No one and nothing could now disturb Aaron's focus, and the presence of the Guardian and the Mana Geyser guaranteed an abundant flow of world energy. Big Brother breathes when he uses his awakened powers. Aaron tried to imitate Lith, but had no idea what a breathing technique was. Stupid Aaron, he thought after several minutes of failed attempts. If breathing were enough, all crystalsmiths would have awakened simply by working in the mines. Let's try something else. And he did. Aaron conjured all elements by using magic words first, then hand signs, and lastly with perfect silent chore magic. Then he tried and failed to conjure all the upper-tier spells he knew with his mind. It's snack time, sweetie. Salark offered him a pot of honeyed tea and some biscuits. Good gods, Grandma, you scared me, Aaron yelped in reply, falling on his back from fright. Wait, snack time, like halfway through lunch, where did the last 2 hours go? Yes, she nodded. You were so focused that you mustn't have noticed the passage of time. Magic requires energy. Eat. She was right. During classes, food was often offered in between lessons. The brain needed sugar and the body energy to replenish the mana consumed. I'm not hungry. Aaron tried to sound cool and aloof like his brother, but his stomach growled in disapproval. I don't want to offend you, though. Thanks, Grandma. You're welcome, dear. Salark smiled as Aaron wolfed down the biscuits and washed them down with the tea. If you need seconds, just let me know. With a wounded pride and full stomach, Aaron resumed his practice. Okay, great. I've done what everyone before me did and failed just like them. He inwardly grumbled. Think, Aaron, think. What would Lith do? No, wait, this is another stupid move. Big Bro is already an awakened. Chapter 34, 3 Steps, Part 1. The right question is, what has Lith taught me so far? Aaron started to review his brother's lessons since the camping trip near the hot pot. Aaron mulled over the methods to handle the elements of destruction, balance, and creation, and the differences between them. As he did, he conjured the elements one by one in his mind, searching for the familiar feeling of elemental energy on his skin rather than a precise physical manifestation. It took him a while to succeed, but aside from a slight burning sensation in his abdomen, nothing happened. Yes, this is a great start. Aaron felt confident despite the fact that he had been at it for hours and had yet to achieve something. He had just gotten used to conjuring all 6 elements in his mind when something slimy slithered on his face. It was wet, rough, and sticky, like a brush covered in tar. The surprise snapped Aaron out of focus, making him emit a high-pitched scream and fall against the wall curtain of Salark's office while flailing his arm and legs. Wow, that's embarrassing. He recognized Onyx's voice while his eyes were still getting used to the light after being closed for so long. It's lunchtime. Do you want to eat with me or do you want to do another cockroach dance first? That wasn't a dance. Aaron touched his cheek, recognizing the familiar traces of Onyx's saliva after a lick. I was in deep meditation and you scared me. I noticed. The huge Utgard threw herself on her back and mimicked Aaron's trashing while mimicking his scream with air magic over and over. I don't sound like that. He blushed in embarrassment. You sure do, sweetie, Salark giggled. Grandma, you are still here? Aaron blushed harder. This is my office. Where else should I be? Who's bullying a little girl? The phoenixes of the honor guard looked around the office after being alarmed by Onyx's repeated screams. This is the end of Part 1. Log in to read full content. Chapter 34, 3 Steps, Part 2. On the 3rd day, the blue light in the darkness took but a few minutes to appear. I knew it, Aaron gloated in triumph. Awakening, here I come. He focused on the light, willing for it to come to him. After snack time arrived, and the light was no closer than when it had first appeared, Aaron decided to change approach. If it doesn't come to me, I'll go to it, he thought. Aaron sent his willpower to the blue light, but when he touched it, the blue light disappeared, and he found himself with his eyes open and staring at Salark's chair. "Is everything all right?" she asked. It was the first time Aaron broke his focus on his own, and for no reason. "I think so." He closed his eyes and resumed his practice. The blue light appeared again, but it was always at the same distance. Aaron tried making contact with it using each element, then with all possible combinations of two different elements. When even that failed, it was already lunchtime, and the blue light hadn't moved a millimeter. On the fourth day, Aaron tried all possible combinations of 3 different elements, then 4, 5, then came snack time, then all 6 elements at once. When even that failed, Aaron tried using more mana, then less, then to circle around the blue light and strike at its back. Lunchtime arrived, and Aaron had made no progress since the previous day. "Why the long face?" Roz asked as his son ate the food like they had a blood feud. "I have done nothing but work, cat, and sleep for 4 days, Aaron grumbled. "I've missed all my playtime and I have nothing to show for it." "Whatever you are doing, you can always take a break," Roz suggested. "No one is forcing you, and maybe you can find a different approach once you look at the problem with a fresh set of eyes." Aaron grunted in acknowledgement but said nothing. On the 5th day, he threw a tantrum rather than practicing. He retraced his steps from the start, doing everything faster and better but achieving the same results. By lunchtime, he had learned nothing new and was fuming. On the 6th day, after a good night's sleep, he had calmed down. "Maybe I'm on the right path, but I stepped out of it without noticing. Maybe I'm simply not done with the 2nd step. Let's keep ignoring the blue light and see if the burning sensation increases." Aaron followed his plan, and much to his dismay, the burning in his abdomen stayed the same. Much to his surprise, however, the blue light grew stronger. The distance was the same, but by snack time the blue light had doubled its original size. After eating, Aaron tried to connect with it, but after a single failure he ignored the blue light again. By lunchtime, the blue light had grown stronger again, enough to faintly illuminate the darkness surrounding him. "Someone is in a good mood," Roz ruffled Aaron's hair. The boy ate with a huge smile on his face, taking his time tasting the various dishes, even the vegetable ones. "Yep," he nodded, "I finally made progress again." "Happy to hear it, buddy, but I miss you," Roz said. "Can't you make some time for your old man?" "Really?" Aaron almost choked on his food as his father nodded in reply. "Me too," Onyx lowered her cat ears, whimpering. "Same," Lyria admitted. "The lessons are not half as interesting without competition. Also, we haven't played in a week. Garrick, Lilia, and Laren are worried for you." "I'm sorry, I'll spend tomorrow with you guys," Aaron replied. After an intense day of fishing with Roz and playing with his friends, Aaron went to bed grumbling. "How am I supposed to make progress if I have to waste so much time with the people I love? Wait, what?" Aaron's train of thought derailed when he realized what he was thinking. "Am I going insane? Is this a fit of the Manohar?" He turned around, looking at Onyx's hybrid form snuggling and purring at him. "Thank you for today, Aaron. I had a lot of fun," she said with a sleepy voice. "Please don't say that, Onyx." Aaron swallowed hard, feeling like a massive jerk. "I should thank you for always taking care of me." "You're welcome." She nuzzled him and fell asleep. "This settles it, I'm a jerk," he sighed. Space. On the 8th day, the light kept growing and Aaron stopped trying to make contact. He focused on his exercises and ignored the blue light. By lunchtime, the black space around him had turned pale blue. On the 9th day, it became of a light blue, and on the 10th, bright blue. The 11th day marked the completion of the 2nd step. The blue light had turned into a blazing flame as intense as a sun. It hadn't moved a single millimeter from its original position, but Aaron didn't care. A second, much smaller and fainter blue light had formed inside of him. "I'm an idiot. I wasted so much time trying to control the light while all I had to do was bask in it. If I'm right, the blue light is the external world energy. My training allows me to perceive it, but no one can control it. I've gotten used to sense it, and now I can also sense my mana. I bet this blue light inside of me right where my tummy hurts is what Big Bro calls the mana core." Aaron relentlessly trained, but when snack time and then lunchtime came, he had made no visible progress. "Okay, if nothing changes until snack time, it means I've completed the 2nd step and need to look for the 3rd. Aaron thought at the start of his 12th day of training. Alas, he was right. To make matters worse, he had no idea how to move forward. He tried all the exercises Lith had taught him, pondered the river and water metaphor, and kept his mana moving, but no flow formed and no change took place in his mind space. Truth be told, Aaron had reached the same step as Lith back when he was a newborn and had drawn in the world energy, but their conditions couldn't have been more different. Back then, Lith's core was nigh empty, and the world energy was flooding it with its power. On top of that, the body of a healthy newborn had almost no impurities simply because they had no time to form. All it had taken Lith was to sense the world energy, his own mana, and a small push had done the rest. As for Aaron, his mana core was full, and his body filled with impurities. After the blunder with Tista, Lith removed only the bare minimum of impurities to keep Aaron healthy and ensure a perfect body development. By lunchtime, Aaron had made no progress. He rested the following day and kept trying and failing until the 15th day. Tomorrow Mom and my big brothers will return. Please, gods, make me succeed. I want to surprise them. He prayed before starting his practice. Chapter 34-36 Be the Water, Part 1. I'm sorry, dear. Salark and Ligain, the gods Aaron had just invoked, replied in unison. We can't help you, but know that we believe in you. Don't give up. Were you listening to me the whole time? Aaron blushed up to his ears in embarrassment. No, but if you call our names from so close, we can't help but hear you, the guardians replied. Don't worry, we won't tell your parents of all the swear words you've learned. Damn it, I had forgotten that Grandma and Grandpa are gods, guardians, the thing people pray to. Aaron inwardly whined. More training, less whining, young man, Ligain said. You are wasting precious time. Tomorrow waits for no one. Yes, Grandpa, Aaron nodded, still freaked out someone had actually answered his prayers. After he managed to calm down, he started to study the problem instead of blindly tackling it. At this point, all the things I've done to achieve the first and second steps are no longer useful. I need something new, something I'm missing. The problem is I have no idea what it is, Aaron thought. He studied the blazing fire and then tried to make contact with it with his mana. This time it was just contact, not control. Nothing happened anyway. After snack time and exhausting all theories he could come up with, he moved on to manipulating his own light, the one shining where his mana core was supposed to be. Aaron weaved spells, moved them around, and spread the elements throughout his body, but to no avail. During one of his many attempts, however, he discovered something new. Wait a second. Even though I can't alter the intensity of my light nor can I make it budge by a hair's breadth, it's not immutable. My blue light's position is fixed, but when I conjure a spell, any spell, it beats like a heart. Aaron put his observation to the test, casting spells in rapid succession. The blue light's intensity and position remained the same, yet its size expanded and contracted slightly. After careful study, Aaron confirmed that the burning in his abdomen was caused by those pulsations. Okay, this is definitely new yet useless. What did Lith say about the secret of awakening? The steps are as follows. 1. Feeling your own mana. Check. 2. Feeling the world energy. Check. 3. Merge them together to form a mana flow. The question is, how do I merge them if both of them seem to be immutable and unmoving? Aaron studied his blue light one more time and failed to find a clue. Strong with his new understanding of the conundrum, he went back to observing the blazing blue flame that burned so close yet remained untouchable. As he examined the blue flame, Aaron noticed that it too wasn't immutable. During the first days of his practice, he had missed it because his perception was too poor. Later, instead, he had missed it because his improved perception made the flame blinding. Only now could Aaron notice that just like his mana core, the world energy beat at his own rhythm like a living heart. After the realization hit him, the rest came easy. Breathing. I must breathe not at random, but following the pulse of the world energy. Big Brother was right all along, but I was too narrow-minded to understand. When it comes to my spells, I'm the river that carries the mana of my spells. When it comes to awakening, the world energy is the river, and I'm the water. Unbeknownst to Aaron, the flaming energy in front of him wasn't the world energy coming from the mana geyser, but Salark's essence. She had done nothing to help him, but her mere presence was more overwhelming than any mana geyser. As soon as Aaron had managed to heighten his perception, her power had shone on him like a lighthouse. As he breathed in and out the world energy while following the rhythm of the burning flame, the beat of his mana core changed its frequency to sync with his breathing rhythm. When the mana core and the world energy synchronized, Aaron's mana burst through the dams of the impurities in his body and flowed freely through every fiber of his being. What in Magus' name is happening? Salark noticed the phenomenon even before Aaron did. Her eyes went wide in surprise as she watched Aaron's mana core break through the shackles of the bright yellow and turn to a deep green awakened core. "I did it, Grandma." Aaron opened his eyes only when he got so used to the breathing rhythm that maintaining it required him no focus. "I have a whack." His enthusiasm was drowned in pain as the burning of his abdomen spread to the rest of his body. Aaron tried to call for help, but the only thing that came out was the gurgling sounds of frothing impurities. A black tar-like substance seeped out of his ears, mouth, eyes, and pores. Aaron felt like someone was squeezing him like a wet rag soaked in oil before setting it on fire. "Higa!" The retching cut his cry for help short, but Salark had no need for words. "I'm here, Featherling," she said, kneeling down on the floor. "I'm sorry, but I can't help you. No one can, yet you don't have to worry. As long as you don't lose consciousness, everything will be fine. Can you do it for Grandma, Featherling?" Aaron managed to nod in between fits of puking and pain. That day, the overlord of the Blood Desert faced one of the greatest challenges of her long life. Standing there, while someone she loved suffered and doing nothing. Space. The breakthrough lasted less than a minute. Aaron was young, had no excess impurities, and his body was tempered from the daily practice of magic. Nonetheless, it seemed to last hours to both him and the Guardian. "Are you all right, baby? Talk to me." A wave of Salark's hand cleansed the black pool below Aaron's body and his clothes. "I'm fine, Grandma." His voice was slurred and his eyes droopy. "I'm just tired and hungry." "Do you want me to call you Father? Your mother?" "Lith." She rocked the boy in her arms, checking with her breathing technique that his life force and mana core were intact. "Please, no. There's nothing they can do. I just need to." Aaron went limp, his body too tired for him to remain awake one more moment. "Fine, we'll do things your way, young man, but only because you are right. This is nothing that a bit of rest can't cure." Salark went back to her desk but didn't put the young boy down. She conjured hard light constructs shaped like hands to keep working while holding Aaron to her chest. A deep green core didn't take long to refill. 8 hours under normal circumstance, less than 4 when recovering over a mana geyser, and just the time before lunchtime while resting on a guardian's lap. Space. A few minutes before lunch and Aaron's awakening, Salark called everyone to give them the good news. "Yes, he is self-awakened. Yes, he's fine. No, I didn't help him. Thank you for the vote of confidence." Salark answered the same questions over and over while keeping a perfect composure. Chapter 34-37, Be the Water, Part 2. She couldn't afford to lose her temper and startle her Featherling. The presence of a child was enough to turn the usually fiery guardian into a paragon of composure. When Aaron stirred and opened his eyes, he found his entire family standing in front of him, staring. His parents showed a perfect blend of worry and anger. His siblings looked proudly at him while Onyx was brimming with joy. As for Lyria, it was hard to determine whether her expression was more relieved from the scare or green with unyielding envy. "Mom, big bros, sis, what are you doing here?" Aaron asked with a mumbling voice from tiredness. "You were supposed to return tomorrow." "What about me, you rascal?" Roz's tone was upset, but he couldn't decide whether to be relieved or upset. "How could I stay away from my baby in such a moment?" Elena's voice was cracked and her eyes watery, but she didn't dare approach him until Salark gave the all-clear. "What the farm were you thinking?" Lith asked. "You scared us to death." "Why didn't you tell me about your intention to awaken? We could have worked together." Lyria had none of Roz's doubts and was fully aggrieved. "You almost gave me a heart attack, you dummy." Onyx sniffled amid tears. "Congratulations, hatchling." Ligon was the only one festive and sour note in the group. Everyone turned to look at him, as if he had proposed to cut Aaron's arm off. "One at a time." Salark raised her hand, asking them for silence. "Even I don't understand a word you say, and your bickering is giving me a headache. As I said the first time, Aaron is fine. He's just tired from his feet." "Dad, I expected you to be here. Where else were you supposed to be?" Aaron replied to them. "I'm sorry, Mom. I didn't want to ruin your vacation. This was supposed to be a surprise for your return." "I had to awaken, big bro. The process was plenty painful at the bright yellow. If I did it at the deep green or later, it would have been much worse." Aaron didn't consider death as a possible outcome, but just the idea of a more intense pain made him shudder. "I didn't tell you because I wanted to test my abilities, Lyria. Not everything can be done with teamwork. Also, Lith always says that awakening is like achieving the violet. No two methods are alike. What works for you wouldn't have worked for me. Even worse, we might have ended up creating a hybrid technique that worked for neither of us." "It makes sense," Lyria ruefully conceded. I'm sorry, Onyx. I didn't mean to make you worry. I mean you awakened too and everything is all right, isn't it? Onyx gave him something between a hug and a tackle, nuzzling her face while making sure he was all right. Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you, Sharjin. The wormling didn't talk. He just walked up to Aaron and gave him congratulatory licks. Also, guys, I promise I'll hear everything you have to say and endure any punishment you want, but please let me eat first. His stomach roared like an angry lion. I'm starving. Another growl confirmed his words. A snap of Salark's fingers brought everyone to the dining room, and Aaron started eating the moment food was placed in front of him. He would have been hungry just for training as much as he did, but after a breakthrough, he was ravenous. It took him several plates and numerous seconds to feel sated. His newly awakened body digested the food as soon as it was ingested, using the nutrients to fill the void left by the expelled impurities with thicker muscles and denser bones. The moment Aaron was done eating and ready to talk, Elena rushed to his side and held him in her arms, crying. I'm sorry, Mom, please don't cry. He felt so guilty that soon Aaron started to cry as well. I'm sorry. It took the two of them several minutes to calm down, and when they did, Roz didn't feel like scolding his son anymore. Later, when Aaron has calmed down and away from Elena, he thought. Are you all right, son? He asked while placing a hand on Aaron's shoulder. Yes, Dad, I'm fine. I swear I'm just tired. He yawned, wishing he could sleep until the next day. After his parents, it was the turn of his siblings, his nephews and niece, and the rest of the extended family. Aaron had to endure many scoldings and received very few congratulations. Even Onyx mostly pouted at him. How strong am I now, big bro? He asked once everyone was done giving him a piece of their mind. You mean compared to a boy your age, about the same, Lith replied. Seriously? Aaron whined in disappointment. Your body is now healthier, sturdier, and has a better mana conductivity, but the rest is the same. Lith shrugged. Today you lost solely superficial impurities, or it would have been much worse. You need to wait until the Scion for the first physical changes to manifest. What you can do now, however, is use both fusion and spirit magic. You're right, I had almost forgotten about that. How do I do it? Aaron tried to circulate the fire element and almost fainted from it. Never mind, it can wait. He can. Lyria sounded offended, as if Lith had insulted her. Yes, Lyria, I'm sorry. Lith knew that now Aaron had stepped into a territory where she couldn't follow, creating a gap between them that would only grow wider until she awakened as well. Assuming she did, of course. Since we are already here and Aaron can use a break from scolding, tell us about your trip. Roz handed his son honeyed milk to improve his strength. With pleasure, dear. Elena moved her eyes from Aaron to her husband. Lith was a wonderful host, like always. They had communicated daily, but there was only so much that could be expressed by words. Elena showed them the pictures and videos from her amulet, describing to everyone the most impressive moments of her vacation. Gods, I'm so glad I didn't go with them. Aaron and Lyria thought in unison, feeling bored just by looking at the pictures. I heard there have been a few accidents, Roz said. I hope they didn't ruin the mood of the trip. Not at all, Dad, Lith shook his head. They were only isolated accidents with no repercussions. I made sure of it. After a bit of chit-chat, Aaron felt the pressure easing on him and dozed off. Wake up, dummy. Much to his surprise, it was Onyx talking. It's Lith's turn to talk. She was still pouting, but now held his hand. As I was saying, no matter how we feel about Aaron's awakening, it's what he wanted and his own achievement, so he deserves a little celebration. Is tonight okay for you, or would you rather postpone it to tomorrow? Lith asked. I don't know, Aaron sighed. I'd like to do it today, but I'm tired. Also, the mood isn't really festive. Chapter 34-38 Dragon's Heart, Part 1. Chapter 34-38 Dragon's Heart, Part 1. Aaron looked around the room and swallowed hard. Most people were looking daggers at him with a deep frown on their faces, even Solus and Menadian. Reckless brat, the first ruler of the Flames, had walked more than 1 mile in Elena's shoes. How could he awaken without his parents' permission and presence? What if something went wrong? Roz and Elena would be scarred for life. I don't know if I can make this festive, but I know how to cheer everyone up. Kami. Lith offered her his hand, and she put it on her stomach. Suddenly, the awkward silence in the room was replaced by a quick, small heartbeat. Is this the baby? Elena sniffled again, but this time there was no trace of worry in her voice. Yes, Lith nodded. The little one is now big enough to make himself heard. Please welcome him to our family. Cheers exploded through the room to the point of almost bringing down the roof. Even Aaron found the strength to jump up from his seat and rush to hug his sister-in-law. Those who waited their turn to hug Camilla and touch her womb shook Lith's hand and congratulated him. "I know this is stupid, but now the baby feels more real," Roz said. "You are really having a son." "I know, Dad." "About that," Renat chimed in. "What about finding a name for the baby? Doesn't he deserve one to this point?" "Of course he does," Camilla replied. "After much research and discussion, we have decided to name him Raldorak. It contains Roz's initials and means dragon's heart in dragon tongue. It honors Ligaen as much as Elijah honors Salark." Roz and the Guardian stared at each other for a moment, pondering whether it was better to claim superiority or undermine the competition. Then, they decided it was no time for measuring contests and clasped wrists in grandfatherhood. "The heart may be yours, but the rest is all mine, old lizard," Roz quipped. "Just wait until he reaches the deep blue farm boy," Ligaen quipped back. "Then the little Ral is all mine." They kept mocking each other until Salark raised a toast. "To the new member of the family and the new awakened one." Aaron didn't mind sharing the spotlight, especially because he could tell how big of an earful awaited him the moment he recovered. "Thank you for the rescue, Raldorak," he thought. "Let's hope everyone is happy enough about you to forget how angry they are at me." Space. Aaron went to bed straight after lunch and didn't wake up until a few minutes before the party. Even though he slept in Solus Tower, he still felt beat. The celebration went without a hitch, and the only sour note was that Aaron had to wait until he was alone with Lith to talk about his future. "When can you teach me fusion and spirit magic?" he asked. "As soon as you recover," Lith replied. "Fusion magic won't take much. Our priority is spirit magic, lil bro. Until you learn the basics, I forbid you even to go to the bathroom without onyx." "Why?" he asked in outrage, making his and Lith's glasses crack. "That's why." Lith used a quick Forgeamastery spell to repair the glasses before someone noticed. "Spirit magic doesn't need elements, only mana and willpower. Without supervision, you could hurt or steal from people without even noticing." "What do you Aaron noticed a half-eaten bowl of ice cream floating in front of his face. "How is this possible?" "You saw it, you wanted it, and your mana did the rest." Lith handed the bowl back to its rightful owner. "Still, congratulations, lil bro, I'm impressed." "Thank you, big bro," Aaron smiled from ear to ear. "It's all thanks to your teachings. Shush, not so loud and no mention of this with Mom or I'll be in trouble just like you. I'm supposed to be angry with you," Lith said, making Aaron chuckle. "That said, I'm proud of you, lil bro. I didn't expect you would awaken on your own so soon." Space. "I didn't expect he would awaken on his own." After the party, Lyria bawled her eyes out in a pillow. "At least before me. I was supposed to be the first to awaken." Abominus stood in front of the bed in his Piamir form, waiting for her to calm down. It wasn't as bad as the first fit of crying right after lunch, but it was still bad. The words were always the same, but the feeling behind them had not waned one bit. "What's wrong with me, Abominus?" she sniffled. "I've worked so hard ever since Uncle Lith gave us our first lesson. I've never slacked off. I've always studied and respected magic. Why can't I do it? Why?" She rushed to him, hiding her face in his fur while she cried in desperation. "I'm smarter than Aaron. I have 2 streaks in my hair while he has only 1. Answer me, Abominus, what's wrong with me?" "I don't know," he replied calmly. "What I know is that in all these years I haven't noticed. A gap in talent between you two. The streaks are not the issue." "Can it be all my blood's fault?" Lyria asked, her expression filled with fear and self-doubt. "Your blood," the Piamir tilted his head in confusion. "It's like Aaron says," Lyria sighed. "I'm just a half-blood whereas he's a full Verhin. It must be the reason he could resonate with the dragons at Grandpa Voltak's funeral and figured out the water and the river lesson before me. No matter how much effort I put in, I can never compare to him." She started sobbing. "Again, I agree on the comparing," Abominus nodded. "Everything else is nonsense. This is not a matter of blood or your mother would have awakened years ago." "Then what do you think is my issue?" She wiped her tears. "That you are comparing yourself to him," the Piamir replied. "It's stupid and pointless. What would you say to me if I whined because I'm not a divine beast? After all, I don't carry the blood of the Guardians, and compared to a divine beast, I'll always be insignificant." "You are not insignificant," Lyria said in outrage. "You are barely a year older than me and have already evolved from a Rai into a new species. You stand here in front of me, awakened, while many children of the Guardians are still true mages even after living for centuries or millennia." I agree with you, but I still don't understand why you can't extend such reasoning to yourself, Abominus said. You are just 7 years old, Lyria. Solus was stronger and already awakened at your age, but Rifa awakened her. You can't take Lith as a reference more than you can take Elijah. They are one of a kind. Just like Aaron and you. What do you mean? Lyria blew her nose in a handkerchief. Lyria, you use chore magic like a true mage. You learned light mastery on your own, and your uncle will likely teach you void and creation magic in the future. Do you realize how infuriated most mages on Maugr, even awakened, would be if they heard you cry? Woe is me. Chapter 34-39 Dragon's Heart, Part 2. Chapter 34-39 Dragon's Heart, Part 2. But Aaron awakened, and I didn't. Lyria felt stupid saying that, but she was not ready to back down. And Onyx awakened before me. Do you think less of me for it? He asked. No, you are great and your powers are much cooler, she replied. They were worth the wait. My point exactly, he nodded. Lyria, you can't compare yourself with others or you will always be miserable, even if you become a Magus. That's not true, she shook her head. If I were a Magus, I'd be on top of Maugr. Really? Wouldn't you wonder if you are as influential as Lith, or if your contribution to the magical arts is as important as Silverwing's? How would you react if people ranked you low among the Magi? At those words, becoming a Magus sounded more like a curse than a blessing to Lyria, silencing her. That's why I'm telling you not to compare yourself to others. There will always be someone stronger, smarter, taller, luckier, or more successful than you. You must only compare yourself with the past you. What would the 5-year-old Lyria say if she saw you cry despite your powers? He asked. She would tell me that I'm dumb and that she'd switch places with me any time. Lyria lowered her gaze in shame. Back then, I thought I would never be a good mage, let alone learn light mastery. Exactly, Abominus nodded. If I think about my past self, I'm proud of who I am today. I started as any other Rai of my pack, yet I was chosen by you. I learned with you. I evolved and awakened by myself. All things I never believed possible. For all I know, my future self is laughing in joy after evolving further. Maybe he has become a divine beast or even a guardian. If he does, I doubt he's wasting his time with measuring contests. There are only a handful of guardians on Maugr, and being even the weakest among them puts you above trillions of living beings. I see, Lyria nodded. What do you think I should do? A better question is, what would the future Lyria, the awakened Lyria, tell you if she could meet you right now? Abominus stared her in the eyes. To stop crying like a girl and take it like a mage. She wiped her tears with another handkerchief and washed her face with water magic. She would tell me that everything she has achieved came through discipline and hard work, not by moping and crying injustice. I couldn't agree more with her, the Piamir nodded. Space. The next morning during breakfast, Aaron couldn't stop smiling while wolfing down enough food to make even Alina raise an eyebrow in concern. Don't worry, Mom, it's normal, Lith reassured her. His body needs energy to stabilize after the changes caused by the awakening. Once it's done, his appetite will go back to normal. Why didn't I notice it with you? Alina asked. Because I ate my share of game before returning home from hunting, and because Celia kept a secret stash of meat for me. Do you know what the best part of awakening is? Aaron already knew that story and didn't want to see his mother sad. Spirit magic. Lyria gloomily stirred her milk with a biscuit. She had overcome most of her envy, but still didn't like Aaron rubbing his success in her face. I can finally go to school with you again. I can play with you and Onyx in the afternoon. I have free time. No offense, Grandma, but spending 2 weeks in your office is vexing. He turned to Salark. Tell me about it, she grunted. I've been holed up in there every morning for almost 1,000 years. I'm sorry, Grandma. Aaron left his food and gave her a consolatory hug. I wouldn't take your place for the world. Well, this is new instead, Salark chuckled, ruffling his hair. You know, there are a lot of people who want to take my place. They are insane, Aaron replied. You should let them, it would give you more free time. I wish it was that easy, Salark thanked him and sent him back to his seat. Seriously, that's what you like about awakening? Lyria asked him. Of course, Aaron nodded. I missed you guys and past a certain point, no matter how much I love magic, practicing it turns into torture. Good gods, Raz shook his head in disbelief. A kid happy to go to school, Maugr has turned upside down. Dear, Alina nudged him. I know that you are tired, so feel free to take your time and relax before starting our lessons, Tista said. Yet learning spirit magic can't wait. An untrained awakened is too dangerous, and I speak from experience. Are you offering to teach me? Aaron asked, and Tista nodded in reply. Thanks, but no. Thanks, I want to learn from Big Brother. Why, I've learned from him and I'm just as good as him with spirit magic, Tista said. I don't doubt you are as good as him as a mage, but there's no way you're as good as him as a teacher. Aaron shook his head. How can you say that if you have yet to listen to a single lesson? She crossed her arms. In annoyance. No offense, big sister, but how many people have you awakened? He asked. None, but I'm a self-awakened just like Lith, she replied in confusion. Disagree, Aaron resumed eating. No one who learned from you awakened. Everyone who learned from Big Brother awakened. I want to reach the violet on my own, so I need strong foundations. Tista opened her mouth to reply, but failed to find a single argument to refute Aaron's words. Not everyone, Lyria sighed. I didn't. Oh, please, you will. It's only a matter of time. Aaron swept his hand with absolute confidence. I know you well enough to admit you are smarter than me. I must have reached illuminance or something. Enlightenment, not illuminance. Lyria started to laugh so hard that her eyes watered. I said or something, so it still counts. Aaron kept eating. Gods, I can't believe you awakened before me. Lyria kept laughing, but there was no trace of mockery or envy in it, just amusement. Don't get too comfortable. I'll be on. Your tale sooner than you think. Do you want me to tell you how I did it? He asked. You, as my teacher, Lyria scoffed. I bet ice cream against milk you have no idea how you did it, or at least you can't explain the process with human words. Of course I can, Aaron replied in annoyance. Then hush yourself and explain your awakening method to Onyx, if she understands it. You win, if not, you lose, Lyria said. I'll take that bet. Aaron conjured a small hush zone and started talking. First, you sit down and close your eyes, breathing. Makes sense, Onyx nodded, reminiscing her own enlightenment. Then you see a light that's actually a flame, but you don't understand it until it gets bigger. At those words, the Utgard furrowed her brows in confusion. Chapter 34, 40 Unwilling Allies, Part 1. Then you produce light too, but that's your mana while the fire is world energy. They pulse each at their own rhythm, so you breathe, make them match, and bang, you awaken, Aaron said, almost feeling the power of the mana flowing through him again. It's amazing, Onyx said. I know, right? It's so simple once you know the trick. He puffed his chest out with pride. No, I meant, it's amazing you awakened without having a clue what you were doing, Onyx replied. I'm awakened too, yet I didn't understand a thing you said. If I didn't know better, I'd think you're pulling my leg. You mean it's not a clear explanation? Aaron was flabbergasted. For you maybe, for anyone else it's a jumbled mess, she shrugged. You win, Aaron took down the hush zone, grumbling. You can have my dessert at lunch. No need, Lara groaned. I said ice cream against milk. It means that if I lost, I'd give you my ice cream, and if I won, you'd have to give me plain milk. Really? Aaron's eyes lit up with joy. Yeah, really, she snorted. That's how low I thought your chances of winning were, and I was right. Meanie, Aaron grunted. What about our lessons, big bro? Are you sure it is me you want? Lith asked, obtaining a nod in reply. Then we'll start this afternoon after you are done with your homework. Is it okay with you? Yep, Aaron replied. Grandma, can you tell me with human words what Aaron did in your office? Lyria asked. He sat in a corner while meditating. Why, do you plan on doing the same? Salark asked. Yes, Lyria replied. It's my turn to awaken, and I have only 15 days to make it. Lyria, Senton jumped up from his scat while Renaa was too busy choking on her food. Alina had to slap her back until Renaa spat out a piece of unchewed carrot. Why are you so worried? Lyria shrugged. Aaron and I have more or less the same amount of impurities. If he awakens safely, so can I. The longer I wait, the more dangerous it will become. I know, dear, but I can't help but be worried about you, Senton said. Nothing is really safe. There's always a chance something might go wrong. Also, it's going to be painful. Tell her, Aaron. It's true, Aaron shuddered at the memory. I never endured so much pain, and I hope never to have to experience it again. I remember how scared I was as Grandma yelled at me not to lose my consciousness. Auntie Kami. Lyria turned to Camilla, who just like Aaron had recently broken through to the deep green. I can confirm everything he said, Camilla sighed. I had worse, but it still wasn't a pleasant experience. On top of that, even though reaching the deep green is a smooth process, if you faint from pain, things can end badly. Lyria swallowed hard. The path to awakening suddenly didn't feel so alluring anymore. At least until he looked at Lith and then let her gaze wander around the table. There were plenty of awakened in her family, and they were all people Lyria admired. Except for Aaron, of course. I still want to do it. Lyria found her own voice shaky, so she grabbed Abominus' hand from under the table. I know I can do it. I know that too, the Piamir said. The real question is, should you? Uncle Lith. That's not something I can decide, nor should you discuss it with me, Lith replied. It's something between you and your parents, Lyria. What I can tell you as your uncle, however, is that your decision won't matter for long. Based on how easily Aaron awakened and the current position of your impurities, it's only a matter of time before they reach your mana core. On top of that, once you naturally develop a green core, things will get tougher as your mana core keeps developing. The moment you self-awaken, your body will undergo multiple refining processes and expel the accumulated impurities all at once. The pain and danger will be worse than facing one breakthrough at a time. Remember this before making your decision, Renah, Senton, and Lyria. The three exchanged looks, swallowing hard for a while and not knowing what to say. Do you mind if I participate to Aaron's lessons, Lith? Camilla asked to change the topic and give Lara's parents time to think. Sure, but what's the point? Solus already taught you fusion and spirit magic, Lith replied. I've always been spoon-fed knowledge, and after hearing everyone praising your teaching skills so much, I want to exploit my privilege of having married the mentor Magus. She chuckled. I want to become strong enough not to be a burden to you, and I want to spend time with my husband. Two birds with one stone. Mentor Magus, huh? Lith smiled, liking his new title. Fine, tomorrow afternoon will be. Our first lesson, don't be late or slack off. Yes, Aaron cheered for Camilla. Competition makes things more exciting. I've already defeated Lyria at Awakening and Auntie Solus at Cooking. You're going down, Auntie Kami. Hey, Lyria and Solus said in unison, outraged by Aaron rubbing his success in their face. Challenge accepted, young man, Camilla chuckled. I'll rest today as well, so we'll be on equal footing tomorrow. Aren't you resuming your vacation? Aaron asked. You weren't supposed to come back until tomorrow. Don't be silly, Alina replied. I've missed you and your father a lot, and now that I'm back, I'm going to stay. Fine, Aaron nodded with a determined expression on his face. If I can't cook you lunch tomorrow, I'll prepare you dinner today. Thank you, sweetie. Alina smiled as she gently caressed his hair. Then I can move my own schedule forward, Lith said. Solus, Menadian, get ready. After lunch, we are going to visit our acquaintances in the undead courts. Space. Ursulin Baz, Blood Warlock, King of the Dawn Court and current leader of the Court's alliance, was not surprised to receive Lith's call. I was about to call you myself. There's much we have to discuss. Have you heard about the stunt pulled by the latest chosen of the Incontinent King? Just a few rumors, but nothing solid. Lith kept the information he had received from Vladian a secret, not to expose his source to any mole Orpal might have planted. I need to talk with a witness, or even better, to watch a recording of the event. It's the only way to assess if Poopai's threats are founded or just more farts. You are in luck. The reason I was going to contact you is that I've just received the surveillance videos of Author's Night Court, Baz replied. After my associates and I reviewed the footage of the fight, we have noticed a few details that our peers had missed. I need your opinion, and, if you confirm our findings, your help. Where do you want us to meet? Lith asked. Same place as the last time. The Dawn King gave no clue about his position to whoever might intercept the call. Come whenever you want. I'll be waiting. Baz out. Chapter 3441, Unwilling Allies, Part 2. Doesn't that mean the underground fortress of Stonewall? Solus asked after Lith had stored his contact amulet inside the pocket dimension. Indeed, he nodded. We have to move now, while it's still day in the kingdom and most members of the undead courts are either slumbering or severely weakened. Also, I need time to prepare for the meeting. Our truce with the undead courts will hold only until it suits both parties. I don't trust Baz, and until I'm certain he didn't switch to Meln's side for some idiotic reason, I'm going to consider this a trap and prepare accordingly. The Stonewall Fortress owed its name to the fact that it had been carved out of a massive stone wall located in an underground network of caves, located under the Phalun region of the Griffin Kingdom. The fortress was complete with lookout towers, battlements, a main keep, and an enormous gate made of orichalcum. The entire length of the defensive walls was studded with enough mana crystals to light the entire cave despite it being over 60 meters, 200 tall. The carving alone, even though performed by undead skilled in earth magic like ghouls, had taken decades to be completed. The main body of the fortress was encased by the cave, visible from a distance, but protected against flying enemies. It stood right at the center of a mana geyser, and countless arrays and enchantments had been imbued in every stone block and bit of mortar, so that very little world energy was left available to invaders. That and the dozens of stone, orichalcum, and adamant golems standing at the ready in their recharge pods made it nigh impregnable even if left completely unmanned. Lith had a very low opinion of the undead courts, and the convenient timing of the meetup looked too much like a setup to come in such a place alone. At the same time, he wanted to keep his allies out of that particular piece of business. If it really was an honest first step toward an alliance with the undead, going to stonewall in forces would have only exposed Lith's best cards and put his hosts on guard. Hence Lith made it a personal show, showcasing solely his own strength. When he emerged from the tunnel leading to the fortress, none of the patrols scattered throughout the network of caves noticed him. He was also accompanied by his own 2 golems, Trouble and Raptor, and an army of 300 six-eyed demons armed to the teeth. Ragnarok was sheathed but perfectly visible on his hip. Solus wore her battle armor, and Lith's generals, Menadian, Locrias, Valia, Tryon, and Vergrave, had their weapons out. "That's a considerable display of forces." Baz opened the gates and walked towards his guests. "Is this a visit or the start of a siege?" Just by looking at his guest, the Dawn King could tell that something had changed since his last meeting with Lith. Baz had met enough divine beasts to get used to the oppressive aura they emanated. Their raw power and mass made them towering giants to his mystical senses, even while the divine beasts maintained a human form. The Dawn King always felt like a man standing in front of a towering mountain when facing a divine beast, and the Tiamat had been no different during his past visit. Now, however, Baz could also feel a simmering heat burning at his pale skin. The mountain seemed to have turned into a rumbling volcano that was ready to erupt with devastating consequences. "A visit unless something forces my hand," Lith replied. "Your place of choice gives you quite the advantage, so I hope you'll forgive me for evening the field." "I understand your reasoning." The blood warlock massaged his temples, the red light of undeath in his eyes dimmed enough to reveal a gleam of their original blue color. "Do you want to discuss the matter out here?" "It can be done, but it will make things more complicated and less safe. I don't have your talent with holograms, nor can I guarantee the wrong ears won't listen to us." "No, we can get inside, but I'm taking precautions." Lith left Raptor outside as emergency fuel for the other demons and had Locria's fuse with Trouble. He, Tryon, Menadian, and Valia followed Lith as he marched forward, while Vergrave stayed behind to lead the demons to the charge in case necessity arose. Baz stared at Menadian with what Lith recognized as greed, especially when his eyes fell on her Davros and Yggdrasil hammer. It was a perfect replica of the old Fury, but crafted with modern techniques. "Lady Menadian, it's an honor and a privilege to meet you." He gave her a deep bow. "The pleasure is all yours. I'll reserve my comments for after the meeting," Rifa replied. "Your kind already had a bad reputation back in my day, and now it's even worse. For what I've heard about you, it's well earned." "True, but we undead are always in dire need of a forgemaster as capable as you. I hope that by the end of your visit, you'll have changed your mind about us and be willing to add us to the list of your clients." Baz gave her a second and deeper bow. "Please, follow me." He guided them inside the Stonewall Fortress while keeping himself at arm's reach from Lith. The Blood Warlock was putting his eternal life in the hands of his ally to prove his sincerity. The inside of the fortress was as cold as the outside, but much better furnished. Even. The entrance was filled with warm carpets, fine paintings, and high-end ceremonial armors that a thorough examination with life vision revealed as more golems. The Dawn King didn't bring his guests deep into the fortress. After a single corridor, they reached a large round room with a table at its center, and many seats all around. Lith recognized the mana crystal embossed on the table as the standard holographic display that was used during military briefings. "Ladies, gentlemen," Sira Morgan, Banshee and current High General of the Night Court, greeted them upon their entrance. "I'd say it's a pleasure to meet you again, but that would be a lie. I hate being here no less than you do." She wore a black armor similar to Baz's, and an enchanted glaive rested near her seat. Sira had long copper-red hair that reached the small of her back, and even redder eyes lit from the undead energies coursing through her body. She might have been considered a beautiful woman, if not for her angry gaze and disgruntled expression. The Banshee looked like someone who had lost a bet, and had been forced to go on a date with her worst enemy. The rest of the seats was occupied by the awakened forgemasters hired by the undead courts to equip the Stonewall Fortress, and its occupants with the best anti-vertilac weapons and enchantments awakened magic could produce. "First ruler of the flames, please give us your blessing," Adria Hewlett said, and the other Forgemaster followed her, prostrating themselves on the ground. The scene was unsettling by itself, but it managed to become worse when Lith noticed that even Bahram the Wyvern's forehead was touching the floor. Chapter 3442, Dominant Side, Part 1. "What's the meaning of this?" Menadian asked. "I don't remember ever having a cult." "I wish I know." Baz was as surprised as her, while Sira looked at the Forgemasters like they had lost their minds. "We are not a cult," Pharaoh Blackroot, a redcap, said. "You are a legend, first ruler Menadian. You built your tower, the legendary set that carries your name, and you are the mother of modern fake and awakened Forgemastery both. Meeting you is a dream that none of us ever believed would come true. Yet here you are, Master Menadian." "I'm not your master." Rifa didn't know whether to feel flattered or creeped out by such unconditional devotion. "In a way, you are," Bahram the Wyvern said. "We can see far because we stand on the shoulders of giants, and you are the first and greatest among those giants. We are all students of your teachings, which makes you our master. Please, let me help you." The Wyvern tried to pull Menadian's seat for her, and the rest of the Forgemasters tried to beat him to the punch. Before Rifa could say anything, the room almost devolved into a brawl about who deserved the honor of serving water and steaming delicacies. "Enough!" Almost because Baz's roar put a stop to their antics. "Cease your antics and go back to your seats. The purpose of your presence is to act as representatives of the awakened council and reassure our guests of our sincerity, not make us look like a bunch of madmen." The Forgemasters stared at the Dawn King in hatred, and soon the buildup of mana from their spells became clear even to those without life vision. "He's right," Menadian said. "Please go back to your seats." The violent auras burst like a soap bubble, as the awakened obeyed like a meek flock of sheep. "Do you want to go first or I do?" Buzz asked, having a hard time hiding the embarrassment of being so blatantly disrespected in his own home by the people he had hired. "I'll start if you don't mind," Lith said, and the Dawn King nodded for him to continue. "The reason I contacted you is I want to know how the undead courts are reacting to the return of the incontinent king and what you are planning to do about it." "Yours is a reasonable concern," Boz replied. "As everyone knows, the undead courts have long since been divided, and each one of them is split into countless smaller factions driven by petty interests. To answer your questions, most of us are worried and a few of us are scared of your mad brother's return. No one is excited at Pupik's proposal, and as far as I know, even the Night Court's most power-hungry members have no desire to submit to him again." "Thanks for your kind words," Sira snarled. "I can confirm what Boz said. My Night Court suffered the most under the incontinent king's rule. Our numbers are at an all-time low and our resources depleted. First Pupa and then Thrud robbed us blind." "Is that the reason some of you are worried and scared?" Solus asked. "No," Baz replied. "All undead courts are slowly recovering, and now that we are united, we don't fear the incontinent king. Or rather, we didn't. We are worried because the crystal destruction spell proved useless. We are scared because of this." He tapped on the mana crystal with his hand, generating a scaled-down hologram of the fight between Author's Night Court and Orpal's Chosen. "I'll play it from the start and pause it at the pivotal moments. Watch carefully." The Chosen fought hard and dirty, but aside from that, there was nothing special in him. "This is when we used the crystal destruction spell. Do you notice something we don't?" The Dawn King replayed the scene multiple times at different speeds and from different angles. Lith wore the eyes of Menadian, the whole time not to miss a single frame. "No," he replied. "Your assessment is correct. The spell didn't cause any reaction in the prism. There is no vibration, drop in the output, or change in its host's prowess. Baba Yaga's spell is nothing but hot air now." "Just as I feared," Baz sighed. "Let's move on." The fight progressed until the Chosen was on the brink of being overpowered and suddenly transformed into an unknown creature. "This is the reason I was about to call you this morning." The Dawn King froze the image and zoomed in. "I noticed a resemblance between the Chosen's new form and Poopy's vertilac body." Another flick of the mana crystal conjured a hologram of the Chosen standing side by side with Orpal's. They both had two small straight horns protruding from their foreheads, a jet-black skin, and flames floating above their heads akin to an incomplete crown. Yet while Orpal's membranous wings came out of his back, the Chosen had the membrane connecting his arms up to his little finger to his hips. "It worries me because it reminds me of this." A third touch of the crystal projected a second pair of holograms. They depicted Locria's demon form and Lith's Tiamat body. Locria's wings were not upside down, and he only bore 6 eyes, but aside from that the resemblance with both the Tiamat and the Chosen was uncanny. If I'm right, Pupai is similar to you enough to create his own lesser versions. The good news is that based on the position of the wings, a Vertilac seems to be a lesser divine beast just like a wyvern is to a dragon, Boz said while pointing at the holograms of Locria's and the Chosen. No offense, Baram. Much taken, the wyvern grunted. The bad news is that Pupik has already achieved the 5th flame, and he's still a hybrid. There's no telling if once he reaches the violet his minions will become more powerful as well. I agree there is good and bad news, but not for the reasons you've just stated, Lith said after studying the 5 holograms for a while and comparing notes with Solus and Menadian via a mind link. This is bad, and if I'm right, you and I both will have to rethink our defenses from scratch. What, why? Sira and the Forger Masters said in unison, standing up from their seats in shock. The Banshee refused to believe the Night Court had wasted what little treasures it had left for nothing, while the Awakened felt wounded in their professional pride. First, the good news. Lith tapped on the hologram of the Chosen's 5th flame. This one is a dud. I can't be absolutely certain until I see it with my own eyes, but the structure of this thing is all wrong. On top of that, if you watch the flames during the fight, you'll notice that 4 of them pulse in unison when the Chosen uses his powers, while the 5th flame always has the same beat. It's not something born out of life force, but a common spell. Baz rolled back to the appearance of the flaming crown and focused solely on the 5 flames for the entire duration of the fight. Chapter 3443, Dominant Side, Part 2. Son of a filthy, the words died in the Dawn King's mouth when he noticed Lith's glare. I mean, that ugly piece of shit played us like a fiddle. I'm amazed by your attention to detail, Supreme Magus Verhin. I've watched the footage several times, yet never noticed this. Second piece of good news, Lith snarled in anger. I don't think Pupai's dominant side is the dragon's life force but the vampire. Look at this. He pointed at the membranous wings, the bulging upper torso of the Chosen, and the lack of scales. This is not something like a wyvern but a chiropteran. Are you sure? Baz pondered. Your demons have no scales either. Because their body is made of darkness, not flesh, Lith replied. Also, there is another way to confirm my theory. Did the Night Court use ice spells against the Chosen? Of course, Sira nodded. Ice is the best way to slow down a ghoul's regeneration and keep their scattered pieces from reattaching themselves to the main body. Show me, Lith said, and Boz obliged. I was right. There is no drop in the Chosen's strength when hit by the cold waves. Again, it's a ghoul, the Banshee shook her head. All undead are immune to cold just like your demons. And again, that's only because they don't have a physical body, Lith replied. Valia show them. The demon possessed her own body and kept it perfectly preserved with necromancy. The moment she abandoned her human form and became a demon of the fallen, her pitch-black skin became covered in small scales. They moved up and down gently, as if the scales breathed along with her, releasing a heat that steamed in the cold of the stone-wall fortress. Dragons are beings of fire, and I'm no different. Lith shapeshifted into his Tiamat form, revealing the crown of silver flames on his head and raising the temperature in the room by several degrees. It's the reason I'm weak to cold. This thing is not. Baz instinctively took a step back. Undead were supposed to be immune to fire, but the unnatural heat Lith emitted felt like it would burn the blood warlock like paper if he stood too close to the silvery flames. I was right, you did become stronger despite being still a bright violet core. He blurted out in surprise. Mine is a new kind of divine beast, Baz. Lith clicked his foot-long, 30 cm tongue. Of course I get stronger every time I discover one of my abilities. Now if we are done stating the obvious, it's time for the bad news. Not only are you right about the qualitative change Pupai's powers will undergo when he reaches the violet, but we now know for certain he has a way to uphold his promise. He can pass his powers without a prism. I'm sorry you lost me, Sira said. Think about it. Lith shapeshifted back into his human form. Abominations can't procreate. Even as a Tiamat, it will take decades for my daughter to be able to fight, and most of my demons are wandering souls that join my side for a single battle. But what about undead? You are almost as sterile as abominations, but you have another way to increase your numbers quickly. Good gods, Baz covered his mouth with his hand in realization. Exactly, Lith nodded. Remember the wording of Pupai's offer, 1 prism to those who bring the head of a member of my family and the combat form to whoever joins him. They sound like the same thing, but they are not. Night can only produce so many prisms before she becomes weaker than a regular undead. If Poop-Eye can make thralls instead, there would be no burden on her. Who knows, maybe he can even turn living beings into Vertilacs. But if a Vertilac is some kind of undead, how could a ghoul possess its powers? Sira asked. The prism, Solus replied. Night's prisms grant her the same bloodline abilities of her chosen, and to them her abilities, or in this case, Poopix. If you are right, all the cold-based arrays and traps we had Forgemastered to counter the incontinent king are useless. We prepared everything to fight a dragon-like divine beast, not a vampire-like one. Baz slammed his fist on the table. Yeah, that's the other part of the bad news, Lith nodded. Just like me, Poop-Eye is a new species, and there's no telling what he will be able to do once he reaches the violet. Maybe he'll be able to replace blood cores with a Vertilac core and turn undead into this thing, or maybe he'll be limited to living beings. Either way, it's best to assume and prepare for the worst-case scenario. If Poop-Eye is anything like me, then he has the means of building a loyal army that possesses powers similar to his own on top of those of regular undead. If we are lucky, his minions will share the limited range of my demons. If we're unlucky, not only will the lesser Vertilacs be able to go as far away from Poopik as they want, but they will also carry a fragment of his essence, allowing him to be in multiple places at the same time. With Night's Omni Pocket, each one of his clones can conjure Poop-Eye's Davros equipment, and then pass it on to the next the moment they are defeated or they accomplish their mission. This is a nightmare. Sira clenched her own head, resisting the temptation of ripping her hair out. It's called worst-case scenario for a reason, Lith replied. On top of that, these are just the possibilities I can predict based on what I've seen Poop-Eye do and what I can do. Reality can be even worse, but it's more likely to be much better. I'm assuming all of the Vertilac's powers have no side effect or limitation, which is not how most abilities work. Not even Baba Yaga or the Odi manage to reach perfection. My demons can't go anywhere they want and need my power to exist. Lith only repeated the limits of his abilities that were already of public dominion. I bet Poop-Eye's minions are going to be no different. They may drain his strength permanently until they are destroyed, have their free will intact, making them prone to rebel, and the list goes on. Still, I'm going to assume the worst. There is no such thing as overprepared. Indeed, but this doesn't help us one bit, Bahram the Wyvern sighed. Once something is Forgemastered, it cannot be undone. Even if I were willing to purify everything with my origin flames, it would take me months, and we'd lose countless ingredients. More than half our work is for nothing, Adria said. Maybe and maybe not, Menadian pondered while studying her surroundings with the eyes. I have mastered the art of creation magic. If you provide me with the right materials, I can alter everything you've prepared. I can even upgrade them, and the only thing you'd lose is the ingredients forming useless pseudo-cores. At those words, the convened Forgemasters cheered and applauded like she had accepted to take them in as her disciples. Chapter 3444 Trust but Failsafe, Part 1. Our creations are going to be improved by the first ruler of the flames, more than one awakened said. What an honor. Can you really do that, Ruler Menadian? Sira's eyes softened with hope. More. Importantly, would you do that? Yes and yes, but there are conditions. Rifa raised her hand with the palm out, asking the Forgemasters for silence. First, I need the schematics of everything I have to modify. This place is massive, and I don't have the time to study every single rune. Second, I can't entrust my work and secrets to you without adding a few failsafes. What kind of failsafes? The Dawn King's eyes narrowed. For starters, I'm going to make sure my work can't be used against Lith. My existence is bound to his, and I'm not going to help you banishing me. Also, I would feel more confident in this alliance if I shared control of the arrays and constructs with you. This is not an easy decision to make. It requires discussion, and the ruling of the 3 undead courts must be unanimous. Boz said, and Sira nodded. Take all the time you want, Menadian shrugged. And just to be clear, I'm going to embed the failsafes so that it will be impossible to tamper with them without unraveling the entire defensive system. When I'm done with it, you and anybody else won't be able to understand which rune does what. Baz gritted his teeth in fury, and when he turned to look at the awakened Forgemasters for advice, he almost dislocated his jaw. They were all nodding and smiling like Menadian wasn't talking about stealing their secrets and make them her own. My only advice is to make up your mind quickly, Lith added. Once Poop-Eye returns, I'll be busy chasing him and Menadian with me. Also, if he attacks you first, there would be no point in making any change to the fortress after you've been wiped out. What are you waiting for? Pharaoh the Redcap said. It's an excellent deal. Do you know how many people begged Menadian for a single piece of her work? Are you really going to turn down the help of the greater forgemaster of all times just because you're scared? Magus Verhin is a man of his word. If you are sincere in forging this alliance, you have nothing to fear. Shut up, Boz angrily replied. You talk like that only because it's not your life on the line and you want to witness Menadian's creation magic. You bastards couldn't care less about me or the survival of the undead courts. You've already been paid handsomely, and would lose nothing since we had to buy the power core schematics from you in order to make you work together. You are being generous with our lives and spells to gain more for yourselves. The awakened Forgemasters averted their gazes and cleared their throats in embarrassment. Everything the Blood Warlock had said was true. After sharing the fortress spells with the undead for maintenance's sake, the Forgemasters considered them lost. Sharing their work with Menadian, seeing how she would improve it, and receiving the second best thing to creation magic's lessons from her for no free was a dream come. True. Yet these idiots are also right, Sira grunted. Turning down Menadian's help would be foolish, and her requests are reasonable. We built the Stonewall Fortress to deal with threats like the Incontinent King, not Verhin. For this to become a true alliance, we need trust. Can we trust you won't turn on us the moment your mad brother is dealt with, Magus Verhin? I don't remember a single instance of me harassing the undead courts, Lith replied. Only of you messing with me and getting your due. Also, as long as you are holed up in here, why should I care about you? This place is going to become useless once Pupai is dead. You'll return to your home cities and resume your business. Only then might conflict between us arise, and only because of what you'll do. Aside from the golems, there's nothing you can take away from here, and once you split the constructs between the three courts, their numbers wouldn't be a threat to me. Anyway, point taken, she nodded. Baz, let's contact the Dusk Court and be done with this. The Blood Warlock and the Banshee left the room, leaving Menadian surrounded by a flock of adoring Forgemasters. How did you preserve the fury to this day? Barem asked. Do you have any clue what happened to your tower? Adria followed. Is creation magic hard to learn, or is there a trick to it? Pharaoh stared at her equipment like it could talk to him, and reveal its secrets at any second. I didn't. After 700 years with no master, the fury must be reduced to a piece of junk somewhere. Menadian hid behind Lith as she lied through her teeth. She wasn't used to being among people, let alone to being worshipped. My tower was stolen by Kalga and never retrieved. My soul followed my daughter to the desert, so I have no way to know what happened to my tower after that. As for creation magic, yes, it's damn hard to learn and there are no tricks to it. I figured it out just a few years before my death. The questions became weirder and more personal by the second. Soon the awakened. Asked her things like what her favorite food was and if she was planning to date again. We agree with your terms, Ruler Menadian, Baz returned just a few minutes after leaving, saving Menadian from the barrage of questions. First, however, we need your word that such knowledge won't be used against us until Meln is dead and his ashes scattered to the wind. Unless I'm provoked, Lith pointed out, I'm not going to stand still if any of you turns against me. It's only fair, the Dawn King nodded. Do we have a deal? Deal, Lith shook the Blood Warlock's hand. Riffa. First, back off. I need space. She shooed the Forgemasters like a bunch of overexcited puppies, and they whined as such. Second, the blueprints and the control crystal of the defensive system. Can you really do that? Lith asked via the black chains. This must be state-of-the-art magic, and you are rusty. Of course I can, Menadian replied. Between the magic lessons from Yaga and Lokra, the Eyes, and Soluspedia, I have everything I need. Besides, I can always ask you and Effie for help. Baz handed her the blueprints of the fortress and the golem's enchantments. Menadian recorded everything in the Eyes and took her time pondering the best. Solution. What weaknesses can we expect from a Vertilac? She asked. If he's similar to a vampire, he's vulnerable to darkness magic, and his heart is his weak point. He should not be able to recover from any serious damage he takes to it. Baz replied, while humans and awakened with a punctured heart could still be saved with invigoration or spells, a vampire turned into ashes instantly. I see. I'm going to replace water magic with air to give darkness speed and alter the golems to increase the piercing power of their limbs and weapons. Is that okay? Menadian asked. Chapter 3445 Trust but Failsafe, Part 2. It would be perfect, Sira nodded, handing the control crystals to her. One was for the golems, and the other for the fortress. Not so fast. I need the right ingredients first. Menadian wrote down a short list of magical resources. The problem was the staggering amount she needed. Fuck, Baz said. Don't worry. The Dawn and Dusk Court will cover your share, but you have to pay us back, Sira. No problem, she shrugged. If we survive, we have eternity to settle our debt. Lith's wallet bled at the idea of spending so many crimson thorns and wind lilies for someone else's spells, no matter if the magical resources didn't belong to him. The Forger Masters, instead, looked at Menadian as if she was going to fall on one knee and propose to each one of them any second now. Lith, I might need more mana than this body possesses, so be ready. Menadian started from the fortress's crystal. The moment she took it in her hand, the layers upon layers of magical formations became visible to the naked eye. Once she confirmed there was no discrepancy between the arrays and the blueprints, Menadian activated her Tier 5 creation magic spell, Second Chance. She unraveled the magical formations, removing a few circles and letting several blue spheres of energy fade into nothingness. Once she was done, she extracted the magical essence of the wind lilies and weaved it into pseudo-cores. Menadian also added her personal cloaking runes to keep her work from being stolen, and a control array that would answer solely to her energy signature. Since she shared Lith's, he was granted control over the fortress as well. Once she was done, the arrays of the fortress had been changed to the point the new blueprints had little in common with the old ones. Then it was the golem's turn, and the time to use the crimson thorns. Much to Baz's dismay, the awakened Forger Masters focused solely on observing the creation magic spell. They didn't try to understand how the various spells were being rearranged, or how to regain control of their own work. That's it, Barem asked as the magical runes became invisible again. Is it already over? It lasted over 15 minutes. Despite her undead state, Menadian panted heavily. To you, it was a pretty light show, but to me it was no easy feat. If not for Lith and the mana geyser below the fortress, I would have needed to use invigoration so many times that it would have no effect anymore. She only had 2 eyes left, but they were rapidly opening again as Lith gave her new mana. These are the new blueprints. A wave of her hand manipulated the ink with water magic and drew a series of complex schematics on multiple pieces of paper. You'll need it in case something gets damaged beyond its ability to self-repair. Marvelous, Barem praised. Amazing, Adria gasped. Genius. Pharaoh and the others passed the papers among each other while commenting on Menadian's work. Let me guess you have no idea what you are looking at, Sira scoffed. Not a clue, the Forger Masters nodded. But if we take our time to study this, there's no telling how much we might learn. That's a big if. A flick of Baz's wrist collected the pieces of paper and brought them to his hands. These schematics belong to the undead courts. We paid for them twice now and have no reason to share them with you. Your services are no longer required. You can leave the fortress at your earliest convenience. How much? The Forger Masters snarled. We can talk about this after the crisis is resolved, Sira replied. This way you have a good reason not to run your mouths and we won't risk Poop-Eye taking a look at our defenses. Also, once this is over, we'll have the opportunity to recover at least part of the expenditure for this fortress, she inwardly added. Fine, Barem snarled. Ruler Menadian, I'd love to invite you to. Is there anything else? Lith asked, cutting the wyvern short. No, the Dawn King shook his head. We'll keep you updated if anything new happens, and I expect you to do the same. Excellent. Lith and his group warped outside to the army of demons. Now that the fortress was under his control, the air-sealing and space-compressing arrays offered no resistance to his spells. The awakened Forger Masters were still sighing and whining when he arrived to the Blood Desert. Space, why didn't you tell us that you have mastered creation magic, Mom? Solus asked, impressed by Menadian's feat. You never asked. Also, you were supposed to know. I used it during our escape from the World Tree, remember? Rifa replied. Sure, but changing a rune here and there is different from remaking a whole castle, Solus replied. You would be right if I enchanted the entire fortress from scratch. Menadian shrugged. Most of the work was already done. I only added 3 spells. The hardest part was scrambling everything so that the enchantments would become unrecognizable and still work. Can you teach us creation magic, Mom? Solus asked. Lith and I have been stuck at Tier 3 for a while now. I don't know if she should, Solus, Lith replied. I want us to master our creation magic, not Rifa's. We've been studying creation magic only for a short while, and something always happened that delayed our practice. I can and I'm willing to teach you, sweetie, Menadian said. It's only fair since I wouldn't have understood my foundations were flawed if not for attending to Sally's lessons with you as a wandering soul. She was teaching you while unwittingly teaching me as well. Back when I was alive, I got close enough to learning creation magic to forge a master the workshop floor of the tower, but it's only thanks to you guys if I finally completed my life's work. Thanks for the offer, Mom, Solus replied. We'll keep working on creation magic on our own, and once we run out of options, we'll come to you for a nudge in the right direction. That's an excellent idea, dear, Menadian nodded. I can't wait to catch up on modern magic so that you can teach me void magic. I'll be your student, so go easy on me, Professor Solus. Only if you earn it, you runt, Solus chuckled. Jokes aside, we are stuck in void magic too. We can't figure out how to deal with the double elemental switch without the willpower imbued in the spell going awry. Even better, Menadian said. We can work on it together if you don't mind a hand. No offense, Riffa, but void magic is our creature, Lith said. It's what got us the title of Void Magus, and if someone were to help us bringing it to completion, we'd feel like frauds. Even if no one ever knew about your involvement, we would. Is that what you think as well, Solus? Menadian asked, obtaining a nod in reply. Then, honesty for honesty, I think you two are working on too many fronts at the same time. Creation magic, void magic, the lessons at the academies, preparing for Meln's return, and the list goes on. Chapter 34-46 Lesson in Hunger, Part 1. I understand your pride in figuring everything out by yourselves, but there's nothing wrong with asking for help, Menadian said. You two have already learned in 16 years what most awakened need decades, if not centuries, to accomplish. With Lith expecting his second-born, you have to set your priorities straight. There's only so much time in each day. Either you sacrifice your time with your family or risk facing that Meln jackass with incomplete skills. But that only if you keep refusing my help. You have a point, Lith sighed. Yet my worry is to face that jackass with skills I've learned without truly understanding them. In my experience, it's better to use a prototype you have mastered than a full weapon you're not familiar with. There you are, Camilla welcomed them as they walked through the tower's door. How did things go with the undead courts? Lith exchanged a quick glance with Menadian, agreeing to resume that conversation later before sharing everything that had happened via a mind link with Camilla. Good gods, she shuddered. Do you need some time to think about new countermeasures? I can cover for you and teach Aaron the basics of spirit magic. No thanks, Kami, Lith replied. He asked expressly for me and I can use a distraction. They walked to Aaron's room where he was waiting for them. Finally, I was getting bored to death, he said. Did you finish your homework? Solus asked. Yeah, and we double-checked his answers thrice while waiting for your return, Onyx replied. Why didn't you go playing outside? Lith asked in confusion. Because Lyria is too busy studying and I was too afraid to hurt someone, Aaron said as a glass of water hit his right cheek. See what I mean? This happens every time I'm thirsty. Everyone in class looks at me like I'm a monster. He lowered his eyes, but the glass kept bumping on his face, searching for his mouth. Gods, if I hate you. Aaron gulped down the water, and this time when he put the glass down on his desk, it stayed there. We'd better get started then. Lith ruffled his brother's hair. First of all, have you ever thought about why an angry fake mage produces wind and his eyes light up? Or about the reason awakened don't do that but have similar problems until they learn to control spirit magic? No, I did not, Camilla and Aaron said in unison while Riffa raised her hand. Mom, Solus blushed in embarrassment, pulling the hand down. This is a class for learning, not to show off. It's obvious you know the answer. You are an awakened with over 300 years of experience. Actually, I'm not sure since I've never pondered the question either, Menadian replied. The explanation for these three apparently different phenomenons is the same. Lith continued while shushing them both. Everyone has mana and willpower, and when we are angry, we perform unconscious actions even if we stay still. Like clenching our teeth or balling our fists. The same happens with mana, but only mages are powerful enough to influence their surroundings when overwhelmed by emotions. A fake mage emits mana like a true mage, but without spirit magic, it is forced to bond with the nearest element. We are always surrounded by air, so the mana pulse interacts with the air and produces air currents. For the same reason, our eyes light up. We see through our eyes because they are natural conductors for the light element, and when we are angry, the raising mana bonds with the light and becomes visible. The mana pulse also reaches the ground, but is too weak to affect something so big so no one notices it. Most of the time. That's why when you or Grandma are angry the ground quakes, Aaron said, because your pulse is much stronger. Correct, Lith nodded. In the same way, a candle or a fireplace can flare up when a fake mage loses his temper. Awakened are no different from fake mages, but thanks to spirit magic, their mana keeps its cohesion and resists the natural pull of the elemental energies in our environment. That's why you hit those who anger you, crush things, and take what you want with spirit magic, Aaron. You've been taught since a young age to restrain the physical manifestations of your emotions, but no one taught you how to keep your mana in check when your feelings run wild. Your mana puts your thoughts into practice without filters. That's why your first lesson is to learn to recognize when your mana core is stirring and stop it before it acts. I see. Aaron sat down cross-legged on the floor and closed his eyes. What are you doing? Lith asked while Camilla smiled at the scene, reminiscing how she had made the same mistake. I need to sense my mana, don't I? Aaron asked. Yeah, but you don't spend your life in a state of calm silence, Lith replied. Controlling your mana core must become second nature to you, like writing your own name. You must do it without the need to focus or think. He took a plate of oven-fresh biscuits out of his pocket dimension, a delicious fragrance, spread throughout the room, making Aaron's, Solus, and Camilla's mouths water. Aaron and Solus had a sweet tooth while Camilla's pregnancy enhanced her sense of smell. To her, the cookies smelled like an entire bakery. They look delicious, big bro, but we just ate, Aaron said. I'd like to have a biscuit or two, but I don't really want them. Your objection would be valid if I played nice. Lith touched Camilla's and Aaron's shoulders, activating invigoration long enough to speed up their metabolism and make them hungry. Several biscuits immediately floated off the plate, but a pulse of Lith's spirit magic put them back into place. Hey, that's not fair, Aaron said. How am I supposed to focus on an empty stomach? What he said and I'm pregnant. Camilla's womb grumbled in agreement. You know I get cravings and I can't do anything about them. That's exactly the point of this exercise, Lith nodded. Your spirit magic goes rampant not when you are happy and collected, but when something or someone triggers a gut reaction, just like now. He pointed at the candles in the room that were flaring up and the small objects that were trembling. Then he conjured an ice mirror in front of Camilla and Aaron and showed them their glowing deep green eyes. Cool, Aaron said. We never practiced like this. Camilla turned to Solus, who shrugged. Because I never did either, she replied. Lith had already mastered the basics of spirit magic when we met, and I had no body back then. I passed on to you the results of his efforts just like he did with me. You asked me to be spoon-fed knowledge, remember? Oh, Camilla felt puzzled by those words until their meaning hit her like a punch to the gut. I forgot that Lith awakened as a baby and how poor his family was. He must have learned how to control spirit magic through hunger just like he's doing for us. Chapter 34, 47 Lesson in Hunger, Part 2. The idea of a starving baby using sheer willpower not to cry and keep himself from stealing food almost made Camilla cry. Her first instinct was to run to the crib and check if the babies were hungry with her dragon scales. Elijah and Valoran were not only well-fed, but also in the middle of a happy dream that spread soothing waves through Camilla's body. You two have no idea how lucky you are, she thought. Hunger is easy to induce and easy to get rid of without leaving you upset for the rest of the day, Lith explained. When you are angry, sad, or in it, suddenly Camilla hugged him tight, cutting his explanation short. Is everything all right with the babies? Yes, don't worry. After checking that he wasn't hungry either, she returned to her seat. As I was saying, any violent emotion behaves similarly to hunger. The purpose of this exercise is twofold. One, now that your mind's and body's desires are in sync, you must learn to feel the stirring of your mana core and control it along with your physical reaction. Two, to reel your mana in with willpower, you have to infuse your core with it. It's the same thing you'll have to do when you learn how to cast Tier 5 spells. Through this exercise, you're going to learn how to control your spells under stress. Lith used fire magic to keep the cookies fragrant and air magic to fill his students' nostrils with the sweet smell. Begin. Aaron and Camilla reacted to the olfactory onslaught by emitting tendrils of spirit magic that Lith stopped with his own. This is a bit cruel but really smart, Menadian thought. I wish I could still feel hunger. I would love to put my self-control to the test. I find it sad, Solus replied via mind link, but I share your feelings. I want to participate too. She used invigoration to make herself hungry. Solus, too, produced tendrils of spirit magic, but managed to stop them just a few centimeters away from her body. Well done, Solus, but a mage with your experience can't enter the rankings, Lith said. Come on, guys, there's just 2 of you, so if you get second, you get last. Aunt Kami shouldn't count, too. Aaron tried and failed to control his mana core. She has practiced spirit magic for months. Not like this, and now I'm hungry for 2, you runt. Camilla couldn't stop herself from producing mana tendrils either. You have the advantage here. No, you both suck, Lith replied. Stop bickering and focus. Arguing adds another layer of difficulty that we'll reserve for later. We do. Aaron and Camilla exchanged a glance and stopped talking. A few minutes later, right when they were about to succeed in stopping the tendrils from reaching the cookies, Lith tapped their shoulders and Solus, turning the hunger up a notch. Hey, that's cheating. All 3 of them lost control and their mana grabbed a cookie. What? Lith scowled at them. Do you think you won't get hungrier or angrier during a fight? Do you expect the enemy to play fair and not to taunt you to make you lose your cool? No, they all lowered their gaze and put the biscuits back on the plate. Solus felt so embarrassed that she wanted to disappear. Things can always get worse during a fight, but they can also get better. Yet no matter if the ally you believed dead is actually alive or if your enemy has a hidden card. You must keep your focus or you'll lose control over your mana and with it the battle. Yes, Professor, they said, making Manadian chuckle. You're an incredible teacher, Lith. I wish someone taught me this lesson, she sighed. Maybe I. Everyone was looking at her, with eyes filled with compassion. I'm sorry for speaking out of turn. Please don't mind me and continue, she said, but it was too late. Aaron and Solus were already on their feet and hugged her. I wish you could join us, Mom, Solus said. Me too, my big bro is the best, Aaron said. Don't worry, Grandma will protect you. Thank you, sweethearts, Manadian caressed them both. Over an hour and several taps on the shoulders later, the cookies were untouched, and the stomachs roared like a pride of lions. That's enough for today. Lith rewarded his students with plenty of biscuits and honeyed milk. We'll continue tomorrow. He waited for everyone to be calm and sated before resuming the lesson. This is just for you, Aaron. Solus and Kami already know how to use life and fire vision, but they are free to join us. Cool, how do they work? Aaron asked. It's actually pretty easy, Lith replied. It's similar to the process of making your eyes glow, but instead of using all the mana, you need to enhance the light element to get life vision. If you use the fire element instead, you get fire vision. Like this, Aaron's eyes glowed silver. I don't see any difference, though. That's because you are filling your eyes with light element. Lith shook his head. It's no different from casting a healing spell on your eyes. If it were that easy, fake mages would use life vision too. Try again. Send your mana like you would with spirit magic, and then fill it with light element. Aaron's eyes flared deep green, yet nothing happened until the light element coated the mana, becoming a filter to look through the world energy. Suddenly everything turned to a shade of gray. Only living things had colors, but they had nothing to do with their physical appearance. Lith and Manadian appeared to Aaron as roaring fires. Camilla produced just a bright light, while Solus was even dimmer. Why does Aunt Solus look weak? Are you ill? Aaron asked. No, it's because of this. The moment Solus took off the cloaking rings, her aura flared. Up as well. Cool, Aaron said as he noticed his body emitted light as well. The brighter someone looks, the stronger they are, Lith explained. It will take you time and experience to learn to distinguish between magical and physical strength, and even longer to recognize the level of the core of those you're looking at. Now switch to fire, please. We don't have much time left. Why is that? It took Aaron a few tries before activating fire vision. I still have plenty of mana. Now Magur looked like he was wearing thermal goggles. Cold things were of a uniform blue, while the warmer something or someone was. They turned green, then yellow. Orange and red. Manadian was pale green, whereas Lith was a red blot. Less than you think, Lith said just a second before Aaron felt tired and hungry. This doesn't make sense, he panted. I just ate. His whole body ached, but his eyes felt worse. What you are experiencing is mana abuse, Lith explained. Using pure mana drains you many times faster than elemental magic. Eating helps you refilling your core, but it takes time for mana to form. Can't I use invigoration? Aaron asked. You can, but I don't recommend it, Lith shook his head. Chapter 3448 Stubborn Pride, Part 1. You have just awakened. Your body needs time to adapt and we've done a lot today. Eat and go play until dinner. You've earned it. Lith ruffled Aaron's hair and said, I'm proud of you, little brother. Thanks. Aaron's smile went from ear to ear as he ate more cookies. And I'm proud of you. Camilla took his hand. It's amazing how you managed to take the bad things of your past and turn them into brilliant lessons. Thanks, Kami. Lith cleared his throat in embarrassment. Yet don't think you can get away with a few cookies, she said in mock annoyance. You made the three of us hungry, she touched her womb. We deserve a compensation ice cream cake. Seconded, Solus nodded, and seconds. Meanwhile, Aaron and Onyx had joined Lyria and Abominus. They went back to Lucia to play with Lilia and Laren. Of course, Aaron not only did show off his awakened powers, but he also bragged about Lith's lessons. I wonder if he's just that dense or he's rubbing this in my face on purpose, Lyria inwardly grumbled. She couldn't wait for the following day to come and start her own training. Space. When sunrise came, Salark found the young girl waiting in front of the curtained door of her office. Here already, did you at least eat breakfast? Salark asked. Yes, Grandma, Lyria yawned. I was so nervous all night that I couldn't sleep much. Let me fix that for you. A touch of invigoration, and Lyria was brimming with energy. Thanks, Grandma, where can I sit? Anywhere you want except in front and behind my desk, the Guardian chuckled. If you want to know where Aaron practiced, he was in that corner. Thanks. Lyria went to the opposite corner and sat cross-legged. Please call me for snack time. I'm completely useless when I'm hungry. No problem. Salark hushed the little girl and started her daily routine. Okay, Lyria took a few deep breaths to calm down and then started revising everything Lith had taught her over the years. This is a good start. I'll eliminate everything fake mages and magical beasts usually do for practice. If it were of any help, awakening wouldn't be a secret to this day. I must focus on what Uncle Lith taught me about magic and awakening. The steps are learning how to perceive your mana core, then the world energy, and lastly fuse them to create a mana flow. The problem is I don't know where to start. Lyria sat there, breathing slowly while she tried to figure out her first move. Let's see, what advantages do I have over Aaron? He has only a black streak while I have silver and red ones. Let's go with light magic. She cast perfect silent chore spells of all elements to warm up and then tried to cast a tier 1 light spell with her mind. I can't do it. The runes feel wrong. She thought after a few failed attempts. There are too many of them and their sequence is too complex. By the time I finish the last rune, the first one has faded in my mind already. I need to recreate the spell from scratch, but with true magic. It's not enough to awaken, but it should help me sense my mana core. With each failed attempt, Lyria consumed more mana, and soon her strength started to dwindle. Not like this, you idiot, she cursed at herself. Unlike fake magic, true magic doesn't need manifestation. I could have done this in my head without wasting so much mana. It's snack time, sweetie. Salark's voice and hand made Lyria yelp in panic. Why do you and Aaron react like that? I'm not that scary, I mean not to you. Sorry, Grandma, Lyria panted, her heart drumming in her chest. It's not your fault, I was just so focused that I didn't feel you approaching. Wait, snack time already? Yes, Salark nodded. Eat and rest for a while, you look terrible. Only then did Lyria look down and notice she was drenched in sweat, her long hair wet with it and sticking to her face. Damn it, half the morning is gone and I'm still at square zero. She ate her honeyed milk and cookies like she had a vendetta against them and ignored Salark's advice, resuming her training immediately. Use your head, dimwit. True magic is a matter of the mind. She tried several runes, but by not conjuring mana, she went faster and the process was easier. She soon learned to feel if the following rune was right, wrong, or just subpar. The flow of mana in her head would be respectively smooth, jarring, or difficult. She also learned that soon was a relative term. It's lunchtime, baby, Renaa shook Lyria, making her scream in fear. Good gods, are you all right? Mom, lunch, Lyria couldn't believe her own ears. You look delirious. Renaa checked Lyria's forehead for fever. The temperature is normal, but you stink, you need a bath. Mom, just a few more minutes. Lyria found herself on her mother's shoulder like a sack of potatoes, and with as much free will. Renaa undressed and bathed Lyria while she was still complaining about breakthroughs, the importance of silence, and the discipline magic took. Of course, baby. You're right, baby, Renaa said when necessary, but ignored everything the young girl said and kept bathing her. Mom, you're not listening to me, Lyria said while her mother helped her to get dressed. I am listening to you, Renaa scolded Lyria, but you are rambling, you need to eat. I'm not hungry, a loud gurgle denied her claim. Okay, fine, let's eat. During the meal, Lyria asked Aaron, did you work in the afternoon too? If you mean homework, yes. If you mean going back to Grandma's office, no. He shook his head. I was too tired for that. Weak, Lyria inwardly gloated. I'll resume my training right after I'm done eating. If I do things right, I'll awaken in just 7 days. Too bad that she fell asleep right after stuffing herself with ice cream. I'll put her to bed and keep an eye on her, Abominus said. I'll accompany you, Senton said. Thanks, Abominus. Rena patted the Pioneer's head. Lyria woke up a few hours later, feeling like she had just finished the night shift in a coal mine. Why didn't you wake me up? She half yawned and half scolded Abominus. I need to resume practicing. No, you need to do your school assignments. Here's my notes. He handed her a thick stack of papers containing the topics of the morning classes she had missed. Who cares about school? Awakening is more important. She wobbled to her chair, panting heavily as she caught her breath. I see, Abominus gave her a strong honeyed tea. Too bad, though, Aaron managed not to fall behind with his studies. I guess he's more disciplined. No, he's not, stung in her pride. Lyria opened the notes. I'll show you. I'll finish this stuff before I can finish my tea. She had to read the same page multiple times because her head was pounding. Chapter 3449, Stubborn Pride, Part 2. Lyria had consumed much more mana than Aaron on his first day, and was now paying the price. Every spell she practiced gave her head a pang and made her eyes water. She finished everything only thanks to sheer willpower and stubborn pride. I'm done, she clenched her head, feeling like it would explode if she let it go. Give me a minute to rest my eyes. Sure thing. Abominus went to pick a blanket, and when he returned, Lyria had fallen asleep on her desk. He dropped the blanket and tuckered her in her bed. Sweetie, wake up. It's time for dinner. Rena's loving voice sounded like a death knell to Lyria's ears. I'm coming, Mom. The moment Abominus stepped out of the bed, she flopped on his back. Carry me, please. I don't have the strength to walk. Man, Lyria looks terrible. She would have liked to glare at Aaron and give him a piece of her mind, but she was too hungry and tired for that. Was I like that, too? Not on your first day, son, Roz replied, but more often than you think. Lyria mumbled one-word answers from time to time. Eating like the food was her lifeline. Here, have my ice cream. Aaron passed his dessert. You need energy. I remember how I felt when I was trying to awaken. Lyria had a lithe moment, feeling like a jerk for thinking ill of her uncle for no good reason. Thank you, Uncle Aaron. She gave him the best hugs the little strength she had left afforded her. No problem, Aaron blushed in awkwardness. Lyria had never called him uncle, and he didn't know how to react. He felt proud of himself, but at the same time, he realized the responsibility the title entailed. I don't like this, he swallowed. I don't want to be the bigger person. Being a rival is much easier than being an uncle. Lyria went to sleep right after dinner, and slept like a log until the next day. Let's do this, she thought after Salark hushed her at the start of the training session. By the end of the second day, Lyria completed the simplest and weakest Tier 1 light spell she could devise. It had no practical use, but it was a true spell. What is this? What's happening? With her eyes closed, Lyria had gotten used to being surrounded by darkness. Now, however, there were 2 lights, a very small one in the distance and another just as small originating from inside herself. Why does my stomach hurt? I had just tea and biscuits for a snack like always. She ignored her questions and powered up her spell with mana. It filled her body to the brim with silver light, but created no mana flow, nor did it awaken her. Why don't I feel any different? Sure, it's just one element, but using true magic is supposed to stimulate my mana core or at least guide me toward the next step. Too tired to think, she went for lunch and tried again the next day with a fresh mind. Gods, I was so tired yesterday that my brain failed me, she thought while examining her condition. I didn't stimulate my core and got no inspiration because I just filled my body with static light element. Yet while studying the 2 lights, Lyria noticed that her mana perception had improved from the previous day. I still have the fire element to try. With my newfound knowledge and natural affinity, it should be easier this time. In fact, by the end of the 3rd day, she had created a useless true magic Tier 1 fire spell, but was too tired to put it into practice. On the 4th day, Lyria filled her body with fire element, powering it with her mana and forcing it to circulate along her skin. It resulted in another failure, but the distant light had moved closer, and the one in her abdomen had become a bit brighter. This doesn't make sense. she thought while conjuring and moving both spells she had created through her body. I can now clearly feel my mana and make it flow. The thing in front of me must be Grandma Salark. Why have I yet to awaken? She had got it all wrong. Lyria could barely feel her own mana, there was no flow, and what she saw was the world energy converging around the Guardian, not the Guardian herself. Lyria spent the rest of the 4th day trying to come up with a Tier 1 true magic darkness spell, but failed to complete half of it. Damn it, without the corresponding elemental affinity, creating a new spell from scratch is damn hard, she thought on the 5th day. At this rate, maybe I can create a Tier 1 spell for each element in 14 days, but that doesn't mean I'll awaken. What am I doing wrong? Lyria spent the rest of the day pondering the question and studying the 2 lights. She made little progress, but having consumed little mana, she had more strength left than usual. She finished her homework and then revised her notes in Silverwing's book, The Basics of Magic, searching for inspiration. Lyria found no answer, but the more she read, the more she had a nagging feeling in the back of her head. Not knowing how to move forward, on the 6th day Lyria went over Lith's lessons, her newly created spells, and then the 2 lights. They hadn't grown after the 3rd day, but she somehow knew they were important. Mana is more than just elemental power. To create a mana flow, I must be able to affect my life force as well, but how do I do that? By snack time, she found no solution, so she resumed working on her darkness spell. She only finished it on the 7th day, but when she did, another change happened. The burning in her abdomen worsened, the distant light came closer, and the close. Light became brighter. What's wrong with me? She thought as the pangs slowly spread to the rest of her body. More importantly, what did I do right, and what are these things? Fear and pain clouded Lyria's mind too much to continue practicing. She let go of the accumulated mana and slowly came out of her meditative trance. "Grandma, can I ask you something?" Lyria said without leaving the hush zone. She knew that it was impossible for Salark not to perceive her from so up close. "Of course, my featherling," the Guardian replied. "What's the matter?" "I'm in pain," Lyria massaged her stomach. "I'm not asking you why, I just want to know. If I'm endangering myself." "Consider me offended, young lady." Salark raised an eyebrow and her voice turned. "Stern, do you think I would let something bad happen to you in my house? If you were doing something stupid, I would have stopped you." "Thank you, Grandma," Lyria sighed in relief, hugging the Guardian. "I trust you, but I'm scared. I've never suffered so much. What's going on with me?" "Apology accepted, Featherling." Salark softened, hearing the honest panic in the girl's voice. "I'm sorry I can't answer your question. All I can say is there's nothing dangerous in your training method." Chapter 3450, The River and the Ocean, Part 1. Okay, Lyria glanced at the clock on Salark's mahogany desk and realized there wasn't much time left before lunch. She went back to her spot, but instead of starting to work on a water spell, she focused on her condition. Based on Uncle Lith's void magic, each element is one side of a 2-elemental coin. My light affinity helped me come up with a darkness spell just like my fire affinity should do with water. Yet before that, I must answer the question, what am I doing right? Lyria studied both the big and the small light. By the time Renat came to pick her up for lunch, Lyria had noticed that while the smaller light felt somehow familiar and obedient, the bigger one was alien and indifferent. She was certain never to have felt the power of the bigger light before. "What did you do when you were slumped?" Lyria asked Aaron while devouring her food rather than eating. "I tried harder." He looked at her with compassion, knowing how exhausted she must be. "But I also followed Onyx's advice and rested once per week. Isn't this your 7th day already? It should have been your day off." "You're right, damn it, I forgot about that," Lyria sighed. "Also, Abominus tells me you study right after lunch. I took a nap before studying because otherwise it was torture," Aaron added. "That's another great idea. Abominus, why didn't you point these things out to me?" She glared at the Piamir in his boy form. "I did," he replied with a snort. "I also asked you to take a break from time to time, but you didn't listen." Lyria was about to go on a tirade about how Onyx had taken such good care of Aaron when she realized Abominus had done just the same. The difference wasn't in the Emperor beasts, but in their human companion. Aaron trusted Onyx enough to listen to her, whereas Lyria was deaf to Abominus' suggestions due to her pride. "Gods, I'm so sorry, Abominus." Lyria dropped her silverware and hugged him. "I've been such a jerk to you, please forgive me." "I forgive you," he patted her back. "I know how competitive you are, but remember what I told you. This isn't a challenge to Aaron, but to yourself. If you rush too much, you risk missing details along the road that point to your destination." You are very wise for your age, son, Senton said. Lyria is lucky to have a friend like you. I know, Dad, she replied. Mom, can we do something together with Dad tomorrow? Of course, dear, Renan nodded. Anything you want. Lyria spent the following morning with her parents, visiting Zekel and Lucia, and the afternoon playing with her friends. She learned nothing, but the rest healed her body and gave her brain the time to reorganize what she had learned during her relentless practice. She resumed her attempts to awaken on the 9th day, starting from where she had left. What are these things? Lyria tried casting chore magic spells and studying the lights, but nothing happened. At least until she tried the spells she had invented in the previous days. As she evoked the runes of the light magic spell, powering them with just enough mana to manifest them, she noticed an anomaly. A very small copy of that rune appeared in the small light. From there, the rune produced a tendril as thin as a hair that moved on its own toward the bigger light, where a second bigger copy of the rune formed. When Lyria completed the spell, she noticed two things. The complete sequence of runes appeared in both lights, but while the sequence in the bigger light moved following a clear pattern, the runes in the small light didn't move from the spot they had appeared. Could this be? Lyria then cast the fire and darkness spells, and the same thing happened. There were now 3 sequences of runes in each light, and every sequence in the big light moved independently from the others, while its distant twin remained still. The burning sensation in Lyria's abdomen returned as strong as the 7th day, but, thanks to Salark's reassurances, this time her focus remained steady. I get it now. The small light is my mana core, and the big light is the world energy all around me, she thought. My spells are too weak to awaken me, but by exploiting my elemental affinities, they allowed me to connect with the world energy and gradually enhance my perception. The purpose of the spell is irrelevant. What matters is that with every true spell I create, I can perceive a different element inside of me and in the world energy. She worked on her water spell, completing it on the 10th day and moving on to an air spell. Now the bigger light had come close enough to reveal itself as a flame, while the smaller light had grown big enough for Lyria to study it with ease. She could use the Malar light along with her intuition to find the correct runa in the sentence. A right rune would appear and establish a connection with the world energy. A partly right rune would take longer to connect, and a wrong rune would form no connection at all. On the 13th day, she had completed all 6 elemental spells and was capable of projecting them in her core at the same time. Each one of them was short, barely 4 magical runes each, and with no practical use. Okay, now I can feel my mana core and I can feel the world energy. What's next? The bigger light was now a roaring flame that painted the darkness around her bright blue, and her mana core was perfectly visible, but there were still no signs of awakening. Think, Lyria, Aaron and I received the same lessons from Uncle Lith. I know because I asked them. Aaron and I know the same things. He never considered awakening until our last vacation. What did we learn there? Lyria found nothing relevant in her memories, except for the fishing trip. The water and the river thingy. Aaron didn't stop talking about it for days, she thought. Of course, awakening requires a mana flow. My mana is the water and I'm the river. It's not enough to conjure the elements, I must also carry them. Lyria focused on the runes inside her mana core, willing them to move just like she had moved the mana along the lake's surface. It was an artificial flow that resisted her attempts, coming to a halt whenever the different sequences of runes clashed. Moving the 6 spells at the same time without them hindering each other was a mammoth task made harder by the rising pain in her abdomen. Lyria had just managed to make the 6 spells go a full lap without clashing when she noticed. Another chained. Is it me, or is the bigger light even closer now? Surprise and Renaz's hand made Lyria lose her focus. It's lunchtime, sweetie, and you need to rest, Renaz said, using a towel to dab to sweat drenching her daughter. Chapter 34:51, The River and the Ocean, Part 2. Already, Lyria panted more than said, her nose smelling her own pungent scent. Bath. Later, Salark shook her head. First you need to eat, this will do for now. A water spell removed the sweat, while a darkness spell cleansed the stench. Lyria ate, took a bath with Renaz's help, and then fell asleep instantly. Abominus woke her up just for the time to work on her assignments, which Lyria completed with unprecedented speed. Do you think I should rest tomorrow or give one last try? She asked as she performed the spells she had just learned from Abominus' notes like she had practiced them for years. What do you mean one last try? Abominus asked. Are you giving up? No, silly, she giggled. If I succeed tomorrow, I'll beat Aaron by 1 day. If I don't, I might as well finish after him. There's no point in a draw. What do you think? He tilted his head to the side. I want to keep going, she replied. And this time is not out of stubbornness, even though I am stubborn. It's because today I felt like I was on the verge of something, and if I take a break, I'm afraid I might lose it. Trust your gut, then, Abominus nodded. But if it doesn't work, rest. I know, she nodded. I'm my only competitor. I'm not doing this to beat Aaron, but because it feels right. Space. On the 14th day, it took Lyria a while to circulate the 6 spells to perfection again. I was right. The world energy did come closer. Every time the rune sequences completed a lap, the blazing fire would move a bit closer to her, but would return to its original position at her slightest mistake. By snack time, Lyria had gotten the gist of the artificial flow, yet aside from the flame having crossed half the distance separating them, nothing happened. The burning sensation in Lyria's belly was the same, and the size of her mana core was unchanged as well. I was wrong, she inwardly sighed. Whatever I discovered, it's not enough. Wait a minute. The 3rd step, I still need to merge my mana flow with the world energy. Assuming I have created a mana flow, it's not enough to overcome my impurities alone. I need the world energy's help to do it, but how? She stared at the bigger flame, willing for it to come closer. It didn't work, but by shifting her focus to the world energy, Lyria noticed that the connection between her spells and the burning flame was now thicker. Of course, conjuring an elemental spell requires the corresponding external energy, establishing the connection. Once I established the flow, the resonance increased only up to a point, because it's different from the flow in the world energy. My mana is the water and I'm the river, but I'm nothing compared to Magus. All rivers go to the ocean and let it carry them, becoming part of its underwater currents. To reach the ocean, I need to let my river flow into it. Lyria tried to match the movements of her spells with those in the burning flame, but failed. No matter what method she tried, she failed. The breathing, all the awakened I know breathe in a weird way while using their powers. Lyria adjusted her breathing rhythm, trying to follow the pulsing of the runes in the world energy. They move in different patterns, but the speed is the same. First, Lyria focused to not only make her spells flow without clashing with each other, but also to move with matching speed. Then she made them follow the same identical routes as their twins inside the blazing flame. With each progress she made, the connection between her mana core and the world energy grew stronger. The mana tendrils grew in size, pulling the blazing flame closer until Lyria could almost feel its heat on her skin. Each following step was easier than the previous one. The runes now moved along their intended course with the rhythm they were supposed to have. Lyria's mana flowed into the world energy that in turn flowed into her mana core, making the tempo of the runes faster and faster. It's lunchtime, sweetie. Renaa extended her hand, but Salark stopped her. Not now, the guardian shook her head. Your daughter is close to succeeding, are you sure? Renaa swallowed hard. Before Salark could answer, Lyria managed to perfectly match the flow of the world energy with her own. Runes she had never seen before, runes belonging to spirit magic, joined the other 6 elements. The mana flow became strong enough to escape the confines of the impurities surrounding her mana core and spread to the rest of her body. I did it, Grandma, I did it. Only when Lyria felt the process had gained enough momentum not to need her help any longer did she open her eyes. Mom, I did it, Mom, I'm in a whack. Dane hurned over you Fiher of Iran's Hadulika Navar, before making the suffering of the previous days feel like a tickle. Help me, God's hell. Lyria clenched her chest and started puking a black tar-like substance that smelled like something dead for weeks and left rotting under the desert sun. My baby, Renaa rushed forward, but Salark stopped her again. There's nothing you can do. That's just the awakening process. But she is suffering and it's getting worse. Renaa pointed at her poor daughter who writhed in pain, the impurities now flowing out of her nose, eyes, ears, and skin. No, it's not getting worse, it's just progressing. Salark shook her head. Listen to me, Lyria. Whatever happens, stay awake. You hear me? Don't lose consciousness. My baby girl. Renaa started to sob, but no matter how much she struggled, she couldn't break the guardian's hold on her. Mob, Lyria gurgled through tears and impurities. The pain was blinding, but seeing her mother cry like that was much worse. Lyria clenched her fists and relaxed the rest of her body. With nothing stopping it anymore, the flow of impurities became steadier, faster, and less painful. Lyria trusted the guardian, and welcomed the spasms like her mother had taught her to do when bad food made her puke. Don't fight it, sweetie, Renaa always said. Your body is trying to get rid of what's hurting you. You'll feel better later. The process lasted less than a minute, but to Renaa and Lyria they seemed hours. My baby, Renaa bolted forward the moment Salark let her go. The guardian cleansed the impurities and cleaned Lyria, but Renaa didn't notice the stench while it lasted. The only thing she cared about was feeling her daughter's heartbeat and making sure she was all right. "I did it, Mom," Lyria gave Renaa a thin smile. Her voice was but a whisper, and her eyes drooped from exhaustion. "I know, baby girl, I'm proud of you." Renaa caressed her daughter's hair, combing it with her fingers. "Awakening feels great, Mom, but it tastes like poop. Do you have a mint?" Then Lyria lost consciousness. Before Renaa could ask Salark for reassurance, a soft snoring told her everything she needed. Chapter 3452, Different Kinds of Talent, Part 1. "Thank you, gods. Thank you, thank you, thank you." Renaa sniffled while kissing Lyria's face over and over. "I would like to say, you're welcome, but I'm afraid Renaa would punch me in the nose." Salark remained silent, handing the worried mother a blanket and a glass of water. Renaa covered Lyria with the blanket and drank the water with big gulps. "Can I have some more?" "Sure," Salark refilled the glass Renaa was offering. "Do you want me to call Sentin, Lith, someone?" "How long have we been here?" Renaa's eyes widened, realizing the passing of time. "Less than 3 minutes," Salark replied. "The people at the table haven't even noticed we are late." "Bring Sentin here, please. Bring everyone." A quick mind link to inform the others about what had happened, and a snap of Salark's fingers brought the Verhins to her office. "Oh gods, is Lyria all right?" Elena asked while Sentin rushed to Renaa's side and checked Lyria's pulse and face. "She did it." Aaron clenched his fists like it was his own achievement. "Now I can have company and competition." "She's fine," Salark said, and Lith confirmed after checking on Lyria with invigoration. "Is there anything we can do to make her wake up sooner?" Sentin asked. "No," Lith replied. "This kind of thing can't be rushed. Lyria needs to rest while her body adapts to its new status and her core fills itself. Even with my help and soulless tower, Lyria won't wake up before a couple of hours." Salark nodded. "If you want to help her, go eat. You need your strength to take care of her." Renaa caressed Lyria's serene sleeping face, reassured by the steady heartbeat and her chest moving up and down. If not for what she had just witnessed, Renaa would have thought Lyria was sleeping in. "Fine, but please, let's eat at the tower's dining room. I don't want anyone around," she said. "Space." Lyria slept in a bed just 1 meter away from the dining table under a hush zone. Abominus never left her side, and Renaa stopped eating to check on Lyria often. No matter how much effort Renaa put into taking care of her daughter, Lyria needed over 2 hours to wake up. "I'm starving," she mumbled while trying to remember why she felt like she had skipped lunch. "Lyria, thank the gods." Renaa hugged her tight. "You scared me to death." "How do you feel, sweetie?" Sentin asked. "Congratulations, Lyria." Aaron gave her a congratulatory bow. "What are you talking about?" Lyria was as confused as she was worried about her parents' weird behavior. At least until her drowsy mind cleared up, and she remembered everything. "I did it, I'm an awakened too." Her stomach disregarded her enthusiasm and gurgled in outrage. "I'm also starving. Where's lunch?" "Right here." Lith took the stove fresh food from his pocket dimension and set the table for her. "Help yourself." "Don't mind if I do." Lyria broke free from her mother's embrace and ran to her seat, wolfing down the food. "You beat me," Aaron sighed. "Of just 1 day, but you beat me. I admit defeat." "No, I didn't." Lyria swallowed a big morsel of meat, taking a break from eating so as not to chew her words along with her food. "I had many advantages, and the most important one is you went first. I would have had no confidence of success had you not awakened already. I found a way to awaken based on what we know only because you proved to me it was possible. Also, I know you well enough to guess what you did wrong and right, saving myself a lot of time. On top of that, you took 2 days of rest while I only took 1. If we consider only the days of practice, you were faster than me. And don't forget that women are naturally more attuned to the world energy than men," Salark pointed out. "With that and your 2 affinities, I can assure you had it easier." "Really?" Aaron asked, puffing his chest out with pride. "Credit where credit is due, Featherling," the Guardian sighed. "You have no idea how embarrassing it is for me that the old lizard awakened before me. My only consolation is that I always beat him in martial arts and forgemastering." "It's your win, Uncle Aaron." Lyria stood up to give him a bow. "You did it fair and square." "I have a better idea." Aaron shook his head. "Winning like this is disappointing and underwhelming. It doesn't feel like a victory, and draws are equally lame. What do you say if we settle our score in a clear-cut way?" "I'm all ears." Lyria nodded for him to continue. "Now we are on equal footing again. Our cores are deep green and we had our unique enlightenment. It means that whoever awakens her bloodline second will have no choice but to admit being a poor excuse of a niece. Aaron extended his hand. Deal. You mean his bloodline and a poor excuse of an uncle? Lyria shook it, returning the fierce grip. Deal. Not this again, Onyx rolled her eyes. Space. After a hearty meal and another nap, it was Lyria's turn to celebrate her achievement with the rest of the family. Zekel and his wife joined them from Lucia, and so did Protector Celia and their children. After a full night of rest and many meals, Lyria was ready to learn the basics of spirit magic, just like Aaron. She had asked Lith to be her teacher and repeat the same lessons Aaron had received to keep things fair and their competition running. As for Aaron, he was entrusted to Solus' care. Are you sure you don't want to move on to the next topic? Solus asked. I'm sure, but thanks for the offer, Auntie Solus, Aaron replied. I prefer to review everything with you and Aunt Kami and wait for Lyria to catch up. This way Bog Brother can teach us together again. I understand, Camilla nodded. It must be hard going on lesson after lesson with an ever-growing losing streak. You need someone as bad at this as you to score your first win. I'm not bad at spirit magic, sis Kami, Aaron pouted. You are better than me only because you've been studying this for months now. You should have thought about that before challenging me and claiming you would make me eat your dust, Camilla chuckled. Jokes aside, you are really good at both spirit and fusion magic, Kami, Solus said. I don't know if it's the little Raldorak giving you a hand, but you are one of the best green cores I've ever met. Thank you, Camilla replied. It's too early for the baby's powers to kick in. This is all me yet. I practice like crazy during my free time because I don't want to be Lith's weak point forever. I want to be able to stand up for myself. I appreciate the sentiment, but until you reach the bright blue, you are just W Solus. Suddenly felt dizzy. Her knees buckled, forcing her to sit down. What's wrong? Camilla asked, quickly followed by Rifa, who rushed to Solus' side. Chapter 3453, Different Kinds of Talent, Part 2. I don't know, Solus panted heavily. I feel weak as if a pillar of violet light burst out of her body, and the tower quaked as it broke through to the next level together with its master. Deep violet, congratulations, Auntie, Aaron said. And I thought I was competitive. It's not nice to steal Lyria's thunder like that. You should have waited at least a couple of days before hogging the spotlight. I didn't plan this, you rascal. Solus tried to stand up and almost fainted for it. It must have happened because, after Elijah's birth, we've stopped traveling so much and spent most of our time over mana geysers. Lith's recent growth in strength must have further accelerated my healing process. Big Bro has become stronger. Isn't the bright violet the limit of every awakened unless they find a way to the white like your friends, Auntie? Aaron asked in confusion. It is, but Lith's situation is different, she replied. After Kami rescued him, his life forces rearranged themselves in a form that better channels his powers. On top of that, when he rescued me from the fringe, we underwent a long fusion. While we were in that form, the tower further healed the damage to his life force, which now allows his body to withstand larger amounts of mana safely. Aaron kept staring at her in confusion. Imagine the old Lith like a wooden carriage with a broken wheel, Solus replied. The new Lith is a stagecoach with just a damaged wheel. It can travel faster and it's more comfortable. Big Bro was like a carriage with a broken wheel, Aaron was flabbergasted. How powerful is he now and why not a Dulorcan? Respectively, I don't know, and broken Dulorians have no wheels. They either fly or they don't, Solus sighed. Gods, why do I still feel like this, and where is Lith? Space. Inside the tower just a few minutes ago. Excellent job, Lyria, Lith said while watching her struggle to keep her mana off the cookies. Keep up like that and... Suddenly, the tower started to tremble. It absorbed the sand below with a whoosh, creating a vortex around the entrance as the tower sucked in the base materials to expand and rebuild itself. We'd better leave. A snap of his fingers brought Lyria and Abominus to Lith's private apartments. Why, Uncle Lith, isn't it safe? She asked. I don't know, he shrugged. I've never been inside while the tower underwent changes. There's no point to it. The tower would waste energy to keep me safe, and the final result would be the same. On top of that, I'm almost certain the restoration process can't harm me due to my bond with Solus, but you too might have become food for the tower. You make excellent points, Lyria and Abominus swallowed hard. Let's go check on Solus, Lith said. You can use some rest and food. I know, Lyria still had several cookies orbiting around her. The moment fear had broken her focus, Hunger had taken over, seizing the food. You can eat them, you know, Lith chuckled while checking on Solus' position via their mind link. Thank the gods you are all right, Solus sighed in relief upon their arrival. For some reason I can't get any reading from the tower. The bright violet is a significant step, Ep Solus, Menadian said. Not as much as when you regained your physical body, but the gap between the bright blue and the deep violet is significant to an awakened. You might end up disconnected from the tower until both your mana reserves are replenished. What do you mean you might? Solus asked. You don't know. No, Solus, I don't. Menadian shook her head. The tower was never supposed to crumble like I was never supposed to leave your side. I built the tower, but now it has outgrown me, just like you. Don't say that, Mom. I'm sore. Solus' head wobbled for a second before she lost consciousness, falling on the ground with a plop. What's wrong with Auntie? Lyria munched furiously in worry. She's just tired, like you after awakening. Lith checked Solus with invigoration. Her mana core is almost empty, and the tower needs most of the world energy for itself. She'll be up and running. Why am I on the ground? Solus woke up as suddenly as she had passed out. Sooner than you think. Lith finished the phrase amid the gasps of the others. It seems it's not a good thing for us to be apart during your breakthroughs. Apparently I'm your backup energy source. Lay down and rest. He could feel his mana and vitality being slowly siphoned, but for a bright violet core at rest while standing over a mana geyser, it was a negligible amount. Big bro is heartless, he nodded. The starving exercise is the less funny he ever came up with. But it works, Lyria replied. Once I understood that my mana was stirring from hunger the moment I smelled the cookies, stopping the tendrils was quite straightforward. It was, Aaron was a bit hurt in his pride. Big bro, how can she already do it while it took me days? Since we are at it, why do you think Aaron felt confident to awaken while I didn't? Lyria asked. Is it a matter of talent or just character? The answer to your questions is the same, Lith replied. I've taught you magic for quite a while, and I can tell you that you two have a comparable amount of talent, yet they are two completely different kinds of talent. What do you mean? Camilla asked, helping Solus to sit up and handing her a honeyed tea. I won't sugarcoat it, kids, so please don't take it personally, okay? Aaron and Lyria held hands to steel themselves and nodded for Lith to continue. Lyria is the smarter of you two, while Aaron is the more intuitive. It means that he has an easier time learning magic. Whenever he can feel it or experience it directly, it's the reason he was confident about awakening after the fishing trip. Aaron had no idea what to do, but after practicing to control the elemental flow, he gained enough insight on his own mana to awaken. Lyria instead needs to understand something in order to learn it. It's the reason the moment Aaron awakened you knew you could do it, and why you are better with exercises like the one with the cookies. Once I explained you the cause and effect of the mana going wild, you found a solution. Aaron instead was slumped until he managed to feel his mana stirring from the hunger, but the moment he didn't produce tendrils anymore. Each of you is better at some things and worse at others. There's no clear-cut difference. I see, Aaron felt refreshed. What can we do while we wait for Auntie to recover? I need all of my strength, and you two are at different levels of your training, but there is something you have already in common. Lith replied after pondering for a bit. Chapter 3454, Steady Development, Part 1. What is it, fusion magic? Lyria asked. That too, but it's not what I was talking about. Lith shook his head. You both have developed your own breathing technique in order to self-awaken, but you have no idea how to use it and how it works. Sit down with me. Lith then proceeded explaining to them the difference between accumulation and invigoration. The children had already found their breathing rhythm, and even though they had never used it after their breakthrough, it was deeply ingrained in their bodies. Always remember the risks, Lith said while they practiced the harmless invigoration. The more you use invigoration on yourself or others, the less effective it becomes. Even if you use a nutrients potion, the strain on your body caused by the instant regeneration piles up. The same happens to your mana core. Invigoration refills it, but the mana abuse makes each spell more taxing and reduces its efficiency. It's like talking with someone who takes a step back after every sentence. At first, you can still hear him well, but after a while, you can only understand what he's saying from the context, and then nothing at all. As for accumulation, learn to fear and respect it. Never use it right after a breakthrough, and always listen to your body. If they start to hurt while practicing accumulation, it means you've reached the limits of your current body refining. Stop immediately, rest, and train your bodies for a significant amount of time before making a new attempt. Remember that the overuse of accumulation is one of the main reasons abominations are born. Lyria and Aaron swallowed hard but nodded. Ever since they had awakened, magic had become less fun and scarier. Spirit magic could hurt those they loved and accumulation could hurt them. Also, remember that no matter how hard you want it, you can't, and you must not keep increasing your strength once your bodies reach their limit. I've been stuck at the deep Scion until my growth spurt started at 13. The same applies to you. You can't train your mana and body indefinitely. Once you reach a bottleneck, you must wait until your natural development takes its course. During those times, forget about increasing your power and focus on its quality. Improve your mana perception and manipulation. Work on your fighting techniques and footwork. They are all things you carry over once the breakthrough happens and will help you master your enhanced reflexes and strength as the body refining reaches the next stage. Lyria raised her hand, and Lith gestured for her to speak. What fighting techniques? You always say we are too young for that. Of course, Lith inwardly cursed. I mean in a few years, just practice your footwork until then. Nice save, Solus chuckled via their mind link. Not everyone needs to fight the moment they learn to stand up. True, but they can use some light training and discipline. Without them, the stronger the kids' bodies become, the harder it will be for them to control their strength. They might hurt someone if we don't teach them. I remember that for a time, Aaron and Lyria learned basic swordsmanship and footwork. Why did they stop? Camilla asked. Because I wasn't the one teaching them but Floria. The name soured Lith's thoughts with sadness. After she died, I felt sick just at the thought of taking her place, as if it meant erasing her. We can always ask the instructors in the Blood Desert to do it in your stead, Solus suggested. No, I want to do it, Lith replied. I won't turn Floria into a vengeful ghost just because of my guilt. It's time to move on. Lyria and Aaron were happy to take a break from their lessons and the opportunity to spend time together. They had seen each other rarely for a month now and had many things to share. As for the tower, it kept growing until dinner time. I guess we can wait until tomorrow for the tour, Lith said while dining. Going now would be useless, Solus shrugged. The changes are done, but the mana reserves are at an all-time low. Just like me, the tower needs time to recharge. The next day, Lith and the others went to check on the tower first thing in the morning. Now it had grown past 40 meters, 132 in height, and its base was over 15 meters, 50. Across. It's magnificent, Roz cleared his throat. It's a clear improvement, Alina rushed to agree. Mom, Dad, have you gone blind? Aaron asked in outrage. It's ugly. Part of the tower walls had gone from stone gray to pure white, and there were several golden streaks coursing along the structure. Solus reaching, the deep violet had restored part of the tower's original materials, turning them into gold-veined white marble. It was extremely precious, and one of the few substances on Magus to be incredibly sturdy and resistant to all forms of magic. A thin layer of bricks of gold-veined white marble turned a room into a vault impervious to all kinds of attacks and gave it a majestic look. Alas, the tower looked like a bad patchwork done in a rush by someone either blind or at least colorblind. The white spots looked like splashes of paint thrown in buckets, and the gold veins did not harmonize with the rest of the structure. The overall impression was that 3 different people had built the tower, each with their own design and no care for those of the others. It looks like a drunken dragon swallowed white and yellow paint instead of wine and puked it all over the tower when he realized his mistake, Aaron said. Like the builder ran out of money halfway through the job and used the cheapest materials he could. Find like. We got it, Aaron. Alina sealed his mouth with her hand, muffling the rest. I must say I didn't expect you to have such a vivid imagination, dear. I'm proud of you. You are the second Verhan man who likes to read, son. Roz patted his back. You'll become a great mage in the future. Thanks for your effort in changing the topic, Mom and Dad, but Aaron is right. Solus whined, her shoulders slouching in humiliation. It's ugly. It's more than ugly, it's horrible. Menadian nodded. I'm sorry, sweetie. I swear it was a work of beauty and will be again once the repairs are completed. Please believe me. She bowed to the rest of the family, taking the blame off Solus' shoulders. You have nothing to apologize for, Mom. Solus forced her to stand straight and hugged her. Looks are not important. Can't you shapeshift it? Aaron removed Alina's hand. I mean you can, Grandma Riffa can, Big Brother can, it shouldn't be that hard. It actually isn't, Menadian pondered. Focus, sweetie. Think what you want the tower to look. Just like Yaga, I had programmed several forms into the tower core to travel Magur without being noticed. Solus closed her eyes, clenched her fists, and focused as hard as she could. The tower rumbled a little as the gold streaks and the white spots disappeared under the gray of the stones. Chapter 3455, Steady Development, Part 2. Much better, Solus nodded. It doesn't look magical, but it sure has dignity now. Come on, follow me. We'll start from the basement as usual. The crucible and the mines had changed only in size and mana flow. After the breakthrough, the development of the magical resources was even faster, and the 2 floors could hold larger quantities of metals and crystals. The first of the new floors was located right above the mines. This the cannon vault. Solus opened a solid wooden door leading to an empty room split between 7 displays along the wall. 6 were empty, while one contained a sphere of highly compressed energy the size of a person, and it was still growing. What's the purpose of that thing? Lith pointed at the energy mass. It's similar to the arm cannon of the Mechatron, Solus explained. That's the first of 7 bullets the tower is currently loading with world energy. And it needs a whole floor just for this? Lith asked in surprise. Menadian tried to step in, but Solus stopped her. Yes, Lith, an entire floor just for this. With this being the ability to store and use 7 spells of our choice at a moment's notice, no matter if tower spells, tower blade spells, anti-guardian spells, or even extinction. I still don't follow. Lith noticed her anger and opted for a softer approach. How is this different from the heart? It's completely different, Lith, Solus sighed, shaking her head. The heart's function is to store powerful and complex arrays and unleash them instantly. Yet they still drain the energy reserves of the tower core, and in Extinction's case, the blade spell component needs to be cast and takes time. The spells contained in the cannon vault, instead, are always ready to be shot at any time, and consume no power because the tower conjured them already. You can see this floor as a giant magic storing with no limit to the tier of spells it can contain, and 7 of them at that. Are you telling me I can use an annihilation and a bastion from the cannon vault while conjuring 2 more from the heart? Lith's eyes narrowed as he considered all the possibilities. No, it's better, Solus replied. I'm saying you can shoot 7 Silverwings annihilations at the same time, or 6 annihilations, and 1 extinction while doing whatever you need with the rest of the tower. That's amazing, Lith's eaves lit up with glee. Let me guess, you mentioned only 1 extinction instead of 7 of them because not even the cannon vault can make up for the energy consumed by our equipment. Correct, Solus nodded. We could store 7 extinctions, but after 3 of them, our equipment's power cores would be depleted and completely useless, which includes the weapons stored in the armory and the Menadian set of the tower. We would lose half or more of our combat prowess, so I don't recommend using more than 2 extinction. 3 of your anti-guardian spell? Ligon, Tyrus, and Salark didn't like hearing that at all. It's much more powerful than Lockra's annihilation, and if it strikes an unprepared guardian without their equipment, they might die on the spot. An unprepared white core would die in 1 blow, even if they wore their best equipment 24/7. That was the idea, Lith shrugged. I'm tired of people like Thrud, the Golden Griffin, or the Lost Cities kicking my ass because they are functionally immortal. What spells are you storing right now, Solus? Extinction, obviously, she pointed at the glowing sphere. I picked it first because it takes a while to charge it while maintaining the tower's full functionality. I wanted to decide the rest with you. I'd say 2 extinctions, 2 annihilations, and 3 bastions, Lith replied. We can always cast the 3rd extinction on our own with the mouth while buying time with the bastions. A good defense can give us the time to plan our offense. That's just 3 defensive spells against 3 offensive spells. Shouldn't we switch their numbers? Solus asked. No, if you consider that each offensive spell also reduces the number of enemies if used properly. Offense is often the best defense, Lith said. Point taken, she nodded. The 7 spells should be ready by tomorrow, so we have plenty of time to make changes to the final roster. A whole day? Aaron was flabbergasted. Can't you make the cannon vault work faster? Sure we can, Solus replied. I have just to shut down the mines, the crucible, the spark, the greenhouse, the thievery, and the grimoire. Those floors draw a lot of power at all times. Without them, the spells would be ready in a couple of hours. Do you want me to focus the tower's full power into the vault, Lith? No way, Lith crossed his arms in front of his chest. There is no emergency, and we are under Grandma's roof. We couldn't be safer. The other floors had remained about the same, just larger and with more complex equipment. The factory could now mass-produce artifacts that required up to the deep violet core, while the workshop could replicate double the amount of the resources stored in the tower. The second new floor was located between the living quarters and the forge, right below the ground level. This is the mana injector, Solus explained. Just like the name suggests, it increases the amount of energy in the area surrounding the tower, speeding up the formation of natural resources. The room was circular, with walls covered in holographic screens that showed the absorption rate of world energy of the various plants, crystals, and metals in the tower's surroundings. The screens also displayed the estimated time before they became viable, and allowed to select between spreading the world energy to the entire area or focusing it on specific targets. What's the purpose of this floor? I mean, you already have the greenhouse. This seems much worse, Roz said. Mom, since I know how much work you put into this floor, I'll let you do the honors. Solus stepped aside, leaving the stage to Menadian. Thank you, dear, Rifa nodded. This is the other half of the greenhouse, Roz. The top floor of the tower indeed accelerates the growth rate of everything you plant in there, but it requires you to already know variables like temperature, humidity, and so on. Also, you always need to get your hands on a natural treasure to cultivate it in the greenhouse, and the sellers will tell you where you can find natural resources on your own. Rarely. I gave the tower the ability to travel not only to run away from or chase after my enemies, but also to explore Magur and what it has to offer. She pointed at the screens. By staying long enough over a mana geyser, the mana injector allows me to discover what kind of natural resources are available to each area, and even those that local awaken keep for themselves or auction to the highest bidder. Once I find something I want or might want, I let the mana injector accelerate the growth of the specimen and collect data about how to cultivate it in the greenhouse. Chapter 3456 Elemental Storage, Part 1. Once the mana injector collects the necessary data on a specific natural treasure, I can turn what others consider a unique or hard-to-come-by ingredients into a basic component for my research. Damn, that's brilliant, Rifa, Roz said. Thank you. On top of that, since I was as paranoid as any mage with a tower, I also used the mana injector to check if a geyser I considered hidden had actually been discovered and had regular visitors. I used to leave behind the natural treasures I had already moved to the greenhouse, and if I didn't find them upon my return, I knew that someone had been there during my absence. Can the mana injector help awakening a specific area as it happened to the White Griffin's forest? Solus asked. In theory, yes, Menadian replied, but I never used it like that. First, the process would have taken at least a few years. I never stayed that long in the same place, and even if we did, you know. She pointed at herself and Solus while nodding at the kids. Second, it would have been a bad move. An awakened forest promotes the evolution of animals into magical beasts, who in turn evolve into emperor beasts and steal my stuff. Why should I increase the number of my competitors? Abominus and Onyx grunted, but said nothing to Rifa. It is a good idea for you, Lith, Onyx said. It would increase the number and power of your allies in the Tron Woods, and you can always give our tribes what you don't need. Awakening the woods would make our tribes less reliant on you and lighten your burden. You make an excellent point, Onyx. He nodded. I'll give it some thought, but I make no promises. Not because I don't trust Reaper and the other kings, but because, as Rifa said, the process takes a long time, and I have things to do I can't afford to delay. He avoided referring to Orpal, just like Menadian had done about her, and Solus' demise. The children had gotten used to the ugly side of Magur, but that didn't mean they had to be subjected to it any more than was absolutely necessary. Time is not a problem, Abominus replied. Even if the Tron Woods don't awaken in this generation or the next, just starting the process will bring endless benefits to our clans and Lucia. After everyone was done taking a look at the different screens and potential natural treasures, Solus led them upstairs, past the living quarters. The door to the bleed was locked, and even though many looked at the unknown floor in confusion, Solus said nothing. I'm pretty sure this floor wasn't here the last time you gave us a tour, Solus, Roz said. What does it do? The members of the Verhin family rarely took the stairs and warped themselves straight to the floor they wanted to reach thanks to their access to the tower's basic functions. Solus could have skipped the bleed with a warp, but the Verhins would have noticed the extra floor anyway, and it would have just made them more curious. Yes, it's a new floor, Dad, but it's not one of those the tower recovered after I reached the deep violet core. Please, don't ask me questions about it. I'm not ready to talk about it yet. Just know that it helped me and shamed me in equal measure. You showed us the thievery, yet this floor is so disgraceful you don't want to even talk about it. Elena asked, her eyes moving to Riffer along with those of the rest of the family. Yes, Elena, Menadian replied. This floor is probably the most disgusting and revolting thing I've ever done in my long life. I take full responsibility for it, so please don't blame my daughter for her naive attempt to shield me from your judgment. Know that I don't regret it, and I'd do it 100 times over because, without this floor, my Effie wouldn't be here today. I understand. Elena nodded and dragged Aaron away from the door before he could do or say something. Still, you and I should talk about it, Lith said via the mind link. What's to talk about? You already know what the bleed does and how it works. Solus inwardly sighed. I'm ashamed to say, but after my breakthrough, the bleed is now larger and can host even more prisoners. If I'm right, the life force extraction speed has improved as well. That's what I want to talk about, Lith replied. We should capture a few dead or alive wanted criminals and shove them in the bleed. Are you serious? Solus and Riffa both froze for a split second as they climbed the stairs of the tower. Yet while horror tensed Solus' muscles, for Riffa it was mere curiosity. I am, he nodded. We could use a full tank of life force or two. It would allow you to move away from me without risks and give us both a contingency plan in case you get severely wounded. The tower would use the bleed to heal you without the need to drain me. It would increase my chances of survival and yours of not being forced to look for another host. Do you expect me to be okay with squeezing people like oranges and drinking their life? Forces as juice? Solus' eyes steeled, and her steps became a little heavier with outrage. Not people outlaws? Lith reminded her of their recent conversation with the king. Individuals who have lost the right to live and are bound to die like dogs anyway. At least we'd give their filthy existences a purpose. Lith, this is... I completely agree with him, Menadian cut, Solus short. Even one tank can make the difference between life and death. It would allow you not to bleed energy the moment you step away from Lith or the tower is away from a mana geyser, Solus. It would hasten the recovery of your life force, and let you have a normal life even if you two are separated for a while. How can you call normal a life that requires me to feed on other living beings, Mom? Solus replied with fury. It's called eating, dear, Menadian replied, her mind as cold as her eyes. Plants, animals, and humans feed on other living beings. Also, I'm not asking you to capture and sacrifice people, but criminals who have done much worse to their own kind. I understand what you say and know the kingdom's law, but it still feels wrong, Solus replied. Does it? Lith asked. What about those like Meln or the scum we found in the bowels of the Golden Griffin? Do you have mercy for them too? No, I would kill them on the spot, Solus inwardly shook her head, but I'd still refuse to. Have that trash become a part of me. I would be afraid to be tainted by their essence. Lith and Menadian decided to drop the subject. They both could feel that Solus' emotions were running high, and there was no point in discussing while she was unwilling to listen. Chapter 3457, Elemental Storage, Part 2. This is the third of the 4 new floors. Solus did her best to shrug off her irritation and smile like nothing had happened. I present you the elemental storage. It was a circular room that painfully reminded her of the bleed. The room was divided into 7 sections, each one filled with giant glass cylinders topped with what looked like large mana crystals. One tank per section was partially filled with a dense, colored liquid, and more dripped from the crystal lid with a rhythmic drip. The tanks of the 7th section, however, were all empty, and there was what looked like a stone thrown amid them. From the name and the colored liquids inside the tanks, it's safe to assume this place is used to store pure elemental energies. Tista pointed at the various sections of the room. One cylinder contained a bright yellow liquid, another a bright orange liquid, and so on. Correct, Solus nodded. There is no spirit element stored yet because the tower isn't alive. Or rather, yes, it is due to the bond with me, but draining my life force would go against its fundamental protocols. And draining me is fine instead? Lith was flabbergasted. What kind of madness is this, Riffa? This is no madness at all, Lith. Menadian shook her head. I know how this may look at first glance, but please remember I used this floor myself. Do you think I would hurt myself? She was aware of the resemblance between the elemental storage and the bleed, because they were based on the same principles. Instead of reinventing the wheel, Menadian had used the design of an already existing and working project. twisting it to employ forbidden magic. Also, what Solus said is incorrect. The extraction point doesn't drain life force, only spirit magic. On top of that, you are empowered by the tower during the entire process. I can assure you that the only risk you take is extreme boredom. I recommend bringing a book or working on a project to pass the time. Mom is right, Lith, Solus bowed apologetically. I mentioned my life force because spirit magic is based on it, and with my condition, I'm already much weaker than you. I don't recover as fast as you, and my breathing technique still relies on you. Don't worry, I understand, Lith nodded. Is it safe? Can I take a test ride? Of course, she replied. You have my word. Lith sat on the stone throne, feeling under his fingers countless carvings so minute he had mistaken them as mere imperfections in the workmanship. Then he felt a tug at his mana core. An emerald energy flowed out of his every pore and was channeled through the canals in the throne without wasting a single iota. The throne turned out to be covered in runes of power that became visible after being filled with spirit magic. It took over a second to condense a single drop of spirit magic that reached the bottom of the first tank with a plink. Are you all right, Lith? Camilla knew of the bleed and was worried about Lith's broken life force. I'm fine, he replied. I just feel like I'm casting a stream of Tier 1 spirit magic spells. That's more or less what you are doing, Solus explained. I've set the extraction point to absorb the least amount of spirit, magic it can condense. This way there is no burden on your life force and the procedure is slow but safe. It's no different from a blood transfusion, just with mana. What about the rest? Lyria asked. Where do the other elements come from? From Magur, Lyria, Solus replied. Watch. A wave of her hand conjured the hologram of the bottom of the tower, where a drill pierced deep into the ground until Magur's mantle. It absorbed both the fire and earth elements that filled their respective tanks. A lightning rod made of mana crystals on the top of the tower absorbed the air element, while the humidity in the air was slowly condensed into water element. The sun provides plenty of light element during the day, while at night we get much more darkness element. Solus pointed at the silver and black tanks. The former had a quick and steady drip, like a faucet with a bad leak. The latter instead produced a black drop every 10 seconds or so. We could get much more air element if we were amid a storm or in the open. Solus sighed while looking, and the little yellow liquid accumulated. It was the third slowest to accumulate after water and darkness. Okay, but what's the purpose of this? Tista had a good understanding of magic, but still couldn't figure out the elemental storage's function. A brilliant one, Salark replied, and Ligain and Tyrus nodded. As you know, during a forge-mastering process, you need to conjure the spells necessary to form the enchantments, and then force them into their vessels with your mana. So, Tista asked, so you only have so much energy, and can use invigoration only so many times before it becomes useless. Ligain continued. The elemental storage accumulates everything you need to cast your spells, even spirit magic. He pointed at Lith. This way, when you need to craft something powerful, you can tap into the elemental storage and save your mana for the vessel infusion phase. That or fix any last-minute problem you hadn't foreseen, Menadian said. I wasn't a guardian and my strength wasn't infinite. Also, I didn't have a bonded companion like Solus to whom I could entrust my most precious secrets. Together with the Menadian set, the elemental storage allowed me to craft incredibly powerful artifacts without anyone's help. Just by waiting and collecting enough elemental energies, I could perform alone spells that would take 10 or more awakened. I see, Lith nodded. But what do you mean, unforeseen complications? What about the workshop? Didn't you test your prototypes before the actual crafting like I do? I did, but you are forgetting something, Menadian replied. Between prototypes and the final product, there are countless tries. I couldn't waste the elemental storage and wait for it to refill after every experiment. So I tested my spells on scaled-down prototypes I could enchant without tapping into the storage, or with minimal consumption, and used the elemental reserves only for the real deal. Point taken, Lith said. Unlike you, we have friends we can trust with our secrets and ask for their help, but that makes the storage even more useful. Once Freya and the others reach the bright violet, by combining the copies of the Fury and this floor, there will be no limit to our creations. Yeah, Menadian sighed. I would nag at you for sharing so much with so many people, but since everything worked out fine for you, it would sound like sour grapes. I split my set between my apprentices and kept many floors secret even to my closest friends, but I ended up trusting the wrong people anyway. Don't beat yourself up, Mom. Solus stopped Menadian before she could blame herself for Elfin's death, Kalga, and all the horrors born from her legacy. Chapter 3458, The Infirmary, Part 1. You took countless people in as your apprentices, Mom, Solus said. There was bound to be more than one rotten apple among them. Lith, instead, only took in people who not only are his friends, but have also proven themselves through tough situations over and over. Thank you, sweetie, Menadian hugged her. What do you say we move on to the last new floor? Gladly. Lith stood up from the stone throne, and the absorption of spirit magic stopped immediately. On the one hand, he felt relieved there was no resistance to leave the extraction point, but on the other hand, he was appalled there was just enough emerald liquid to form a thin layer that covered the bottom of the tank. Is it normal there is so little? He tapped at the glass-like surface. Yes, Menadian replied. As I said, it takes time, especially when you keep the extraction rate low. Spirit magic is the hardest to accumulate because it takes your time and energy. I had your same problem. I never knew when I might need my strength and couldn't afford to become exhausted just to fill a tank a day or two earlier. I couldn't agree more, Lith sighed. With my cracked life force and the shit that always happens to me, I better take things nice and easy until I find the perfect balance between speed and safety. The changes to the other floors were minimal. The library now had more space and could store more tomes, just like Saluspedia. The prime engine's 5 stone pedestals were finally complete and hummed with power. Yet to test its capabilities, Solus and Lith needed a wide space and a worthy opponent. The grimoire had its efficiency and speed increased, while the mirror hall could now observe previously occupied mana geysers from a great distance. Lith and Solus could see everything taking place in the vicinity of the mana geysers they had imprinted in the Blood Desert. The heart could now store one more permanent array, and the firing range could now conjure more spells at the same time. It increased the number of people who could train there, and the offensive power of the tower in all of its forms. This is the infirmary. The new floor was right below the greenhouse and above the firing range. The room reminded Lith of one of the intensive care wards of the White Griffin, but with a few important differences. There were no beds, only one cylindrical tank made of translucent white crystals connected to the floor and ceiling through countless small and big cables. 5 stone pedestals surrounded the tank, each shaped according to one of the pieces of Menadian's set. A large holographic interface covered the north wall and was currently displaying blank screens filled with zeros and flat lines. A complex array that Lith recognized as a hybrid between healing and dimensional magic spun above and below the tank, glowing rhythmically. Cool, the kids said in unison, approaching the center of the room. Is this the healer version of the prime engine? Aaron asked while placing his hands on the tank to peer inside. The contact triggered the eyes which started to analyze the boy and then the ears. The information garnered by the 2 pieces of the Menadian set was relayed on the screens that now displayed Aaron's heart rate, brain activity, organs functionality, blood pressure, mana flow, and the configuration of his life force. The violet array lit up, conjuring a force field that sealed Aaron inside and everyone else out. Don't worry, Riffa replied to the boy's half-worried and half-apologetic look. The infirmary is just performing a routine scan. Give it a few seconds. Menadian had yet to finish talking when the collected data was arranged into an orderly column, followed by the prognosis. Mana core awakened and intact, Aaron read out loud. Life force, 99% human, 0.5% dragon, 0.5% phoenix. Probability of bloodline awakening, 0.1%. Is this true, Grandpa? How can a 1% divine beast blood have only a 0.1% chance of awakening his bloodline? Shouldn't it be at least 1%? Ligon could see the pain in the young boy's eyes, but the guardian always preferred the cold truth to a comforting lie. Yes, child, as a deep green core recently awakened, your chance of awakening your bloodline is negligible, he said while cleaning his glasses. Once your body grows stronger and your mana core more powerful, your chances will increase as well. Thanks, Grandpa, Aaron sighed in relief before reading the rest. No life force defect detected, no wound detected, perfect health, no further action is recommended. The dimensional array powered down as quickly as it had activated. Aaron stepped away just in time for Lyria to put her hands on the crystal. What about me? The process started again and bore the same results. I'm 1% a divine beast too, she cheered with joy. My chances of awakening my bloodline are the same as Aaron's. How is it possible? The boy asked, equally happy for his rival and disappointed for not being special. Because divine beast blood is very stubborn, Salark replied. A single generation isn't enough to weaken it. It's the reason the royals still have silver eyes. On top of that, you can't dilute it more than that, sweetie. No offense. None taken. Aaron suddenly didn't feel confident about becoming a demon anymore, but looking at his older brother and sister gave him hope. I built this room to prevent Effie from suffering the same fate as my husband. Menadian moved through the room, caressing the different surfaces with tenderness. It can spot any birth defect, any anomaly in the life force of the patient, and it can even find the best course of treatment with body sculpting, guiding the healer step by step. I poured into the infirmary every ounce of my talent as a forgemaster and the knowledge I learned from Yaga. The hands. Hold that thought. After handing Lyria to Senton, Rena put her hands on the glass case. Mana core dormant and intact. Life force, 99% human, 0.5% dragon, 0.5% phoenix. Probability of bloodline awakening, 1%. No life force defect detected. No wound detected. Perfect health. No further action is recommended. When she read the last part, Rena was on the verge of tears. Thank the gods, Falul didn't lie, she fixed me. She fixed me for good, I can have more children. Why are you crying, Mommy? Falco asked, obtaining a bear hug in reply. It's nothing, baby. Mommy is just happy. I would like to thank Big Sis for the vote of confidence and trust in my skills as a healer, but I guess it's better if I shut up, Lith thought. Only Mom knows how Rena must have felt all these years. As if to prove his point, Alina went right after Rena. The only difference was that the infirmary perceived Alina's life force as 99% human and 1% dragon. Thank you, sweetie, Alina hugged Lith, sobbing. Don't mention it, Mom, he said while returning the embrace. Thank you, Rifa, Rena said while still carrying Falco in her arms. Falul, Tista, and Lith told me I was cured from the strangler, but until today I couldn't get rid of the fear I might pass it on my next child. Chapter 3459, The Infirmary Part 2. No need to thank me. I know what you feel. Menadian inwardly sighed with envy, knowing that her life as a mother was over and done for 700 years. Also, before continuing the explanation, I'd like to send the children away. This room has a dark story, and they are too young to hear it. What about the other 3 pieces? Lyria asked, trying to change the topic. The hand serves as an additional power source in case the tower core isn't enough, Menadian replied. The mouth can access the library and conjure the best healing spell on Magur, or at least it could back then. As for the Fury, it allows the healer to reroute energy and materials from the other floors at will. I didn't have solace, deep connection with the tower, nor could I waste time and focus accessing the control panel during a life-or-death procedure. Now leave, please. Do we have to? Aaron asked Roz. Yes, he replied after exchanging a glance with Menadian. Be a good uncle and keep an eye on your nibblings for me. Okay, Dad, Aaron nodded. You heard the man, I'm in charge. A slew of groans and complaints had just started when a series of small warps moved the kids into the kitchen, where bowls of cold ice cream and plates filled with steaming cookies waited for them. Soon the quarrel about hierarchy died down, and the issue with the infirmary was forgotten. Thank you, Menadian nodded. This room is both my greatest success and failure. It's thanks to the infirmary that I had enough time to bond Solus with the tower, but I was forced to do it solely because everything I had prepared proved to be for naught. Just as I couldn't save Thrain, I went this close to losing Effie. Not even the best facility built by the first ruler of the Flames with the help of the legendary Red Mother can't put together a broken core. It's impossible. Are you saying that you hadn't the bonding procedure at the ready the night Baitra attacked? Solus was flabbergasted. Of course not, Rifa shook her head. I built the infirmary for the purpose of saving your life from all kinds of injuries. Imagine my surprise when it turned out to be an utter failure. This room bought me a few days, barely the time to put together a last-ditch plan and give it the best shot I had. It's the reason my mana core and life force were compromised at the end of the procedure. I couldn't rest nor could I stop working while I ate because with each passing second your life came closer to its end, and no creation magic could reset you. I had to keep going and put together the best horseman technology I could from what Baba Yaga taught me. I worked until I almost lost consciousness, and only then did I use invigoration just to start the cycle anew. By the time I succeeded, I was so weak that I fainted the moment the infirmary confirmed to me that your vitals had stopped deteriorating and were slowly improving. When I woke up and hugged you, we cried together. Menadian sighed. A warm smile formed on her face, yet her eyes were filled with regret. That's when I let myself go and made the last mistake of my life. I let my emotions run wild, experiencing both the immense joy of saving my daughter and the burning rage from Baitra's betrayal. Not only had she killed my apprentices and come close to killing you as well, but she had also stolen my fury. Without my hammer, operating the infirmary was much harder, and so was the bonding procedure. I failed many times more than it was necessary. I almost lost you more times than I can count because of that thieving bitch. Fury twisted Menadian's face as the events of that day flashed in front of her eyes. As soon as you fell asleep and your vitals steadily recovered, I lost it. Revenge was all I could think about, and the idea of Baitra somehow learning creation magic and removing my imprint from the Fury was unbearable. I tried one more time to call Lakra for help and look for Yaga's hut, and when that failed, I went on the hunt alone. You know the rest. A mournful silence befell the room. Lith waited for Menadian to compose herself before asking. You said this is also your greatest success, that somehow it kept Solus alive for days despite her broken mana core. How is that possible? Once the mana starts leaking, it's a matter of minutes and hour tops before the core dissipates. Do you know how dimensional amulets work? Menadian asked. Of course, I learned about them during the 4th year of Academy. Lith nodded. What about stasis field arrays? I saw them at work at the Academy and in Adjater's lab, but I've never learned them, he replied. Long story short, dimensional amulets create a dimensional pocket whose internal space is compressed so much that time is almost still. Atomic bonds are held still while ensuring the stored object is not broken or damaged, Menadian explained. Living beings are rejected because life requires motion and change. The pocket dimensions simply can't make them fit. For this reason, even though a dimensional amulet can't host a living being, it can still store a corpse or body parts. A stasis field array is the closest thing to a dimensional pocket that can also accept living beings. It requires an enormous amount of power that only an academy, a tower, or the lab of a powerful awakened can provide. A stasis field array creates a counterflow to all sorts of movements down to the molecular level. A living being enters a state of suspended animation because their heartbeat, mana flow, and cellular decay are slowed down, while the dimensional forces hold every part of them still. You can imagine it as if the magic of the array staunches not only the bleeding from your open wounds, but also everything else. Inorganic materials, instead, can be frozen in time since they can endure a much greater spatial pressure without breaking down. I fused both these concepts to create the infirmary. A wave of Menadian's hand generated a featureless feminine hologram in the middle of the crystal tank that reminded Lith of a mannequin. The basic idea is that there is no point to fight to save non-vital organs since they can be regrown or regenerated. The moment the blood flow in a limb stops, the dimensional array stores it away. A flick of her finger, and the arms and legs of the hologram disappeared. You mean they get amputated? Solus went pale. Her imagination gave the mannequin long hair and a puncture wound piercing through its chest. No, stored. Menadian shook her head. The infirmary uses its dimensional pocket to separate the useless parts of the body from the rest without severing the connection. Without the limbs, the strain on the mana core lessens and your body saves precious energy. On top of that, the healing arrays can focus their full power on the deadly wound. Chapter 3460, Shattered Bloodline Part 1. The power collected by the hands formed high-density bandages of world energy that staunched the cracks in your core thanks to the guidance of the ears, Menadian said. The mouth cast healing spells non-stop, while the eyes observed the effects of the therapy in real time. It was thanks to the eyes that I could work while the tower modified the treatment on its own as your condition worsened. Whenever a spell or array lost effectiveness, the mouth cycled through those stored in the library and stopped the moment the eyes registered a positive effect. You may consider this room useless since everyone here is healthy, but to me, it's my greatest treasure after Effie. This is far from useless. Lith clenched his hands hard. I wish I had it when Protector was wounded, when I lost Uriel, when I killed Floria. He swallowed hard, struggling to overcome the guilt and sense of loss he still felt despite the passing of time. The infirmary would have bought me time. It would have given Uriel a chance. Floria might still be with us if I brought her here and she saw the pain of her parents. Maybe she wouldn't have moved on and I would have found a way to fix her core. I'm glad you share my sentiment. Menadian had to float to put her hand on his shoulder. But it also saddens me and your family. Lith looked up, noticing the tense expressions of the people around him. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ruin everyone's mood. He took a deep breath to calm down. Thank you for sending the kids away, Rifa. This wasn't a lesson they needed to learn. You're welcome, she replied. Are you all right, sweetie? Solus, too, was pale, her face taut. She was lost in visions of her body floating amid a thick liquid. She could only get glimpses of the rest of the room while she drifted in and out of consciousness. A shiver ran down her spine as she remembered the weird sense of loss she had experienced along with a constant itch on her limbs she could not scratch. Solus massaged her arms and thighs, making sure they were still there. I'm fine, she said, yet she was covered in sweat and it was getting harder for her to breathe. Is it me or is the room getting smaller? Damn my big mouth, let's go outside. Rifa warped everyone to an open space outside the palace. The blinding light from the sun and the wind snapped Solus, mind and body out of the past, and brought her back to the present. There was nothing else to show you, and I'd rather not go back to the tower for a while. Solus needed to sit down, her legs still shaking. No problem, I'll go get the kids. Lith warped away. Why didn't you bring them with us, Rifa? Rena asked. And separate the children from their favorite snack, Menadian shook her head. There was no point upsetting them as well. Good thinking, Mom. Solus used water magic to get rid of the sweat that made her clothes and hair stick to her skin. I don't want the kids to see me like this nor ask me questions I would be forced to lie to. Space. The rest of the day passed uneventfully, and so did those that followed. Lith spent his mornings experimenting with the new floors, while Solus got used to having body casting. The greatest perk of reaching the Violet Core was that she was equal to Lith in everything but mana output. Her fusion magic and speed had greatly increased, and she could now cast spells during a battle even without the mouth of Menadian. In the afternoon, they taught the basics of fusion and spirit magic to Aaron and Lyria now that she was caught up. I wish I could go back to work, Camilla sighed while changing diapers. Elijah now sleeps through the night and goes on adventures with Sharjin and Valoran during the day. In the safety of Salark's palace, the babies were free to roam around in their divine beast forms, relying on Sharjin for rest when they became tired and protection when someone didn't recognize them and tried to capture them. When you are working in the tower, I get terribly bored. Magic makes chores and cooking easier, but it also leaves me lots of free time. You know you can practice magic, right? Lith replied while forge-mastering an enchanted armor using solely the elemental storage. I've reached the bottleneck before the green so no accumulation, Camilla shrugged. On top of that, I already practice magic in the morning and afternoon, but don't see any improvement. I see. Lith finished merging the pseudo-cores with the enchanted metal, and then dismantled the armor with creation magic. You need a sparring partner, someone of your level you can fight against and learn from experience. Jeannie can barely move, so I can either ask Valia or Quilla. Camilla nodded. Quilla is pregnant too, why not Freya? Lith asked while working on a sword. Because Quilla and I have a similar build and martial prowess, whereas looking at Freya's pretty face irks me, especially when she kicks my butt. She grunted, making Lith laugh. Speaking of Freya, we haven't heard from her for a while. Wasn't she supposed to set a date for her marriage with Nalrond, after he solved the issue with his life forces? Oh shit, Lith froze on the spot. Did you forget about their marriage? Of course not, Lith shook his head. I completely forgot to call her, though. I was supposed to do that right after I returned from the vacation with Mom. Well, you are only a month late, Camilla laughed. At worst, Freya will melt your face and burn your ears from nagging. That's not funny. A sudden pull to Lith's consciousness alerted him of an incoming call. Damn, you jinxed it. With my luck, this must be Freya. Yet it was. Isn't that Alundra's rune, the elf lady of the council? She asked. Alaja, not Alundra, Lith corrected her. What do you want? It's nice to hear you again too, Lith, Alaja Eventide said, her voice oozing sarcasm. Do you always answer your amulet like that, or am I that special to you? Get over yourself, he replied. I answer like this to all those who ignore my existence until they need something from me. You mean like you do with anyone who doesn't live under your roof? Her snarky remark hit a sore spot. Lith had yet to get in touch with Freya, Marth, and Zorath for a while now. He kept postponing and forgetting in a never-ending vicious cycle. Point taken. Nice to hear you, Alaja. Is everything all right with the council? He asked. Much better, she snorted in triumph. The council is fine. It took care of itself before you and will continue to prosper long after you're gone. The elves, however, are a different matter. What elves? The fallen from Zelix, our allies from Cetrali, the ones in Giera, Lith asked. Oh right, I almost missed the times when I was the only elf roaming Magus, she sighed. It sure made things and conversations easier. Chapter 461, Shattered Bloodline, Part 2. Get to the point, please, Lith said. How kind of you? Olaja's voice became cold. I was talking about the thousands of elves who until a couple of months ago lived under the aegis of the World Tree. They are in trouble. Why, is the World Tree dead for good or has the fringe disappeared? Lith asked. Worse, but I'd rather not talk about this on the amulet, Olaja said. We should meet in person. When can you come to the Empire? The Empire, Lith thought. What is she doing there? Why don't you come here? He actually said. The Blood Desert is nice this time of the year, and I won't be forced to suffer any sort of political pressure. Fine, can I come now? She asked. I don't see why not, Lith replied. I'll wait for you in front of the Empire's embassy. Bring Solis, please. This involves her as well, Olaja out. This doesn't sound good, Camilla said. It rarely does, Lith sighed. You contact Solis, I make a few calls. Lith contacted Freya and the rest of his friends, blaming Olaja for his tardiness and asking for their understanding. I swear, as soon as I'm done with this elven madness, I'll make it up to you. You better, Freya pouted. You're lucky you have a decent excuse. If you had once again forgotten about me for no reason, I would have kicked your ass to the moon and back. Freya out. Shameless, you are just shameless, Camilla giggled. It's my ranger training, baby, Lith said with a stern voice. Adapt, improvise, and find a scapegoat to throw under the bus. That's not the Ranger Corps motto, she laughed to the point of tears. Yeah, because anything goes as long as it works is any better. That's not the Ranger Corps motto either, Camilla replied in confusion. That's what we want our handlers to think, baby, Lith winked at her. Do you want to tag along? Yes, thank you, she nodded. If I don't, I'll be worried about you until I know what's going on. Lith, Camilla, and Solis warped in front of the Gorgon Empire's embassy the moment they were notified they had a guest. Lith, Solis, it's so nice to see you back together. Olaja hugged them. I was so worried about you, Solis. How could you keep me in the dark after everything I've done to help with your rescue? I'm sorry, Solis returned the embrace. I have no excuses. I acted like a Lith. Thank you for your help, Olaja. I know it mustn't have been easy to turn your back on your people. It wasn't. Harumph cut the elf short as Camilla offered her hand. Oh right, Camellia, right? Olaja shook it. Camilla, the camellia is the magical flower Lith crafted for me. Sorry, Olaja blushed in embarrassment. It's just that the camellia is much more famous than you, so I mixed you two up. Are all elves this nice, or am I just that special to you? Camilla chuckled, yet her smile didn't extend to her cold eyes. I'm sorry, the young elf bowed an apology in a frenzy. I tend to speak without thinking when I'm excited. That's actually sweet of you, Camilla chuckled, her smile widening and her attitude softening up. I too am excited to meet you. Oh, I'm not excited about meeting you. Where Esmenadian? Olaja looked around. She's a celebrity I never hoped to meet. I see, Camilla sighed, inwardly giving up on any expectation of being treated politely. I'll call her for you. Wait, that came out wrong. Olaja realized what she had just said and wished for Magus to swallow her whole. I wasn't trying to belittle you. It's just that your greatest accomplishment is giving birth to Elijah, whereas Menadian is God's. What's wrong with my mouth? I don't know, but keep talking, and you and I are going to have a problem. Camilla angrily walked away toward the Mana Geyser where the three towers stood. I pissed her off, right? The elf's shoulders slouched. Big time, Lith replied. Is she the type to hold a grudge? She whined. No, but keep up like that, and she might make an exception for you. Solis had a hard time repressing her laugh. In Olaja's shoes, she would have died of embarrassment, but as a spectator of the elf's constant fumbling, her performance was hilarious. The elf didn't need soul vision to see that Lith was already annoyed, and Solis was seconds away from laughing in Olaja's face. That's great. We have yet to start talking, and I've already outstayed my welcome. She inwardly cursed her big mouth. When Camilla returned with what looked like a leaner and slightly taller version of Solis, Olaja forgot about her worries. Oh gods, you must be Rifa Menadian. Your portraits don't do you justice. She started to jump up and down around Rifa, checking the colored streaks in her hair and then her outstretched hand for calluses. Oh, this is just a hologram. I forgot you're dead, and your real body has been rotting away somewhere for centuries now. Too bad. I really wanted to check if you had been born with a special constitution. I'm sorry my death is such a disappointment to you, Rifa grunted, But believe me, it was no picnic for me either. I'm sorry, Save it for someone who cares. Menadian cut Elijah short. Did you summon me here just to insult me, or is there another purpose to your visit? As the elf whined apologies that Riffer ignored, it was Camilla's turn to stifle a laugh, feeling vindicated. Can we have some privacy? The elf asked after the ruler of the flames dismissed each, and every one of her attempts to rephrase her words as equally rude. Sure, a snap of Lith's fingers brought everyone to his private quarters. I hope to finally get to see the tower, but after everything I've said, I risk getting kicked out before they listen to me, Elijah thought. What's wrong with the elves of the World Tree's fringe? Solus asked, snapping the elf out of her self-loathing. They are mostly fine, Elijah replied. Thanks for giving them my contact rune, Solus. Once they called me, it was easy to find accommodation for the elven tribes. A few have moved to the fringes with enough space to host them. Read new chapters at Empire. A handful of elves has decided to stop living in isolation and are traveling Maugre in disguise. Most of them, however, have remained in the Gorgon Empire. They are currently guests in Ligoin's biomes, waiting for the New World Tree to contact them. I don't see the problem, Lith shrugged. Yet you should, Elijah shook her head. Almost 2 months have passed since you killed the previous Yggdrasil. At this point, a world sapling should have received the knowledge of their predecessor and evolved into the New World Tree. Are you telling me I ended the Yggdrasil bloodline for good? Lith was mildly amused and not one bit regretful. I wish, she sighed. It would make things much simpler. You see, all the members of the Yggdrasil bloodline share a deep connection that allows them to share information and life force. It's through this invisible network that the World Tree passes on to their successor their knowledge, and the means to evolve into the next Yggdrasil. Chapter 3462, Shared Madness, Part 1. Yet only the World Tree can open a channel with the sapling through the network. World saplings can communicate between themselves except via amulets like we do, Elijah said. Saplings can only use the network to contact the current tree, and only if the Yggdrasil allows it. They spend their entire lives under the scrutiny of the tree, which uses the acquired knowledge to select their successor. At that point, a special link is formed between the current and future World Tree. When for whatever reason the Yggdrasil decides to pass the torch, usually madness or fear of death, they transmit their entire memory to their heir, and with it the power to spark the transformation of a world sapling into a world tree. I still don't see how this is relevant for us, kid, Menadian scoffed. Is there really a point to this story, or do you just love the sound of your voice? Of course there's a point, yet without context I can't explain the current situation to you in a way you can understand it, Elijah said in outrage. Then prove it, Riffa replied, and make it short, experience tales at Empire. Do I really piss people off this much when I ramble? The elf was stunned by the blatant annoyance and disrespect shown by the first ruler of the flames. Judging by Camilla's grin, I'd say yes. Fine, she actually said. When you killed the old World Tree, there was no heir, hence no special link. All the channels between the Yggdrasil and the saplings were equally open and connected. Do you see how this is relevant for you now, Menadian? Not really, Riffa shrugged. We get it. The World Tree's consciousness got scattered among the saplings, so what? I don't see how this is our problem. After what that mold-infested piece of bark did to Solus, it can disappear for all I care. This is your problem because you don't understand how deep the issue is, Elijah retorted. The World Tree knew most of Maugre's secrets, like the blueprint of your tower or the most heinous but effective forbidden spells. Or the fact that Solus is actually elfin Menadian, and she possesses your tower. The Yggdrasil and I were there when Emrail kidnapped Solus, and then Lith fused with her, remember? Fuck me sideways, Lith said. Fuck you sideways indeed, Elijah nodded. But wait, it gets worse. Not only have the Yggdrasil's fragments of knowledge and power been scattered randomly, but also the agony of their death. I beg your pardon, Camilla asked. As I would have explained if Menadian had given me the time, a sapling is supposed to inherit solely the memories of the tree. All the past emotions, regrets, grudges, and feelings are purged during the transfer so that the new Yggdrasil isn't burdened by the madness and biases of their predecessor. When Lith killed the World Tree, he didn't give them the time to pass on their memories while retaining their emotions. Each fragment contains a shard of the knowledge of the dead tree and the echo of whatever brought them to kidnap Solus. Lith raised his hand to talk, but Elijah stopped him. But wait, it gets even worse. The memories each fragment carries over are different, but they have one thing in common. They remember the moment of the old tree's death, which means that every world sapling that received them hates and fears you, Lith. They remember your grin while you plunged your sword into their trunk, the last words you told them, and the pain from your extinction spell as it tore them apart from root to leaf. Now imagine what might happen if, driven by the madness and hate for you, the saplings decide to mobilize. If they use their knowledge to empower the plant folk living in their branches and send them after you. Even worse, what if the saplings offer their support to Meln? Not only would he gain immediate access to a bunch of madness-driven powerful beings who'd gladly become his thralls, minions, or whatever he calls those who drink his blood, Lith replied. Meln would also be able to use the plant folk gate network. He and his forces could move freely throughout Garland, and no one would ever notice their movements because plant folks keep no logs. The world saplings control access to the plant's gate network and answer no one but themselves. Correct. Elijah held her own head in frustration. There would also be the matter of the elves needing a world tree to live and awaken, of how the Yggdrasil's existence is probably necessary for Maugur's balance, but I doubt you give a single crap about that. You bet I don't, Lith nodded. Yet there's something you are not telling me. All chroniclers died when the world tree turned them into his wooden puppets, and you never climbed the ranks past chronicler candidate. How do you know all this? Isn't it obvious? Elijah said with a scoff. Lith looked around the table, trying to understand if it really was obvious, and he was the only one missing the elf's point. Judging by Kami's, Solus, and Rifa's dumbfounded faces, I'd say I'm in excellent company, he thought. A sapling told me. Elijah answered the question before Lith could ask again. The poor sap, pun intended, contacted me through the Awakened Council. Of course, I didn't believe a word they said until I paid them a visit, and they told me things only the real world tree could know. What did they want? Rifa asked, now intrigued by the sudden turn of events. They wanted me to contact you, Lith, and convince you to come to them. The world sapling overseeing the root city of Esser needs you. For what purpose? Lith had already met a sapling back in Laurel. The dying Fae had gone mad just like the late world tree, and had almost killed Lith and most of his friends in their quest for immortality. Lith knew how dangerous a sapling was, and stepping into a potentially death trap was far from alluring. The sapling refused to tell me. Elijah shook her head. The only thing I know is that they need your help. The sapling told me that if you accept, they'll give you the means to track all the other fragments. Once you have them, resurrecting the Yggdrasil bloodline or extinguishing it forever will be up to you and only you. I need time to think and discuss the issue, Lith replied. Take all the time you want, Elijah said. Just remember that just like Esser, there are crazy saplings everywhere. The longer you wait, the greater the risk they succumb to the madness and do something we'll regret for centuries to come. Lith brought the others to an insulated room and summoned the rest of his demons. They were all with their families, but they answered the call the moment they felt it via the black chains connecting them to Lith. A quick mind link brought them up to speed. Like it or not, I have to do this, Lith sighed. The question is, how do I make sure this isn't a trap devised by the remnants of the world tree to kill me? Chapter 3463, Shared Madness, Part 2. A sapling is no Yggdrasil, but it's still as big as a city. If this is a trap, all the plant folk and fae will fight for Esser. I'll face arrays powered by a mana geyser and perfected through centuries, if not millennia. Excellent question, Solus pondered. First, we need a surefire exfil plan. Second, we need reinforcements. We can't walk inside Esser alone. Your demons are not enough. They all depend on you. The tower isn't an option either, Rifa cursed. The sapling has their roots all over the geyser, and there won't be enough world energy to conjure the tower, let alone do it without getting noticed. What about the Awakened Council? Valia proposed. You are a member, and so is the Yggdrasil. You could ask for a mediation. Been there, done that? Lith remembered when Inzialot had supervised his meeting with the undead courts and author. It was enough to make him shudder. Lotho never loved me. I trust him less than Inzialot. What if you bring Elijah or me with you? Camilla said. With my deep Greek core, I'm not much of a fighter, but I'm a terrifying insurance policy. Well, yes, but actually no. Ligon appeared in the room uninvited. One thing is if danger comes to you. Another is you walking into danger knowingly. I can't allow that. That's the best you have to offer, Lith groaned. No, as a council representative, I suggest you ask for Fila's help. This is no longer a matter between a rogue awakened and an external faction. This involves 2 members of the council belonging to 2 different factions. Or, if you want, 3. You can also call Zoreth. The organization is still a probatory member of the council, but they can pull their weight in matters like this. If Fila has the time, she can deploy an entire army of Emperor Beasts and lay siege to Esser. Lith pondered. If Zorath comes, I bet that just the threat of me and Tezca standing side by side will make the sapling piss their roots after what we did to the tree. Sounds like a plan, Camilla nodded. You'd better start calling. 1 second. Lith tapped into his connection with the tower and brought Elijah and Valoran to his arms. While the babies still cooed in joy and surprise, Lith moved his seat as close to Camilla as humanly possible without making her sit on his lap. I told you no cheating, Ligon grunted. I'm not going to take them to Esser with me, Lith replied. I'm just putting up barriers to keep Zorath from giving me an earful until tomorrow. Space. Fila the Behemoth, the beast representative of the Awakened Council, was shocked by the news and happy to offer her help. Even though Lith is a member of the Beast Council, and a divine beast at that, he rarely asks for anything. This is a great opportunity to show him the value of the faction I represent and establish a more solid relationship. With his void magic, creation magic, and origin flames, there's no limit to the benefits that being friends with him can bring me, she thought. As for Zorath, she had many things to say, and none of them was nice. So all that story about the elves taking his time was bullshit, she inwardly grumbled. Lith did have the time to contact me, he simply forgot. Again, yet now that he needs my help, he has all the time in the world. If the children weren't there, I would rip him a new one. I can't show hostility without making Elijah and Valoran afraid I don't like them or their dad. That damn cheat is shamelessly muzzling me. Say hi to Auntie Zor, children, Lith said with the fakest smile ever while moving Elijah's and Valoran's small hands. Hi, Zor. Valoran II waved at her, making the shadow dragon squeal with joy despite her best efforts to give Lith the cold shoulder. Hi, Io, Elijah giggled, extending her little arms to Zorath's hologram to be picked up. I can't do it from here, sweetie. The shadow dragon's heart melted like a candle on the sun, and the worst part was that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get angry with Lith. Auntie loves you so much and is visiting you soon. Before she could recover any of her composure, Lith dealt the finishing blow. The little Raldorak is happy to see his auntie too. He waved Camilla's scales-covered hand. You named him Dragonheart? Oh gods, Bite, come here, you have to hear this. The pure joy in her voice made everyone turn at Lith, looking at him with eyes full of reproval. I thought Eldritches were heartless masterminds, but Tiamats are much worse, Rifa sighed. You know this is textbook emotional manipulation, right? Camilla said. Enjoy new tales from Empire. Yes, I know, Lith replied without ever breaking his warm smile to the camera. Baitra and Zorath gushed at the babies, and the name of the unborn baby for several minutes, forgetting about everything but the wish to go to the desert. When did you pick the name? Baitra asked. A couple of days ago, Lith lied through his teeth. You are the first people outside the family to know. That part at least was true. Good gods, here I am criticizing Lith, yet I forgot to tell Zin about the baby's name. She's going to kill me and I'm going to let her. Camilla inwardly whined. More gushing and groaning due to distance ensued, until Lith revealed his hand and made his request. Can you put Tezca on standby? He asked. Even one tail would be enough. I need him as a deterrent. Making Tezca come in person will be hard, but a tail should be feasible. Let me ask him. Zorath walked away from the amulet, leaving Baitra to coo and make faces at the babies. Less than a minute later, a furious clicking of heels could be heard approaching. Royal Constable Camilla Verhen. Zinnia never used Camilla's full name except when she was angry, but that wasn't enough to express her outrage. Camilla had no second name, so Zinnia called her sister by her working title as well. Good gods, Zin must be foaming at the mouth with anger, Camilla shuddered. What would Lith do? How dare you leave me out of the choice of my nephew's name, and let me know your decision days after you made. Say hi to Auntie Zin, babies. Camilla had taken Elijah and Valoran from Lith's arms and was holding them in front of the camera. Hi Hin, Elijah said, waving her hand. Hi Zin, Zin. Valoran repeated the name to show how good he was. Hi sweeties, oh gods, you know my name already. Zinnia's rage burst like a bubble, her eyes misting from emotion. Auntie loves you so much. Hi Auntie Zin. Camilla made a baby voice while shape-shifting her face and hands into black scales. Philia Frey, come here. Zinnia started to gush and sob, while everyone in the room looked at Camilla no better than they had done for Lith a few minutes earlier. I'm sorry I panicked and acted like a Lith, she whined via mind link. Chapter 3464, Dichotomy Part 1. More gushing and a second explanation later, Zinnia agreed to help. "Can you go, Tezca?" she asked. "Well, please, Uncle Tezca, just this once." Philia and Frey joined their mother in her plea. Fuck, the Sun-Eater kept seeing them like Filja cubs, and found the idea of causing them to worry unbearable. "I'll send one tail," he replied in defeat. "I need the rest here to protect the children. I'll deploy more tails only in case of emergency." "That shouldn't be necessary, thank you." Lith nodded, telepathically thanking his wife for her unwitting help. "I'll let you know the details of the meeting as soon as we define them. You are free to come to the Blood Desert now if you want. You'll be my honored guests." "Can we?" Baitra looked at Rifa with a begging look. "Yes, I meant it when I said I don't resent you." "Can we, young sparrow?" Tezca asked, knowing that Salark couldn't be far away. "Yes, old fox, you have my word, but only as long as you behave," the voice of the guardian echoed. "Don't touch my children and I'll be sweeter than honey," the Sun-Eater replied, narrowing his eyes. Space. The meeting between the Verhins and the Vasters only became more awkward when Aaron and Lyria revealed to their friends they had awakened. Not only did Frey and Philia grumble at Aaron and Lyria for keeping them in the dark, but they also renewed their plea to Tezca to awaken them. This time, no number of toddlers could fix the situation. Luckily for Lith, he was already away when it happened. He could have reached Esser in a single step if he accepted the sapling's invitation and used the plant's gate network, but preferred using the beasts. Phila guided him to his destination, where hundreds of awakened Emperor beasts armed to the teeth waited for them. This should be a friendly meeting, but when dealing with world saplings and trees it's better to be safe than sorry, Phila said, her booming voice further amplified by an air magic spell. "Expect and prepare for the worst, my brothers and sisters. If I give you the signal my contact rune becomes unavailable, or you hear so much as a peep, take Esser by storm. Kill first, question later. Is that clear?" Experience tales at Empire. The Emperor beasts beat their armor with their weapons, producing the clangor of a quake. "Was this really necessary?" Lotho the Treant, plant representative of the council, asked. "Isn't my presence and word enough?" Respectively, yes and no, Phila the Behemoth replied, shape-shifting from her human to her hybrid form. "We are dealing with a world sapling who has already admitted being infected with the Yggdrasil's madness. Maybe they are being honest, or maybe they are lying. Maybe they will lose it the moment the sapling sees Lith and Tezca. I don't know and I don't care. The only thing that matters to me is that if things go south, I can protect one of my own." "Is that clear?" Lotho wrapped his battle gauntlet on his chest in reply, sighing. "Tell the young acorn not to worry. I'll stay outside," the one-tailed Tezca said. "Also, tell them that if they make me come in, I'm going to burn everything down." "Listen well, you..." Lotho felt confident until the shadow dragon eclipsed the sun. "He what, Treant?" Xenagrosh whispered, but her voice was the rumble of an avalanche. "Careful what you say next. Summer is almost over and trees turn red at fall." "Nothing." Lotho caught the meaning of both her words and the flames slithering from the corners of her mouth. "Let's go." "I can deal with a one-tailed Sun-Eater, but the shadow dragon is beyond me," he thought, having no idea how wrong he was. The barrier cloaking Esser from the rest of Magur came down, and the Emperor beasts roared and clangored to renew their threat. Tezca did the same, showcasing Endless Night and his Sun-Eater armor. Only a few beasts looked at him with fear. The rest swelled with pride and rejoiced at being reunited with their long-lost brother. Despite his ill reputation and the atrocities he had committed, Tezca was still considered the only Emperor beast to have ever ascended to the level of a divine beast without having a guardian ancestor. After the stories of his battles against Salark and Roghar had spread, he was considered the one true challenger to the Guardians. If not for his condition as an Eldritch, the Emperor beasts would have hailed him as their symbol of hope. "Did you just warp us to our destination without any cloaking? I thought the location of Fey cities was a well-kept secret," Lith asked while admiring Esser's landscape. "It is a secret, but only to rogue awakened like you were and non-awakened." In her hybrid form, Phila looked like a humanoid feline covered in purple fur and feathered wings on her back. "Every member of the council knows where the world's saplings are." Accessing a Fey city, however, is an entirely different matter. Like Larul, Esser was built from the roots of the world's sapling emerging from the ground. Parks and green areas were born from a single branch, while the tree buildings where Fey and plant folk lived sprouted out of roots. The city extended as far as the eye could see in a marvel of nature and civilization, with creatures evolved from all kinds of plants living together. Its beauty was soured solely by two discordant notes. The first was the harshness of the glares the citizens of Esser threw at their guests. Not even the beauty of the plant folk could soften the spite and outrage the plant folk exuded. The second was the dissonance in the world energy enveloping the city. Awakened were very sensitive to their surroundings, and the anomaly of Esser was so intense that it would have alarmed even a fake mage. The air smelled wrong, the green of the trees was that of rot instead of life, and all elemental forces twisted onto themselves. There was no harmony on any level of existence, and the inhabitants of Esser were no less affected by it than the houses they lived in. "Verhin scum," a thorn said. "Murderer," a treantling spat a slimy lump of sap. "Death walker," a dryad muttered like it was an insult. "Okay, I don't know what this is about, but this is wrong." Lotho the treant needed sheer willpower to keep the infection from taking root in his wooden body. "Are you telling me you don't know?" Phila was flabbergasted. "This is your turf." "Know what?" the plant representative shrugged. "It's my turf, true, but it's not like you know what every single magical and emperor beast does. I'm no different." "I'll explain it to you later." Lith had enough of the local hospitality, so he conjured a warp steps leading straight to the colossal tree he saw on the horizon. "It will shorten our trip and confirm dimensional magic has not been sealed," he thought. "Thank the gods you are here, Verhin," Dyer the Redcap, sovereign of Esser, said. "I don't know what illness plagues my sapling friend, but whatever it is, they say you are the only one who can stop it." Chapter 3465, Dichotomy Part 2. Dyer looked like a tall man, over 2 meters, 67, made of brambles, with crimson-red hair that was actually thinner brambles soaked in blood. His arms and face showed the ritual markings that granted him part of the sapling's powers and authority over the city. "Now I'm really getting confused," Phila furrowed her bushy brows. "How can no one know about the crisis at hand if we do?" "Because what I told Lith was supposed to be a secret," Olaja groaned. "Too bad I can't ask people to help me on a trust-me-bro basis," Lith replied. "If someone has to risk their life for me, they deserve to know what they are going against." "What secret?" Lotho asked. "How is Verhin supposed to stop this? Is this your fault, Verhin?" "Finally you are here, Verhin?" A dry cackle made everyone turn their heads and stopped Lith before he could answer any of those questions. "It's a good thing you moved so fast. I'm barely holding on." The sapling spoke with two overlapping voices. One was young and vibrant, while the other was old and rasping. The second voice reminded Lith of Nana exhaling her final words. "I would expect the world tree to sound like that if he was 10,000 years old when I killed them, or if they were an undead," Lith thought. "Hello, brother, what plagues you?" Lotho extended his arms and turned them into roots, wishing to form a communion to understand and help the sapling. "Lotho the treant," the voices hissed, and a branch of the sapling slapped the tendrils away along with their owner. "A petty tyrant in a line of petty tyrants, a useless pile of leaves only good as fertilizer." But Lotho tried to deny the accusation, but countless sickening lights surrounded him, each releasing the stench of forbidden magic. "Be quiet, or I'll give you a practical demonstration of what plagues me." The world sapling rumbled, and with it, the rest of the city. "You plant representatives failed to help anyone but yourselves. You grow rich while the rest of the Fae grow stale and the rot takes hold. We're doomed, doomed." "Calm down, Esser. I'm here for you." Dyer tried to establish a telepathic connection to comfort his friend and understand what was going on, but the sapling rejected the redcap as well, albeit much more gently. "No, Dyer, you can't, and you must not get inside my head." The younger voice turned dominant. "Stay away. I won't risk your life or worse, your sanity. You are a good friend with a long life ahead of you, whereas my days are numbered." The sapling trembled, and their voice sounded like they were panting from the effort of keeping the older voice under control. "There is no time, Verhin," the sapling said. "Wait until I'm done talking and only then ask questions, not because I don't want to answer, but because I don't know how long I've left. The sweet Olaja already explained to you what she knew, correct?" Lith nodded for the sapling to continue. "Good. What she doesn't know is that you did more than scatter the memory and the power of the world tree into fragments. You also killed the old fool. The Yggdrasil is both dead, beyond us, and alive, inside all those like me. The old voice you hear belongs to the late world tree, tainted by madness, death, and visions I don't dare dwell upon. Not all saplings received a fragment, but those who did are entrusted with a specific portion of the Yggdrasil's essence." In my case, I was cursed with the knowledge of all the horrible things the people of Magur have done in the past and do in the present. Plants, beasts, humans, undead, guardians, I know them better than they know themselves. I know every single forbidden spell, cursed ritual, and how to craft the most twisted abomination of a lost city. I know what all the council representatives did and do. Most importantly, I know what you are, Verhin. Lith's face remained a stone mask, but his eyes darted to Solus for a split second, long enough for the sapling to notice. Continue your journey with Empire. Yes, I know about you and your lady friend, but that's not what I'm talking about. Fuck me sideways, couldn't you word it in a less ambiguous way, old fart? Lith inwardly grumbled. Now more rumors will spread, and Kami will never let me hear the end of it. I'm referring solely to you, the greatest dichotomy on Magur, a creature of this world yet not, alive yet dead. The old voice became dominant but also distant, as if the sapling had fallen into a hypnotic trance. The holder of the powers that can make you into the protector of all forms of life. A city-wide hologram replaced Esser with the Tron woods. Every leaf, tree, and flower were wreathed in silvery flames, yet didn't burn. Plants grew faster while animals grew stronger as the fire cleansed everything that was harmful. Or their greater enemy. The hologram still depicted the Tron woods, but now everything was ablaze in blue flames. The land was reduced to a charred surface where life was impossible. Everything burned, with the blue flames feeding off the world energy coming from Magur, making them eternal and ever-spreading. Nothing and no one will be spared from them, not even your daughter. The cry of a baby resounded through the air, quickly snuffed amid the roaring of the fire. Cut the crap, Lith could take it no further. This is no choice. There is no way in this or any other world I'd do something like this. His fury was met with a wry cackle that sounded like the snapping of dry wood thrown into a fireplace. Do you think this kind of power can be unlocked just because you want to? That this kind of choice takes place when everything is right and proper? No, young fool, and again no. This will happen when the pain is so great that death would be a liberation. When you are forced to choose between becoming powerful through your sweat and blood, or just being powerful by making everyone else sweat and bleed. In that moment, the price will seem reasonable and the offer alluring. So remember this day. Remember my words when you are at your highest and life seems perfect, and when you are at your lowest and everything you treasure is lost. Why are you telling me this? Lith asked. I thought time was of the essence, yet here you are going full profit on me. Because this is relevant to our problem, Verhin. The old voice became fainter while the young one grew louder. You know how to conjure both flames and have mastered none, but that's enough. If you decide to help me, you can use either flame to vanquish the threat I pose to everyone's life. The difference is that the blue flame will kill me through a slow agony, while the silver flames will extract the fragment of the world tree without harming me. Either way, you get the fragment and my pain ends. Chapter 3466, In the Bark, Part 1. The shard of the Yggdrasil's power will act as your compass and guide you to the next closest fragment. The sapling said, The essence of the world tree was never supposed to scatter, and each shard wants to become whole again. This is not the choice about which I warned you, but it's a choice. A choice you'll have to make time and time again with every fragment you collect. I know you hate us, Verhin, that you hate me for what I, the world tree, did to you and your friend. I'm not asking for mercy because I deserve none. I won't blame you if you decide to use the blue flames on me, because I inherited your resentment along with the destiny of the Yggdrasil bloodline. I say this again for all of you who today stand witness. Fila Lotho, Dire, whatever Verhin does, don't seek revenge on my behalf. Even if he chooses to use the dread flames and I end up crippled or dead, it's not his fault. Is it clear? Crippled or dead, the sovereign of Esser echoed. Cutting off a portion of my life force that has already taken root is bound to be dangerous, old friend. Even if Verhin uses all his talent and care as a healer, I will still be mutilated. Not even the fragment of world tree I possess knows what will happen. Now answer my question. I'll let everyone know, Dire replied. The council bear witness, Fila and Lotho said. Good, the world sapling focused his attention on Lith. There was no physical sign of it, yet it was impossible to miss the sudden shift in the world energy's pressure. You can also choose to walk away, Verhin. I offer you no reward, and maybe the idea of the world tree suffering for all eternity sounds like a much better outcome to you. Yet know this. I've resisted the temptation to share my accursed knowledge and put it into practice, but as you've seen, my mind is slipping. Lith nodded, The barrage of forbidden spells safely conjured by the sapling a few minutes earlier had shocked him to the bone. The same stands for all the other fragments. Their vessels might have already fallen to the temptation to use such knowledge for themselves or spread it to their followers. You can either purge this plague while it's still in its infancy or let it spread. In the end, it's your choice. Nonsense, I can use body sculpting like anybody else, Dyer the Redcap said, and the council representatives nodded. I can heal you. We can heal you. No, you can't, Esser replied. You can cut the fragment off, sure, but how will you contain it? How will you keep it from infecting you the moment you pull it out? More importantly, how will you purge the madness and hate it holds? Xenogrosh, Fila turned to the shadow dragon. I'm confident I can consume the fragment, she replied. Preserving it is another story. Purging it is beyond my abilities. Everyone turned towards Lith. I'll do it, he replied. Now teach me how to use my dread flames. Thank you, the sapling said. I'm ready to die, but I want to live. I won't forget your kindness. Kindness, my scaly ass, Lith thought. I hate the old tree, not every plant folk on Magur. Esser could have used whatever forbidden magic they gained from the fragment and threatened me to collect the other fragments and hand them over or face their wrath. Instead, Esser kept the madness to themselves and even protected the sovereign. If I let a guy like that die, I would truly be a piece of shit. Also, getting a free lesson about dread flames is too rare a chance to turn it down. Discover exclusive tales on Empire. As Lith approached the sapling's massive trunk, the entire city shook with increasing violence. When he put his hand on the bark, the shaking turned into a quake, and the sapling screamed in terror. Is this a trap or some kind of sick joke? Lith shrouded himself in silvery flames and conjured his best spells with the mouth. Countless wooden tendrils had erupted from the ground, each holding a different forbidden spell, and all of them were aimed at him. Neither. The sapling's voice was just air magic, yet it was high-pitched in panic anyway. This is the fragment's doing. I still remember your fire, Verhin. I remember your blade biting into my wood, your extinction burning me alive. You hate me, but I also hate and am terrified of you. To me and all the fragment holders, you are death incarnate. It took the sapling's sheer willpower to dispel the magic and put the roots back underground. Now use your breathing technique, scanner, or whatever you find most useful on me. The sapling formed a mind link to make things as quick as possible and freeze themselves in fear. Fine. Lith used abyssal gaze and witnessed a majestic life force that extended as far as his breathing technique could perceive. The sapling's life force looked like a vast valley filled with tall grass and sparse trees. The various manifestations of the phase vitality constantly sprouted, bloomed, wilted, and became fertilizer for the next generation in the span of seconds. All the manifestations but one. A single blade of grass was golden instead of green, and it never changed. Once Lith focused abyssal gaze on it, he discovered that the golden grass had deep roots that ran throughout the valley, seeping into the other roots. It was constantly trying to spread itself and multiply, but it was too small, and its energy was insufficient for the task. Conjure your silver flames slowly and let them seep into me, the sapling said. They are no different from origin flames. They won't hurt me if you really don't mean to. Lith took several deep breaths until he eliminated any personal feeling he had for the world tree and turned the sapling into a patient like any other. Then, he let a tendril of silver fire inside the bark, but away from the life force as a probe. The sapling yelped in agony, forcing Lith to recall the dread flames and start anew. It's much different from origin flames, he thought. Dread flames are so powerful that just a stray thought or a missed lick of fire can do massive damage. It took him several tries before his will took hold of every nook and cranny of the silver flames. Start with the roots. If the golden leaf gets damaged, the next world tree will bear a permanent scar. The roots, instead, are disposable, the sapling said. Lith followed their instructions, burning the golden roots away and freeing the sapling's life force from their infection. With each burned root, the old voice became fainter and the madness faded. Before pulling out the golden leaf, you must purge it from the world tree's feelings, both good and bad. How do I do that? Lith asked. Beats me. Dread flames are a novelty and you are their only known user. The sapling sounded younger and more jovial. Poke around a bit. There must be some sign to guide your hand. Chapter 3467, In the Bark Part 2. Lith sighed and focused abyssal grasp on the golden leaf. It was splendid, majestic, and also just a lump of energy like the rest of the sapling's life force. I must follow Voltak's teachings and use the dread flames as feelers. If the world tree is right, I should find some difference between knowledge and emotions. Lith shifted his focus from the breathing technique to the dread flames, using Solace, Sage Staff to enhance his mental acuity. The silvery flames enveloped the golden leaf, and once Lith was certain they caused no harm, he sent them deeper. Most of the golden energy was just that, energy. By traversing it with the dread flames, Lith glimpsed upon spells, their inventors, and their insane agendas and methods. Witnessing the horrors that perfecting a single forbidden spell required was unsettling even for him, so Lith didn't dwell on it. He kept searching until he spotted a black swirling current moving below the leaf's surface. The dread flames chased it for a while, spreading through the rest of the golden leaf until the black current had nowhere to run. The moment the silver fire touched the blackness, Lith felt a great agony, a burning ambition, and a creeping madness. Everything the world tree had felt and thought during their final moments was there, compressed and distilled into its rawest and purest form. It was small, but it had the power of an obsession. If I let it grow or touch me, even I wouldn't be safe from it. Lith launched the dread flames against the blackness, burning it upon contact. The blackness fought back, dodged, and tried to escape. Yet every bit burned was lost forever, and there was just a drop of the tree's consciousness. Without the black current, the golden leaf stopped trying to produce new roots and let itself be plucked out effortlessly. Lith enveloped the golden leaf in a sphere of silvery flames and brought it outside. The fragment of the world tree's knowledge was as big as a needle, but as resplendent as a star. It spun on itself for a while until it pointed in the direction of the nearest fragment. "Hello, friend." The world sapling sounded serene but also confused. "Who are you and what are you doing on my doorstep? Is he a friend of yours, Dyer?" "You do know," the sovereign was flabbergasted. "Esser, what's the last thing you remember?" "I remember our game of chess, the one you won for a change. Then you received more spicy pictures for your collect." "That was 2 weeks ago?" The sovereign cut the sapling short. "Find exclusive stories on Empire." 2 weeks ago? That doesn't sound right. Esser spread their consciousness to the rest of the city, discovering there was a hole of 14 days in their memory. "Okay, I'm lost. Can someone please tell me what in Mager's name happened to me?" A quick mind link from the redcap brought the sapling up to speed. "It seems you succeeded, Verhen. You took the fragment away from me. All of it. The good news is I don't remember anything of whatever secret of yours I knew. The even better news is that I don't have to be a world tree." "Take that shit away from me, please." "You don't want to be a world tree," Lith echoed in surprise. "Oh yeah, a lifetime of isolation with the whole Mager hunting for my wood and wishing to steal knowledge even I am too scared of using. How can I say no to such an alluring offer?" the sapling replied. "When you put it that way, it sounds sad," Olaja said. "It doesn't sound sad, it is sad," Esser replied. "Why do you think so many trees go nuts? As a sign of my gratitude, you are my honored guests now and forever, as long as you don't bring that thing back to me, Verhin. Once you complete the essence of the world tree, if you will bother doing it, keep it away from me." "Okay." "Okay," Lith chuckled. "You are a funny guy." "Don't be so surprised. Many beasts find me charming. After all, we are distantly related. I'm part wolf, you know." "Is that even possible?" Phila looked at the sapling, and then at the sovereign, who shrugged in confusion. "Of course, can't you tell from the bark?" the world sapling laughed. "Gods, I've waited centuries for this joke, and you guys walked into it." Lith laughed as well, more from surprise than for the joke itself. "We'd better go now," he said. "I don't know how many of these I need to find yet." "Do you need my help, little brother?" Xenagrosh asked. "I need all of you." Lith pointed at Olaja, Lotho, and Phila. "I don't know how the other saplings will react, and I might need reinforcements. Feel free to send Tezko away, but keep him on standby." "Why are you sending him away?" Solus asked. "This could have been a trap because the sapling called me here. Now I'm going to take them by surprise. There can't be a trap and I hold the initiative," Lith replied. "On top of that, moving with an army and the Sun-Eater is bound to make the saplings think I'm the bad guy. If we are lucky, we'll solve this without conflict. Esser proved that having to deal with a fragment of the world tree isn't easy. Others might want to get rid of it just like them, and they just don't know how." "Right," Lotho nodded. "Esser knew because that was part of the knowledge they inherited. No two saplings should have access to the same information." "Exactly." Phila couldn't avert her gaze from the luminous spark in Lith's hand. "It means we won't have to face someone wielding perfected forbidden magic again. Or who knows our asterisk secrets." Lith put emphasis on the word, a delicate threat that would stop the council representatives from spreading annoying rumors. "We got lucky. This is one of the most dangerous fragments, if not the most dangerous. Lith tried and failed to store the fragment in the pocket dimension, so he closed his fist around it avoid drawing attention. Thanks for your help, Verhen. Dyer extended his hand and the Tiamat shook it. I'll keep my lips sealed if you keep yours. About W, a solid nudge in the ribs stopped Solus in her tracks. You have a deal, Sovereign, Lith said. Sorry, Dyer, I didn't mean to embarrass you, Esser said. I was still all shaken up. You know that I'm usually as silent as a tree, right? Is Essier always like that? Lotho was flabbergasted at the sapling's antics. No, usually they are much worse. Esser is just warming up, the Sovereign sighed. Let me accompany you outside. On their way back, the whole city had gone back to normal. Plant folk and Fae had lost any trace of hostility and sent flirty looks to every member of the group. Thank you for your help, brothers and sisters. Phila addressed the Emperor Beasts sieging Esser. The crisis is resolved and there shouldn't be a need for your help anymore. You are free to go, but please keep your amulets at hand. Chapter 3468, A Matter of Trust, Part 1. If the need arises, your help will be invaluable, and the Council will properly compensate you for your time. Phila's words were welcomed with cheers. Getting paid just for standing around, and doing nothing was a dream come true even for Awakened. Thank you, brother. Lith walked up to Tezca to thank him. Your presence wasn't needed, but knowing you were here boosted my confidence. Don't mention it. The Filg just sniffed the air, recognizing a familiar scent. Is it what I think it is? Correct, Lith nodded. The first of many, it seems. Good luck with your endeavor, and let me know if you are interested in selling the thing once you put it together. Tezca laughed. Thanks, and we'll see, Lith replied. Can I count on you if things go south? Yeah, but always remember it will take me time to arrive. Unless you send me your location in advance, of course. I'll keep that in mind. Lith ignored the offer. Like I'd risk giving Vaster access to the World Tree's repository of knowledge. Heck, even I don't know what I'll do once I get my hands on it, he thought. Only once the siege was broken, and the beasts on their way to their respective homes, did Lith open his hand and let the shard of light point the way. Thanks for your trust, little brother. Zorith didn't miss how he had not sent her away after learning how high the stakes were. Please, if there's someone I can trust, it's the godmother of my daughter, Lith said as the group flew at high speed. Find adventures at Empire. When the compass pointed them in a clear direction, they warped forward dozens of kilometers and then kept flying until it stabilized again. She's what? Phila was flabbergasted. You heard me? Lith noticed how the closer they got to the next fragment, the more condensed and brighter the shard in his hand became. Xenogrosh is the closest thing to a Tiamat I know, and the fact she's damn powerful and family, it's a huge plus in my book. Eyes on the prize? It was Lotho's turn to open a warp steps leading the group as far as he could. The shard is spinning. They stopped flying and waited for the fragment to stop. Below, Lith said in confusion. There was nothing around them that even the eyes of Menadian could perceive. On top of that, the shard moved erratically as if it couldn't pinpoint its target. This is weird, Solus said. The signal got clearer as we approached, and now that we are in proximity of our target, the fragment can't pinpoint it anymore. They landed on the ground, but the fragment kept pointing down. This has just gone from weird to nonsensical, Lotho said. No world sapling lives underground. They are too big and require sunlight to grow. Nonsensical or not, we know what to do. Lith released a pulse of earth magic that dug a pit reaching dozens of meters of depth. The group had descended for about half a kilometer when the ground rose to meet them. Who are you and what do you, Lith? A mass of orange mist-like fog said. You. Lith knew the creature but had no memory of its name. Loma Ulik, Solus rebuked him. He was a fungus folk when we met him in Kula and had evolved into a horde when he participated in the test for awakened disciples staged in the fake Urgamaka. I mean Loma, Lith quickly corrected himself. What are you doing here? I could ask you the same question. The horde was a hive creature whose body was comprised of thousands of small fungi each with its own mana core but sharing one mind. Loma reassembled themselves into a humanoid figure made of thick orange smoke. But since you asked first, I'm here on Horde's business. One of us had a sudden revelation and asked us to join him. Horde's, Lotho echoed. As in more than one, and what do you mean him? All 8 of us? Loma nodded. Our entire race assembled because this is an important matter that will determine our future. As for your second question, I'm as surprised as you are. We Hordes are our own mothers, fathers, and children. We have no gender, nor can we reproduce, he sighed wistfully. Your turn. I'm looking for the fragments of the shattered consciousness of the world tree, Lith replied, obtaining stern glares from his companions that he ignored. Did you notice anything weird around here? Weirder than the assembly? No, Loma shook their head. Is it by any chance taking place in the direction pointed by my shiny compass? Funny you ask, Loma replied. I was sent here to investigate the noise coming from above, and that spinning thing more or less encompasses the area we've spread our bodies. Spread? Solus asked in confusion. Wow, we have yet to reach the caves and there's already echo here, the horde scoffed. Yes, spread. My people don't take humanoid form unless we have to interact with other races, just like you don't dress up just to sit on your couch. We are still fungi. We like to lie around in humid places and snack on anything we find. This answers a few of our questions but opens many more. Lotho tried and failed to make sense of their situation. How can a horde have what we are looking for? If we are talking about questions, I've got quite a few of my own, and I won't let you go forward until I get some answers. Loma's body became denser. Let's start with something simple. What are you doing here and what's that thing? The horde pointed at the shard. Loma, I know we have met only twice, but I need you to trust me, Lith replied. If things are as I suspect, I'm going to need your help. You have to convince the other hordes to let me deal with the one who summoned you hordes here and keep him from escaping. Hordes were nigh immortal. As long as a single batch of spores remained alive somewhere, they could rebuild the entire horde in a matter of minutes. Many of the fungal creatures hid parts of themselves in multiple locations, making them hard to find and impossible to eliminate. If the shard of World Tree can move freely inside the horde, I need to locate the exact section of the life force currently holding the fragment and recover it before it can be moved away. Lith thought. You freed me, Lith Verhin. You did more than save my life, you rescued me from an eternity of slavery and suffering. For that, you have my eternal gratitude. Yet trust is a road that goes both ways. I can do whatever you ask me without questions, but my brethren won't reserve you the same treatment. Unless you give me a solid argument, I wouldn't worry about them refusing to help so much as attacking you. After the plague spreader killed one of us, there are only 8 hordes left in the whole Magur. Loma lowered 2 denser packs of spores on their face that Lith assumed were supposed to look like eyes. Chapter 3469, A Matter of Trust, Part 2. We hordes are a tight-knit community. Without a good reason, they won't take the word of a stranger above that of their brethren. I agree. Lith extended his hand. An emerald green aura marked the presence of a mind link. Wait, Lotho pulled Lith back from his shoulder, exploiting the physical contact to establish a hidden telepathic communication. Read the latest on Empire. Are you insane? He said. This matter should be kept secret. If the hordes really can inherit the essence of the world tree, they might become our competition. What if they turn against us? What if collecting all the fragments opens a new evolutionary path for them? One that allows them to breed and gain the hardness and magical enhancing abilities of Yggdrasil wood. The hordes would become unstoppable. If the hordes can inherit the essence of the world tree, as you say, then even if we kill one of them, the fragment will be passed on to the others, Lith replied. One horde is a tough nut to crack, but 8 of them. We can't beat them without reinforcements, and even then we have no guarantee we can capture the hordes. Also, they might become my asterisk competition at worst. I'm the one with the fragment, and only I can extract the others. You can't do anything but accompany me. Lotho's expression turned angry hearing those words, but he couldn't refute them. If they turn against us, it will indeed be a problem. That's why I'm trusting Loma. 1, we have no chance of success without Loma's help, and 2, hordes have proven themselves to be wise and kind creatures. They were willing to sacrifice themselves to rid Magur of the plague spreader, and one of them died to protect a bunch of awakened kids. Hiding the truth from the hordes will only make it easier for the one with the fragment to manipulate the rest of the hordes and turn them against us. I don't know you, but I don't want another war between awakened. Lotho grimaced but let Lith go. Too many plant folk and fae had died fighting against Thrud, and he couldn't bear the thought of more dying in a conflict he could have avoided. Fair warning, it's bad. Lith offered his hand to Loma again. Life usually is. Loma took it and learned everything that had happened since Lith and the others had reached Esser. Great Mother Almighty! The sphere's eyes went wide as the horde looked at the fragment with fear, taking several steps back. Keep that thing away from me. I won't have the will of someone else poisoning my mind again. How can Fae call that abomination a blessing? The humanoid cloud of spores churned, turning its limbs into weapons and conjuring powerful spells. I told you it was bad. Lith closed his fist and sealed the fragment in a barrier of silvery flames. I'm sorry for triggering your trauma, but you asked for the truth and I trusted you with it. And I thank you for being completely open with me. Loma stared at Lith's clenched hand, as if it were a scorpion with its tail raised and ready to strike. What do you want me to do? Spotting the horde infected by the fragment will be easy, Lith said, and Loma nodded for him to continue. Once we identify him, I need you to inform the rest of your people while I buy you some time. Convince them to help us, seal all exits a horde like you can take, and stay away in case a fight breaks out. I've learned how to remove a fragment from a plant's life force, but not from a fungal one, let alone 2 or more. I get it, Loma nodded. Just talk until I give you the signal. Whatever the infected horde wants or says, let him reveal his cards. This story is so absurd that my people might not believe me. Follow me, please. The horde opened a tunnel with earth magic and closed it soon after the group's passage to conceal their direction and destination. Fila looked nervous, but she asked no questions. Unlike Lotho, she trusted Lith. I would have liked to keep things under wrap, but the situation is already volatile. One small misunderstanding, and we'll be at war with one of the most ancient and powerful races on Magur, she thought. Hordes were few in number, but thanks to their resilience and immortality, they had lived longer than any other awakened. They could perform experiments impossible to other races simply because even in case of catastrophic failure, a horde could always make a new body. Each spore had its own life force and shared the entirety of the hive mind. Even if a portion of the life force of a horde or many of its cores were crippled, they could be discarded. A single healthy spore was enough to make a horde from scratch. The digging continued for a few minutes, during which the fragment became more compact and spun faster. The group arrived in a large cave dimly illuminated by fluorescent moss. The place was damp, with water dripping from stalactites that formed either pools or stalagmites based on how long the phenomenon had gone on. Looking at the scene with life vision only blinded the awakened. The cave was covered with horde spores that mixed the different life forces and emitted so much power that the awakened only saw white. Even the eyes of Menadian went haywire, forcing Lith to use fire vision. This is bad, Solus thought. Each horde has brought their own equipment. We don't have the time to study them all. Even if we did, without a mana geyser, the headache alone would make us helpless. It's all right. Loma's body scattered in a dust cloud that moved and pulsated with a rhythm that reassured the rest of the horde's Loma wasn't acting under coercion. These people are my friends and mean no harm to us. I wish I could believe you, kid. Part of the spores converged into a red, blurred figure. The last time I met a council representative and agreed to their request, poor old Rakas died. I'm sorry for your loss, Fila bowed apologetically. It wasn't our intention to endanger you. No one could predict the arrival of the plague spreader. Easy for you to say, a gray cloud grumbled. You weren't there during the attack. I don't remember any of you council elders coming to our rescue until the matter was already resolved. I understand your anger, brother. Lotho raised his hands in a peace gesture. The council. Never cared for us hordes? A black swarm roared. You never helped increase our numbers, and when Rakas died, no wereguild was offered. So don't call us brothers, Faye. We have nothing in common. You made it clear for millennia. Calm down, Zarda. Loma partly merged with the black swarm, triggering a mind link. Let's solve this amicably. I agree. The red blurred figure ebbed in what could be considered a nod. Why are these people here, by the way? How did you find us, strangers? Why don't you ask him? Lith pointed at a blue humanoid figure. He knows why we are here. Unlike the other hordes, the blue one had collected his spore cluster into one dense body with multiple limbs and crackling with mana. Chapter 3470, Undying Cancer, Part 1. Is everything all right, Faso? A pale yellow mist asked. Why so tense? Our guests haven't taken a single step forward or conjured a spell. Murderer, Faso muttered, the words and intonation identical to those spoken by the Fae living inside Esser. Death Walker. Murderer, Zarda laughed while merging with the gray mist. Everyone here is Faso. Each one of us has killed more living beings than most abominations. What matters is not the number, but the purpose. We only kill to feed and in self-defense, not for pleasure. We are not monsters. True, but Faso tried to come up with a reason to trick the other hordes into attacking Lith, but fear clouded his mind. Verhin is scum, I mean dangerous. He killed the world tree. So what? The gray cloud shuddered and touched the blurred red figure. The old fool was crazy. All the members of the Yggdrasil bloodline sooner or later go insane and need to be put down. How can you say that, Shen? The infected horde said in outrage. Like it or not, the World Tree is one of the key figures for Maugre's survival. You should honor their sacrifice, not mock it. Since when do we hordes give a single fuck about that rotten piece of bark? A silvery fog coalesced into a dense humanoid form. Is there something you want to tell us, Pharaoh? One by one, the hordes were establishing hidden mind links and sharing the information brought by Loma. The infected Faso was unwittingly exposing himself the more he talked. No, Igri, why are you saying that? Faso tried to look away, but Lith drew his attention in a way the horde couldn't ignore. The hordes seemed to be on my side, but I'd better give them some time to prepare their spells. Lith had taken Ragnarök off his hip. The angry blade was still sheathed, but that made it even more terrifying. Faso stared at the twitching latches, afraid they might come off at any moment. The Tiamat engulfing himself in silvery flames only made the vision more dreadful. Don't you see? He wants to kill us all, brothers. We need to. The words buzzed off Faso's quasi-mouth as Lith opened his palm, revealing the shiny fragment pointing straight at the horde. Where did you find a fragment of the World Tree's essence? How did you extract it from its host? The greed exuding from Faso's gaze and voice was the straw that broke what trust the hordes had left in him. How do you know what that thing is, Pharaoh? Igri's voice was so cold that even in his frenzy the infected horde couldn't ignore it and turned around. Yes, brother, Zarda said. Explain to us how you learned so many things from the last time we met. What things? Lith asked. Loma gave him the signal that the hordes had agreed to help, so he started to prepare his spells, and the others did the same. Before you arrived, Verhin, Faso was telling us how he had reached enlightenment, about how he had found a way for us hordes to reproduce if we become something similar to what you call a male, Shen said. We were discussing the merits and risks of such an idea when we perceived your presence. Tell them how you know, Faso, or I will. Lith spoke with such confidence that Phila, Lotho, Zorith, and Olija believed him. Wait a second, they all thought after a while. That's bullshit. Don't believe him, brothers, the horde snarled, feeling cornered. I wasn't doing anything wrong. I'm not a thief. I attacked the world sapling of Kish because they refused to pay me for my services. We were engaged in battle when the fragment of the World Tree reached the sapling. I was feeding on them and somehow I absorbed it along with their life force. I didn't kill the sapling. You can check it. I simply took the fragment as my payment and left. Great Mother Almighty, everyone but Faso thought. A horde can actually assimilate the World Tree's essence. That's dangerous interesting. While the awakened considered the revelation a threat, the hordes considered all the possibilities such knowledge opened. Was it that hard? Lith shrugged, pretending he knew all along. Now be nice and let me retrieve the fragment. It's not yours, and the hatred and madness it contains make you a danger for yourself and others. He weaved Ragnarök around, drawing Faso's attention and sending him into a panic. Help me, brothers. He wants to kill us all with his damned spell, Extinction. He will kill me again. You are right, Loma, Zerda sighed, and the other hordes agreed. A fragment of World Tree would be a priceless asset, but if not cleansed from the remains of the previous tree, it's a liability. If the madness spreads to our newborns, the hordes would become a living, undying cancer that would devour Maugre until there won't be enough food to sustain other forms of life. We need to help Verhin. Lith won't kill us, Loma replied, and he never killed you, Faso. It's the World Tree talking, not you. Of course it's me, you ungrateful runt, Pharaoh snarled. I'm the one who found you wandering and brought you into our fold. I helped you learn Tyrus, universal language. How can you turn your back on me like this? Loma recoiled from those words, his resolve faltering. And you, my brothers, how can you betray me? I summoned you here to offer you a solution to our eternal problem. I even know the secret of the White Core. Help me against this executioner, and I'll share it with you. The secret of the White Core, Phila echoed in disbelief. If that's true, why didn't you use it on yourself? Empire. She has a point, Igri said. How do we know you're telling the truth? I didn't use it because... Faso hesitated, afraid to lose one of his many advantages over the other hordes. Because it makes us more powerful, yes, but easier to kill. In the past, a few hordes achieved the White Core and died. Died, the horde sneered. That's preposterous. How can White Cores die so easily? Madness, Faso admitted. And chaos magic. Our apex form doesn't have countless spores like we do now. It requires the merging into a single entity that can't renew itself like us. There is no hive mind, just one mind. Are you kidding me? Zarda said. That would be a curse. Without the constant turnover of my spores, without their fresh minds and youthful optimism, I would have killed myself millennia ago. And so would I, Igri agreed, and the other hordes joined them. What you offer us is no salvation, just a different and more dangerous, painful existence. You can't be serious, Fosso yelled in outrage. How can you turn down my knowledge without even listening to it, after you spent millennia whining about it? Just trust me, and... He tried to extend his tendrils of blue spores, but the other hordes recoiled at his touch. The 7 fungal creatures had formed a circle around the infected and the awakened, sealing the cave with an emerald barrier and compressing the space. Chapter 3471, Undying Cancer, Part 2. What are you doing? The moment Fosso managed to avert his eyes from Lith, he discovered he had been surrounded. Phila, Zorith, Alaja, Solus, Lotho, and Menadian had assumed a 6-pointed formation, forming a second smaller barrier with only Lith and Fosso inside. I wouldn't do this if I were you, the horde snarled at the Tiamat, turning into what looked like a swarm of silvery droplets. I'm not stupid. Not all of my body is here. Even if you destroy me, I'll recover and join forces with your dear brother Orpul. I know where he is, Verhen, just like I know your dirty little secrets. The droplets formed 2 rows of shark-like metal teeth bent into a smile. You have nothing to gain and everything to lose from making me into your enemy. Let me go and give me the fragment in your possession, or I'll put the knowledge of the world tree at your brother's service. Nice bluff, Lith scoffed. Too bad the guy who gave me this fragment had a spine on top of a horrible sense of humor. The sapling didn't give in to the madness and told me their fragments contained the record of Maugre's secrets and the perfected forbidden spells. The sapling also told me each fragment is unique, so the only thing that using my brother's name just earned you is more suffering. With that, Lith broke Ragnarok's seals and let out a burst of origin flames. Sword and swordsman became wreathed in fire as they charged in a lunge at the center mass of the blue humanoid. The pose, the blade, and the fire triggered the trauma of the world tree's fragment, paralyzing Fosso like a deer in headlights. Lith also activated the black crystals on his armor and blade, infusing them with darkness energy. Pain snapped the horde out of his stupor, and Ragnarok came to a halt with a screeching of metal against metal. Fosso's armor had neutralized the brunt of the energy, and then countless armored spores had clung to Ragnarok like tiny little pincers. The blow had been painful, but the horde had enough mass to snuff the flames out and launch a counterattack. The spores swirled around the angry blade, locking it into place, and slammed against the Tiamat in a torrent of razor-sharp adamant blades. I was right, you know shit about me. Even while in human form, Lith's mass was that of a divine beast. On top of that, his Voidwalker armor was made of an adamant Davros alloy that weathered the storm of blades like they were raindrops. The horde grunted and changed his approach, sending his spores through the small space between the scales to bypass the armor and reach the flesh. Another breath and a burst of dread flames vaporized the spores and the adamant coating them. How much did Verhen change since Urgamaka, and why is there nothing about him in the tree's archives? Fosso cursed his bad luck as he retrieved the molten metal and produced new spores. With the silvery flames shrouding Lith, physical attacks weren't an option. The horde tapped into his natural affinities, earth and water, to conjure his Tier 5 spell, Frozen Wasteland. The ground of the cave trapped Lith's feet, while the ceiling came crashing down like a jackhammer. Both were infused with water magic that dropped the temperature of the room by dozens of degrees per second, sapping the Tiamat's strength. A flash of Lith's blue, red, orange, and yellow eyes sparked a combination of domination and void magic. The stone spikes burst into a hail of ferromagnetic fragments that unleashed the equivalent of a thunderstorm on the horde. The moist spores offered no resistance to the electricity, and neither did the metal. As soon as the violence of Frozen Wasteland abated, Lith also switched the water element into fire. The horde's adamant armor became a pressure cooker that sealed the heat and steamed the spores inside out. Fosso dispelled the elements and backed away, but the first spirit barrier slowed him down enough for Lith to catch up and plunge Ragnarok into the blue cloud. The horde opened a hole in his body so that the angry blade grazed him without dealing any real damage. Much to his surprise, Ragnarok carried a powerful healing spell that propagated through the spores, hastening their recovery. Damn you! Fosso felt the Tier 5 healing spell straining his vitality, and his predicament got much worse when light turned into darkness. The light element had seeped deep inside the spores, and when void magic turned it into darkness, There was no time to offer any resistance. A huge chunk of the adamant armor fell to the ground with the clink of dozens of coins. The horde was about to counterattack when the Awakened unleashed a barrage of surgical Tier 4 spirit spells on him from every direction. It disrupted Faso's focus and weakened his cohesion, creating an opening Lith didn't miss. He released a powerful bolt of lightning that bounced off the countless adamant droplets, magnetizing them. Then, a single pulse of void magic forced them to clump together and sealed them inside a thick layer of solid rock. The infected horde tried to blink to a safe haven he had prepared before the meeting, but 7 other creatures like him fueled the space-compressing array. No matter how much mana he poured into the blink, he ended up wasting his strength. Cursing his brethren for their betrayal, Faso used what strength he had left to keep a few strands of spores away from the main body and escaped the trap. Awakened had a hard time following so many small energy signatures at the same time, but the hordes had no such problem. Enjoy new tales from Empire. They shot each and every strand of spores down with emerald blasts of spirit magic. The earth prison soon became thick and dense enough to prevent further leaks. Light magic encased the stone prison with a construct that cut off the supply of air and humidity. Without them, the spores couldn't multiply, and once they ran out of oxygen, they would wither. The Blue Horde forced his way through the multiple layers of his prison by unleashing the enchantments of his weapon and rings. Lith countered by switching earth into lightning and light into darkness. Faso's spells hit only air, while Lith's further drained the already weakened vitality of the infected horde. Now it's my moment, I can escape. Faso collected what was left of him and charged past Lith. The eyes filtered the other magical auras, making the horde easy to follow, while the ears read Faso's mana flow and with it predicted his path. Faso had traversed less than a meter before void magic trapped him again. Earth and light were rich with new mana, his prison sturdier than before. As for the horde, he had less spore, less mana, and his magic-holding rings were depleted. Faso looked around the cave and found no mercy in the eyes of his captors. I can produce one more burst of power and most, but even if I sneak past Verhin, I wouldn't have the strength to force my way through his allies, let alone my brethren. That last word left a sour taste in Faso's countless mouths. Chapter 3472, Too Easy Part 1. Faso had summoned the entirety of the Horde race to share the blessing of the World Tree with them, to solve the reproductive issue that plagued their race since the first fungus had gained sentience. Those 2 feats were supposed to be enough to earn the eternal loyalty of the Hordes, to be hailed as their savior and become the leader of what would have soon become Magus' master race. Yet his so-called friends had betrayed him. Millennia of camaraderie had fallen in the face of prejudice and fear. They called him mad because they were too stupid or scared to see the glorious future to which he would have led them. So close, I got so close to my dream. Faso could only grit his spores and bear with it. I yield, he said. Take my fragment, I don't care anymore. Remember this, my brothers. When this man will keep the knowledge for himself and use it to achieve the power I was going to bestow upon you, history will judge us all. We'll be remembered as a gutless race that Verhin extinguished to protect Magar from the evil hordes, while Tiamats will be hailed as warrior saints. Truth doesn't matter. Legends and records are written by the victors. Given enough time, the end will always justify the means. Faso's words were full of bitterness and anger, but they held a harsh truth the Hodders couldn't ignore. They exchanged looks and joined their mass into communion without dispelling the spirit barrier. Don't listen to him. The eyes of Menadian spotted no offensive spells being weaved, but Lith and his allies were still outnumbered and trapped inside the Horde's barrier. I'm not going to keep the Yggdrasil's essence for myself. I don't know what I'll do with it, but I know this kind of power is too dangerous for anyone to wield, even me. The sapling entrusted me with recovering the fragments and cleansing them from the World Tree's madness, and that's what I plan to do. Once my task is completed, I'm willing to discuss my next move with you. Once your task is completed, you have no reason to return here and we have no way to force you to keep your word, Loma said. On top of that, after listening to Faso's rant, I wouldn't trust our judgment if I were in your shoes. Fuck me sideways if Loma got smarter since Urgamaka, Lith inwardly cursed. He saw through me. I have no intention of letting anyone, not even the council, catch so much as a glimpse of the tree's complete essence. I just want to get out of here without more pointless fighting. Don't worry, Verhin, that wasn't the issue that needed discussing. Igri, the silvery fog, said. You trusted us when this crisis started and we'll trust you to put an end to it. Then what's the matter? You guys don't have faces, but I can feel the tension in the room, Lith asked. You said that after the procedure Faso will be alive and well. Only his memory of the time he spent as a vessel of the Yggdrasil will be lost, correct? Zarda, the black swarm, said, and Lith nodded in reply. That won't do, Verhin. What do you mean? Lith's eyes narrowed while everyone else's went wide in surprise, none more than Lotho. What Zarda is trying to say is that we can't allow Faso to survive. Shen, the gray mist, sighed. Killing one of our own is the greatest taboo for our race, but from time to time it has to be done. From today onwards, only 7 hordes will walk Magur. Discover hidden content at Empire. What? Faso yelled in disbelief. Why, you heard him. The silvery flame will cleanse me. I'll be back to my old self. Your old mask, you mean? Loma's orange spores condensed in a replica of Lith's appearance, a sign of respect in the Horde's culture. There has always been something wrong about you, but until today I couldn't put my hive mind on it. The story of Esser proves that the contagion doesn't alter the personality of the Yggdrasil's host, Faso. Quite the contrary, it forces them to reveal their true metal. Shen turned into a gray Lith. Esser had to bear the most disgusting and fearsome knowledge on Magur. Zarda followed suit, becoming a black Lith. Yet they refused to spill even one word of it. Esser protected their people and friends. The sapling didn't look for a quick payout. Esser looked for help, and without their quick thinking, we would still be here listening to your nonsense. Even worse, we might have fallen for it. Faso didn't hesitate to spread his knowledge and tried to use us as his test subjects, Verhin. The blurred red figure introduced themselves as Zar and took Lith's appearance. He offered us power, but in truth, he betrayed us all. Even with his last words, Faso made his real intentions clear. Cordy, the pale yellow mist, said, He never thought of us as his equals. He always wanted to rule over us. He has not attempted it in the past only because he lacked the means to control us. He pretended to be like us and hid his ambition because he couldn't face the other races alone. A horde can't reproduce, but we are beings of infinite life and power. Such gifts can't be left in the spores of people like Faso. If he ever chances upon something as dangerous as the world tree's essence, he'll use it again, but the next time he will be smarter. He won't seek our help, and we won't be able to stop him before it's too late. Cordy's spores condensed into a life-seized yellow Lith. The sentence is unanimous. Faso must die, the Horde said as one. Use your blue flames, we allow it. If one good thing will come out of this abomination is that you and us will learn how your blue flames work. Lith had no problem with that, but the decision wasn't up to him alone. He turned towards Solus, taking her feelings into consideration before making up his mind. I don't like this, she said. I don't like you tapping into that power or killing someone, even Faso, in cold blood. The Horde was trapped and helpless. It was no longer a fight, but an execution. But the Hordes are right. He can't be allowed to live, and there's no point risking you to be infected. Faso is not like Esser. He might attack you while you are focused on body sculpting and controlling the dread flames. He could harm you, or worse, spread the infection to one of us and trigger another fight by adding his own madness to the tree. Use the blue flames, but please be careful. Don't worry about us, Verhin, Lotho said. The Council only worries about Awakened as a whole. We never interfere with the customs of another race. This is a Horde matter. Just tell us how to protect ourselves. There's not much to say, Lith replied. Blue flames burn at everything, even me. Just keep them from spreading and be careful not to let them touch you. Everyone nodded and took their position when Lith drew their attention. Chapter 3473, Too Easy, Part 2. One last thing. As Faso said, batches of his spores are scattered around. The blue flames might be able to track them. If you see the blue fire following a straight line, do not stop them. Lith looked at Menadian for a few seconds, and the ruler of the flames returned the gaze. You have my blessing, kill that jerk, she said after a while. That was never the question, he grunted. I was waiting for you to get back inside my void sigil. The blue flames ignite from my life force, and your body is made of it. If you stay out from this distance, you will burn along with me. A fitting destiny, she nodded. I'm many things, child, but I'm not ungrateful. We both know you can use learning the effects of the blue flames on your demons. I'll stay by your side and share your burden. But Emanadian, what if the blue flames purge you? What if the pain is so intense that you are driven to move on? Solus was so worried her tongue almost slipped. There's no discovery without risk, child. I'm a ruler of the flames, and I'll bend the blue flames to my will, Rifa replied. Besides, do you really think that after watching over my blood for 700 years, a bit of pain is enough to get me off your back? Menadian gently caressed Sola's face. Trust me, sweetie. I've never left a friend in their time of need, and I'm not going to start today. Solus clenched Menadian's hand for a moment before stepping away and nodding to Lith. This is going to hurt. He closed his eyes, focusing on the darkest corner of his life force, where the sealed door to the void was. Lith forged a silvery key from the dread flames and used it to undo the seal. The door flung open, but this time Lith was ready. He ignited the endless stream of vengeful souls, turning them into blue flames. Not a stray soul went unchecked. The door kept ajar by Lith's will and limiting the blue flames to what he hoped he could control. The blue flames burned his life force on their way out, flaring up his mana, flesh, and blood alike. Lith grunted in pain as blue fire wreathed his body, but he refused to become the void demon dragon. Menadian, instead, was caught by surprise by the violence of the blue flames despite being forewarned. The hologram giving her human appearance shattered, revealing a black horned figure twisting with hate. Her body was covered in pitch-black scales, her fanged mouth curled up in an expression of malice. As she burned, Menadian grew stronger than she had ever been, but her mind slowly plunged into madness. She hungered for blood and retribution. Lotho and Fila now looked to her as the past council representatives who had tried to exploit her and entice Elfin. She wanted them dead so bad that it hurt. Then Menadian's eyes fell on her daughter, and the hate became unbearable. "Stupid little bitch," the demon hissed at Solus, incapable of holding her fury. "Your father, the only man I've ever loved, gave his life for you, and what did you do with it? You squandered your youth in vices and a petty revenge against your mourning mother. You treated me like shit, dragged my reputation through the mud, and for what? To play the victim and pretend you were the only one suffering. If not for you, I would still be alive. I would have gained the white core and lived long enough to bring Forgemastery to new heights and Magur to a golden age, but you took everything away from me. You wasted your life and then ended mine." "You don't," the real Menadian screamed inside her own mind until her voice overpowered the pain. "What the fuck is wrong with me? Effie was just a kid, and I was her mother. I was supposed to take care of her, and instead I neglected her for years while wallowing in self-pity. Her failures are born of my failures. I could have let her die that day. Effie didn't force me to do anything. I lost my life not because of her, but due to my own stupidity. I waited 700 years for the opportunity to talk to her again. I don't give a fuck who or what you are, blue flames, you won't take my daughter away from me." As Menadian's willpower steeled, her figure regained its composure. The blue flames burned brighter and stronger, but their power was now hers to command. "Good gods, this really hurts," she panted. "Everything burns, my mind, my sanity, my soul, everything, please be quick." She grabbed Lith's shoulder and the pain abated. Menadian's flames answered Lith's will and became tame. "It's not a party for me either," he replied, keeping the pain out of his voice. "Be ready, guys. Don't allow the blue flames to spread, but if you spot a pattern, let them burn." Lith placed his hand over the stone prison, and it burst into flames like gasoline. The blue flames ignited rocks, constructs, and adamant, making them burn until they vanished into thin air. Fasa screamed, but the blue flames burned his voice as well. The adamant vaporized, leaving the blue spores vulnerable. The blue cloud collapsed, leaving only one flaming lump of fungi and 5 tendrils. There was a limit to the distance. The spores could be left without the separation becoming painful or the spores losing their connection to the hive mind and reverting into common fungi. All parts of Faso's body were connected by mana and psychic pathways that the blue flames followed like a shark to its prey. The hordes took care of the spreading flames, snuffing them out as soon as Faso's life force faded. Lith waited in the cave for the main body to be purified. The blue flames burned at everything, but they attacked the madness first, as if they had a will of their own. Lith only had to stop them the moment the blackness was vanquished, or the blue flames would have burned the Yggdrasil's essence next. This was easy, too easy. Lith thought back at Esser's words as the two fragments merged into one. Dread flames took focus, discipline, and control. Blue flames just had to be let out. The final result was the same, but the conditions to achieve it couldn't have been more different. "Only because we helped you," Fila said, missing his point. "Without us, this place would have turned into a charred wasteland." That too, Lith sealed the door to the void again, and he and Menadian went back to normal. "How do you feel, Rifa?" "Terrible." She hugged Solus, smelling her scent and appreciating her warmth to restore Rifa's dwindling sanity. "It's better now. Don't you ever share that power with a demon you don't trust with your life, or you'll regret it." "Duly noted." Lith looked down at the fragment now had the shape and size of a crossbow dart. The good news is I can now tell the distance from the next fragment. It should be in the Empire. Find adventures at Empire. What's the bad news? Lotho sighed, bracing for impact. Chapter 3474, just different part 1. That the fragments won't be just in Garland. The saplings are spread throughout Magur, Lith replied. How good are your connections with the plant representatives of the other continents? Space. With each fragment they collected, the hunt became faster and easier. After gaining the third piece in the Empire, the coalesced essence of the world tree turned into a shining beam of light that provided Lith with almost pinpoint coordinates of all the fragments within its perception range. Lith could now choose his next target and plan ahead instead of blindly heading toward the closest fragments. Let's start from the Blood Desert. The rest will come easy, Lith said, and the others nodded. The fragments of the world tree wanted to be reunited. When Lith had met the holder of the third shard, the sapling had begged him to take it away. The fragment held knowledge the sapling had no use for and just brought them madness and anger. On top of that, the fragment itself pushed the sapling to let it go. A second practice session of dread flames made both parties happy. Once in the Blood Desert, Lith recruited Salark for the job. Think about it, Grandma. If the saplings put the knowledge they acquired from the world tree to bad use, they will mess up with your turf. Your phoenixes and people will suffer and die. If you come with me instead, we'll uproot the problem before it sprouts. Pun intended. Good point, she nodded. Let us be quick. I have to prepare a snack for charging in an hour. With all due respect, Overlord, how do we know you won't take the fruits of our work for yourself? Lotho asked right before realizing Salark had warped them straight to their destination. Easy, she shrugged. If I wanted to take anything from you, even your life, there would be nothing you could do to stop me. The coldness in her voice made the sap in his vines run cold. Rest easy, seedling. If I ever had a thirst for knowledge, I would just ask the old lizard. It's faster and safer. If a guardian like me were to merge with the world tree's essence, there's no telling what might happen. I could take on the responsibilities of the Yggdrasil bloodline, lose my status as a divine beast, and most of all, I would have to keep accumulating knowledge or the records about Magur's history would end. People like you might see the fragments as an opportunity, but to me, they are just more work and responsibilities. I have already enough on my plate and too little free time. Yours are wise words. Fila gave the Overlord a bow, dismissing the idea of bargaining with Lith for the fragments. Just the thought of becoming a beast-plant hybrid gave her the creeps. You must be proud of your grandson. Which one? Salark cocked her head in a bird-like manner. I was talking about Lith, of course. The behemoth nodded at him. Today I had the honor of witnessing high-tier void magic. It's an amazing discipline. Fila was fawning over the Guardian, but was also telling the truth. Having no idea what domination was, Fila believed void magic could snatch control of an enemy spell. It is, Salark sighed. Too bad he's sharing it with fake mages first. I don't get why Lith is so shy. He should be proud of his work. I bet he didn't even show you this. The Overlord conjured a small flame floating over her index finger. Then she split the fire into heat and light, switching them both. A blot of darkness and a frozen droplet of water replaced the fire, leaving the council members flabbergasted. Discover more content at Empire. 2 elements from one spell? Lotho asked. Lith taught me that all elements are connected through the world energy, Salark nodded. I can't wait for the day he'll bring his void magic to completion. Lith nodded to her in acknowledgement of her praise, and the practical demonstration the Overlord had given him of what he had only theorized yet. If you have already learned the basics, why haven't you developed all tiers of void magic on your own, Overlord? Lotho pondered. I'm not a thief, and again, I have too much on my plate already, seedling. Salark furrowed her brows, not liking the suggestion one bit. Now shut up and move. Lotho wanted to ask her who Sharjin was, but the Guardian's glare brooked no discussion. Have you seen that? Solus asked in amazement. Grandma confirmed what we suspected. It is really possible to generate multiple elements with void magic. It opens the possibility of weaving 3 elemental tier 5 spells. I sure did, Lith inwardly nodded. We could call it lesser tower tier spells, but I think it's best to leave that for later. Our priority is completing tier 5 magic. After that, we'd better develop 3 elemental spells as a different branch of void magic. The discipline is already complex as it is. Adding lesser tower tier spells would make it a nightmare for any 4th-year student. Solus and Lith put their excitement aside and focused on the task at hand. With the presence of Salark, no world sapling dared refuse to let go of their fragment. No matter what race one belonged, if they lived in the Blood Desert, the Overlord's word was law. On top of that, after collecting the fifth fragment, the saplings couldn't hold on to the shards of world tree essence even if they wanted. The purified collected essence exerted such a strong pull that the fragments abandoned their current host of their own will. Lith had no need to use body sculpting anymore, only to purify the memories and madness from the late world tree plaguing the fragments before merging them with the others. This was quick. Zorith checked her watch, and scouring the desert had taken them way less than an hour. What's our next stop? That way. Lith opened his hand, and the light pointed towards the open ocean. Zima, Fila looked at him in confusion. Why not collecting the fragments on Garland first? Because the Guardians here are on my side, Lith replied. I don't know the Guardians of the other continents, and I don't want to risk them or the local councils getting greedy once I'm close finishing the job. You don't have to worry about Verendi either, little brother, Zorith said. Their Guardians won't dare stand against the organization. Salark frowned but said nothing, making Lith, Fila, and Lotho understand how powerful the Eldritches had become. Let me give you a hand, then. A wave of the Overlord's hand warped the group to the borders of her turf, hundreds of kilometers in open waters. Get on my back. Zorith shapeshifted into her shadow dragon form. There's no speed like dragon speed. Space. Crossing the ocean took them a bit more than 2 hours, thanks to dragon speed and warp steps. The first differences between Garland and Zima that Lith noticed were the humid climate and lush vegetation. He had no time or inclination to tour the continent, but it was clear that less than half of Zima had been colonized by humans. Cities were sparse and isolated, but much bigger than those he had seen in Garland. Chapter 3475, just different Part 2. Zima's cities had high walls but no castles, with the various districts of each fortress separated by internal walls. Countless small villages surrounded a city, but from so high in the sky all Lith could tell was that the further from the safety of the fortified walls a town was, the poorer its inhabitants were. How close are we to our target? Zorith asked. I'd rather avoid human settlements. If someone recognizes me, we'll have the entire Zima Council on our heels. I have a terrible reputation here. Sadly, it's well-deserved. You've been to Zima? Solus asked. I'm over 1,000 years old, Solus. Zorith said it like an admission of guilt. There are few places I've not been. I would love to tell you I came here searching for a cure to my condition, but it would be a lie. Back then, I was a bloodthirsty monster on the run. Those who chased after me had a very good reason for it, and sometimes I wish I failed to shake them off. She remained silent after that, and Solus didn't pry further. We are very close. Lith opened his hand just enough to let the light shine through his fingers, 1/2 kilometer to the south. Zorith followed the light and brought the group to their destination with a single flap of her wings. It was a hill covered with grass and a single gnarled tree growing on its top. Several small birds and animals sat there, huddled around a lonely figure. Well, that's unexpected. Xenogrosh took a good look at the scene with her dragon eyes and used the skull of Bitra to make sure there were no traps waiting for them on the ground. She let the others off her back and shape-shifted into her human form before slowly descending from the sky and to the top of the hill. I knew this day would come, but I didn't expect it to be so soon nor that there would be so many of you. The voice sounded human and was produced by vocal cords, not air magic. Continue reading at Empire. I'm sad my travels have come to an end, but seeing different fragments working together gives me hope we can resolve this without violence. Maybe I can convince you to let me free until you find the rest of our siblings. I beg your pardon. Lith was relieved hearing Tyrus' universal language and confused by the rest. You were expecting me. Not you specifically, brother. The voice belonged to a youth with closed, cropped black hair who looked like a teenager, no longer a child but still too young to be a man. I was expecting someone would come to collect my fragment. I know that the Yggdrasil bloodline can't remain scattered for long, but knowing how lazy we are, how reluctant us saplings are to move, I hoped I could buy myself at least a few years, if not decades. After all, without a world tree, there are no chroniclers, and without chroniclers, I assumed it would have taken you a long time to track me down if I kept moving. I guess I was wrong. The youth stood up and turned around to face his guests. He was wearing a loose cotton tunic dirty at the edges where it brushed against the ground. The sapling had chosen the form of a young man with almond-shaped eyes and a pale skin with a golden hue. Wait a second, you are not saplings. His eyes burned with mana from life vision. "What are you doing here, and what have you done to my brethren? They would never let go of the essence of the world tree without a fight." The human skin turned into brown bark veined with green, while the sapling's arms turned into tendrils that whipped the air while conjuring spells in the form of shining spheres. "Calm down, we didn't come here to fight." Olaja stepped forward. "I'm Olaja Eventide, former chronicler candidate. I was entrusted by the sapling named Esser to remove their fragment and collect the others." "Former chronicler, and just a candidate at that." The sapling frowned, conjuring more spells but keeping them steady. "It means you either failed or decided you didn't care enough to dedicate your life to the Yggdrasil." "I admit I dropped out, but that doesn't make my words any less true," the elf replied. "Hard to believe with all the Yggdrasil would your companions wear. There is no way a world tree would give away so much willingly," the saplings replied. "I also admit most of the Yggdrasil would you see was taken by force, but with the history of madness of your kind, is it also hard to believe they deserved it?" Olaja asked. "I gave up on becoming a chronicler because I refused to be a puppet for the tree's cruel machinations." "Point taken." The sapling studied his guests for a while before dispelling his magic and returning to human appearance. "You still haven't answered my questions, though. Also, why is one of you hiding behind the treant? What is he ashamed of?" "As you imagined, we've come here to collect your fragment." Olaja gave the sapling a small bow. "Also, you are only partially right about the other saplings. Only a few fought us. Most of them were happy to get rid of the shard of world tree's essence plaguing their mind. As for why Lith waited for us to clear the misunderstanding before introducing himself, it was not to scare you." The name was unfamiliar, but the sapling still twitched in instinctive fear. When Lotho moved to the side, revealing Lith's presence, the sapling's bright violet aura burst out with such violence that the birds took flight, and the animals ran away in fright. "You?" "Me." Lith opened his hand just enough to let out the light of the collected fragments. He could feel them calling upon the youth's shard, their burning desire to be whole again. Yet there was no reply from the other side and no reaction but a thin smile. "You've purified them," the sapling said with honest glee. "They are at peace now. What the elf said was true then. I can trust you." "My name is Olaja, and you are?" she asked. "I'm sorry. Between my fragment and my prolonged isolation, I've forgotten my manners. You can call me Zaffin." The sapling gave them a deep bow and invited them to sit down. "There's something wrong with you." Lith had studied his mark with the eyes and ears the whole time. "The other saplings were terrified of me. They were also either tormented by the knowledge of their fragment or eager to exploit it to their ends. I can't feel any of that coming from you." "Not wrong, Verhin, just different." Zaffin shook his head. "As you know, each fragment is unique and there are no two alike. Mine contains little knowledge regarding magic and much about Magur. The day the world tree died, I inherited their wonder and that of all their predecessors about the marvels of our planet. I learned about all the places the past trees wanted to visit and the things they dreamed to do." Chapter 3476, Present Without Future, Part 1. The sapling waved at the scenic view of the hill. From there, one could look at the sky, with nothing blocking their view until the horizon, or at the valley below, where a snaked river crossed the land in twists and turns. "I am afraid of you, Verhin. I remember your blade and the excruciating agony you inflicted upon the tree. Yet I'm also filled with joy and curiosity, two powerful emotions that have allowed me to keep the madness and trauma at bay. You have nothing to fear from me because what I know makes me a wonderful tour guide, not a threat." "How are you resisting the call of the other fragments?" Lotho asked. "As I said, I'm different," Zaffin replied. "My fragment contains the yearning for freedom the world tree bloodline has suppressed for countless millennia and has no desire to be chained and ignored again. The essence Verhin holds wants to settle down, call the elves to themselves, and resume their task of collecting knowledge with the help of the chroniclers. My fragment, instead, wants to travel, to be more than a dusty, living library. Let me guess, you don't want the mantle of the Yggdrasil." Lith extended his ajar hand, and the sapling closed it until no light came out anymore. "You're right, I don't. It would be torture for me." Olaja recognized the look in the sapling's eyes. The look of someone who wanted to be part of something greater but, at the same time, craved freedom and didn't want to be chained by duty. It was a feeling she had experienced during the centuries she had spent as a chronicler candidate. Yet unlike her, Zaffin couldn't walk away. Once the fragment was removed, he would lose his memories and go back to being a sapling. In due time, he would grow big enough to be a city for the Fae, a haven for the plant folk, and a prisoner of his own making. Then I won't impose this burden on you, Lith replied. Yet I still need to take your fragment. Wait, Elijah stepped between them. I've looked at him with soul vision and I can tell you Zaphon is sincere. His fragment holds no useful knowledge. There is no reason to take it away. You could purify him to make sure the madness of the previous tree doesn't corrupt him and let him be. We can come back after collecting the rest of the fragments or let him out of this. What point is there giving the next Yggdrasil dreams they can never follow? Maybe without Zaphon's fragment, the next world tree won't fall into madness because they won't care about exploring Magur, and their role as keeper of secrets won't burden them so much. I'm sorry, child. The sapling moved past her and offered his hand to Lith. I appreciate your kindness, but you got it all wrong. Without my fragment, the next world tree will go insane in a matter of years. Without the love I feel for Magur and the wonder for discovery, the Yggdrasil would consider their repository of knowledge not as a treasure, but as a weapon. They would seek a new purpose to fulfill their existence without a care for the civilizations they destroy. My fragment is the reason the world trees never dared to abuse their knowledge or leave their fringe. They cared too much for the elves and every other living being to endanger innocent lives. The Yggdrasil never intervened in conflicts not because they were indifferent to the suffering of those they observed, but because they knew they would only make things worse. Outside the fringe, the world tree's power is limited. To stop a war or defeat someone like Thrud, the Yggdrasil would have been forced to resort to forbidden magic and pay its bloody price. Once the world tree started doing the wrong thing for the right reason, there would have been no stopping them. The actions of the Yggdrasil would have changed Magur's history, and their success would have only prompted them to intervene more and more often, becoming a shadow tyrant until the Guardians intervened to stop the tree. Experience tales at Empire. If it's not the craving for freedom that drives a world tree insane, what does? Solus asked. The same thing that drives white cores undead and abominations insane, the inability to reproduce, Zaphon replied. As silly as it may sound to someone as young as you, children are important. Without them, someone like the Yggdrasil has eternity but no future. They are safe and powerful, but the passing of time only makes things boring since nothing can affect them. Once you experience everything and there's no serious consequence to your actions, life loses its meaning. You start pushing the boundaries of your own morality just to feel something, and once you get used to it, you have to push even further. Soon you have no boundaries to cross and turn into a monster without even realizing it. The sapling stared at Zorith, who wrung her hands and nodded. He's right. Until I met the Master, I thought my life would have been an eternal cycle of fighting and feeding for survival. I was strong, but my strength had no purpose. I was immortal, but I had no direction. I wasn't a person anymore, I just existed. Every day was identical to the one before, and I knew the next would be just the same. Everything changed when the Master offered me a second chance at life. I finally had purpose and companionship. The present was no longer my prison, and I had a future to look forward. I've lived more in one day with the Master than in the 1,000 years after I became an abomination. Lith pondered her words, finding them as scary as they were true. I too was powerful and had centuries of life ahead of me despite my cracked life force. Yet I was unwilling to change until Elijah was born. That day, I realized that my life wasn't just mine anymore. That everything I would have done from that day onwards would have rippled into my daughter's life, and shaped it into a future that I had no qualms about inflicting upon myself, but would never let befall her. Elijah deserved better, so I became better. It's not just that, Zaphon continued. A world sapling just like a human, an elf, a treant, and a behemoth knows kinship. Magur is filled with people like you. A world tree is eternally alone. There is no one like them, no one who can truly understand them. Verhin and Xenagrosh know what I'm talking about, but while he now has his daughter and Xenagrosh has recovered her draconic nature, there will always be only one world tree. Imagine how you would feel being like that since the time of the first awakened, to see Magur change while you remain the same, trapped in the same place. Imagine knowing that you'll have no child, teach nothing to no one, and leave no legacy worth remembering. A Yggdrasil isn't even allowed to pass down their feelings, only their knowledge is inherited by the next generation. But for that, you don't need a heart or a soul, just a book. Chapter 30-477, Present Without Future, Part 2. Each world tree lives knowing they are cursed to be alone, and no one will remember them, Zaphon said. Without my fragment, the next world tree will become bitter and resentful soon after they inherit the mantle and realize what awaits them. The next Yggdrasil will try to break out their prison, or, if that proves to be impossible, to make everyone as miserable as them. Read latest stories on Empire. The sapling extended his hand with his palm open to Lith, but Elijah stopped him again. Wait, there's something you don't know. Once the fragment is gone, you'll lose your memory of everything that happened since you received it. You would forget about having this conversation, every place you visited, and every person you've met. Destiny is truly cruel, Zaffin laughed bitterly. It seems I can't escape the fate of the World Tree, but it's a small price to pay. I can only hope that some echo of my travels will remain. Maybe I'll see it in my dreams and find the motivation to leave my home and start traveling again. Losing my memory also means I'd have the rare chance of trying something for the first time a second time. You don't need hope. Lotho extended a bundle of his vines. Use a mind link and the communion between Fae to leave a message to yourself. Once the fragment has been removed, I'll give the message to you. It's a good idea, but I'd rather leave it to Elijah, brother, the sapling said. There's no telling how the fragment might affect a fellow Fae and no reason to risk discovering it. A fair point, the plant representative nodded. Before meeting you, I always envied the World Tree and considered them foolish for being unable to resist the madness. Now I can see that what I considered a blessing is a curse and vice versa. Glad to be of help, Zaffin held the elf's hand, trying his best to be concise. There was only so much a brain could handle, and he had to be sure his future amnesiac self wouldn't doubt the origin and sincerity of those memories. He entrusted her with feelings he had always kept for himself, and a tiny, personal, embarrassing secret. I'm ready, the sapling let go of Elijah and looked at Lith. Without Zaffin's will holding it back, the fragment was unable to resist the call and left his life force. Lith was still purifying the new fragment when the sapling started looking around in utter confusion. Who are you? Why am I in this ridiculous form? What happened to my home? What are we doing here? Zaffin recognized none of the people staring at him. Yet he could see with life vision that if the strangers wanted to harm him, they would have already killed or restrained him with ease. The mysterious dragon was strong enough to kill him by herself, while the others would have needed to join their forces. It's a long story, brother, but I can explain it to you. Lotho extended his vines, and the sapling accepted them without hesitation. I need to understand what has gotten into me to make me leave the safety of my home, he thought. If I was kidnapped or used in a forbidden magic ritual, I must learn how to keep it from happening. The plant representative started the mind link from the death of the World Tree, skipped everything until the moment Lith had asked for Lotho's help, and left out nothing past that point. This must be a fucking joke. Zaffin rejected the vines with such violence that the sudden break of the communion stunned Lotho. Over 2 months. Do you really expect me to believe I was in a mystical trance with a fragment of the World Tree and played tourist for 2 months? Lith recognized a fellow paranoid when he saw one and acted accordingly. You don't have to believe us, believe yourself, he said. Feel free to check your calendar if you have one or call any of your friends. Excellent idea. The sapling took his communication amulet out of his dimensional storage and found it flooded with worried messages and missed calls. I can't believe I wasted over 2 months of my life and have no memory of it, he said after listening to the messages and calling his best friend to confirm the current date. You wasted nothing, Elijah shook her head. Quite the contrary, you have left me a message for yourself. Do you want to hear it? Zaffin looked at the elf like she was crazy, but, as the many revelations he had received in the past few minutes sunk in, he realized that one more piece of crazy news would make little difference. Elijah passed on to the sapling his own passcodes and many details no one else could know. Then, she shared with him the joy and amazement Zaffin's past self had chosen as his message. There were no words in it, just a collection of images of people, places, and adventures. The sapling recognized none of them, but the visions stirred feelings he didn't know to have. Somehow, every one of those moments he had never lived was precious to him. He could feel them scratching at the back of his skull, but no matter how hard he tried, he could only recollect bits and fragments. Are you all right? Elijah's voice snapped him out of his reverie. Yes, why do you ask? Zaffin felt something on his face that turned out to be tears. Oh, that's why. Well, since we'll never meet again, I'll say it. You were much nicer when possessed by the fragment, Lith said. You are the first one that I regret splitting from the essence of the World Tree. Lith, Solus rebuked him. Zaffin is still shocked and confused. What's your excuse? Your friend is a rude jerk, but he has a point, the sapling said while checking his appearance and clothes. A few minutes ago, I was a better person. I want to be that person again, so I have to start my journey from the beginning again. Before that, however, I'd like to help you. Allow me to accompany you, and I'll make sure you won't have trouble with Zima's council. I can also vouch for you to the other Fae." "Are you sure?" Lotho asked. "If someone discovers you are helping foreigners take the power of the World Tree away from Zima, you'll be the one in trouble." "I'm sure," Zaffin nodded. "You need a local guide, and I have to start my journey somewhere. Everybody wins. Also, I'm not taking the World Tree away, I'm protecting Zima from their madness." "From what I've seen in your memories, Lotho, those fragments can't be left unchecked. It's only a matter of time before a member of my brethren understands what happened and tries to collect them. Merging unpurified fragments together would bring back the worst of the World Tree and trigger a war between Zima and Giera. After the plague, the relationship between the two continents is awful. If not for the monster infestation and the lost cities roaming free, Zima would have already invaded Giera." Chapter 3478, One Mistake, Part 1. "The knowledge contained in the fragments is more than enough to break the precarious peace," Zaffin said. "Zima would easily win the war, but then it would be ravaged by the mad World Tree and end up like Giera, if not even worse." "Thanks," Olaja gave him a deep bow. "We gladly accept your offer." Space. With Zaffin's help, it was just a matter of days before Lith collected all the fragments in Zima. He returned home only for lunch, dinner, and tucking the children in. The mission was important, but not as much as reassuring Elijah and Valoran. Giera's transoceanic gates made transportation between Garland and Zima relatively quick, and nobody at the outposts asked Lith questions. Then he moved to Giera, and Zaffin kept following him. Phila insisted on informing the local council, but withhold the information about how many fragments they had already collected, and that Lith had purified them. "Of course we are going to help you," Giera's plant representative groaned. "We heard all about the most recent crazy World Tree, and the last thing Giera needs is a new catastrophe. No offense, but when you are done, feel free to choose any sapling in Garland you want as the next tree. Your continent has already proven it can deal with a deranged Yggdrasil, and we trust you can do it again." "None taken," Lotho lied through his vines. "What a moldy piece of wood," he cursed right after hanging up. "He just wants to drop the problem on us. Good call, Phila." With the help of the local council, the mission in Giera ended faster than in Zima. Lith had to use the blue flames only a handful of times, and only when the populace of a sapling asked him to. Most saplings were happy to give up on their fragment of the World Tree's essence. The madness in them slowly twisted their minds and bodies. Every day they spent resisting its allure was agony. As for the Guardians, the light of the Yggdrasil's essence had become strong enough to draw their attention, but they didn't interfere with Lith's mission. Not for a lack of wanting, mind you. Feniger was the one who had it worse after facing the Eldritches, and even though he burned with desire for revenge, his body had yet to heal. With his powers diminished and Xenogrosh's ability to call for backup, he had to let them go. Roghar had mostly recovered, and he craved knowledge the most. When Lith and Zorath crossed into his territory while holding the purified World Tree's essence, the Wolf Guardian went this close to ambushing them. "Can I?" he asked Zagran before taking action. He was still weakened, and if this was another trap laid by the Eldritches, Roghar knew he could only rely on the Garuda to be rescued again. "By all means, but if something happens to you, this time you are on your own," Zagran growled. "Be it Tyrus or the Eldritches that turn you into a rug, I won't save your ass." Salark had informed Zagran of the mission right after Lith had left the Blood Desert. The Overlord had asked nothing of the Lord of Might, just given her a friendly heads-up. Zagran had made the decision to let Lith go on her own. She knew Magur needed a World Tree, but wasn't sure if Giera was the best choice. "Fine," Roghar whined, looking with longing at his surveillance array one last time. "I could learn so many things by studying those two living dead, so many answers I could find by cracking the Yggdrasil's essence open. Just as many I could learn by cracking your skull open." Zagran ignored his plea and hung up the call. "That was rude," the Fenrir sighed. "I already said fine." He turned off the array and focused on his recovery. Space. Next came Verendi. Zaffin had no intention of following them on Garland, so he bid them goodbye and returned to Zima to start his journey anew. After crossing the ocean, Zorath dropped Lotho and Phila as well. "You have no authority in Verendi, and the less you know about the organization's business, the less we'll have to argue," she said. "I don't like this, but if this is your choice, Lith, I'll respect it." Fila said, and Lith nodded for her to leave. If you need help solving an issue with the local council, you know how to reach me. I wish you luck. Lotho was tempted to summon an army of Fae and take the Yggdrasil's essence for himself, but he knew the risk such power entailed and had not forgotten his meeting with Esser. They may be just a sapling, but their disdain of the council matches that of all the world trees I've met. They are supposed to be the wisest beings on Magur, so I'd better trust their judgment. The awakened council of Verendi was now led by young awakened who were still trying to establish alliances and split the territories between them. Many new factions had arisen, and with the previous power balance gone, old and new scores ended up being settled in blood. The organization's invasion to retrieve the mouth of Menadian had caused the death of most of the oldest and most powerful awakened of Verendi, even ending entire bloodlines. The few who were left had no interest in provoking the organization, and risking the Eldritches decided to finish the job. As for the Guardians, they had a tough decision on their hands. It's been a while since a Yggdrasil has taken root in Verendi, Ashfur the Myrmidon said. We could use their wisdom to find a way to put an end to the endless wars of our continent and maybe find a way to counter those accursed abominations. After Ilza's defeat at the organization's hands, the news of Tezca's fight with Salark and the almost capture of 2 of Giera's Guardians made Ashfur wary. Before making a move, he wanted to make sure the 3 Guardians of Verendi were on the same page. Or it could make things much worse, Iorka the Sleipnir replied. The last 2 world trees caused nothing but trouble and Verendi is already on its knees. The last thing we need is another threat to the balance. Do what you want, I'm out of this. Ilza turned around the moment she identified the travelers. What, why? Ashfur asked in surprise. That's Lith Verhin, Tyrus' favorite. The Guardian of Life replied, fanning the flames of misunderstanding. Favorite how? Iorka narrowed his eyes. I got beaten by her because I messed with an issue regarding his children, the Bastet said. Children she's raising as her own. On top of that, I'm indebted to Tyrus for healing me. I have no desire to receive a second visit from her and have the grace she bestowed upon me taken away. I've suffered enough, and if something were to happen to us, there would be no one to stop the organization. Ilza broke the mind link, and her figure disappeared. What about you, Iorka? Ashfur would have preferred moving in full force, but there was little 2 Guardians couldn't achieve on their turf. Chapter 3479, One Mistake, Part 2. I'm out too, the Sleipnir shook his head. We've both seen Tyrus beating Ilza to a pulp, and I was there when she banished Roghar from Garland. Back then I was under her tutelage, learning how to handle my guardian powers when it happened. And Ashfur asked with curiosity. And it wasn't a fight, it was a massacre. Iorka shuddered at the memory. If not for the fringe enveloping them, each of Tyrus' fists would have shattered mountains and leveled cities. If Ilza is right, the next time I see those fists they will be aimed at us, so no thanks. Space. Blood desert at the same time. While Lith and the others collected the Yggdrasil's fragments in Verendi without encountering any resistance, Scarlet, the Sekhmet, performed the final test of her apprenticeship under Salark. Or rather, under Blood Magus Ilium Balker. The Overlord had paid Scarlet little attention during her stay, coming to observe her progress from time to time and giving the occasional advice. Balker had taught the young Guardian everything he had learned from Salark, and the Sekhmet built on it. Show me what you can do, Cat, the Overlord said. She had come to supervise the final test and observe the progress of her protege. With pleasure. Scarlet conjured a Forgemastering circle with a wave of her paw, filling it with world energy in an instant. The entire room crackled with power. The simple gesture released so much raw mana that the concentric set of arrays could barely contain it. A bolt of silver lightning empowered the magic circle, stabilizing it, while another increased the Sekhmet's abilities tenfold. She had a Davros battle claw float in midair as she weaved together dozens of pseudo-cores into a power core. Scarlet spoke words of power, and the corresponding runes appeared on the claw one after the other, until the silver of the metal was almost eclipsed by the blue light of the runes. The infusion process was flawless. The power core encountered no resistance and needed no fixing, maintaining a perfectly spherical form until its last bit disappeared inside the Davros. Well, what do you think? Scarlet wiped the sweat running down her forehead while trying the battle claw on her right paw. It's a masterpiece, even if I have to say it myself. It holds the full power I possess while using Life Maelstrom. Even a Guardian should be wary of it. The mere swing of the guardian weapon put the barrier enveloping Salark's palace under great strain. Your next read awaits at Empire. Scarlet wasn't infusing it with mana nor activating its enchantments, yet the arrays became visible to the naked eye, and the wind pressure almost blew Balker off his feet. It's indeed a masterpiece, Salark nodded. For an awakened, for a guardian, however, this is a piece of crap. The Overlord beckoned, and the battle claw flew into her delicate hand. She clenched her fist, and the Davros crumpled under the pressure like paper. Scarlet was shocked, outraged, and utterly humiliated. Shocked because Salark had used no power, just her physical strength while in a non-combat form. Outraged because the Sekhmet had given her all for that piece, and utterly humiliated because she couldn't argue with the results. What did I do wrong? Scarlet lowered her head in shame. I've followed all of Balker's lessons and mastered his techniques. That battle claw is the result of my studies under him. Why did I fail? Only a bad artisan blames her tools, or in your case, their products. Salark released her grip, and the Davros fixed itself. If it is of any consolation, Cat, you made only one mistake. Only one, the Sekhmet was flabbergasted. Yes, Salark nodded, but one you carried over your entire apprenticeship, leading to this lackluster performance. If you noticed it from the start, why didn't you correct me? Scarlet snarled. How could I give you space for improvement if I pointed out mistakes you failed to notice? How could I put your talent and intuition to the test if I gave you the answers to questions you weren't even asking yourself? Salark said, leaving Scarlet speechless. You are a guardian now, Cat. Once you are out of here, the slightest lapse of judgment will bear terrible consequences, and you can't expect me to come fix your messes for you. I've let you repeat the same mistake over and over to see if you realized your shortcomings, to test your ability to reflect and learn on your own, a test that you've failed. If I suck so much, why did you leave me in Balker's hands? The Sekhmet sighed. He's a good teacher, but he failed to nurture me properly, and now I have to start my apprenticeship from scratch. Balker is one of the most talented individuals I've ever met, Cat, Salark replied. Just by observing me a few times, he has learned more than most of my children have done in millennia. I've entrusted you to him because he is more talented than you were as a Scorpicor and possesses the spark of guardian magic. A spark he can't develop, but that you were supposed to notice. Balker and Scarlet stood with their mouths open, having no idea what the Overlord was talking about. Also, don't worry, Salark said. Your apprenticeship with me is over. I'll give you one final lesson and then you can move on. Both of you watch closely. A flick of her index finger dismantled the battle claw into Davros, elemental crystals, runes, and power core. The Overlord preserved the essence of the ingredients Scarlet had consumed and dispelled the rest. Life Maelstrom, if you please, Salark asked, and the Sekhmet handed her mentor the same amount of silver lightning she had used to forge-master the battle claw. The Overlord absorbed it inside her body, making it crackle with thunder. Here's your mistake, Scarlet the Sekhmet. You are not aligned with nature anymore. You are a force of nature. The world energy erupted from the geyser below the palace and flooded the battle claw without the need for any circle. Soon sparks appeared around the metal, as it could barely contain the world energy. You are not a mage anymore. You are magic. A second pillar of energy, this time comprised of pure mana, burst out of Salark's body, matching the world energy. Her will shaped the mana into runes that coated the Davros with a thick writing and formed a vortex of pseudo-cores that swallowed the essence of the ingredients. There were no steps or phases. Everything happened at the same time. The elemental crystals bonded with the metal as the runes appeared on its surface, shaping the mana circulatory system of the battle claw without any distortion. Salark brought the nascent power core in front of her and poured the life maelstrom into it. Yet instead of infusing the silver lightning into the runes, she shaped it into new runes that became an integral part of the power core. The silvery runes latched on those on the surface of the battle claw, forming arches of electricity. The metal was drawn to the power core as if it was a powerful magnet. Chapter 3480, Absolute Power Part 1. The two key pieces of the forge-mastering process welcomed each other like lovers, craving to become one. There was no resistance, no imperfection arose, and no intervention from Salark was needed. Once the fusion was completed, the Overlord clenched her fist and sealed the power core with a slightly bigger sphere that was actually comprised of countless mana pathways. See it for yourself. Salark handed the reborn battle claw to the Sekhmet. Your life maelstrom isn't just meant to kick your power up a few notches, but to become an integral part of your forge-mastered creations. Whoever uses that weapon can now boost its powers tenfold at will thanks to the life maelstrom I've trapped within it. The mana pathways keep the silver lightning from leaking out, and with time and world energy, the elemental crystals can restore the consumed life maelstrom to its initial amount. This is amazing. Scarlet could now tell the difference between an awakened masterpiece and Guardian-level equipment. Even without testing the battle claw, she could tell that a mere swing of her weapon would tear the palace's walls apart and endanger the inhabitants of the heavenly plume tribe. Can I really conjure something like that for my Forja mastery? Balker asked in amazement. Just a spark, but yes, Salark shook her head. Your body is battered and your life force is running out. Even if you were to discover how to do it, I wouldn't recommend it. You are immortal and far from your prime. Your cracked life force can't handle this kind of energy without exploding. You need to restore your body and build yourself a tower. Then, you might use the equivalent of a candle's flame. If a Magus like me is a candle even after obtaining a mage tower, what are you, my liege? A raging volcano, Salark replied. Wait, that's it? Scarlet was flabbergasted. One lesson and you send me away. What about creation magic? You taught it to both Balker and Lith. Don't be greedy, cat, the overlord scoffed. You are a guardian now and have infinite life, whereas they can't afford the luxury of time. You have learned light mastery and figured out one branch of void magic on your own. You are the youngest guardian ever. I trust you to learn creation magic just like Yaga and I did by yourself. If you don't, that's too bad. Bye. A snap of Salark's fingers brought Scarlet and her battle claw to Lucia. Inside the nursery in Lith's house, to be precise. Welcome, dear Scarlet, and congratulations. Tyrus welcomed the Sekhmet by handing her Valoran II. I didn't expect you so soon, but you come at the right moment. I can use some help. Judging by the baby boy's stern look, Valoran was more suspicious than impressed by the sudden appearance of the newcomer. Judging by the stench, he also needed a fresh diaper. What is this? Why am I here? Scarlet asked in confusion when she found herself in human form against her will and with no magical power. This is a person, Tyrus glared at the Sekhmet. Valoran II, this is Scarlet, a grumpy but well-meaning guardian. Scarlet, this is Valoran, my grandchild. Hi, the baby boy waved his small hand. Nice to meet you too, little one, Scarlet sighed as she unfolded the cloth diaper. As for your second question, this is part of your training, Tyrus said while taking care of Elijah. Then we can move on to the next phase, Lady Tyrus. With all due respect, I've raised plenty of children. This is nothing new to me. Scarlet wasn't used to cloth diapers, but she was a quick learner. After watching the Great Mother changing Elijah, the Sekhmet was able to do the same for Valoran. You couldn't be more wrong. Tyrus shook her head, her hair sparkling like a golden waterfall under the morning sunlight. You have raised plenty of children as a cat, a shife, and a scorpicore, but none as a guardian. What difference does it make? Scarlet had to use a wet wipe to clean the baby and abundant hot water and soap for herself. Think about it, Tyrus replied. Ligon taught you how to control your powers, Feniger how to discover the secrets of your bloodline, Roghar how to use them. Zagran taught how to fight and Salark how to forge a master with them. What's left for you to learn that I can teach you? Scarlet pondered the question for a while, but found no answer. I don't know, she shrugged. If it were up to me, I'd build myself a state-of-the-art Guardian-level lab and then shut myself in it until I've mastered Salark's final lesson. After that, I'd go visit Zagran for a few spars, and that's it. And that's why you are here instead, Tyrus nodded. I'm sorry, but you lost me, Scarlet felt stupid. I can almost hear Salark imparting her famous final lesson to you. Tyrus chuckled before making her best impression of the Overlord's stern, thundering voice. You are not part of nature anymore. You are a force of nature. You are not a mage anymore. You are magic. Did I say that right? Down to a T, Scarlet couldn't help but chuckle as well. The contrast between the two women was literally like night and day. Does she always use those exact same words? Always, Tyrus replied. What Salark always fails to add, however, is that beneath that force of nature and magic, there's still Scarlet the Scorpicore. You are more than your powers. You are a person. And Scarlet tilted her head in confusion. And a newborn guardian tends to lose themselves in their newfound powers, to mistake what they can do with who they are, Tyrus said. Give it enough time, and you might even forget about the reasons you chose to become a guardian in the first place. You've come to me not to learn something new, but to remember something you have learned a long time ago, who you are. I'm going to make sure your status as a guardian doesn't muddy your morals and beliefs. You have learned how to control your powers, but you'll soon discover that controlling yourself and your ego has become much more difficult than it ever was. And how could it be any different, now that you can read into people's hearts? Now that you can listen to their wishes and the cries of help of those in need? How can someone capable of changing the world around them with a mere thought not be tempted to use their powers for what they believe to be the greater good? Scarlet pondered those words and Tyrus let them sink in, waiting until the Sekhmet nodded her to continue before resuming to talk. I've taken your powers away for the same reason you are going to help me with the children. After over 2 years of isolation, I want you to reconnect with your old self, the Scarlet who loved children so much that she sacrificed everything she was for them. Find adventures on Empire. We need to dig her out of that guardian shell before the power of the Sekhmet smothers hers. Chapter 3481, Absolute Power Part 2. The old Scarlet is going to remind you that even the weakest of humans can deny your wishes just by saying no. That despite all your power and knowledge, you have no right to force others to think and live the way you see fit. Dealing with children is the perfect way to get ready for your new life. You'll deal every day with stubborn people who have no idea what they are doing yet refuse to change their ways, no matter how dumb their mistakes are or how hurt they get. They'll cry, whine, and beg you to give you things that would harm them while ignoring what they already have and should treasure. People who won't do something just because you say so, and most of the time, it's because they simply don't understand what you are saying. Are we still talking about children? Scarlet looked at Valorin, who giggled and nodded at her as a thank you. Let us be honest. Almost everyone who's not a guardian will look like a child to you. They are ignorant, short-sighted, and seek immediate reward with no care for long-term consequences, Tyrus replied. So, yes, we are talking about children. In other words, you are going to teach me humility, Scarlet sighed. Space. After Verendi, collecting the fragments of the World Tree in the Gorgon Empire and the Griffin Kingdom was a breeze. Phila and Lotho had already prepared the field, and the essence in Lith's possession had grown to the point the saplings had no voice in the matter. The fragments wanted to be whole again, and even the strongest willpower could only slow them down once they started to leave. Even when that happened, a punch or two was enough to seal the deal. Much to Lith's surprise, as he collected the final fragments, the light grew brighter but smaller. Once he was done, the essence of the World Tree turned into a life-sized golden acorn. I can't believe something so powerful can be contained inside something so small, Lith said in surprise. I would have said the same before Elijah was born. Now it's kind of obvious to me, Solus chuckled. Thank you for bringing me along. Elijah gave Lith a deep bow. Let me know whether you decide to plant it or destroy it. My people deserve to know the truth instead of wallowing in false hope. That's supposed to be my line. Lith checked there was no trace of the old tree's madness one last time and handed the acorn to Elijah. Just allow me to give you an unsolicited piece of advice. I don't care what the guardians say. Zima seems wonderful this time of the year. Are you sure? Elijah held the acorn with both hands, chuckling at the not-so-obvious suggestion to pick the farthest sapling from the kingdom as possible. I mean, this is a huge responsibility. And that's why I can't be the one shouldering it, Lith replied. I hate the World Tree. If it were up to me, I'd see them burn to the end of time, yet I know how important this is for your people and Magur itself. While we traveled together, I met plenty of saplings who were smart, kind, and had a terrible sense of humor. I still hate the tree, but now I've come to realize that saplings are just like humans. There are good and bad ones. Hence, I can't let my personal feelings interfere in the matter. You know the elven traditions. You've lived as an aspirant chronicler long enough to know what your people need and the qualities that would make a sapling a good world tree. You've also met the saplings with me, so I consider you the most qualified person for this job. Lith closed her hands around the acorn and pushed them to her chest. This is yours now. Don't worry about me and do what you think is right. Thank you so much. Elijah sniffled as warm tears streaked down her cheeks. I didn't expect you to trust me so much, Lith. You are much kinder and more generous than I thought. I promise I won't let you down. I'll do everything I can to ensure the next World Tree will be the best one ever. I know you won't let me down, Elijah. Lith shook his head while patting her shoulder. Take all the time you need and do your best. It's all I ask of you. Really? The elf felt her heart swell with sweet emotions. Stay connected via Empire. Really? Lith said, his expression full of confidence. Even if your best isn't enough, from this moment onward, everything that goes wrong with the tree is on you. From absolute power comes absolute responsibility, so I expect you to deal with any future issue without bothering me. You son of a... Olaja's tears dried up and her expression hardened. Wait, your mother is innocent in this. I mean, I take back everything nice I said about you. You just wanted to dump the responsibility on someone else. Not the main reason, but one of the main reasons. Lith shrugged. I wish you the best of luck. You are going to need it. Bye. A warp brought him, Solus, Menadian, and Zorath away from the still-cussing elf. Time to go home, Lith sighed. I can't wait to have a moment to sit down and relax. We didn't stop traveling for over a week. I can't believe you threw the biggest hot potato on Magur to Olaja and abandoned her without a second thought. Solus threw him a disapproving look. That's not true, I do have one, Lith replied, sounding offended. Which is, Solus furrowed her brow without lowering her guard. I can't decide between pork and beef for dinner. I'm open to suggestions, Lith said as if it was a matter of life or death. I knew it was something incredibly dumb. Solus sighed while Rifa burst into laughter. Can I come with you guys? Zorath asked. We've been away for a while and I want to spend some time with Valoran and Elijah before getting back to work. Sure, Lith nodded. Thanks, can I call Bite too? Zorath asked Solus with a bow. Solus in turn looked at Menadian, who nodded. No problem, Zor, you'll be our honored guests, she replied. 1 mana geyser and 1 tower warp later, Lith rejoined his family. The Blood Desert was safe, and everyone was happy, yet he couldn't stop thinking about the warning of Esser the sapling. What the fuck are you? He asked to his hands, the left wreathed in silvery flames and the right in blue ones. Space. Even though Lith would have liked to rest for a few days and then disappear again inside his lab, life had different plans, and no qualms about setting them into motion. He was just done catching up and spending quality time with his family when his amulet drew his consciousness. I swear that if Olaja fucked up already, tonight I'll dine on roasted elf. Lith took the amulet out of his pocket with a snarl. Damn, this is much worse than I thought. He pressed the communication rune and wore his best smile. Chapter 3482, Path of Progress Part 1. Hi Freya, nice to hear from you. How are you doing? Experience new stories with Empire. It's nice to hear from you too, Lith. Her hologram was sitting on a comfortable armchair that alone cost more than most houses in Lucia, sipping tea. I'm fine, thank you. I've heard you are done with your mission and you are free in the afternoon. I expect your visit with trepidation. Bring Camilla, I want to say hi to Raldorak. Lith tried to come up with an excuse, but then remembered he hadn't seen Freya since the day she had helped him with the operation to rescue Solus. Who told you I'm free? I did. Solus stood straight, her hands on her hips. I'm sick and tired of waiting for you to remember we have friends. Move that ass, we are leaving. What about Kami? Lith asked. I told her about the visit first thing in the morning, Solus replied. She's waiting for us at the tower. We'll be there in a few minutes, Freya. Lith out, he sighed. The country mansion's Gianni had gifted her daughters stood on top of mana geysers to provide them with an infinite energy supply for their defensive systems. I also allowed Solus to imprint the geysers and reach the mansions in a single warp. Nice, the tower got an upgrade, but I have something to show you too, Freya said the moment Lith walked through the tower's door. Well, don't you have anything to say? Freya stood straight under the magical lights of the room, with Nalron just a few steps behind her. She was wearing a gorgeous bridal gown made of sky blue silk and decorated with white lacework. Precious and magical gemstones complemented the 7 colored streaks in her hair that had been combed and straightened into a luscious, silky waterfall that reached the small of her back, shining like a cascade of jewels under the light. There was no neckline, and she wore evening gloves, but the form-fitting dress highlighted her soft curves as much as the light makeup brought out her big eyes and perfect features. Nicely played, Freya. Lith walked around her, checking her out. But I can't marry you unless Kami agrees. You know the rules. Nalrond and Camilla tensed up while Freya laughed her ass off. Hitting on each other when they met was a running inside joke between them. It's not that, dummy. I was fishing for compliments, she replied. Besides, I asked Nalrond if we could keep doing our routine, but he said it's rude and disrespectful. Because it is, the Agni grunted and Camilla followed suit. So no more of this, okay? This was fine and dandy while we were both single, but now it would offend our spouses. It actually annoyed me even before we got married, Camilla snorted. Seeing your boyfriend flirting like that with another girl hurt back then no less than it does now. Same, Nalrond snarled. Nalrond, Freya gasped, covering her mouth with her hand. Why didn't you tell me sooner? And be a buzzkill, he scoffed. I already had lots of trouble with my life forces and was holding back our relationship. I didn't want. Not that, she cut him short. I'm talking about your boyfriend. This is not funny, he became beet reed while Freya laughed harder. You know what I meant. Sorry I couldn't resist the temptation, she wiped the tears off her face. Well, what do you think, guys and girls? You look gorgeous, Lith replied and went for a hug. Congratulations, Freya, congratulations, Nowrond. Thanks, but not so fast. The Agni was wearing a black tie evening suit. We were just rehearsing. We expect you to attend the actual ceremony. Of course we will, Camilla said. You look so good in that dress that you should be classified as Tier 1 forbidden magic, Freya. Thank you, Freya added nothing, knowing how painful it was to admit something like that to another woman. I can't believe you look like this despite awakening as an adult, and I look like this despite awakening as a child. Solus had to stand on her tiptoes just for her arms to reach Freya's back. Don't say that, Solus, you are a beautiful woman, Freya said. She's right, baby. Menadian came out last with the babies. Nice to meet you, Freya, I'm Rifa. Menadian, Freya pushed Solus aside and grabbed the hand Rifa was offering her. The first ruler of the flames, the mother of forgemastering, the mind behind the 6 great academies. Yes, Menadian was taken aback. Are you a fan? Big time, Freya nodded. My master often talks to me about your work. It is an honor and a pleasure to meet you, Master Menadian. Please call me Rifa, Menadian inwardly sighed. He. Elijah flew into Freya's arms, rescuing Rifa and doing her best to say her aunt's name. Hi, baby girl. Gods, if you've grown a lot since the last time I saw you. Freya peppered the small Tiamat's snout with kisses, making her giggle. Frrria. Valoran was next. Very good, you are a really smart baby. She tickled his scaled belly and kissed his forehead. Do you think our children will be like this, Nowrond? No, he grunted coldly. I expect them to look like me in their hybrid form, unless you have other plans, of course. How can you say that? Freya went pale. I would never. Got you? Nowrond burst into laughter. Not so funny being on the other side of this kind of jokes, isn't it? Freya went from white to bright red with fury. I would kick his ass if only you weren't right, she thought. Damn if I hate when it happens. Thanks, Nowrond. Camilla fist-bumped the Agni. Any time. Nicely played, Nowrond. Lith patted his shoulders, but there is a big difference between a long-standing joke and an improvised one. Which is, the Agni asked. That if I catch you flirting with my wife, I'll bury you so deep that they'll dig your body in Zima, Lith said. And I'll help him. Freya turned around and walked away with a furious clicking of heels. Come, I've prepared a feast. Quilla and Morok joined them a few minutes later, and after lots of touching and cooing at Camilla's womb, the 3 friends spent the afternoon reminiscing the old times and discussing their future. You two will soon be uncle and aunt. Be nice with your nibblings. Quilla brought Elijah and Valoran to her swollen womb, making them chirp and giggle with joy. About that, Morok cleared his throat. I need the training facility in the tower if you don't mind, Lith. The firing range. The nursery, the tyrant scratched his head. I need help practicing with diapers and have no parent I can ask for advice. That's not true, you can ask my father, Quilla replied. No way, Morok cut the air with his hand. Lith may scare me sometimes, but Orion terrifies me, always. Be my guest, Lith replied. You can ask my parents to show you the ropes if you want, they will gladly help you. Things went so well that the women planned another reunion a few days later, and Camilla gladly agreed to drag Lith there if necessary. Chapter 3483, Path of Progress Part 2. Space. Verhan Mansion, a few days later. While Lith and Solus experimented with the tower and Camilla, Aaron, and Lyria practiced their spirit magic, Menadian listened to Silverwing and Baba Yaga as they explained to her how magic had evolved in the past 700 years. The ruler of the flames would have been done with the lessons already if the 2 white cores had to show her just the modern runes. Rifa, however, wanted to know all about the now outdated magical theories that were still better than those she had developed back in the day. I know they are not in use anymore, but that doesn't mean such theories hold no untapped potential, she explained. I don't want just to memorize new runes, I want to understand how Awakened came to discover them. If I follow the entire process instead of just accepting its results, I might find lines of research that lesser minds have missed. That's so humble of you, Rifa, Silverwing sighed. Seeing you are still so arrogant after everything you went through warms my heart, the Red Mother snorted. It's nice to see that some things never change. Whenever Menadian found what she considered a potential lead, Baba Yaga and Lakra stopped their lesson and helped Rifu in her research until she confirmed it as a dead end. Told you so, Lakra gloated. Yeah, still you had no idea it was possible before I pointed it out, Menadian gloated back. No dessert for you if you keep quarreling, girls, Baba Yaga said in the stern voice a kindergarten teacher would use with unruly children. You are not our mother, the two magi said in unison. Thank the gods, no, Baba Yaga said with so much relief that it irked the Menadian and Silverwing to no end. But I could be, now back to work. It was almost lunchtime when the impossible happened. Baba Yaga's communicator amulet drew her consciousness. Why is Lith calling you? Silverwing furrowed her brows. He's in the other room, he should just walk in here and talk like a normal person. It's not him, Baba Yaga clicked her tongue. Why is Effie calling you? Menadian rubbed her chin in confusion. She's with Lith, she should just. Very funny, the Red Mother snorted. I have more than 2 contact runes on this hellish device. You do, the two magi were utterly flabbergasted. I have 3. Baba Yaga showed them the unknown blinking rune. Who are you and how did you get your rune on my amulet? It's me, Lady Yaga. The hologram of a 7-headed hydra appeared from the blue gemstone on the communicator. Fearwell the Hydra, we exchanged contacts the last time we met, remember? Of course, Baba Yaga's bald-faced lie made the Magi in the peanut gallery giggle. What do you want? I just wanted to inform you that the Hydra bloodline is willing to accept your terms, Fearwell said. My terms, Baba Yaga echoed in confusion. Yes, the Harmonizer. We are willing to help you with your research if you help us with ours, if you are still interested, of course. Oh, that, the Red Mother nodded. Is it fine if I bring my assistants? My clan offers its hospitality to everyone accompanying you. Fearwell gave her a deep bow. These are our coordinates. Please, let us know when you arrive so that our defensive systems won't mistake you for an intruder. I'll be there in the afternoon. Yaga out. She unceremoniously hung up the call. I think she needs a more accurate time, Mommy. Lakra's voice was as sweet as honey and full of sarcasm. I'll tell her when I know it myself, Baba Yaga replied. Come, my assistants. You were talking about us? Menadian's eyes widened. Yes, but before bringing you along, I need permission from your master. I don't have a Rifa's fury came and went way like a gust of wind. I actually do, she sighed. The Red Mother knocked on Lith's door. Come in. Hey, do you have plans for the afternoon? Baba Yaga asked. No, why? I need Rifa, which means I need you, the Red Mother replied. Don't make that face, it's to help a friend of yours, Fearwell the Hydra. Okay, slow down, sit down, and explain it to me from the beginning. Lith offered the 3 women chairs. Baba Yaga reminded him about the offer he had suggested the Hydras to make her, and then told him Fearwell had just accepted her terms. Oh, that, Lith nodded. I'll gladly accompany you. There's a lot riding on this. Falul benefits from that research and with her, Freya. Also, anything we discover I can use to help Morok, Garrick, Ryla, and in turn, Quilla. On top of that, I'm deeply indebted to Fearwell for her role in rescuing Solus. How generous of you, Lakra said. You have a hidden agenda as big as a dictionary. I do my best, thanks for noticing it, he replied. It wasn't a compliment. I know. Kids, Baba Yaga clapped her hands to draw their attention. When can we leave? Depends how long do you think it'll take, Lith asked. The papers, I can just take them home to study them thoroughly, so I'd say just the time to check the Hydra's apparatus and prototypes, Baba Yaga replied. Maybe observe a couple of test runs. In other words, the entire day, Lith sighed. We'll go after we are done with lunch. We are going to need our strength, Solus. Sure, but it's nothing we haven't studied before, and we found nothing, she replied. True, but this time we have a secret weapon. The new floors of the tower. No, the eyes on Menadian on the actual eyes of Menadian, Lith replied. Space. Lith had already been to the secret research facility of the Hydras, hence, it was up to Solus to remember where it was and how to access it. Lady Yaga, Rifa, Silverwing. They found Fearwell and Falul waiting for them, both Hydras in their human form and standing in front of a mountain. Why do you address everyone by their last name but me? Menadian grunted. To knock your ego down a peg, old friend, Fearwell said with a smirk. Believe me, you need it or you'll leave this place with your head so up your ass that it will pop back out of your neck. And why is that? Lady Menadian, I'm a big fan of your work. Falal shoved her mother away unceremoniously and took Rifa's hand into hers, bowing so deeply that her hair grazed the ground. I can't believe I'm blessed with the opportunity to meet you in person through my disciple. Menadian blinked several times, her expression a mix of confusion and disbelief. I'm sorry, Falal raised her hands in apology. I didn't mean to brag. Even though I was Lith's and Solus' mentor, you don't owe me anything. I swear I wasn't trying to. What in the nine hells is your daughter rambling about, Philly? Menadian couldn't stand Falal's verbal onslaught and cut it short. After your death, a lot of people in the Forgemastery business missed you, Firwal sighed. With you and Baitra gone and no more rulers of the flames emerging from our ranks, every awakened Forgemaster went through every bit of your work, trying to find a clue that would lead to a breakthrough. Chapter 3484, Common Root Part 1. And Menadian was still utterly confused. And when that failed, we started researching the things you had Forgemastered for us and improved on them. Sure, every Forgemaster developed their own method, but that doesn't change the fact that all modern techniques share a common root. Firwal shrugged. You are a celebrity now, some sort of god of Forgemastery. That's Sally, Rifa replied in denial, yet finally understanding the reason all the subjects silvering and Baba Yaga taught her sounded oddly familiar. She would be if Salark bothered explaining something to us from time to time, the Hydra said. Let's just say that you have a lot of admirers who consider every piece you left behind a treasure of knowledge. That's ridiculous. Nonetheless, it's true. Brace yourself. A snap of Firwal's fingers warped everyone inside the secret lab. The ceiling was over 40 meters, 132, high, with no inner walls and so packed with people that Menadian couldn't see farther than a few meters in any direction. She would have easily mistaken them for humans if not for their vertical-slitted yellow eyes and the up to 6 small snakes sprouting from their necks. Judging from the width of the underground cave, Lith guessed that the Hydras had to have hollowed out at least one mountain to build the lab, if not more. Pillars of light formed by a series of arrays, stacked one over the other, were visible at regular intervals throughout the cave. The distance between the different sets of magical formations ensured that the spells cast by each team of researchers wouldn't interact with those nearby, and that each pillar received a steady supply of world energy. The entire network of Forgemastering labs, healing facilities, and diagnostic tools was centered around a massive glass tank about 35 meters, 115, high, where usually Uffil was immersed in nutrient fluids. This time, however, he was in human form as well, escorted by Hydra guards who were supposed to keep an eye on him, but had all 14 of them staring at Menadian. Hi there, Rifa said awkwardly. Master Menadian? Every Hydra just uttered those words, but they were repeated by hundreds of mouths at the same time, booming together in a choir that made the cave tremble. Please bless us, please help us. People approached her, while bringing their children, and Menadian hid behind Lith's back. Please, Master Menadian, say something to our hatchlings so that they may grow up enlightened by your wisdom. A Hydra who looked like a chestnut-haired man in a lab coat said. Study hard and don't slack off, Rifa said the first thing that came to her mind. Hard work will never betray you. Everyone cheered as if Menadian had said something deep, and the small Hydras stepped forward, offering her little handmade stuffed dolls wielding a toy hammer shaped in Menadian's image. Thank you, they are beautifully made. They weren't, but Rifa acted by instinct, taking the dolls and patting the hatchlings on the head. The child-looking Hydras danced with joy while holding their heads. The rest of their peers stared at them with a mix of hatred and envy. Oh shit! Menadian tried to defuse the situation by shaking the hands of the other young Hydras. She touched my head, I'll be a genius. She touched my hand, my hammer will never fail me. Soon the children started to argue about who would be better, and who was the luckiest among them. Can someone please explain to me why I am such a big deal? Rifa felt like the entire Magar had gone insane. I was just a bright violet cored Forgemaster, whereas Yaga and Lakra are white cores. Why no one seems to care about two legends walking among them? Your humbleness is only matched by your peerless beauty, ruler Menadian. Zubari, the lead healer of the facility, gave her a dramatic bow while introducing himself. The answer to your brilliant question is quite simple. Lady Yaga is the mother of all undead. She unleashed her creations against the living, and there are countless stories about her prowling in the night to hunt on our children to feed the abominations she spawns. Aside from the first part, the rest is just folk tales. Rifa didn't miss Yubari's scorn as he looked at Baba Yaga nor Yaga's amusement. As for Lakra Silverwing, the kindest thing we can say about her is that she's a traitor, Zubari growled. Her legacy empowered the fake mages but did nothing for us awakened. She sold our secrets in exchange for glory and accolades. She hasn't produced a single piece of knowledge or innovation she didn't share with the fake mages. The fact she's achieved the white core only makes life more unfair and her existence more insufferable. Enjoy new tales from Empire. The Hydra spat out every word like it was poison. When he turned to Menadian, the coldness of his rage turned into the warmth of adoration. You instead blessed us awakened first and gave the scraps of your work to the fake mages, ruler Menadian. They call you a Magus, but what you did for them is incomparable to what you did for us. You gave us weapons, armors, and more importantly, you took in countless awakened disciples. It's from your knowledge that the other rulers of the flames drew inspiration and reached enlightenment. You left an entire set of artifacts to us to ensure the research of the awakened community would progress even in case something happened to you. The disciples to whom you entrusted the different pieces betrayed you and your intentions, but that's none of your fault. When you put it that way, I sound quite impressive, Menadian nodded. What about me? Fearwell grunted. I was Rifa's friend and I'm a damn good forgemaster, even if I have to say it myself. Who in here isn't a good forgemaster, dear sister? Zorn, Fearwell's brother, said. If you want accolades, tell me what's your greatest accomplishment. I founded the kingdom with Valoran, remember, she replied. That's a military feat, he dismissed her claim with a sweep of his hand. I mean a magical one, something we all benefited from. Fearwell opened her mouth multiple times, but ended up closing it without saying anything. My point exactly, Zorn said with a smug grin. Ruler Menadian's Mono-Well technique, instead, is something that every awakened forgemaster still uses to this day and gives us a precious edge over non-awakened. Wow, Silverwing said. They treat even Fearwell like crap and then they have the gall to be surprised I didn't give a damn about them all this time. You Hydras are just like the rest of the awakened, an ungrateful bunch. Without Fearwell, there would be no Griffin Kingdom and no long-lasting peace. You would be too busy fighting the other clans of Emperor Beasts for territory and resources to build a facility like this. She waved at the state-of-the-art laboratory. Without me, there would be no academies and Rogue awakened like Lith would have got nowhere simply because he wasn't born in a magical bloodline. On top of that, the competition with the fake mages is the only reason awakened magic has made any progress at all in the last 700 years. Chapter 3485, Common Root Part 2. If only you could see farther than your smug nose, you ungrateful bunch would realize how much you owe to people like Fearwell me, and many others whose names have been forgotten by history simply because no one bothered writing them down. Silverwing said. Enough, Lakra. Baba Yaga grabbed Silverwing's shoulder while shaking her head. The Hydras can believe what they want. We came here to do a job. There is no point poisoning our collaboration before we even start. It took Silverwing only a glance to notice the angry gazes and clenched fists of the people around her. What she said may be true, but that didn't mean others would accept it or even like it. Lead the way, Fearwell. Baba Yaga took point. I need to study the data you have collected until now before I can start fixing your harmonizer and adapt its technology to my children. Of course, Fearwell noticed that the Red Mother's business tone and polite attitude had quelled the rising fury in her clanmates. Please, follow me. She led the group toward the center of the cave where Uffel's pod was. The assembled Hydras made way for Menadian's group, forming a corridor while extending their arms in the hope of a handshake. Menadian sighed but was happy to oblige. She gave more slow high-fives than handshakes, but the Hydras didn't care, and the mood in the room improved greatly. Find adventures at Empire. What changed your mind? Baba Yaga asked. How come you agreed to my terms after all this time? Because we are slumped, Fearwell said. As in, we have run out of leads and ideas. Our hope for a breakthrough was shortly rekindled after we gained more willingly test subjects who have been transformed by Thrud's ambrosia, but in the end their contribution proved fruitless as well. What are you talking about? Baba Yaga raised an eyebrow in confusion. Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our guests, Fearwell replied. These are Protheus, Leary, Ophius, Arca, Isha, Foma, Rak, and Uffil. You already know Freya, right? These eight all carry Thrud's mark, and I can sense a unique divine beast bloodline coming from them, but they are supposed to be dead. The Red Mother was flabbergasted. Why are they here and since when is Freya part of this research? Ligon spared them due to their unique abilities, Firwell replied. Once we ran out of options with Uffel, Lith put us in contact with the surviving members of Thrud's army, and they agreed to help us. We hoped that by comparing their life forces with those belonging to the members of their clans of origin, we would have found a clue to further our research. For the rest of Magur, however, all of Thrud's generals but Uffel are dead. Per our deal with Ligon, the truth can't be revealed to anyone outside this lab. Is that clear? Crystal, Baba Yaga nodded, glad to have the opportunity to study the effects of the ambrosia on multiple test subjects. To keep the secret, we could only contact a few lesser divine beasts of proven trust. On top of that, we have guaranteed them that we won't hoard the fruits of our research. We are doing this for all lesser divine beasts, not just hydras. A noble goal, Menadian said, but what about Freya? She's my daughter's future harbinger and your great fan, Rifa. She asked to be here. Hi, Lady Menadian, I mean Rifa. Freya stepped out of the crowd amid many grumbles. I couldn't miss the opportunity to see you at work. Like this wasn't already bad enough? Rifa inwardly rolled her eyes. Don't expect too much from me, she actually said. I'm rusty and grumpy, so I apologize in advance for anything my mouth might say before my brain filters it. Don't worry, I understand, Freya said, and the rest of the room nodded. Do you prefer to consult holograms or paper? Firwell asked. Holograms, of course, Menadian replied before Baba Yaga could say anything. Jubari pressed a button on a console, and images of blueprints for the harmonizers and reports of the experiments. Results filled the air in front of Menadian, Baba Yaga, and Silverwing. Not this. Menadian dispelled the holograms in confusion. For this kind of information, paper is better. We can take our time reading at our own pace. I meant the holograms of the life forces scans during your experiments. We don't have that. Anata, the lead forgemaster of the harmonizer, lowered her head in shame. We can only study the life force of a test subject during an ongoing experiment. You can only what? The honest surprise and shocked disbelief on Menadian's face were worse than any insult she could dish out. Some hydras wrung their hands, others fiddled with their feet, and all of them kept their eyes low like a bunch of students who had failed to complete their assignment. Yes, Rifa, Baba Yaga patted her shoulder. They are not incompetent, it's just that there is no such technology. You, I, and the Guardians are the only ones who can do that. Her words gained the Red Mother admiration for her achievement and respect for defending the Hydras. I'm sorry for my outburst. I didn't mean to be rude. I've just returned after 700 years, and I'm still unaware of what you consider common knowledge. Menadian gave everyone a bow, making the Hydras feel even worse. Paper for everyone, please. Firwell handed a thick folder to every member of Lith's group and conjured a table and chairs for them. Lith had just opened the first page when a familiar noise made him raise his head. Menadian and Baba Yaga were flipping through the documents like they were a picture book. They glanced at a page and then turned it over for a second before moving on to the next. Fuck me sideways, I haven't seen that kind of speed since I worked with Manohar. Lith knew Rifa wasn't using the eyes, because otherwise he and Solus would have experienced a strong headache through their connection. That's talent plus experience, Solus replied. Look at Aunt Loka. Silverwing was fast by Lith's standards, but slow compared to the other two women. She took several seconds to read each page, but was fast enough to make the Hydra's jaws drop. She's a polymath genius, but has never focused her studies on a specific subject, Solus said, while flipping through the forgemastering pages almost as fast as Lakra. The parts about the healing techniques took her more time than those about forgemastering. Damn, you guys are making me look bad, Lith sighed. Without Soluspedia, he was the slowest among them. The design of the harmonizers was complex, and he was unfamiliar with most of the runes they employed. The analysis of the life forces was just as complex, but it took him even more time. Messing with a rune while forgemastering meant a failed experiment. Messing with a rune while using healing magic meant killing the patient. Lith took his task seriously, so he put his pride aside and read at a comfortable pace. By the time he was done, Menadian and Baba Yaga had read the material several times and were already discussing points they considered controversial. Lakra and Solus, instead, were asking the Hydras for clarifications on a few aspects of the harmonizers. Chapter 3486, Road Map Part 1. That was amazing. Firwell offered Lith a honeyed tea and a slice of homemade cake to relieve his stress. Discover hidden content at Empire. I know, he accepted them both with gratitude. Rifa and Yaga are damn impressive. I was talking about you, she chuckled. Someone as young as you wasn't supposed to understand a thing. That's Forja mastery and healing arts of the highest grade, and the result of the work of months of the entire Hydra bloodline at that. Yet you went through everything like it was a textbook. Indeed, Anata looked at Lith like prime meat. Did you use Yggdrasil wood to help you focus? No, he shook his head. The effect lasts only as long as you touch it. If I used the Yggdrasil wood, I wouldn't know whether I truly understood the contents of the report or they seemed clear only because of the mind-focusing effects of the Yggdrasil wood. Fascinating, she nodded, massaging his shoulders. So is Yggdrasil wood useless for magical research, or is there a trick to it? It's very useful, Lith replied. You just need to take notes while you work, breaking down your discoveries into concepts simple enough to understand without the help of the Yggdrasil wood. I didn't use such a method because taking notes like that would have consumed more time than we. Back off, sister, Falul snarled. He's taken you too, Mom. Don't stick so close to Lith. Oh shit. Only then did Lith remember how much Emperor Beasts valued talent, bloodline abilities, and how direct they were when looking for a mating partner. I forgot. I'm a divine beast, and whoever gets me gets Riffa as well. Oh shit. Only then did Solus raise her eyes from the papers and notice how half the room was staring at Lith and the other half at her. I just matched Aunt Loca's speed, and I'm allegedly a Verhin too. She had been spared from male attention only thanks to her discussion with Silverwing, and the fact that no one wanted to risk offending Menadian by courting her only descendant without her permission. That's rude of you, Fanny. I was just being friendly with our guest, Firwall pouted. Indeed, Anata said, and I was just interested in the properties of the legendary Yggdrasil wood. Ladies, Menadian slammed her hand on the table, drawing everyone's attention to herself. We have a job to do, and I have a few ideas on how to do it. The room erupted in applause and cheers, while Anata exploited the good news to hug Lith and press her voluptuous breasts on his back. Me too, Lith kindly but firmly freed himself from the Hydra's arms and stood up. I say we start by studying the life forces of Thrud's divine beasts and confront them with those of their former clanmates. My thoughts exactly, Menadian nodded. Solus, Lith, come here, I need your help. They studied together 16 different life forces with the eyes of Menadian while pretending to use their invigoration technique, sharing the burden equally. What was that? Anata asked once they were done. Solus comes from my bloodline, and our resonance increases my abilities. As for Lith, as a demon, my strength comes from him. Menadian replied, using their bond to justify the grimaces and strain from the use of the artifact. Do you really have a plan, Riffa? Baba Yaga was confused. I read the same files as you, but there was nothing that caught my eye. The Hydras performed solid research. I found no fault in it, but no inspiration either. Same for me, Lakra said. I can improve on a few things, but it will take me time to ponder and assimilate so much material. Yes, I do have a plan, Menadian replied. No offense, Yaga, but I'm the better Forja master. I'm not as good a healer as you, but I've learned from the best. Thanks, Baba Yaga chuckled. What did you find? It's easier and more useful if I show you all, Menadian said. How long does the transformation process take? From Hydra to seven-headed dragon, the one we have perfected the most, it takes 2 days. Zubari, the lead Forja master, said, but we haven't done it in a while due to the deadly side effects. The process was actually safe. The problem was the rejection of the mana organs that took place soon after the transformation. The harmonizer the Hydras had developed could only create temporary seven-headed dragons, but different Hydras carried different dragon bloodlines. If the test subject weren't supposed to evolve into a seven-headed dragon, their body would soon reject the foreign mana organs. The transformation process could be reversed easily and safely, but the mental scarring from losing abilities like dragon eyes and origin flames, coupled with the innate greed of Hydras, led them to suicide. Don't worry, we are not going all the way down, Menadian replied. How long does it take for the first physical mutations to appear? A couple of hours, but they are merely cosmetic and... That's perfect, Menadian cut him short. I need a volunteer. A deafening silence filled the cave. Just 2 hours. I promise we'll be done before any side effect can take place. Either we do this or I can't help you, Menadian said. There's no point developing a theory if I can't put it into practice. I'll do it, Zorn said, shape-shifting into his Hydra form. I trust you, Ruler Menadian. While the Hydras gasped and praised Falul's brother for his dedication to the clan, Riffa had a hard time not rolling her eyes at his dramatic entrance. Thanks, Zorn, she said while placing a hand on his scaly foot. Just wait until everyone is done studying your life force. What are we doing? Baba Yaga asked. Don't worry, you'll understand it immediately, Manadian replied and turned to the Hydras. I'll explain everything to you once I have evidence to support my theory. Please be patient. Her hosts nodded, their hearts filled with new hope and the displeasure of being called dumb by their idol in a very polite way. Zubari and Anata studied Zorn as well, wishing to prove themselves to the first ruler of the Flames and the rest of their clan. After a couple of minutes, Zorn wore a harmonizer and entered the evolution vat. Once the crystal case was sealed, a dense nutrient liquid filled it, ensuring that the Hydra wouldn't die from consumption as his body grew. Zorn imprinted the harmonizer after the tank was full and his heads connected to 7 respirators, initiating the forced evolution process. The first few minutes were filled with trepidation, but after nothing happened for a while, the Hydras got bored and returned to their jobs. There, do you see it? An hour later, Manadian's voice roared like thunder. Yes, Rifa, you are a genius. Baba Yaga's eyes lit up with excitement as she finally understood what she had missed while reading through the Hydra's experimental reports. I don't, Silverwing said, and Lith and Solus nodded. Give me a clue, what am I supposed to see? Later, Manadian shook her head. Keep your eyes peeled and try figuring it out for yourself. Anata and Zubari were just as confused, so they followed Manadian's instructions. Chapter 3487, Road Map Part 2. I got it, Silverwing said about 20 minutes later. I think I understand now, Lith said after 20 more minutes. What? Solus had a hard time not peeking in his mind, but she endured and focused even harder. I did it. 5 minutes later, she received thumbs up from the others while Zubari and Anata looked at each other in disbelief. Are Hydras that dumb or are humans that good? She asked. I don't know, focus. We have less than 15 minutes left to understand what they are talking about, he replied. At the 2-hour mark, Zorn's scales grew slightly thicker, and small barbs appeared along his spines. That's enough, Manadian said. Reverse the process. I've found all the evidence I need to confirm and further develop my theory. That's fantastic news. Anata turned to Zubari, who shrugged helplessly. Neither of them had noticed anything worth mentioning. I can't believe you found a solution to our problem in less than a day, he said. And you are right because I didn't, Manadian replied. I just found the proper starting point for your research. What do you mean, proper starting point? Anata asked in confusion. That you did everything, WR, a powerful nudge to the ribs from Baba Yaga stopped Manadian. Everything necessary to lay the groundwork for the next step of your research. Let me show you. Manadian conjured a hologram to divert everyone's attention, while she gave Baba Yaga a nod as a thank you. This is a depiction of Zorn's life force down to the smallest detail. The projection showed a blazing violet sun with frequent solar flares, each of a different elemental color. This, instead, is his physical appearance. A second hologram appeared right beside the first, showing the 7-headed male Hydra. Now pay attention to what happened to him in the last 2 hours. A third hologram marked the passage of time. Manadian fast-forwarded close to the 1-hour mark, slowing down just a few minutes before that. At first, no one noticed anything. Then, what looked like a sunspot appeared on the surface of the star. At the 1-hour mark, a second sunspot appeared while the first swelled, growing in size. The physical hologram of the Hydra, instead, showed no change. After that, Manadian fast-forwarded again. Around the 2-hour mark, the 2 original sunspots had turned into small suns, and more sunspots had appeared all over the star. At the same time, Zorn had exhibited the first changes in his body. No offense, Ruler Manadian, but that's nothing new. Zubari failed to hide his disappointment, and so did most of the Hydra clan's members. Those are 2 unknown mana organs we found in Uffel's life force. He pointed at the small suns. The blackened areas are also mana organs that require more time to develop. The problem is that we don't know what is what or how to reproduce the phenomenon without the harmonizer. Are you? Manadian bit her tongue, feeling her rage and frustration from the 700 years spent as a wandering soul burning her mind like acid. Yaga, do you want to do the honors? You are a better teacher. Nonsense, Rifa, the Red Mother tutted. Deep inside all that grumpiness there's still the old you, we just need to dig her out. Imagine you are explaining this to Solus. Find your next read on Empire. She made a gesture with her hand at the level of her hips to indicate a 5-year-old Solus. The Hydras had no idea of its meaning, and their pride was spared from another bruise. Fine, Menadian took a deep breath. I'm sorry for being short-tempered. I'm working on that, I swear. She gave her audience a deep bow. Okay, please pay attention. She highlighted the small suns and the sunspots. You see that, right? The Hydras nodded for her to continue. Let's go back to the start. The timer went back to the 0 mark, yet the highlighted areas were still visible. What do you see? To avoid another outburst, Menadian zoomed in on the points where sunspots would appear. Nothing, Zubari said, forcing Menadian to bite her inner cheek not to roll her eyes. Wait, the first 2 areas show some kind of deformity while the rest is clear. Menadian closed her eyes and silently thanked the gods. All life forces present imperfections like that, but if you have pointed them out, they must have a significance. His 7 heads talked between them for a while before he asked, Are they the reason Hydras failed to become dragons? Menadian cursed the gods and replied, Yes and no. Yes, those imperfections stunted your growth. No, they are not the reason you failed, but the one that may bring you to success. I'm sorry I don't follow, Anata said. Look, it's simple. Menadian replayed the whole process. It's fine, let them get to it, like with Effie when she potty trained. She inwardly sighed. Is it still not clear? Okay. Please cover the ears of your children and someone tell me the secret of the violet core. Everyone here has it, correct? You mean the breathing technique? Uffel asked as the Hydras sent their hatchlings away. No, the basic principle behind it. You have to condense the mana vortexes into auxiliary cores, he said. Good, but say it in even simpler terms. Menadian gestured him to continue. You have to develop dormant mana organs in order to good gods, Uffel blurted out in enlightenment. I see. Zubari stared at the imperfections like the greatest treasure of his life, and soon Anata followed his reasoning to the same conclusion. Less than 5 minutes later, everyone had solved the mystery of Menadian's words. Exactly, she sighed in relief. These 2 are not imperfections. They are atrophied mana organs that failed to develop, turning whatever your dragon bloodline was supposed to be into hydras. No offense. None taken, Fearwell said. Why are those areas clear, though? She pointed at the position of the late-developing mana organs. Because Zorn's and Uffel's bloodlines are different, Menadian replied. Those mana organs are unnatural for Zorn, and if he were to complete the transformation into a dragon, they would cause rejection. You're right, Zubari pondered, but the problem still remains. As I said, all life forces present small imperfections. If we stimulate them all, there is no telling what might happen. Not all of them are bound to be mana organs and might lead to lethal conditions. How do we find the position of the necessary mana organs for each bloodline? With a road map, please look at this. She showed minuscule alterations in Zorn's appearance that started soon after the first mana organs formed. As you can see, just like with the violet core, the mana organs forms first and the body follows. In this process, however, Zorn's body couldn't develop naturally. The harmonizer shaped Zorn's body into Uffel's, but what if we remove that? Menadian asked. Once fully formed, the mana organs would cause a natural body development that would also affect the life force. Anata pondered. It's reasonable to assume that the changes in the life force should prime the development of the remaining atrophied mana organs, or at least a few of them. Chapter 3488, The Price of Progress Part 1. Correct, Menadian nodded. By following this logic and dividing the process into precise steps, we can identify the mana organs for each Hydra bloodline and even predict what the final result will look like. The hologram showed hypothetical changes in the life force that made more noticeable imperfections stand out. The imperfections became generic mana organs a second later, prompting more changes in Zorn's life force and physical appearance. The final result, however, was a cartoonishly silly 7-headed creature with large eyes, wings, and a dumb, drunken smile on its faces. I'm sorry, I have no idea what kind of dragon Zorn's bloodline is supposed to evolve into, and this is the best I could come up with off the top of my head. Menadian twirled her hair in embarrassment, while the Hydras laughed and Zorn gurgled a whine from inside the tank. This is amazing, Ruler Menadian, Zubari said. I can't find any fault in your reasoning and your method should work, yet there is something you have left out. How can we obtain the results you've just shown us and make such changes permanent? I mean, even if we perfect the harmonizer, there would be no point being dragons only on specific locations. We would be no better than the citizens of Zelex, if not worse. They don't risk taking their own lives when they step off a mana geyser. I'm sorry, my main specialization is forgemastering. Menadian shrugged. I can help you build a harmonizer suitable to your research, but all the healer part is beyond my understanding. Your journey continues at Empire. This is not true, Anata said. You have easily found the answer for which we have been looking for almost a year now. Only because you performed solid research, and all I had to do was interpret the data. Menadian shook her head. What you are asking me to do requires a different kind of specialist. She took one step back, leaving the center stage to Baba Yaga. You made excellent questions, Zubari, yet I doubt you'll like the answers, she said. At the moment, I don't see any way of furthering your research without a Hydra volunteering as a test subject. Theoretical work can only go so far. Without proper experimentation, a perfect theory could lead to a disastrous practical result, which means that even if we take all the possible precautions, some of you may die. What if we do like today, keeping the subject in the tank and reversing the process the moment his life force stops developing? Zubari asked. It's feasible, but the subject will still develop new bloodline abilities that could make him addicted to them, she replied. The more the experiment progresses, the higher the risk the test subject suffers psychological damage once he's forced to revert into a lesser divine beast. Let's keep the subject sedated for the duration of the experiment then, Anata proposed. A Hydra can't miss something he doesn't remember. A good solution, but just with different risks. Baba Yaga shook her head. An unconscious subject can't tell us if the process hurts, if there's something wrong with his body, or if after every change we apply to the harmonizer, he feels better or worse. This kind of research requires active feedback. Can't we find a workaround to this? Zubari asked. We can, but it will take time and it's not guaranteed to work, Baba Yaga replied. Theory and practice are different. Every experiment might cause a fatality. This is not something that can be avoided until the process is perfected. What about making the transformation permanent? Anata said. Do you have any solution to that? Several, but again, I doubt you'll like them. The Red Mother sighed. The easiest and quickest method is to follow Gleemo's lead and work on your hatchlings. Why? Fearwell asked in shock, her mouth suddenly dry. Because their bodies are receptive to change, and their life forces have yet to settle. Baba Yaga conjured the hologram of the life force of a young Hydra. Consider that, unlike monsters, Hydras have not fallen. Your life force is not damaged, twisted, or corrupted. It's just underdeveloped. By applying a harmonizer from a young age, you can trigger the development of the atrophied mana organs and reshape the life force of a hatchling as they grow. The hologram showed a bright sun with solar flares that became brighter and lasted longer as the sun developed. By the end of the process, the solar flares turned into permanent rings of fire that nurtured and protected the sun within. At that point, after removing the harmonizer, there would be no lesser form to which to revert, because the artificial evolution would be no different from a natural one. Those who become divine beasts would sire new divine beasts, and in the space of a few generations there would be no more Hydras. We can't experiment on our children, Fearwell snarled, hating herself for considering the idea, even if just for a split second. On top of that, who would teach them how to use their new bloodline abilities? How could we stop a violent child when they throw a tantrum? All good questions, Fearwell, but all with no answer. Baba Yaga shrugged. If you want to work with adults, the ending point is going to be much harder to reach. A perfected harmonizer will simply reveal the final form of a Hydra, his bloodline abilities and mana organs. It would be up to the Hydra to find a way to stimulate his specific atrophied mana organs and trigger the evolution. You can bet the trigger is different for every Hydra subspecies, and requires even more experiments that only the members of that particular subspecies can perform. I don't get it, Uffel said in frustration. I didn't undergo any of this. I have no idea what happened to me. I just went to sleep, and when I woke up I was like this. That's the power and allure of forbidden magic, child. Baba Yaga looked sternly at her audience. The ambrosia activated your mana organs and nurtured your life force by itself without the need for your understanding or help. It succeeded because it was fueled by the lives of hundreds of Hydras whose dragon blood had been distilled and refined with the purpose of stimulating solely the imperfections in your life force that contain the atrophied mana organs. Hundreds of lives sacrificed in exchange for one divine beast. Was it worth it? No, Uffel replied without hesitation. No, Zubari said, and the rest of the Hydras joined him soon after. I can help you develop the safest possible procedure, but that doesn't guarantee that no one will die, Baba Yaga said. Rifa can help you craft the selective harmonizers, but they will be useless without volunteers. Our endeavor won't be quick, painless, or without casualties. We won't know we've made a mistake until we crash into it. Do you still want to proceed? One moment, please, Fearwell said. The Hydras stepped away and enveloped themselves inside a huge hush zone to discuss the matter. The other lesser divine beasts were left out of the discussion, and they sighed in relief for it. Since this is the Hydra's project, we'll let them take the lead. Chapter 3489, The Price of Progress Part 2. The Hydras will bear all the risks and will reap the benefits once the procedure is perfected. Sure, my people will evolve later, but what's a few more years after millennia of wait? They other lesser divine beasts thought. Why aren't you in there, Freya? Solus asked. As a harbinger, your life is at stake as well. Future harbinger, Freya corrected her. I'm not bound to Falul yet, and there is no guarantee the experiment will work. Unless Falul is among the volunteers, I'm just a human like you. And what if she is? Lith asked. What would happen to you then? Best case scenario, if something goes wrong and Falul dies, my pact is rescinded, Freya replied. I don't want Falul to die, Solus' heart throbbed. Me neither, Freya sighed. Especially considering that the worst-case scenario is that my pact is still valid and the Hydras kill me the moment something happens to Falul. About your pact, how close are you to becoming a harbinger? Lith asked. Very close, Freya gulped hard. I already had 5 infusions of Falul's blood. According to her, completing the process will take just 1 or 2 more doses. She took a deep breath, and her fair skin became covered in thin green scales that looked more like those of a snake than of a dragon. Lith's eyes widened in surprise, and he touched her face with his scaled hand. Do you feel something? He asked. Nothing, Freya shook her head. Hydra scales are not dragon scales, sadly. What does Nalrun say about this? Lith's eyes narrowed in worry. Explore stories on Empire. What can he say? He has scales of his own, and they are much less cute than mine. She chuckled. Jokes aside, he knew about my pact with Falul from the beginning, and that the only way out of it is death. Nalrund is worried about me, but does his best to support me. He is my rock. Don't worry, child, Menadian said. With me, Lakra and Yaga here, nothing bad will happen to you. Thanks, Rifa, Freya gave her a bow. Thanks, Emonadian. The Hydras were hushed, but Solus couldn't risk exposing her identity as Elfin Menadian by using monikers for her mother and friends. Thanks, Lakra. Thanks, Lady Yaga. Don't mention it. The 3 women dismissed the issue with a gesture of their hands. After a few minutes, the hush zone came down, and Fearwell delivered the answer of the assembly. It's unanimous. We'll work only on adults and only if they volunteer as test subjects. We'll screen for candidates with strong willpower and limited Hydra greed. In the meantime, please start working on your end of the project. I'll start working on the development of selective harmonizers, Menadian said. I need one of your current models and without cloaking runes, or the research will take me much longer. Sure, Fearwell's pained expression didn't match her words, and so did the rest of the Hydras. Anata handed the harmonizer as if it were her firstborn, and from her grimace, one would think she had a lemon orchard in her mouth. I need one as well, Baba Yaga said. Also, I will need a volunteer to study the life force of Hydras in great detail. I focus mostly on undead. If you want me to find safe methods for you to evolve, I have to understand what makes you tick. It's understandable. Fearwell gulped again, moving her gaze to Silverwing. Don't worry about me, she replied to the silent question. I'll work as their assistant based on who needs my help the most. Excellent news, Fearwell smiled with too much enthusiasm even for her own liking. Lith, Solus, since Rifa lives with you, feel free to help her. We have no secrets for our friends. How kind of her, Lith inwardly sneered. She has no objection to having free labor. I'm also sorry to inconvenience you, Lith, but your presence will be required every time Rifa needs to come here. Don't worry, I have already taken that into account, Lith replied. Thanks, I can't wait to work together with you. Anata took his hands. I'm sure we can do wonders together. We'll see. Lith needed but a glance around the room to assess the threat level. Luckily, I'll never be alone with any of them, or I'd have to bring Kami along just to avoid being constantly harassed, he actually thought. It's settled then, Fearwell nodded. Is there anything else you need? No, Menadian shook her head after briefly consulting with the others. Let us know when you have a candidate. Please let us out. We have business to attend. Space. Days turned into weeks, and then into a month as Lith and Solus continued their daily routine with only small setbacks. This is not good, Lith tapped on his plate with the fork. Kami is nearing the 3rd month of her pregnancy, and there's still no news of Meln. He doesn't seem to have even made a single move. Why is it bad, big bro? Aaron asked. Because once the baby bump becomes visible, Raldorak won't be a secret weapon anymore, Lith replied. Anyone with working eyes will understand Kami is pregnant and give her a wide berth. Our baby is not a weapon. Camilla stabbed a piece of meat with her fork and munched it in fury. At most, he is a safeguard, but even that is insulting. He's a person. Kami, you know what I mean, Lith sighed. It's just that if Meln takes the bait, we could go on with our lives without having to worry about him or any of his deranged allies. That's true, she sighed as well, going for seconds. I don't want our children to grow up without their father, Camilla chewed in worry. I can go out alone more often, she offered. Meln is not an idiot, Lith shook his head. At least not that much. He knows how I think and prepare. It must be a believable setup, and to do that I need the right circumstances. What if I go out more, dear? Alina asked. I can bring Sharjin with me. Auntie, the wormling nuzzled under her hand, fishing for a scratch that Alina delivered. We could go together, Renat proposed. After all, everyone saw us traveling and splitting into groups. We could pretend we are bored of Lucia and have lowered our guard. One of us stays with Kami and the other with Sharjin. It's a good idea, but bring Tister as well, Lith replied. And always notify the Queen's Corps of your movements. It must seem like you are taking every precaution not to fall into a trap. Space. In the attempt to lure Meln's forces out, all the members of the family but Roz took on the role of the bait from time to time. Lith's father was still traumatized from his previous kidnapping, and just the idea of suffering another covered him in a cold sweat. Sometimes Senton accompanied Renat, while Alina brought along Abominus and Camilla Zinnia. Much to Aaron's and Lyria's dismay, they were also prohibited from participating. While the others were away, Lith appeared in public no more often than usual, giving the impression he was just too busy to accompany his family. Chapter 3490, Two Sons, Part 1. The only constant of the spontaneous family trips was that the Verhins would always split into 2 groups, one with Camilla and the other with Sharjin. Thank you for accompanying me. Alina caressed the wormling's long neck, making him coo with joy. Are you sure the bags are not heavy? He was carrying many groceries for Alina in saddlebags strapped to his back. She could have stored them in her dimensional amulet, but Sharjin loved to feel useful. Sharjin strong, he puffed smoke out of his nostrils with pride. Bags light, Sharjin can carry much more. You should stop talking about yourself in the 3rd person, sweetie, Alina giggled. It sounds silly. It does. Sharjin raised his head as the feathers on his body quivered in embarrassment. A little, Alina reassured him. Have you ever heard your mom and dad talk like that? No, he scratched his head while recalling Ligain's and Salark's speech patterns. You should say the bags are light. I can carry them easily. She patted his scaly head. No, Auntie, bags light for Sharjin, heavy for you. I know, Alina chuckled. That's why I said you were supposed to say those words. Sharjin pondered the issue for a while before repeating after her. The bags are light. I can carry them easily. You are a smart kid, Sharjin, Alina said. I hope I'm not boring you with my chores. They had gone to the coastal city of Gamhat to buy saltwater fish and seafood. The Verhins had spent most of their lives in the mainland of the kingdom and rarely had the opportunity to eat fish. Even when they did, it was always freshwater fish. After traveling with Lith to Vinia, Alina had acquired a taste for the local products and wanted to surprise her family by cooking a true Vinian meal for them. Boring how? Sharjin wagged his tail in enthusiasm. City smells good, looks good, people funny. He had never left the Blood Desert except to visit Ligain's lair or Lucia. Sharjin had never smelled the sea or seen so many different people in the same place at once. Every food stall and every shop was a surprise for him, especially since Alina bought snacks for him often. Thank you, Auntie. Sharjin, I'm happy. He handed her a miniature of Alina carved from Snopen's heartwood that was identical to her down to the smallest detail aside from the size. Thank you, sweetie. It's beautiful. The figurine emanated the sharp, sweet, refreshing scent of Snopen, shielding Alina's nose from the pungent smell of the hard-working men of Gamhat's harbor. I've never worn these clothes before. How did you know I would wear them today for the first time? I didn't, Sharjin replied. Made figurine today while waiting outside shop. The behavior of the people of Gamhat that Sharjin called funny was actually sheer fear. The wormling was just over a year old, but he was already big enough to look an adult man in the eyes, even when he walked on all fours. On top of that, the entire Magur remembered all too well the dragon dance that had taken place on the day of his birth. There were countless legends about the revenge of angry dragon parents, and no one wanted to be the protagonist of a new one. People always made way for Sharjin and Alina, no matter how packed a road was. Those who called the guards ended up giving the weird pair an even wider berth after Alina showed her ID to the local soldiers. "Gods, that's the supreme Magus mother," a pickpocket said. "Don't provoke her. Remember what happened to those idiots in Vinia," another replied. "Thousands died because they couldn't mind their own business. Verhin's forgiveness lies on the tip of his sword. Once he gives it to you, you're dead." Alina moved to the local branch of the Mage Association to warp to Alstar. "This is our last stop, Sharjin. We pick fruit and vegetables and we can go back home." "Why?" the wormling whined. "Too soon, I want to see more." "Don't worry, sweetie. There will be a next tea." The moment they stepped out of Alstar's branch of the Mage Association and into the city square, a warping array moved them to a clearing in the middle of nowhere, hundreds of kilometers away from the city. "I need to stay calm. Lith warned me that the most likely ambush point is right after a warp, when our security detail of the Queen's Corps has yet to establish a perimeter," Alina thought. "Who's there? What do you want from me?" she actually said, her voice trembling with honest fear. All the warnings on Magur couldn't quell her survival instinct, or the dread that the idea of meeting her disowned son aroused in her. "Don't worry, we won't hurt you unless you force us to." A gorgeous woman with blonde hair and blue eyes stepped forward with her empty hands raised. "Be quiet, and this will be over before you know it. We have nothing against you. We need your help to get in contact with your son." Sharjin snarled and growled, sniffing the presence of a second, hidden awakened. The man was checking on the dimensional sealing array he had conjured. It ensured that no signal could leave the area and no one could reopen the closed warp array. "Did Meln send you?" Alina moved behind Sharjin, who stood on his hind legs, dropping the saddle bags as he tried to act menacing. "Who, the incontinent king?" The woman laughed like it was the best joke ever. "As if I'd work for a loser like him. I only work for the best, myself." "I don't understand." Alina was still trapped, but she sighed in relief at the news. "You don't need to, and you've already bored me." The woman used fusion magic to move so fast that she turned into a blur. She appeared behind Alina, striking her at the base of neck to cripple her. Or at least she tried. Sharjin's taloned fingers intercepted the woman's wrist and tossed her away like she weighed nothing. "What the fuck?" The awakened woman used life vision, discovering that the wormling had an orange core. "What's taking you so long, Janya?" The second awakened appeared from behind one of the few trees in the clearing. "They are just a human and the pup of a lesser divine beast." To their defense, Sharjin's existence was a secret, and in his hybrid form he didn't look like either a dragon or a phoenix, making the assumption of the second awakened valid. "Whatever that thing is, it's fast, Gavi," she replied. "He caught me like a fly." The man had yellow eyes with black slitted pupils and purple feathered wings that identified him as a behemoth. "A mere orange core," Gavi said in disbelief as Sharjin released his aura and unleashed his full power. "Now you've made me curious." He and Janya were both at the bright violet, which made her claim sound insane. Yet Sharjin followed and blocked Gavi's movements just like he had done with Janya. "Impressive." The behemoth laughed as he overpowered the small wormling with sheer strength before Sharjin could uproot Gavi from the ground. Chapter 3491, Two Sons, Part 2. "He's slower than me, but he started moving before I did. He anticipated my attack," the behemoth said while slowly increasing the pressure on Sharjin's wrists and enjoying the strained expression on the wormling's snout. Sharjin was used to watching his mother train with his dragon eyes, so the techniques of the two awakened seemed slow and predictable in comparison. Yet neither the talent he had inherited from his parents nor the skills they had taught him were enough to beat someone overwhelmingly stronger who didn't underestimate the wormling. "Enough playing with him. We have no use for a second hostage. Just kill high." Janya couldn't finish the phrase, her throat frozen in place like the world around her. The clearing was already silent before the two awakened triggered the warping array. Animals recognized a hunter on the prowl and had either run away or hidden in their burrows, yet the wind was still supposed to blow. The clouds floating in the sky were still supposed to lazily move, following the high-altitude currents. What happened instead was complete stillness. Janya and Garvey couldn't move a muscle, and even their mana cores failed to circulate a single strand of mana. Only the runnels of sweat dripping off their faces proved that time kept moving forward. Suddenly, Sharjin's flaring orange aura was flooded by a blackness that erupted from his feathered body, until the area around him was darker than night. This doesn't make any sense, Garvey thought, his mind the only part of his body that still answered his commands. There is no record of an orange core becoming an abomination. Also, I have yet to hurt him badly, and he sure didn't strain his core. Even if somehow this wormling tuned into a newborn abomination, 2 bright violet cores like us should be able to kill it without a single spell. Heck, with my strength, a punch should suffice. What's going on? The answer to his and Janya's questions manifested itself when the blackness in Sharjin's aura converged into a vertical slitted pupil, staring at them in boundless hatred. The strength of the wormling's grip increased by the second, and Garvey watched helplessly as his adamant armor cracked under Sharjin's fingers, quickly followed by his arms. What did you say? The voice was neither feminine nor masculine, just unbridled rage. It didn't come from the wormling but out of him, in the same way as his aura. There was no mana in those words. They were just air vibrating through an invisible throat, yet their violence struck the 2 awakened like an avalanche. Only the sturdiness of the adamant of their armor and the spirit barrier enchantment saved their lives. The woman and the behemoth were both sent flying like motes of dust in the wind, their equipment covered in cracks from the shockwave and their bones vibrating so hard that it gave them a concussion. Garvey and Janya were still puking blood from their internal injuries when 3 blades fell from the sky. The tyrannical sun, father of wrath, and world-breaker swords circled around Sharjin and Alina in a triangular formation. When the Awakens' blurred visions cleared up, they saw the woman wearing the Master of Greed armor while the Conqueror Moon armor covered the wormling. That's not a lesser divine beast, Janya managed to whisper amid tears. As if conjured by her words, another wave of power erupted from Sharjin. His red feathers turned white, and 2 diagonal-slitted pupils appeared in Sharjin's aura and eyes, forming a 6-pointed star. What did you say? The voice returned as the wormling started to float in midair, not because of a spell or the flapping of his wings, but because the aura he exuded pushed him up with its sheer violence. Space. Blood desert at the same time. Aaron and Lyria had finally completed their homework and could now play with their friends until dinner. I can't wait for Grandma Alina to return, Lyria said. I've never eaten saltwater fish, and just listening to the stories of her trip made me hungry. I can't wait to taste it instead of imagining it. And they say girls are the romantic ones, Aaron scoffed. How can you think with your stomach when you should admire the sunrise? It's not something we get to see every day. Don't be silly, dummy, Lyria sneered. It's evening and the sun has yet to set. How can it be sunrise again? Then tell me, Miss Know-It-All, what's that? Aaron pointed east, where a sphere of blinding white light was rising from the horizon. Lyria looked west and found the real sun, whose light had turned dimmer and orange as night approached. Dad, she had no idea what was happening, but was pretty sure there had never been 2 suns shining over Magur. Mom. She ran to her parents, hoping to be reassured or at least protected from whatever was coming. Space. Griffin Kingdom, Ragudririan's house at the same time. There is something wrong with Lucia. The master of the house and human representative of the awakened council tapped her finger on the sleek tea table between her and her guest. Whenever something weird happens, it always originates from Lucia. Take this fellow, for example. Ragu passed a folder containing the few information her apprentices had found about a candidate for the awakened council despite running a thorough background check. He's a ghost. Now run Fastero. Fila the behemoth skimmed through the information, finding nothing that her own background check hadn't already uncovered. Have you asked me to come here because you are honestly curious about him, or because you want to raise a claim on him? Now that he was no longer recognizable as a member of the legendary Razar race, Nalrond had introduced himself to the council as a rogue awakened, and requested a suitable position in the community. He needed it not only to have access to resources and information no fake mage could obtain without a high-clearance job in the government, but also because once he married Freya, hiding his existence would be impossible. Nalrund had chosen the perfect time and channel to reveal his newborn Agni bloodline so that no one would try anything funny. Please don't treat me like an idiot, Ragu scoffed. I know he's a perfect hybrid between human and emperor beast. And the first one we've ever met at that, Fila pointed out. But even if I wanted him for my faction, what can I do? Ragu ignored her and continued. Nalrund was introduced to us by Falul and has deep bonds with her apprentice, Freya Ernez. That would be enough to stop me, considering that Firwal has returned to the scene. Messing with her would mean messing with the entire Hydra bloodline. Even if your Beast Council decided not to get involved in the matter, I can't make a move against the Hydras. No one in the Human Council would support me. Not with Firwal being one of the only connections the awakened community has with the reborn Rifa Menadian. Fila sighed. Exactly, Ragu nodded. Those two go a long way back, and it's much easier to curry Firwal's favor than Verhin's. She represents everyone's best shot at meeting Menadian and maybe establishing with her a relationship cordial enough to become her clients. Chapter 3492, Betrayed Trust, Part 1. Continue your story on Empire. If you already know all this, what do you need me for? Fila tilted her head in confusion. I'm still curious about this Nalrund, and since you've just returned from your trip with Verhin to collect the fragments of the World Tree's essence, I hoped you knew more than me about this Agni species. Ragu replied. I wish, Fila shook her head. Lith never mentioned Nalrund Fastro to me, A sudden quake spilled her tea and cut her short. A quake, Ragu was flabbergasted. What kind of quake can overpower the defensive arrays of my home? The two council representatives took their communication amulets out and found them bursting with current and missed calls. Too many to answer them all. Fila and Ragu joined their amulets, invoking an emergency meeting of the council. Lothos and Inzialot's holograms appeared in the living room, yet there was no trace of Ligain. What's happening? I can't work with all this noise. Make it stop. Inzialot's opening statement revealed he was as oblivious to the nature of the quake as the human and beast representatives. Even your lab is affected, Fila was flabbergasted. Do you know anything about this, Lotho? I don't know the details, but the quake comes from the north and a storm is coming from the west, the Treant replied. Whatever this is, it seems the Griffin Kingdom is about to be wiped out from the maps. Wait a second, Ragu found the description oddly familiar. This is like the day of the Black Sun. Verhin's wife must be pregnant again. No, Lotho shook his head. That was my first thought as well, so I checked her whereabouts. Camilla Verhin is safe and sound with Tista Verhin in the city of Vesta. Also, the sun is still up and shining. Now, however, it has a twin. 2 sons, Fila said in disbelief. This means that 2 out of 3 guardians are involved. Indeed, Lotho nodded. I checked, and the only other member of the Verhin family in the kingdom is Lith's mother. Do you think? Gods no. Both women cut him short with a disgusted grimace on their faces. Not only because it's immoral, but also because if it were true, all 3 guardians would be involved. You are right. The Treant had no concept of human mating customs and no interest in learning them. Let me double-check. All council representatives had access to the logs of the Kingdom's Gate network via the members of their factions placed in strategic positions. Inzialot was the exception, but only because he had forgotten all about the contact runes that didn't give him access to magical resources or knowledge. There it is, Ragu said. Lotho is right, only Alina Verhin is currently in the kingdom, Fila said. Here it says she's accompanied by that other oddity, Sharjin. Sharjin, Lotho echoed in horror. Yeah, a lesser divine beast that Verhin has taken in as a pet or something. Ragu shrugged. He has been sighted numerous times playing with the babies. There's nothing special about him except for the fact he's another weird hybrid that popped out in Lucia. Nothing special. The color drained from Lotho's bark, turning it gray. Fila, have you already forgotten what Salark said about him when we went to collect the fragments of the World Tree in the desert? The behemoth furrowed her brows in focus before replying. She said that she had to prepare Sharjin a meal and Great Mother Almighty. Since when does Salark cook? Ragu asked in disbelief. She only does that for her gods protect us. That's not a lesser divine beast. Lotho gave voice to everyone's thoughts but Inzialot's. That's the son of Ligain and Salark. I'm sorry for the stupid question, but that means we are fucked, right? The Lich King asked as the tremors became more intense, and a blinding light engulfed the entire kingdom. We are, Fila nodded. Why isn't Tyrus doing something? I feel like I'm going to die any moment. Space. Meanwhile, back at the clearing, things were getting worse by the second despite Tyrus' best efforts to contain the situation. The Griffin Kingdom was her turf, which enhanced her strength and allowed her to repress that of other guardians. The problem was there was still only one of her fighting against 2 angry parents mad with rage. Shit, Tyrus said while squeezing every ounce of her power to keep the destructive power accumulated in the form of a small sun from spreading to the rest of the kingdom. Shit, Shit. Very few people had succeeded in harming a dragon whelp and lived to tell the tale. The number of those who had stolen a phoenix's egg without turning into ashes could be counted on the fingers of a single hand. Nobody, not a single soul, had ever managed to harm the child of a guardian while he was still in his parents' care. Not one person in Magus' history, and the record wasn't going to change that day. What, as Ligon and Salark spoke, the pressure of their voices burst Janya's and Garvey's eardrums and popped their eyes like egg yolk. The air pressure shredded their enchanted armor, and then ripped the skin off their bodies, exposing the naked flesh and muscles underneath. An emerald fire sparked within the two awaken's organs, flowing through their veins and mana circulatory system alike. The immortal flames ravaged every nook and cranny, burning through capillaries and mana channels. Janya and Garvey felt their blood boil and their cores shrink as they fought for survival. Everything, even their minds, was ablaze. The pain brought them to the precipice of madness, but never crossed the line. It was strong enough to make them regret ever being born, but not to the point of pushing them into the relief of insanity's embrace. The last word had the most terrifying effect. It healed their bodies, bringing Janya and Garvey back to the peak of their strength, ready to be tortured again. "How dare you harm my child?" Salark's figure was wreathed in white fire, her long hair whipping through the air like she was amid a storm. "I don't know who you are or what your intentions were, but I will." Ligon's fear shrouded him, flooding the space above and below the clearing and defying the law of physics. Magur kept spinning in its orbit, and the wind had never ceased to blow. It was the power of the father of all dragons that seemed to have frozen time. The dragon fear carried his will, and nothing could move without his permission. "I'm the guardian of wisdom for a reason. I know many things, including the most painful and cruel torture techniques that any race has ever developed. Until I learn what I need, I'll use them all on you." "I don't have his eyes or knowledge, but I'm quite the expert in reading minds," Salark said. "Hide your thoughts as much as you want. It's only a matter of time before you crumble. We've just given you a taste of the pain that awaits you, as well as a demonstration that death is not an option." Chapter 3493, Betrayed Trust, Part 2. "I can protect your mana cores and regenerate your bodies for as long as I want. You will suffer but will not die, no matter how much you wish, beg, or pray for it." "I'll talk," Garvey cried amid tears. "We." His voice died along with his body, just to be rejuvenated a split second later. "Not so fast." Ligon pressed his thumb on the behemoth's lips to silence him. "Not so quick. You have touched my child. Before you are allowed to die, you must pay the price for your actions. You and everyone like you." Salark enveloped Alina and Sharjin in a barrier that protected them from her spreading flames. "Everyone who helped you, everyone you love, everyone who even heard about your plan is going to die with you." "Salark, Ligon, stop." Tyrus could slow down the advance of the tidal wave of white fire but couldn't stop it. "You are going to destroy the Griffin Kingdom. Don't worry, we'll split our turfs equally with you to compensate you for the damage." Blinded by revenge, Ligon cared for nothing else but ensuring his child was safe. "That's not the problem. Think of Tyrus looked in the eyes of her friends and saw no mercy to which she could appeal, hence she had to arouse it. Think of Sharjin. Do you want to ruin his happy memories of this day by destroying the places he visited?" The violence of the white flames abated as the fury of the other two guardians hesitated, after confirming that Sharjin had enjoyed his travels with Alina. "Think of Alina. The Griffin Kingdom is her birthplace and all her friends live here. Think of Lith. In your fury, you are going to raze to the ground everything he has built after years of hardships. Think of me, damn it. I'm your friend, and the kingdom is all I have left of the only man I've ever loved." The pain in Tyrus' voice resonated with that in Ligon's and Salark's hearts, bringing them to a halt. "Order and chaos, what have we done?" The father of all dragons looked at the moonscape around him. Only bare earth and rocks surrounded the crater, where until a few seconds ago there had been a lush clearing. "Magur Almighty, are you all right? Alina?" Salark ran to the poor woman's side, cleaning the mess Alina had made of herself. "I'm fine," Alina whimpered, hiding behind Sharjin and recoiling from the guardian's touch as if afraid Salark would beat her. Alina's face was drained of color, leaving her of a deathly pallor. Alina couldn't stop shaking, her knees so weak that she failed to stand up. "No, you are not." Tyrus approached Alina and wrapped her in a motherly embrace. "It's all right, dear, you are safe now. No one will hurt you." Alina burst into tears as the guardian kneeled to her side and comforted her with words and caressed her back. Alina clung to Tyrus with all her strength, while Sharjin looked at his parents in confusion. "We fine, Auntie. Sharjin, I'm strong." The wormling licked her, more shocked by Alina's tears than from the attempt on his life. "Yes, Sharjin, thank you, Sharjin," she sobbed, dragging him into the group hug. "Shit, we went way overboard," Ligon said via the mind link. "That's a nice euphemism," Salark sighed. "Alina is used to see us as friends. She knows we are powerful, but she never understood how much." Until today, Ligon watched the scene, feeling guilty because it was his fault and because there was no way he could make things right. Even when Alina saw us in our real form, she always thought fondly of us, like huge cuddly pets. Now she sees us as monsters. "Can you blame her?" Tyrus snorted. "You have tortured people in front of her. You have turned a beautiful clearing into a barren wasteland. You have released enough power to drive a mortal insane. And Alina would have gone insane if not for my protection, and that you shrouded Sharjin with." "It's not that bad." The thought died in Salark's mind as Sharjin started to cry with Alina. "It's bad, it's very bad. What can we do?" "You can only wait," Tyrus replied. "The shock will soon knock her out. In the meantime, you can fix your mess." Salark and Ligon exchanged a sad look that turned furious the moment they remembered about their still-frozen quarry. "This is all your fault," the Overlord snarled via a mind link with the prisoners. "You tried to hurt my child, and now you've made him cry. If he ends up scared of me, 1,000 deaths are not going to be enough punishment." "What she said," Ligon grunted, "but first." Restoring the land and speeding up the growth of grass was a small feat for the power of a guardian. Trees would still take years, but with a little push, Ligon could still turn seeds into saplings without depleting the soil. Alina stopped crying to admire the miracle in front of her eyes. The crater was filled, the charred earth was soft again, and life had conquered death. "It's beautiful," she said as wildflowers emerged from the ground and bloomed around her. She bent down to pick one up and fainted. Exhaustion, fear, and trauma had drained her energy, and after crying so much, her shaken nerves couldn't hold out any longer. Alina fell into a deep sleep that Tyrus' embrace made peaceful and devoid of nightmares. "Let's get back to the desert," Salark said as Sharjin weaved wreaths of flowers for her, Tyrus, and Alina, trying to make things better. "Be prepared for an earful, old lizard, because we deserve it." "Space." "You did what?" Lith had lost his cool when he saw the Guardians appear while holding his unconscious mother. Yet his worry had turned into a much worse outrage the moment he had learned what had happened to her. "We screwed up big time," Ligon admitted. "Salark and I combined our powers in a way that Tyrus was unable to stop. We unleashed everything we had, and your mother witnessed it all." "Was it worse than what I've seen when I was attacked?" Camilla asked. "Much worse," Salark sighed. "Unlike you, Alina has never witnessed violence, and when we protected you, there was only one of us on the attack. The others ensured your physical and mental protection. This time, 2 of us attacked, and the third could only limit the damage." "Will she be all right?" Roz held Alina's hand, and she squeezed it even in her sleep. "I swear to the gods, if something happens to Alina, I'll follow her. I don't want to live without her." "Dad," Lith was horrified seeing how desperate and serious Roz was. "Enjoy new stories from Empire." "Don't worry, child." Ligon, too, felt Roz's sincerity and couldn't bear being responsible for so much suffering. "Alina is going to be fine. She'll recover from this, and with a bit of luck, she might even forgive us." "I'm sorry, hatchling, I really am." Salark gave the Verhins a deep bow. "My son agreed to help you with the trap because he trusted me. You trusted me, and I let you down." Chapter 3494, Lucky Charm Part 1. "This is my fault." Lith blamed himself as much as the Guardians. "I put Mom into this situation because I wanted to lure Meln and his cronies out of their hole. She went on those stupid trips only because I told her she would have been safe." "Do you at least know why this happened?" Roz wanted to be angry, but first he needed someone to blame. "What the fuck did those guys want? Was it Meln again?" "Yes, we have already uncovered everything." Ligon glossed over the part where the Awakened had folded like lawn chairs the moment the Guardians had manifested their power. Meln had nothing to do with this. Or Lith, for that matter. They were after Rifa. Menadian pointed at herself. "Why, how?" "You are the legendary first ruler of the Flames, child," Salark replied. "Those idiots targeted Alina because they knew how much Lith cares for her. The plan was to ask Lith to make you Forgemaster a full set of equipment for them as ransom." "Are they idiots?" Lith snarled. "Why would I trust 2 kidnappers, and how could they trust me not to put a tracker among the enchantments?" "Easy," Ligon replied. You would have had no choice but to trust them if you wanted to see Alina again, and we all know you would have done it. After all, as long as your mother is alive, you can find her, rescue her, and eliminate her captors. But if she dies, the father of all dragons left the phrase hanging, its meaning painfully clear to everyone. Lith had long since stored the energy signatures of his family members and friends in the eyes of Menadian. With that plus the watchtower and its ability to greatly extend the eyes' range, there were very few places on Magur where Lith couldn't find them. On top of that, no one knew about either the tower or the eyes, and had any idea that keeping a hostage was the same as lighting a beacon for Lith. On the other hand, however, the secret also made people confident enough to attempt to kidnap Alina and the others. The good news is the kidnappers had every intention of letting your mother go. Ligon continued after a while. Awakened can shapeshift, and without knowing their energy signature, a physical description is useless to identify them. Ironically, not being an awakened is what would ensure the survival of those like Raz and Renat. As for the tracker, the kidnappers planned to demand artifacts with no cloaking runes. This way, with just a glance with life vision, they would have been able to tell if the equipment was really as powerful as promised, or just a decoy, before storing it inside a dimensional amulet. Once they had gotten away with it, they would have checked for trackers, and only then would they have returned Alina to you. It was a great plan. With your mother alive and the looming threat of Meln, they knew you would have soon had more important matters to attend. Also, without the cloaking runes, they could have studied Menadian's techniques and attempted to recreate them. They would have indeed gained a lot, and I had allegedly no means to stop them. Lith nodded. But it all starts from the false premise I had no way to find them. Again, if you reveal the existence of the tower and the eyes, some problems will disappear and others will pop out. Ligon said. If you keep them a secret, your deception will make people cocky because you appear weak. Both have consequences, and in your shoes, I wouldn't reveal my cards unless it's absolutely necessary. I know. Lith clenched his fists, knowing that there was no perfect solution. He could only choose the lesser evil he could deal with. But the reasoning of the kidnappers is idiotic. Menadian felt responsible for what had happened to Alina. The pain she read on Raz's face, and the idea of inflicting the misery she had endured after Thrain's death upon others was unbearable. I have just returned from the dead after 700 years, and everyone knows it. I'm still far from updating my techniques and completing my study of modern runes. I couldn't deliver what they asked even if I wanted to. Like they know or care about such insignificant details, Rifa, Salark sighed. You are the legendary first ruler of the Flames, famous for her tower and the peerless Menadian set. During your life you have crafted wonders, and now you have returned from the grave. Do you really find it absurd that people think you can do miracles? Even pieces outdated for 700 years like the eyes are still considered a priceless treasure because modern forgemasters can't replicate them. What the rest of Magur knows and cares about is that you are back, and that whoever controls Lith also controls you. Nothing you say will change their mind. Explore stories on Empire. What if you didn't use Rifa's existence to justify your actions at the borders to the royals, son? Raz gently caressed Alina's hair while she slept. There was no blame or accusation in his voice, just the need for a solution. I thought long and hard before doing that, Dad, and I came to the conclusion that hiding Rifa's return would have only made my relationship with the royals worse. Lith replied. Too many people had seen her. Even if somehow none of the liches ended up babbling about it, one of the dragons was bound to. It was only a matter of time before Magur would know about her return, and at that point, the royals would have lost their trust in me because of my deception. I played my cards the best I could to control the situation as much as I could, Dad. With all my contingency plans and preparations, I'm still human. Nothing I do will be ever enough. Lith lowered his eyes, feeling guilty for dragging his parents into his own mess. The idea of losing his mother terrified him, while knowing that, if that were to ever happen, he would also lose his father horrified him. Everything I've built, all the happiness I've worked so hard to achieve, it was almost destroyed by two random idiots. Lith heard Esser's warning echoing in his head. I've only deluded myself to be safe, and those idiots shattered my illusion. No matter what I do, I'm still weak. Don't say that, son. Raz saw the effect of his words on Lith and stood up to hug him. This isn't your fault. You didn't provoke those people or willingly put your mother in danger. Alina just went to buy groceries to make us a delicious dinner, and you set in motion a plan to protect her. The plan backfired a little, but she's still safe with us. It's the only thing that matters. Lith heard Roz's drumming heart and smelled the fear in his sweat. Yet Lith also admired how steady Roz's voice was and how he hid those feelings and acted strong for his son. "Thanks, Dad," Lith returned the embrace. "Don't mention it, son." Roz patted Lith's back and let him go. Chapter 3495, Lucky Charm Part 2. Now let's set the field properly. Your brother needs to be reassured, and your mother needs her strength when she wakes up. As Roz left the room, Sharjin put Alina's figurine on her bedstand and nuzzled her in worry. The scent relaxed her further, and the warmth of the wormling reassured her in her sleep. "Sorry, Auntie, Sharjin weak." Seeing their hatchling so upset made Salark and Ligaen feel so guilty that Tyrus deemed it being reproach enough. Roz returned a few minutes later, bringing Surin, Aaron, and a crib for the baby. "Is Mom all right?" Aaron asked. "No," Roz shook his head. "She witnessed the full fury and power of your grandparents and now needs our help." "Why?" Aaron was puzzled. "Isn't it like the coolest thing ever?" "No, it's not." Ligaen kneeled to look the boy in the eyes. "Have you ever seen your brother angry? And I don't mean just annoyed, I mean so mad that he threw a tantrum." "No," Aaron replied. "Big bro is always in control." "Exactly," the Guardian nodded. "It's because of that control that his power is reassuring instead of scary. Today, your grandma and I lost that control." Aaron swallowed hard. He knew how powerful Lith was and could barely grasp how strong a Guardian was. Yet he wasn't scared of them because he knew they would never hurt him. Without that certainty, he would have felt safer locked in a cage full of starving lions. "Was it bad?" "Very bad," Ligaen lowered his gaze. "I failed your mother, and for that I apologize." "What can I do, Dad?" Aaron asked. "The only thing any one of us can do, son," Roz replied. "Be there for her when she wakes up and tell her how much we love her." Space. Ligaen and Salark left the room not to scare Alina with their presence, while the rest of the family assembled there, waiting for her to regain consciousness. Thanks to Tyrus' soothing presence, Alina opened her eyes a little less than 2 hours after fainting. The warmth of her bed and the fuzziness in her head made Alina want to keep sleeping. Yet the whispers in the room and something warm and scaly under her hand made her look around in confusion. "What are you doing here?" Alina asked in confusion, seeing her husband, children, and grandchildren looking at her with worry. "More importantly, how did I end up back in the desert?" "What's the last thing you remember, child?" Tyrus asked. "I was buying groceries with Sharjin." She patted the wormling's head and he cooed with joy. "What time is it? I have yet to prepare D." The scent of Snopen figurine wafted to her nose, stirring the memories her brain had tried to repress. Alina's eyes fell on Sharjin, and she froze in horror as the events of that day replayed in front of her eyes. There was plenty of space around her bed, yet she felt suffocating. Her chest tightened, and her breath became ragged as if she was running for her life. "It's all right, dear." Roz held her hand and brought it to his lips. "It's all over now. Your next read is at Empire." His voice snapped Alina out of her nightmare, and his gesture reassured her. Every time she had given birth, they had been tight on money, or something was wrong. Roz always kissed her hand and reassured Alina everything it would be all right. Until that moment, he had always been right, and there was no reason this time it would be any different. "Are you all right, Mom?" Aaron asked, and seeing the worry in her little boy's eyes made Alina feel silly. "Of course I am." She opened her arms and he ran into the embrace. "If you need to rest, we can leave, Mom," Tryon said. "None of you can leave, especially you, young man." Alina's voice was filled with too much relief to carry the mock rebuke she intended. "My lost boy," she thought. "I've lost him for so long, and today I almost lost him forever." Alina looked under the blankets to ensure she was decent, and then stood up to greet her family, hugging them one by one. "I'm sorry for making you worry, Renaa," Alina said. "Don't you ever scare me like that, Mom." Renaa embraced Alina tight enough to squeeze the air out of her lungs. "My first child," Alina thought. "You had it harder than everyone and spent your childhood helping me with your siblings instead of playing. I'm sorry I couldn't give you more, but I'm proud of the woman you've become." She hugged Tryon and then hid her face in Tista's shapely chest. "Mom, hands off the merchandise," she chuckled. "Shut up, young lady, I made you," Alina said. "My poor, poor baby," she actually thought. She was born so ill, she wasn't supposed to live past 10, and look at her now. Then it was Lith's turn. "My miracle boy, I don't know if the soul inside his body is the same that left it on that night, and I don't care. He is my son. He brought more joy into my life than I could ever dream for." "Mom," Lith asked, unbothered by the long embrace but worried by her sniffling. I'm sorry, I was lost in thought. Elena let him go and hugged Aaron again. My lucky charm, I thought I couldn't have any more children until Lith cured me, and now here you are. You have no idea how lucky you are, little rascal. You had more toys than all your siblings combined. I have spent more time with you than any of them. Aaron groaned in disappointment when Elena stepped back and took Surin in her arms. You are my last baby, Surin. I'm too old to have more, and my greatest fear is to pass away before having the opportunity to know you. To see the wonderful young woman you'll become. Mommy loves you so much. Surin understood nothing of what was happening in the room. She just cooed at her mother, and when the message wasn't received, she started to cry, demanding a fresh diaper. What's this smell? Elena pulled back as the cries tortured her ears as much as the stench did her nose. You've ruined this moment for me, young lady, she chuckled. I'll take care of her. Roz took the baby and brought her to the changing table. Elena then embraced her grandchildren one by one, thanking the gods for blessing her with each one of them. Where are Ligon and Salark? She asked when she was done. Far from here, Tyrus replied. They didn't want to upset you further. They'll stay away for as long as you need. There's no need for that, Elena said while thanking Sharjin one more time for protecting her. Call them here, please. Auntie, the wormling licked her face before parading the figurine to the rest of the family, fishing for compliments and snacks. A knock on the door quickly followed. May we come in? Salark asked. Of course you can, Elena forced herself to smile. This is your palace. But this is your room. The guardian opened the door, waiting to see Elena's reaction before entering. Chapter 3496, Captured Part 1. Elena's expression was of utter confusion, her face a whirlwind of shifting emotions. On the one hand, the guardian's aura was back to being soothing and protective, making her feel at ease. On the other hand, her brain kept flashing images of Ligon's and Salark's fury in front of her eyes, and her body trembled in fear at the horror that such visions evoked. Exactly, this is my room and I'm inviting you in, Elena said. She was still scared, but while surrounded by her family, she had the strength to fight the fear. I'm very sorry for what happened earlier. I shouldn't have let you see us like that. Ligon gave her a deep bow. You can say that, Elena nodded, feeling the need to sit down on her bed. But I'm grateful to the four of you for protecting me. Let this be a lesson, for me of how scary you actually are and for you of caring more for people like me. Stay connected with Empire. It has been a humbling lesson, I assure you of that. Salark gave her a bow as well, the shame for her foolishness and irredeemable stain on her honor. Can you please tell me what those two guys wanted from me? Was it about Meln again? Elena asked. The Guardians shared their information with her and answered all her questions. Let me get this straight, Elena said. Meln isn't involved, and without your intervention, I would have been kidnapped and Lith forced to follow the orders of those criminals. Even worse, their success would have galvanized others to follow their example, endangering all the non-awakened in my family. Yes, Ligon nodded. The precedent would have probably spurred those who have no will or means to pay for Rifa's work into action. So you didn't save just me today, Elena said, feeling somewhat relieved to have spared the others from suffering such a fate. You've saved my entire family. In your shoes, I wouldn't give us so much credit, but one thing I can tell you for sure. Salark's tone became stern. We know the names of the other awakened involved in this ploy, and you can rest assured we won't stop until they are all. She looked at the kids and said, Captured. Space. Gorgon Empire, Galian region in the middle of nowhere, right after Elena's attempted kidnapping. What do you think that was all about? Ilak the Redcap nervously peered through the blinders of his host's luxurious mansion. You mean the light coming from the kingdom? Thassel the Drake asked while pouring herself a tall glass of wine. Whatever it was, it's of no relevance to us. How can you say that? Ilak walked around the room before looking out the window again. Today Garvey and Janya were supposed to kidnap Verhin's mother. How do we know something didn't go wrong? Easy, Luca Bassage replied. Their contact runes are still available. There is no news about the kidnapping in the kingdom's web, and most of all, those bastards aren't responding to our calls. How is that a good sign? Ilak grunted. Again, easy, Thassel sighed, frustrated by the Redcap's restlessness. Had Janya and Garvey failed, they would have contacted us to whine about it or tell us to run. Their silence means they succeeded. In their shoes, I would keep my amulet stored in my dimensional amulet to avoid being tracked as well. Not only because of Verhin, but also to avoid people like us swooping in and taking his mother for themselves. Isn't that right, Luca? Tell me about it, he snorted. I've planted a small fortune in trackers on those jerks, but they managed to find and get rid of them all. If only you helped me a bit, Thas, Gavi, and Janya would have taken all the risks, and we would have reaped all the benefits. Patience, my friends, Thassel tutted. Verhin is a dangerous, unpredictable bastard. The early bird is more likely to sprung a hidden trap than catching the worm. Those two idiots are going to be our test subjects. If anything goes wrong before or after Garvey and Janya get their ransom, we'll learn from their mistakes. Yeah, sure, but what about that light? Like a dog on a bone, Ilak refused to let go. What if those two succeed and Verhin is the one who learns from his mistakes? Damn it, Ilak, calm down. You are making me nervous, Luca said. If not even the council knows what that light was, then nobody does. He showed the unblinking communication amulet. As for Garvey and Janya, if the bar becomes too high, we can always kill them and take their Menadian equipment. After all, they are just my and Thassel's size. What about me? Ilak asked. There's 3 of us and only 2 sets of equipment. Since you are a major pain in the ass, we'll take your part as compensation for our damage, Thassel said, making Luca laugh. Very funny. The redcap clicked his tongue and checked the window for the umpteenth time. Then you can go fetch your compensation by yourselves. Will you relax, Ilak? Thassel poured another glass of wine, spiked it with Red Dragon, and offered it to her accomplice to calm him down. We are in the middle of nowhere and no one else knows the location of my secret lab. Even if something went wrong, and I'm not saying it did, Garvey and Janya only know our energy signatures. We used fake names and appearances. There's no way someone can track the information leak in the Kingdom's Gate network back to us. Really? Ilak asked in disbelief. Then why is there a fury of phoenixes out there? He pointed at the colossal flaming birds slowly descending to the ground, after sealing the area with all kinds of arrays. Ladies and gentlemen, as much as I hate to remind you, we have our orders. Kreven spat the next words out like they were poison. We need to take our marks alive. Alive, Lenana echoed as her beak twisted in a cruel smile. Just alive, correct. No, not just alive. Kreven's reply made the other phoenixes groan. Barely alive is more than enough. As long as they're not dead, everything goes. The groans turned into excited war cries, and the luxurious mansion into a pile of ashes. Space. The awakened council knew what had happened, but Ligon used his authority as a representative to issue an information blackout until he was done dealing with the problem. Inziolot had already resumed his experiments and had no idea what he wasn't supposed to talk about. As for the human, plant, and beast representatives, they had no intention of putting themselves between the angry parents and their prey. The dragons were still mourning Voltak's loss, and took the news of the attempt on Sharjin's life as a personal affront. How dare those vermin attack a hatchling barely past 1 year of age? There was not a single patriarch who wasn't literally burning with rage. It seems we've been quiet for too long, brothers and sisters. Magur has forgotten why no one should touch a dragon's egg. It's time we remind all little mice out there not to mess with us. Chapter 3497, Captured Part 2. The brood didn't care much about its members, especially if one of them put himself into trouble like Zedros or Siruk did. Attacking a dragon would incur revenge only if it was a gratuitous and malicious act, and only if the dragon died. There was only one exception to the rule: hatchlings. Attacking a dragon whelp was always punished by death. When the footage of the Awakened trying to kill Sharjin spread like wildfire among the brood, so did the origin flames among the ruins of their associates, secret labs. One by one, those who had helped Garvey and Janya were captured and brought to the Blood Desert, where Ligon's interrogation techniques and Salark's mind-reading abilities pulled out the names of more Awakened to add to the list. In less than a day, the entire conspiracy was exposed and uprooted, but there was no telling if more were brewing. On top of that, with Sharjin's identity exposed, now no one would attack while the wormling was around. Space. Blood Desert, Heavenly Plume Tribe, Salark's palace. Alina refused to delay her plans, and while Lith went to fetch the missing ingredients, she started cooking a late dinner for everyone. Cooking helps me relax as much as eating should do for you, she said with a chuckle. I bet that everyone skipped dinner, am I right? A choir of grumbling stomachs answered her question. After learning about the kidnapping attempt, their appetite was gone and their bellies remained twisted into a knot until they were certain that Alina was fine, both physically and mentally. Rena helped Alina with the preparations the old-fashioned way, while Aaron and Lara used their magic. The cooking skills of the rest of the family would have made Alina's job harder, so they were careful to stay out of Alina's hair while trying to act as normal as possible. Roz and Solis were the ones who had taken it worse. "Are you all right, Dad?" Tryon offered Roz a strong liquor that he gulped down like medicine. "No, son, but thank you for asking." Roz smiled and chatted whenever Alina looked in his direction, but the moment she turned around, his expression turned grim and his hands started to shake. "Seeing your mother like that stirred bad memories that I believed to have overcome. I was wrong." Solis was pale and remained silent unless spoken to, holding Menadian's hand under the table in despair, as if her mother could disappear the moment Solis loosened her grip. "What's wrong, sweetie? Everything is fine," Rifa said via mind link. "Alina is fine, there's no need to be so tense." "Nothing's fine, Mom," Solis replied. "I've already lost everything once. When I saw Alina lying in bed, I feared it was going to happen again. Please don't take this the wrong way, but for years she has been the only mother I knew. Even when I was still trapped in the ring, she taught me everything about love and how to care for others. After Lith introduced me to his family, Alina was the one who took me in first. It's only thanks to her if, as I regained my memories about us, I understood what a terrible person I was and how much you've loved me from the shadows. I can't stand losing her no more than losing you again, Mom. Stay tuned for updates on Empire." "I know, sweetie," Menadian gently returned the hold. "I was there." Lith had taken it worse than anyone else. Not only did he feel responsible for putting Alina's life at risk, but, for a moment, he had relieved the pain of seeing Carl's dead body on the metal stretcher of the morgue. It was the reason he had volunteered to go and buy the rest of the ingredients. "I can't let them see me like this," he thought. "Most of all, I don't want to add my trauma to Solis." By the time he returned to the desert, his emotions were back under control, and he acted like everything was fine. "Let me help you, Mom, or we won't be done eating this feast before midnight." Lith joined her in the kitchen, using his magic to speed up everything. "Thank you, dear." Alina gave him a warm but stiff smile. Once they were done cooking, everyone sat down at the table. At first the dinner was silent, but the more the adults ate and drank, the more they relaxed. The children only had a vague idea of what had happened, so when the mood of their parents improved, so did theirs. Everyone eagerly finished their plates, even the dishes they didn't like, in order to keep Alina happy. "Can I sleep with you tonight, Mom?" Despite Roz's and Alina's best efforts, their expressions tensed from time to time, making Aaron worry. "Of course, dear." Alina caressed his hair while inwardly thanking the gods for letting her return to her family. "Do you mind if we also keep Surin in the room, Roz? She must be scared, and I want to reassure her everything is fine." "Excellent idea," he nodded. "I'll bring a spare crib in our bedroom." Surin is the only one who is calm, Roz actually thought. Alina just wants to feel alive. She must have feared never to smell our children or feel their warmth again. I bet that if she could, she'd drag Lith, Renaa, and Tista into our bed as well. And he was right. The only thing stopping Alina was the size of the bed, and how embarrassing would have been to ask her 3 adult children to sleep beside their mother. After a strong chamomile tea for the adults and hot chocolate for the kids and Solis, the Verhins split for the night. "Are you all right?" Camilla asked once the door was closed behind them and the room insulated from the outside world. She had noticed that Lith was upset, but had said nothing until that moment not to ruin his efforts. "Yes," he said with a voice too tense and cold to be believable. He kept his back turned to her, and Camilla kept her distance, giving him the time and space to decompress his emotions after holding them in for hours. "No," Lith said after a while, slumping on the nearest chair, "but I will be." "Did you get flashbacks about Carl?" she asked. He looked up at her in surprise, his mouth agape but no word came out. "Do you still think this is all your fault?" More silence ensued. Camilla walked up to Lith and sat on his lap, holding him tight. "I'm so sorry," she gently stroked his hair and back. "Is there anything I can do to make you feel better?" "You can take your shirt off," he said with a dry chuckle in a failed attempt to make a joke. "Okay." The Featherwalker armor slipped off her, leaving her chest exposed. "Wow, I must look terrible if you're taking everything I say seriously." Lith sighed, returning the embrace. "Thanks anyway, I appreciate the view." "You better." She slapped the back of his head in mock indignance to give him a semblance of normalcy in the chaos of his head. "Anything else?" "No, just keep holding me like this, please." Chapter 3498, Hypocrite Part 1. The following day, under the sun of Lucia, and surrounded by the familiarity of her home, Elena had a much better look. Everyone did their best to spend time with her and shower her with attention. Being kidnapped from time to time is not too bad if it means enjoying your company like this. Elena chuckled, giving her children a radiant smile that only made them feel more guilty. She noticed the gloomy expression on everyone's face and realized that no one but her had taken the joke for what it was. Seriously, lighten up. I'm right here. Stop acting like I'm dead and this is my funeral. I'm sorry, Mom. Tista rushed to Elena and embraced her. Sorry for what? She was flabbergasted. For disappointing you, Tista sniffled. I promise you I'll marry soon. You can't die until I give you 10 grandchildren. Silly child, you've never disappointed me. Elena decided not to mention so much as a bruise for the foreseeable future. As much as your words make me happy, I want you to do those things for yourself, not for me. It's your life. Lith accompanied Elena to Lucia for groceries, and then spent the afternoon with her, Elijah, and Valoran. The babies got quality time with their grandmother while Lith made sure nothing bothered his mother. It took a couple of days before the Verhins started to slowly return to their routine. During that time, Salark and Ligain made themselves scarce, entrusting Tyrus to take care of Elijah and soothe everyone's nerves with her presence. I'm sorry to bother you, Featherling. Salark contacted Lith via the amulet. We are done with the investigation. Feel free to come at your earliest convenience and I'll share its results with you. Thanks, Grandma. I'll come as soon as possible. Lith hung up the call and went to the kitchen, where an annoyed Elena grunted him good morning. Guys, I love you with all my heart, but this is getting suffocating. Elena couldn't move one step without someone hugging her or staring at her from around a corner like she was about to collapse at any moment. Get back to your work, magic studies, I don't care. Just leave me alone for 1 minute. Even going to the bathroom had become a challenge. If she stayed in too long, someone would knock, or the babies, with their lack of boundaries, would fly inside and chirp in worry until she was finished. Sharjin in particular was inconsolable. He was glued to Elena, apologizing constantly and seeking reassurance she wasn't mad at him. I guess this is as soon as possible, Solus shrugged. Agreed, Mom, I have something to do in the desert. I'm bringing Solus and Sharjin with me. Is that okay? Thank the gods. Elena raised her arms to the ceiling in exasperation. I mean, sure, dear, go and don't worry about me. Take all the time you need. A single step through the warp gate in the barn brought them to their destination. Before going to the Overlord's office, Solus conjured the tower over the local mana geyser to restore her forces. I was starting to get a bit tired, she sighed. The Tron Woods are too distant from our house. Even with the upgrade, the world energy nourishes the tower core, but not me. I'm sorry, Solus, Lith replied. It's better to keep Mom away from Grandma for a while, and the Verhin mansion wasn't an option either. There's no place on Magur like our home in Lucia to Mom. Don't apologize, Solus shook her head. I'm actually surprised she can have too much of you. Mom kicking you out of the house like that is a good sign. It means she's getting better. She didn't kick me out of the house, Lith grumbled. Not trying to keep you home is Mom's equivalent of kicking you out, Solus chuckled. I honestly thought she couldn't get enough of her baby boy. Lith blushed a little but said nothing. My baby boy, Salark flung open the door of her office in her arms. Come to Mommy, I've missed you so much. Mommy, Mommy, Sharjin threw himself at the Guardian and she caught him on the fly. I missed you too. That was awkward. Lith cleared his throat while mother and son reunited. For a moment I thought you were talking to me, Grandma. I've missed you too, Featherling, she patted his shoulder. I'm sorry for the distress I caused you. It would have been much worse without you, Lith sighed. What did you want to show me? This. A snap of Salark's fingers warped everyone to the pits of agony and insulated Sharjin from the hellish scene. Lith recognized humans, fae, and beasts of all kinds amid the guests of the Overlord's torturing facility. Their bodies froze, charred, rotted, and wizened just to heal and experience a few moments of peace before the cycle started anew. Those who broke Salark's law were punished by death. Only those who earned her enmity and spite ended up in the pits of agony. A white aura highlighted 10 figures, drawing Lith's attention. Just 10, I expected much more people would be interested in Rifa's skills, Lith said. And you are probably right, Salark nodded. These are just those I caught involved in the scheme against Elena or planning their own. They know nothing of others who may be plotting the same. Unless I go on a rampage and interrogate Awakened just because I can, my hunt ends here. I'm sorry, Featherling, but I have no leads I can follow or pass to you. Then why did you ask me to come to the desert? Lith asked in confusion. There was no need to come here just to tell me this. Because I wanted you to witness their punishment and decide what to do next, Salark replied. I'll keep them here for as long as you want, unless, of course, you want them dead or fed to the bleed. At those words, Solus went pale while Lith's gaze steeled. Thanks, Grandma. I think I will follow your suggestion, Solus. I don't know, she wrung her hands. Aren't the pits of agony enough? They are, but that's not the point, Lith shrugged. I'm not a sadist. Their suffering brings me no joy. I'd keep them here only because death is too easy a way out for them. I'd put their miserable lives to good use if it were up to me. How is forbidden magic a good use? Solus retorted. Continue your journey with Empire. Their suffering would come to an end so you can consider it a form of mercy, Lith replied. Also, by sacrificing their lives to protect yours, those bastards would make up for what they did to our mother. The last phrase brimmed with hate, a hate that Solus shared and didn't bother to hide. I know, and this might sound stupid, but using the bleed still feels wrong, she said. Back when the World Tree kidnapped me, I used the bleed because I had no other choice. I did it in self-defense in a hopeless situation. Here I would do it in cold blood. I'd take the lives of these people to fuel my powers and existence. Chapter 3499, Hypocrite Part 2. How does that make me any better than the Black Star or any of the lost cities we've destroyed in the past? Solus asked. For starters, you are not picking on innocents, Lith replied. These people are scum and there's no doubt about it. On top of that, you'd not use their lives to sustain yours. For that, I'm more than enough. You use their lives in self-defense just like with the tree. The next time we face a deadly enemy and you get seriously injured, the bleed might save us. Each one of these bastards is like an extra life for you. If you get hurt, the tower won't drain me in the middle of the fight to save you. If we ever get separated again, you'd have the means to find me and fight on your own instead of bleeding energy with each passing second. Solus couldn't deny the truth of those words, but it wasn't enough to placate her conscience. Lith gave her time to mull over her options before talking again. I understand why you don't like the idea, Solus, but is keeping them in the pits of agony any better than the bleed? He pointed at the figures writhing and screaming in agony amid the flames. No, she had to admit. Also, forgive me for pointing out your hypocrisy, but I have to. Lith grabbed her shoulders, a deep pain in his eyes. Continue your journey with Empire. My hypocrisy, she echoed in confusion. Would you hesitate to throw those guys in the bleed if I was on the verge of death because of them, and you could save me by feeding their lives to me? He asked. Not for 1 second. The reply came natural and quick to her lips. Then why do you ask me to do otherwise? Lith said. Those bastards have put Mom in danger. Sure, they wanted to release her, but what if something went wrong? What if she saw or heard something she wasn't supposed to? They wouldn't have hesitated to kill her if it meant stopping me from tracking them down. They have almost taken away from me one of the people I love the most on this planet. Why are you stopping me from using them to protect another? Lith gently caressed her cheek before delivering his final plea. I'm no different from Rifa, Solus. I'd sacrifice thousands of people like them just to protect a single strand of hair on your head, to protect my family, yet the bleed doesn't work for them. I almost lost Mom a few days ago, and she was just going for groceries. You and I often put ourselves into dangerous situations, and it's only a matter of time before our luck runs out. Please, don't let the next Nalar take you away from me. Lith's words and honesty took Solus by surprise. From so up close and with the physical contact between them, she could read his mind without even trying unless he clouded his thoughts. This is not one of Lith's usual manipulation tactics. He's scared from what happened to Alina and deeply worried about me, she thought. You're right, I'm a hypocrite. Solus put her hand over his. If the bleed could repair your life force, I would be the first to propose putting those bastards to good use. If I could give my mother the body she has lost to protect me, I would. No matter the cost, she sighed. Besides, I could never forgive myself if Knight or the next nutjob we face exploited our bond and struck me down just to hurt you. Even with my deep violet core, I'm still your weak point. Just do me a favor. Don't put those guys in the bleed while I'm inside the tower. Do it while I'm in Lucia and the tower is in the Tron Woods. Just because I understand your point of view, it doesn't mean I have to like it. Space. A few minutes later, back on the Mana Geyser in the Tron Woods. How come it's already this late, and you didn't summon me until now? Menadian regained her consciousness in the tower way later than usual. Because Lith and I had some important matter to discuss, and I didn't want you to nag at me until you had it your way, Mom, Solus replied. So it was about the bleed, Menadian nodded. For the record, I don't nag, young lady. I was only trying to make you see reason. Asking Menadian if Solus had to fill the bleed to the brim was like asking a starving man if he'd like a good meal. The answer would have been vocal, enthusiastic, and easily predictable. The first ruler of the flames had been pressing Solus to find someone to shove into the forbidden floor of the tower, ever since she had regained the deep violet. You are so close, sweetie. Don't let a random jerk ruin years of your hard work just because of a lucky shot. The world tree went this close to succeed and failed only because the tower was strong enough to recover the bleed. She had repeated over and over until Solus had begged her to drop the subject. You would be right if you did it just once or twice, Mom, Solus snorted. After the 10th time, that's nagging. That's motherly affection, Riffa retorted. Speaking of mothers, where Esselina, I didn't expect you to leave your mother's side so soon, young man. I'm disappointed in you. You are also wrong. Lith put down the finger that Menadian was weaving under his nose. Mom kicked me out of the house. She says I'm overbearing. So you admit it, Solus puffed her chest out with pride. Nonsense, Menadian replied. Give her a couple of hours and she'll miss you. By the way, since it's just the three of us here, do you have something planned or are we going to just look each other in the eyes? Actually, I decided to accept your offer to teach us creation magic, Riffa, Lith said, dodging Solus' question. What happened to my mother has been a wake-up call. Despite my plans and preparations, things can always go south without any warning signs. I can't just sit tight and hope my enemies will be so kind to follow my schedule. The next time trouble looks for me, I need to be prepared. Excellent decision, Lith, Menadian nodded. Are you okay with this, Solus? Of course, Mom, she replied. Lith was the hesitant one. I was only waiting for him to come around and enjoy this experience together. Really, Riffa was pleasantly surprised. How so? Because you are going to teach him and pass my bloodline legacy down on me, Mom, Solus said. You are the great Riffa Menadian and I'm your daughter. Back when I was still elfin, you taught me everything I knew. Once you completed creation magic, I'm sure you would have offered to teach me that too, and I would have accepted. Why should I reinvent the wheel when my mother already created it? All modern mages are able to see further because they stand on the shoulders of giants, and you are one of those giants, Mom, metaphorically speaking at least. Solus sighed heavily while comparing Menadian's height with Lith's. Chapter 3500, Shaky Foundations, Part 1. Thank you, sweetie, Menadian bear-hugged Solus. You have no idea how much your words mean to me. Obligatory question, do you want me to spoon-feed you creation magic secrets or just explain the basic principles? As I said in the past, I'd like to follow Falul's teaching method, Lith replied. Great, because otherwise a single lesson would have been enough, and it's been a long time since I had the pleasure of teaching to talented apprentices. I want to savor this moment. Menadian nodded. What do you mean, a single lesson? Lith furrowed his brows. Solus and I still struggle with Tier 4 creation magic and are nowhere near Tier 5. Even if we were both geniuses, it should take at least one lesson per tier of magic. You are wrong, Lith, Menadian tutted while shaking her finger under his nose. The good kind of wrong, though. I was there during Salark's demonstrations of creation magic. I've seen you two practice and develop it your own way. I've even admired how you two got this close to all the answers you are still looking for about creation magic, while you worked on your void magic. One lesson would be enough because you have already reached the level of mastery necessary for Tier 5 creation magic. Your problem doesn't lie in your talent or technique, but in your limited understanding in a few key areas. Really? Solus brimmed with enthusiasm. Really? Menadian replied. I'll be honest with you. I bet that if Sally gave you a couple of lessons instead of several practical demonstrations, you would have completed creation magic long before my return. You wouldn't have mastered it yet, but that's just a matter of time and practice, which is the reason I haven't mastered it either. I'm just one level above you since I've been focusing on learning modern magic. There's no point developing spells with outdated techniques. I'll start working on mastering creation magic once I'm done with Lakra's and Yaga's lessons. If you haven't mastered it and you don't know modern runes, how are you going to teach us? Lith asked. With a series of exercises that will allow you to identify the aspects of creation magic in which you are still lacking and fix the issue yourselves. Riffa replied. We indeed use different runes and albeit complete, my creation magic is inferior to yours, but they work in the same way. The flaws that keep you and Solus from understanding creation magic enough to develop Tier 5 spells lie in your foundations. Once you realize your mistakes, the rest should come naturally to you. What? Lith and Solus said in unison while exchanging a puzzled look. Our foundations are flawed. Gods, Menadian sat down, covering her face with her hands. I've seen this countless times, yet it's still as upsetting as the first. Has anyone ever told you that using the plural while talking as one is creepy? Yeah, we hear that often, they replied. I know, Rifa grunted. It was a rhetorical question. Now sit down and let's start your lesson. She conjured 2 chairs and desks for them, and an enchanted blackboard for herself. Let's begin by clearing my opening statement. Think about it. How did you practice learning the Tier 1 creation magic spell, Dismantle? First, we studied the recording of Grandma using it, Solus said, and Menadian nodded for her to continue. Then, after failing countless times to dismantle the simplest of artifacts we could buy, we switched to our own creations. Exactly, Menadian stopped her. You have supplanted understanding with knowing. You studied the materials before and after the forgemastering process to know the precise structure they had in their unaltered state and to which they had to return. To make matters worse, you have also used the eyes to record and study the process on all the materials and configurations available to you to derive a reliable dismantling technique. I know we cheated, sort of. There was no scolding in Menadian's tone, she was just stating facts, yet it stung at Lith's pride nonetheless. But what were we supposed to do? We had to start from somewhere, and our own creations were the perfect starting point to understand what went wrong and why. On top of that, the eyes of Menadian only tell you how something works, not how to obtain it. We studied the data and came up with a working solution. Why are you saying that it made things worse? You have already answered your question, Menadian replied. But if you want to hear it from me, the eyes made things worse because you didn't understand how to dismantle an artifact properly. You only learned by rote and repetition. Sure, you have expanded and practiced until creation magic became second nature to you, but your foundations were still flawed. The higher the level of creation magic you reached, the more your unstable foundations compromised the entire process. That's why our Tier 4 spells feel lacking, and we can't figure out Tier 5 despite the eyes, the grimoire, and countless hours of practice. Solus put her professional pride aside and pondered her mother's words. Can you tell us what the mistake is? Lith stopped trying to justify his failure and focused on fixing it. That's why we are here, Menadian replied. The issue lies in the definition you use for the light and darkness elements during your void magic lessons. You claim that they represent control over life, correct? Correct, Lith inwardly sighed. Great, so I messed up with Forgemastery, healing magic, and now void magic too. Your definition works fine for your students because you've developed exercises that stick to it, but it's actually incomplete, Menadian said. Incomplete, so it's not wrong, Solus sighed with relief. If it were, void magic wouldn't work, Menadian shook her head. Before moving forward with the lesson, I want you two to know how impressed I am by your work. While I was a wandering soul, I've followed all of your lessons, and even though I couldn't practice void magic in that state, it was still enlightening. She gave them a small bow. That said, what you've missed so far is that while earth and air control space and fire and ice control speed, light and darkness control order. Like a vase is nothing but clay given shape and painted over, a human body is nothing but ordinary elements given life through structure. The same applies to Forgemastery. Whether you consider the blood or mana circulatory system, the heart or the mana core, they are all small pieces that must be linked together in perfect order and harmony to work. Lith was flabbergasted by Menadian's understanding of anatomy, until he remembered she had witnessed all his discussions with Solus. That's why she knows all the similes we used while developing our Forgemastering techniques. As you have learned from your studies, healing magic and Forgemastery follow the same principles. The main difference is that one is used to manipulate living beings and the other to enchant objects. Creation magic further thins the boundary between the two disciplines. Think about it. When Sally reforged war into Ragnarök, creation magic kept the patient alive during the procedure. It was no different from fixing someone's life force from a congenital disease.